The air crackles with an unspoken reckoning, doesn't it? A blacksmith arrives, heralded with the pronouncement, "This is the one, so I must welcome them." A bit dramatic even for this world. Our boy Hez clearly not thrilled about this arrival, and honestly, who could blame him? Hez wrestling with revelations that shatter everything he thought he knew, a connection so shocking it sends ripples through his very being. A flicker of amusement attempts to mask the turmoil churning beneath, a practiced deflection, actually. Then a familiar face, a spark of recognition followed swiftly by a wave of doubt. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now armed with boastful claims that only deepen the mystery. Hez trying to process the implications, but something's clearly off, a remnant of a past he can't quite grasp. But to see how we got here, we need to rewind to the beginning. The posters, a bizarre trigger, honestly, stirred something unpleasant in his mind, a forgotten memory pushing its way to the surface. Seriously? Propaganda? This is what unlocks repressed trauma? He notes her reaction, a subtle shift in her expression as another memory threatens to break free. Then the announcement, "This is the one. So I must welcome them," a blacksmith apparently heralded like some prophesied savior. Oh, fantastic. More people to deal with. Of course, the arrogant young master has to arrive precisely at this moment, spouting boasts that only muddy the waters further. Her eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unsettling crossing her face as another forgotten memory threatened to surface. Hez cataloging everything, assessing the situation detached from the melodrama. He already knows this is only the beginning of the mystery. With this many members, we could take down a fortress, they proclaim, because naturally boasting is a group activity. Honestly, our boy is already bracing himself. It's always the same song and dance, strengthening items for a month. Predictable? Seriously? Propaganda? This is what unlocks repressed trauma. He notes her reaction, a subtle shift, as another memory threatens to surface. Cue the fanfare, apparently. A blacksmith heralded like some prophesied savior. Oh, fantastic, more people to deal with. Of course, the arrogant young master had to arrive precisely at this moment, spouting boasts that only muddy the waters further. Did he break through the defensive tropes like that? It's a verdict everyone seems to be struggling with, given he shouldn't be a ranker. He already knows this is only the— Right then, let's dive in. Our boy's staring at this item, practically drooling over its unique grade status. Honestly, the collective gasp could power a small city. Of course, the fragile piece, because these gatherings always have one, shatters with a shout to banish the item's owner. Predictable. A face contorts, revealing the simmering resentment beneath the veneer of composure. Someone's ego just took a serious hit. The Q9 item itself seems to throb with an odd energy, a spectacle everyone analyzing. It's all just a smokescreen, though. The real drama isn't the item, it's the disbelief radiating from the assembled crowd. They think they understand power. How quaint. As it turns out, the explanation is disappointingly mundane, just item effects. But don't be fooled, this dismissal is just the calm before the storm. One swing and half of our members were gone. Honestly, the collective gasp could power a small city. Their reacting like this is some unprecedented calamity. Doubt flickers across his face as the news hits, the room's atmosphere immediately thickening with disbelief. Predictable. Someone's ego just took a serious hit. Of course, the arrogant young master had to arrive precisely at this moment, spouting boasts that only muddy the waters further. He already knows this is only the beginning. It's amusing, really, how they all seem to think they grasp power. But they don't. As it turns out, the explanation for this devastation is disappointingly mundane, just item effects. How quaint. Is he actually going to let them believe that? Ugh, so freaking hot. He observes because naturally someone had to unleash a display of raw power. Honestly, the collective awe is almost suffocating. They're reacting like they've just witnessed the birth of a new sun. How quaint. Our boy isn't impressed, though. He already anticipated this spectacle, recognizing it as a distraction from the genuine tension simmering beneath the surface. As it turns out, the explanation is disappointingly mundane, just item effects. Predictable, really. Of course, the arrogant young master had to arrive precisely at this moment, spouting boasts that only muddy the waters further. Doubt flickers across his face as the news hits the room's atmosphere, immediately thickening with disbelief. But they don't. How quaint. Is he actually going to let them believe that? It's nothing amazing, just the item's effect, someone chirps blissfully unaware. Our boy isn't exactly thrilled with this dismissive explanation, recognizing it for the transparent smokescreen it is. Predictable, really. Someone had to offer a convenient and utterly unconvincing answer. Honestly, the collective awe is almost suffocating. They're reacting like they've just witnessed the birth of a new son. But they don't. How quaint. Is he actually going to let them believe that? Am I going to die here? He laments. And honestly, can you blame him? Kissing the establishment's posterior every step of the way, for what? A pittance, apparently. Hes' right to question the rewards for his labor, student loans, and gaming debts aren't magically vanishing, you know. It's a low-ranked quest, really. He probably could quit halfway through, but no, our boy grinds on. A legendary steam? Pathetic. Of course, it's a distraction from the real issue. Then, predictably, the arrogant young master waltzes in spewing boasts. Doubt momentarily flickers across his face as the atmosphere instantly thickens with disbelief. They actually think this is a surprise? They're reacting like they've witnessed a celestial event when it's just a consequence of a system effect? You've decided to betray us despite our contract. They bellow, and our boy is genuinely bewildered. Betrayal? Has been meticulously following their instructions. The 100 million won, gone, vanished into the digital ether because someone else had to be the first to find North Cant. Honestly, the sheer gall. Our boys lamenting a missed fortune naturally. Seriously, 100 million? That's a down payment on a decent life. Now Hes stuck with, well, whatever Hes stuck with, past Cant, huh? Apparently, that's the combat class of choice. A choice that's apparently about as effective as a screen door on a submarine. Hes not wrong to be less than thrilled. Honestly, picking Pascant is like showing up to a sword fight with a feather duster, and of course the obligatory arrogant young master had to waltz in all swagger and misplaced confidence, his feigning shock though. Please, like he didn't expect a grand entrance. They're practically radiating manufactured surprise. A user's abilities? Nothing special, apparently. But hey, let's dive back in. A game attempted. Hes holed up, isn't he? Our boy desperately clinging to the scraps of a reputation painstakingly built in Patreon. Honestly, the melodrama. All that effort, all that carefully cultivated respect just to become a fugitive. Hes thinking 100 million won? Gone? Seriously. Someone just swiped North Cant like it was a freebie. Of course, the obligatory arrogant young master had to appear radiating manufactured shock. A Pascant, please, as it turns out his abilities are underwhelming. But that's just the beginning. A sudden surge of pink light, a dreadful omen, signals something far worse than a simple skirmish. Hes discovering a bizarre reality, a level progression system, a bodyguard named Doran, and a deeply unsettling truth about his own identity. This isn't just about survival, it's about unraveling a scheme that threatens to ruin everything. The pink light just keeps intensifying, reflecting a genuine chill settling over our boy's expression. Hes bracing himself all right, sensing a confrontation far beyond the usual petty squabbles of Patreon. Seriously? This is how it ends? After all the careful maneuvering? Hes not panicked, though, just calculating. Someone's clearly decided to make a grand entrance, and the sheer audacity is almost impressive. Then the mental breakdown starts. I really am lowly. Apparently, the system isn't playing nice. Hes declaring himself blessed man, spouting nonsense about legendary classes, but the genuine confusion is palpable. What the hell is going on? Are they casting an Earl? And then, because this had to happen, a bodyguard named Doran waltzes in proclaiming his identity with unsettling enthusiasm. This is less a rescue, more a descent into a bizarre, unknown reality. Right, so here we are. Our boy, fresh from a reputation-building spree, now contemplates the precariousness of it all. Seriously? He thinks this is how it ends. As if the universe enjoys a good cosmic joke. A sudden surge of pink light naturally announces an impending disaster, and the dread is palpable. Actually, it's less dread and more existential horror as he pieces together a truly bizarre truth. Hez not the underdog, he thought. Hez a whip, a work in progress, destined to fail and reset. Charming. The system, of course, isn't interested in his feelings, spitting out levels and cryptic warnings about an altar, some controlling entity. I really am. He wonders. The implication hanging heavy. It seems his identity is far more unsettling than he initially grasped. Hez declaring himself a blessed man, a classic power fantasy trope, but the genuine confusion is the key here. And just when things couldn't get weirder, a bodyguard named Doran arrives. Right, let's dive in. Our boy is having a splendid time, apparently needing explicit permission to reach level 250. Honestly, the glacial pace of advancement in these realms is baffling. Hez burning through energy like it's going out of style, but what choice does he have? Bureaucracy, even in a world of magic and monsters, is bureaucracy. As it turns out, Hez decided to escalate things with Warrer. Time to push back, he announces, because of course every story needs a conveniently named antagonist. He acknowledges prototype isn't flawless, which is a delightful detail, implying this whole conflict might be a test run for something bigger. He initially resisted outside help naturally because the MC can't just win easily. Now some unfortunate souls are unavailable. Oh well, he shrugs, a touch of unsettling nonchalance coloring his words. Actually, it's less a shrug and more a casual dismissal. He realizes his remark might have been honestly, the sheer audacity. There's someone out there this powerful, and he hasn't even bothered to spend a single coin to boost his stats. Of course, there's always one who defies the established power equals spending equation. Hez already questioning the efficiency of this whole system. It's a wonder anyone manages to progress at all. Did he just team kill him? The MC's internal monologue is already running calculations. A sudden, unexpected loss like that throws off all his projections. If I just get famous, he muses, I can leverage that for influence. Naturally, because the protagonist is already plotting his next move. It's a calculated ambition, not a naive desire for adoration. Hez sizing up the power dynamics, realizing fame can be a surprisingly potent weapon. But something else is brewing, a powerful spell about to be unleashed. Hez already assessing the threat, noting its magnitude. The MC is far too pragmatic to let a little foreboding derail his plans. Hez about to unleash a spell directed at what appears to be a genuinely amiable NPC, though naturally Hez just another programmed character in this whole charade. A nice person, our boy muses, a touch of dry amusement coloring his tone. Someone this powerful existing without even a basic investment in stay boosts? It's a system anomaly, a glaring inefficiency that already making him question the logic of this whole game. A sudden, unexpected loss throws off his projections, forcing a recalculation of expected outcomes. Fame, he realizes, could be leveraged, a surprisingly effective tool for influence. It's a calculated ambition, not a naive desire for adoration, as he sizes up the power dynamics at play. Now manifesting weapons at will? Of course. A convenient, if predictable, awakening of latent abilities. Let's go to a village suitable for my level, he decides, already plotting his next move. But something else is brewing, a powerful spell about to be. Our boy's already plotting naturally. I can just earn and level up at the same time. He muses because of course the most efficient path is always the one hell take. A legion, level case? That's just a stepping stone. Hez even sketching out a design his first time apparently. Probably something ridiculously over-engineered because who needs simple when you can have needlessly complex? He assesses his gear usage, a quick mental inventory. That's how I've been using it so far, right? Before the unsettling realization hits, he might be in over his head. Fucked, he exclaims, a remarkably calm assessment given the circumstances. Fame surprisingly enters the equation, not for ego, but as a tool, a surprisingly effective one as he sizes up the power dynamics, and predictably latent abilities are surfacing, now manifesting weapons. Of course. Let's go to a village suitable for my level, he decides, already plotting his next move. But something else is brewing. Right then, our boy's in a spot. Apparently a carriage ride isn't cheap, and Hez got a past Hez keen to outrun. A past those posters plastered around town are subtly reminding him of. Hez scrambling for funds naturally, and as it turns out his solution involves a shady deal involving something called Tron Ors. Fucked, he laments, because of course the easy path is never available. Hez eyeing a legendary skill, figuring this risky transaction is his only shot at getting out of this mess. If I can just reach an understanding the classic protagonist thought process, Hez already strategizing even as some loudmouth insults him within Gores? Hez already calculating the exchange rate. Honestly, the man's already planning his next move before the deal's even finalized. Right then, our boy finds himself in a spot. A carriage ride isn't cheap, and apparently running from a past leaves a hefty bill. Naturally, Hez eyeing a legendary skill, figuring a shady deal involving Tron ores is the only way out. Fucked, he laments, because who needs a simple path when you can engineer a risky transaction? My body for your ability, but my mind is clear. He declares a remarkably calm assessment. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now, but the MC is already calculating the exchange rate within Gores honestly. Posters plastering the town subtly remind him of a life left behind, a flicker of regret crossing his face, a past Hez desperately trying to bury. He acknowledged the ore masking deeper feelings, already plotting his next move. The regression hit like a physical blow. Ragnar's stats, the very foundation of his existence, simply vanished. Well, this is inconvenient, he mused, as disbelief twisted his features. He launched into a frantic questioning of the system, a desperate plea echoing in the sudden shift of atmosphere, a clear sign of larger repercussions looming. Honestly, who needs a straightforward progression when the universe can throw a curveball? Hez already calculating how to leverage this disastrous event, mentally assessing the Gores exchange rate, because escaping a past isn't cheap. Of course, a carriage ride isn't affordable, and a shady deal involving Tron ores and a legendary skill seems the only viable option. My body for your ability, but my mind remains sharp, he declared, remarkably composed. Posters plastered around the town served as a painful reminder of a life left behind, a flicker of regret crossing his face, a past Hez desperately trying to bury. Right, so the system decides to have a laugh, doesn't it? Suddenly, our boy's stats, gone, vanished, like that arrogant young master's dignity after a failed attempt at flirting. Hez staring at what's left of his interface, and it's just spewing metallurgical jargon. Apparently, someone's been intensely studying ore composition. Seriously, system? Now, I'm facing a potential existential crisis, and you want to lecture me on carbon content? Naturally, Hez already mentally calculating how much I'll cost to just leave, because escaping a past isn't cheap. The system, blissfully unaware of the panic bubbling inside him, continues its lecture on pastration and bans. Oh, fantastic. More technical terms I'll never understand. As it turns out, this isn't just a stay loss, it's something far more significant. A chilling realization dawns, a lineage and anomaly. Things are about to get complicated. The system naturally decides to have a laugh. Seriously, just as our boy is processing alarming arrow power ratings, hinting at a devastating unexpected assault, his stats vanish. Vanished like that arrogant young master's dignity after attempting to woo the school beauty. Honestly, the system's timing is impeccable, isn't it? Hez staring at his interface, now spitting out metallurgical jargon about ore composition. Fantastic. Just what I needed. A lecture on carbon content while contemplating a potential existential crisis. Hez already mentally calculating the cost of a quick exit, because escaping a past isn't cheap. A heartfelt farewell surfaces, a fleeting moment of connection suggesting a possible reunion, though the future is far from certain. Then chaos erupts, a raid. This isn't merely a stay loss, it's something far more significant. A lineage, an anomaly. Stand. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy's having a moment, isn't he? Just received some data that screams impending doom, and naturally the system decides to play hide and seek with his stats. Honestly, the timing is impeccable. Hez probably thinking, great, just what I needed. A pop quiz on metallurgy while the world's about to end. A touching farewell hints at a reunion down the line, but who has time for sentiment when a raid's about to kick off? Of course, the chaotic cry of the raid arrives, shattering any semblance of focus. Shock registers on his face. A brief flicker of disbelief before the inevitable "here we go again" sigh. They manage to snag the boss, which is a win actually, but at a cost. A significant loss, no less. Still, a Blee Orkelcom is something right? Now it's all about strategizing and desperately trying to scrounge up resources. This is going to be fun. The guardian of the forest's value is plummeting naturally. Hez probably internally rolling his eyes. Another crisis, another metric to track. Honestly, who needs a spreadsheet when the world's actively trying to end? Let's move past the raid for now, apparently, and focus on bolstering their strength. Because, of course, brute force is always the first solution. They used to draw attention at the game's start, but now? Apparently their reputation precedes them, and not in a good way. Hez already mentally calculating the resource drain. This strategic shift will cause a familiar frustration settling in. Hez tried reaching out to almost every blacksmith for arrows, and they're all turning him down. Seriously? Arrows? Is that all it takes to be a reliable supplier? This is going to be a delightful procurement process, Hez sure. The doubt is gnawing at him, isn't it? A superior archer? Honestly, the system rarely throws curveballs this blatant, but here we are. It's probably another one of those hidden genius tropes, he thinks, unimpressed. Apparently someone's been dropping hints about a powerful unseen marksman, but the answers are as elusive as a decent deal these days. Now the usual post-raid chaos unfolds. Someone made a threat, probably just bluster, but still, when she said she'd kill us. Our boy muses, I'm sure she was serious, but Hess already bracing for the resource crunch naturally. The guild's reputation precedes them, and not favorably as it turns out. They're being selective with suppliers desperate for arrows, and unsurprisingly blacksmiths are proving to be uncooperative. Seriously? Arrows? Is that all it takes to be a reliable supplier? This procurement process promises to be delightful, he says with a sigh. Right then, let's see what mess our boy has wandered into now. Apparently, being late to the Laror office is a priority, because who needs sleep anyway? Hez already calculating how much interest he owes, savings dwindling faster than a politician's promises naturally. It's amusing really how the usual frantic pace of his existence continues, Hez juggling loan repayments and another rushed appointment, all while accumulating good warnings, apparently. And of course, the conversation drifts to the beginner's instruction, which Hez finally getting around to. His words linger, a chilling promise hanging in the air, a subtle threat. Right then, let's see what fresh hell our boy has decided to wander into. Seems Hez contemplating a complete reset, wanting to abandon everything and start anew. Naturally, Hez prioritizing a warehouse clear-out first. Resource management is key, people. Can't go around burning through supplies like confetti at a goblin's birthday. Hez desperately trying to save money, which is a novel concept for someone who perpetually in debt. As if on cue, a mysterious individual appears. Because, of course, a stranger offering a seemingly lucrative deal always ends well. He wants to craft best-selecting items and needs assistance. Our boy, ever the pragmatist, initially wants to avoid conflict, but the schemer's presence is clearly a harbinger of something unpleasant. Hess calculating the potential risks, and even with his detached demeanor, Hez not thrilled. Despite limitations, he decides to pursue a risky reward skill. Because why not tempt fate? Hez decided a fresh start is needed, naturally prioritizing a warehouse raid. Gotta conserve those resources, right? Seriously, does this guy ever think about long-term financial stability? As it turns out, a mysterious stranger materialized with a proposition involving best-selecting items, a suspiciously lucrative offer. Of course, the schemer's arrival signaled trouble, and Hez already calculating how much risk Hez willing to accept. A system notification flared hinting at untapped potential, and Dean's taciturn nod confirmed a change in their precarious relationship. The silent challenge hung heavy. Had anticipated this, of course. Someone always has to flex, doesn't they? It's practically a mandatory scene in these narratives. Our boy registered the surge in hostility, his own expression unchanging. Maintaining composure is key even when someone's practically begging for a beating. 11 stat points? Seriously? The other guy's boastful declaration about attack speed and kills was just noise. Hez already factoring in the potential for escalation and how many potions that might require. Dean's nod was a subtle shift, a tacit acknowledgement that the precarious balance had tilted. Stat points at 110 now, huh? Hez assessing the claim, calculating the risks versus the reward. Honestly, the best way to deal with these types is to simply ignore them, but that would be boring. If they surround me, I won't last 2 hits, he muttered, assessing the rapidly closing circle. Seriously, is this a competition of who can look the most menacing? It's almost comical, but our boy isn't laughing. He's calculating. All he needs is a sliver of health to buy him time. Of course, the skill he was counting on, the one that might have given him a fighting chance, has an activation condition. A truly delightful twist, as if these situations weren't stressful enough already. 11 stat points? Seriously? Hez already mentally rationing his potions, bracing for the inevitable onslaught, because honestly, ignoring these displays of inflated ego would be far less entertaining. Dean's nod, a silent acknowledgement, just confirmed the precariousness of their situation. Now, huh? But that would be boring. Seriously? An intermediate healing potion for a single point of health? Honestly, the indignity of it all. He figures that's the kind of expenditure usually reserved for saving a beloved pet hamster, not surviving a potential beatdown. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now, predictably signaling trouble, and Hez already calculating how many potions he can realistically afford to burn through. That's the activation threshold for his coveted skill, isn't it? His outburst revealed a desperate gamble fueled by frustration and a costly dependency. His eyes narrowed, assessing the strength behind the unexpected challenge. It's almost comical, but our boy isn't laughing. Hez mentally rationing resources, bracing for the inevitable onslaught, because, let's be honest, laying of inflated ego would be far less entertaining. Hez stubbornly clinging to the belief he can exhaust this situation, trying until the bitter end, as it turns out. Dean's nod wasn't exactly encouraging. It confirmed they were teetering on the edge of disaster. Seriously? The indignity. Hez already calculating the potion expenditure rate and mentally cursing the fact that, of course, the arrogant young master had to waltz in now. His outburst, a desperate gamble fueled by frustration and a costly potion dependency, revealed a whole lot more than he intended. The potion's cooldown is almost over and Hez bracing for the inevitable, because honestly ignoring these displays of inflated ego would be far less entertaining. The posters seemed to practically sneer at him, a mocking reflection of his predicament, as if the universe enjoys a good laugh. He scanned the crowd, desperately seeking a lifeline, any indication that this wasn't a complete disaster. Dean's nod, though subtle, confirmed his worst fears. They feels teetering on the precipice. Honestly, the timing, of course. The arrogant young master had to choose this moment to make an appearance. Hez mentally calculating potion usage, because let's be clear, watching this inflated ego deflate would be significantly more amusing. This situation is spiraling and Hez not about to back down. Honestly, the outburst was a spectacularly bad idea. "You fucking slippery roach!" he practically screamed, a desperate gamble fueled by dwindling potion reserves. And yes, Hez already calculating the potion expenditure rate. Of course, the arrogant young master had to choose this moment to make an appearance, doesn't he? His words ignited a defiant challenge, a theatrical flourish that probably just made things worse. But hey, at least it provided a distraction. A silent reaction from him hinted at something unsettling, a deeper understanding blossoming within, while Dean's nod confirmed his worst fears. They're teetering on the edge. "Young man, are you all right?" Someone calls out an utterly pointless inquiry. "Running again, you little insect?" A system message flashes, a cryptic quest, now demanding he address a desperate plea for another chance. Honestly, the timing couldn't have been worse. Of course, the arrogant young master had to choose this moment to make an appearance. Our boy practically screamed, a desperate gamble fueled by dwindling potion reserves. And yes, Hez already calculating the potion expenditure rate. It was a spectacularly bad idea, that outburst, but it did buy him a moment. He scanned the crowd, a mocking reflection of his own frustration in their faces. Dean's nod, though subtle, confirmed his worst fears, there teetering on the edge. "Young man, are you all right?" A strange system message appeared, disrupting the familiar silence, demanding he address a desperate plea for another chance. It seems the system in its infinite wisdom wants him to play hero now. The cryptic poem foreshadowed an abrupt, unforeseen change, and his face tightened as if bracing for impact. Honestly, the timing was impeccable. Naturally, the arrogant young master chose this precise moment to interrupt. "Phew. Old Manny, this is amazing," someone exclaimed, clearly thrilled by some newfound treasure. Our boy, meanwhile, was already assessing the situation, mentally calculating the cost of that outburst and the rapidly depleting potion supply. "Seriously, another quest? Just what I needed," he thought, rolling his eyes internally. It's as if the system enjoys piling on the drama. This Albertine incredible. Another voice chimed in, oblivious to the subtle shift in atmosphere. He knew with a chilling certainty that whatever this quest entailed, it wasn't going to be pretty. "Don't start foaming. Give me the next quest guest before fainting. Honestly, the system's timing is impeccable. Naturally, it chooses now to demand his attention." Hez barely assessed the fallout from that little outburst. Seriously, potion expenditure is a real concern now. And bam! Another quest. "Honestly, what does this thing want from me?" he mused, inwardly grumbling. "It's as if the system thrives on manufactured drama. I don't have that much money. Please, just give me another chance." The desperate plea blared, and he recoiled. His reaction, a subtle tightening of his features, hinted at a deeper understanding of just how much influence this system wields. It's not just about granting wishes, it's about manipulating circumstances. He threw out a loyal subordinate, someone who served him for a decade without a flicker of regret. Sentiment is a liability, he reminded himself, already calculating the potential benefits of this new cryptic challenge. Rabbit's face count. Hez basking in the glow of successfully duping a few local gang members, a temporary reprieve, naturally. It's amusing in a detached sort of way how easily these sorts fall for the oldest tricks. Honestly, they're practically begging to be manipulated. Of course, unlike a failed venture, these connections can be discarded, and the system, ever the opportunist, is already demanding its pound of flesh. Penniless right now, he states a calculated truth. Gratitude follows a rather performative display for the system's benefit. Always play the grateful pawn. It keeps them happy. As it turns out, another quest is here because, of course, the system wants to throw more chaos into his lap. Hez, already assessing the repercussions of his earlier outburst potion costs, are a serious issue now, and predictably another challenge appears. The system clearly thrives on drama. "I cannot give you the smiting," he says, dismissing a request. Then comes the truly theatrical moment. A successor is announced. "By the way, didn't you report these events to the Lord?" Of course I do. Thanks for sharing me up. But the Lord, well, since when is my lucky gold mine? I must funconshot? But it's still fam. Should I sleep for 30 more minutes? That's two. I would have more energy if we had bell for break. That what's with that reaction? Why did you do such an unnecessary thing? Why did you make an unnecessary arrangement and give him a chance? That way we will be able to improve the companies we must. This kind of unknown variable is what I'm most worry of. Even there's this notice everywhere in tower. Did you seriously forget the mission wasn't because of a messly piece? According to what I've heard, the Miro company bought the land and are you the companies, spizzical opisical. Ability as long as you about. So we're got a new face. Hurro, and honestly, the system just loves throwing curveballs, doesn't it? Apparently, Winston Village is under Earl Stime's thumb, which naturally raises questions about his involvement with whatever company is stirring up trouble. He figures that if he doesn't keep an eye on Stimes, things are going to get messy predictably. Naturally, someone's brought up the Lord's involvement. A convenient distraction, as always. Of course I reported it, he thinks, rolling his eyes internally. Seriously, the melodrama. They're babbling about degrees of freedom and some critical weakness involving missing functions. Jargon, essentially, which sounds like a fancy way of saying they're vulnerable. A plan to stir up the residents? Classic manipulation tactic. Then a rabbit appears. Really? A rabbit? Is this supposed to be intimidating? A rushed, underwhelming weapon follows. Someone's boasting about a 20-hour quest, a clear attempt at flexing, and frankly, So the game world itself is apparently a dynamically shifting landscape molded by player actions, naturally. Hez mentally noting the sheer time commitment required. 20 hours just to get started? Seriously? Only a paltry 3% of Mongolia's population are even bothering to play, which is a surprisingly low adoption rate, but hey, more resources for our boy, right? The higher-ups are attempting to generate buzz around a potential first user, a classic PR move to inflate interest. Importing data from Mongolia has been a headache, of course, because everything a struggle when you're trying to be innovative. Someone's already passed along documents which Hez sure will be a tangled mess. They're hinting at quest information, and it appears Hez inadvertently revealed something about the user's progression. A minor financial transaction is causing some internal squabbling, predictable power dynamics at play. The development team's panicking because the script changed, always a recipe for chaos. And then the kicker has still. Her expression is priceless, isn't it? Pure, unadulterated disbelief at our boy's dedication to, well, gaming. Honestly, who can blame her? 20 hours. It's practically a full-time job. Seriously, only 3% of Mongolia is even playing. That's a surprisingly low adoption rate, but more resources for him, I suppose. A silent question hangs in the air, a challenge barely concealed. Of course, Shay's already sizing him up, calculating his potential, probably wondering how she can leverage his skills. There are 3 expert classes, apparently, and the first user's standing is significant. It's a PR stunt naturally to generate hype around a potential first user because these companies never miss a chance to manufacture excitement. Her disbelief hardens, morphing into a silent challenge. Someone's watching our boy, clearly judging his dedication to virtual conquest. Honestly, the audacity. Hez probably already crafting a scathing internal monologue about Piro's gaming habits, as if Hez above such pursuits. As it turns out, Expremina wants him and a whole lot of lost wealth which naturally screams trap. She expects generosity to sway him? Bless her heart. The sudden power display? Yeah, that's a red flag bigger than a mana golem. Everyone's scrambling, sizing each other up. The usual power game nonsense. Of course, the summons to a quest is just the cherry on top of this ridiculous sundae. Piro, bless his stubborn heart, isn't falling for it. Fight then, he declares, because apparently diplomacy isn't in his vocabulary. Hez not a pawn, folks. Hez making a statement. A rather loud one. How powerful, he mutters, the shock practically radiating off him. Seriously, who flexing this kind of juice? Hez not entirely surprised, naturally. These companies are notorious for manufactured hype, a PR stunt to inflate the perceived value of a potential first user class. Honestly, the sheer audacity of someone judging his gaming habits, he thinks, as if they're above sinking hours into virtual pursuits. The power display itself? Yeah, that's a massive red flag. Everyone's scrambling, sizing each other up. It's the predictable power game. Then Expremina, bless her heart, decides to sweeten the deal with a quest invitation and a promise of wealth. A blatant attempt at manipulation. But Piro's stubborn heart isn't falling for it. Fight then. The tension's thick enough to spread on toast, isn't it? Will is visibly wrestling with Expremina's sudden invitation. Naturally, the chosen one narrative always comes with a side of existential dread. Honestly, the sheer predictability of this whole power game charade. He muses, observing the posturing. Doubt hangs heavy in the air as everyone sizes each other up, a performance as old as these contrived hierarchies. Then comes Piro, because of course, someone has to be the voice of reason, or more accurately, the one who just wants to punch something. Hez, openly questioning the strength of the Sharon Empire's knights and disbelief, is practically radiating off him. These companies always manufacture hype, a pathetic attempt to inflate their value. Expremina's quest offer, a transparent attempt at manipulation, and Piro, bless his stubborn heart, isn't having any of it. Fight then. Doubt, that persistent little voice, really started getting to him, questioning the Sharon Empire's seemingly ludicrous demand. Of course, The Empire had to throw some impossible request into the mix. It's practically a requirement for these power displays. Then, Pyrrhos' disbelief ratcheted up a notch, staring at Expramina's unnervingly cheerful demeanor. She genuinely thinks this manipulation is subtle. Bless her heart. He figured that if he didn't tune out the theatrics, he'd be stuck dissecting every micro-expression for the next hour. But naturally, Pyrrho couldn't just let things lie. "I'll beat you with everything I've got," he roared. And honestly, it was the only reasonable response to such blatant posturing. His expression hardened suspicion, eclipsing the initial shock at Expramina's quest offer, a transparent attempt at manipulation, as if he wouldn't notice. Fight then. Pyrrhos, bless his heart, finally lost it. That roar. It wasn't just anger. It was a declaration of war against the Empire's ridiculous demand. Honestly, did they think he'd just roll over? Doubt etched itself onto Expramina's face, a flicker of surprise at his defiance. She genuinely believed she could manipulate him with this transparent charade. Of course, the Empire throws an impossible task into the mix. It's practically a mandatory power play. Mana consumption spiked, almost overwhelming her. A clear indication of the strain this quest puts on even seasoned practitioners. Her expression tightened, a silent acknowledgement of the sheer absurdity of the situation. Inevitably, this is going to get messy. Then the pronouncement, "an inevitable death," fated to perish, a convenient prophecy to try and break his resolve. Right then, a dire message plastered everywhere. Naturally, it's designed to unsettle. Our boy, of course, isn't losing sleep over it just yet, though a tightening of the jaw suggests he's registering the threat. Pyrrhos predictably loses it, a volcanic eruption of anxiety over some unseen danger. Honestly, the guy's a walking pressure cooker. He thinks someone needs to teach him some composure. Irina, meanwhile, isn't exactly thrilled either, a subtle shift in her gaze hinting at a growing disquiet. As it turns out, a new title and a fresh, utterly inconvenient task lands in her lap. Training commences, and Shez, flashing back to a close call, calculating the power levels of those standing between her and success. A system prompt pops up probing her identity because naturally things couldn't get any more complicated. They really want to know who I am, don't they? She muses as if I'm going to just hand them that information. A flicker of fear, barely perceptible, crossed Irina's face, a crack in the carefully constructed facade. Naturally, a new title and a task landed in her lap, because empires rarely offer opportunities without strings attached. Honestly, did they think she'd just roll over? She mused while Pyrrhos predictably went into full-blown panic mode. Training commenced, and she was replaying a near-death experience, mentally cataloging the power levels of those standing between her and whatever ridiculous demand this title entailed. They rival the stats of a level 15 user, she notes, assessing the opposition while simultaneously acknowledging the absurdity of it all. A system prompt then pops up demanding information about her identity, as if she'd willingly divulge that. They really want to know who I am, don't they? She muses as if I'm going to just hand them that information. Naturally, some boisterous fellow couldn't resist admiring Irina because of course someone had to interrupt the unsettling quiet. "You're not my type." She casually dismissed him as if dealing with a lovesick pup was a daily occurrence. Honestly, the melodrama. A new title materialized, disrupting the scene, a classic power play naturally, and the system, ever the inquisitive busybody, chimed in with a pointed question. "Are you Miss Irina?" That seemingly innocuous inquiry caused a ripple of unease, a crack in her practiced composure. "They really want to know who I am, don't they?" She mused, as if I'm going to just hand them that information. So the secret to winning? Apparently it's crafting a better danger. Naturally. Our boy's already picking up on the fact that his opponents haven't even shown their full hand yet. Hez internally calculating. If these guys are holding back, just how far do their capabilities stretch? He even managed to mimic an advancement skill, while they're still stuck at the introductory level. Hilarious. Someone predictably wants to pull in a legendary figure, one previously only whispered about, and drag his disciple into this mess. Because escalating a simple game is always the right choice. Irina declared the victor, of course, but the victory feels hollow. Now accusations of terrorism. Seriously, The mood just shifted faster than a politician's promises. That won't change even if you're master ranked. Honestly, the melodrama is reaching peak levels. Her face betrayed a flicker of doubt, a question hanging unspoken. "What do you want from me?" she whispers, a rare moment of vulnerability. Our boy, of course, is already dissecting the situation, noting her hesitation. If Shez rattled, that means someone somewhere knows more than they're letting on. Naturally, some boisterous fellow couldn't resist admiring Irina, because of course he would. Someone decides to escalate things, predictably, requesting the involvement of Master Knan and his disciple, because a simple game isn't quite dramatic enough, he thinks dryly. Master Knan's concentration is incredible, hinting at skill levels far beyond what's been displayed. There is still something else left, an amazing masterpiece produced. Irina's declared the victor, but the victory feels hollow. Seriously. The results are in, and naturally Irina snagged the victory, though honestly the celebration feels muted. Another win for the school beauty, another hollow echo in this ridiculous status game, he muses, already assessing the subtle shift in the room's energy. Someone's admiration for Irina feels as predictable as sunrise, isn't it? Then predictably things escalate. A request for the involvement of Master Knan and his disciple, because a simple game apparently wasn't dramatic enough. Knan's concentration alone hints at skill levels far beyond what we're seen so far. This isn't about talent, it's about a deliberate demonstration of power. And then bam, accusations of terrorism. Seriously? The melodrama is reaching peak levels, and our boy is noting the flicker of doubt in Irina's eyes, a tiny crack in her perfect facade hollow. Irina's victory felt oddly flat and predictable, another hollow echo in this ridiculous status game. He registered the shift in the room's atmosphere, a subtle tension replacing the earlier fanfare as the stakes escalated with a request to involve Master Nan and his disciple. Then, unexpectedly, accusations of terrorism arose, pushing the melodrama to peak levels. He noted the momentary uncertainty flickering in Irina's eyes, a tiny crack in her perfect facade. The air thickened faster than a poorly brewed potion, accusations ricocheting around the room. Predictably, things escalated. Honestly, did they think subtlety feels optional? Our boy noted the hardening of a face, a silent vow of retribution forming, a promise that will likely cause headaches later. Someone's admiration for Irina felt as predictable as sunrise. She's the school beauty after all. Then the bombshell terrorism accusations. Seriously? It's almost comical. The sheer melodrama. It's a distraction, of course. A character now dangles compromising information about the company, eyeing an escape route. They've seen things while working for them, things that, if released, would contain the potential fallout, but they need assistance to extract someone. Always a rescue involved, isn't it? The situation is already set, and now they're thinking of leaking the company's secrets, a desperate gamble for a second chance. Will you help me rescue that man? Right to the point, aren't we? Our boy's already wading into a swamp of desperation, and naturally it involves a rescue. Someone's holding a grenade pin, compromising data on the company, and they're looking for a way out, dangling it like bait. Honestly, the lengths these folks go to avoid accountability feels astounding. Hess picking up on the shift. The initial accusations of terrorism morphing into a frantic appeal. Apparently, this grid guy has been meticulously documenting the company's shady dealings. Information potent enough to trigger a scandal. The rescue probability? A pathetic 9%. Of course it is. Hess calculating the odds, weighing the risks. Even in this dire situation, he believes something's about to shift. Khan's apology hangs in the air, thick with regret, but it also sparks a dangerous resolve. Accusations bounce around the room, reflected in his gaze. A silent vow of payback. Let's just say. Keep him locked up, they order, and honestly, the audacity is impressive. Our boy's already having a field day, recognizing a reward system Hez encountered before, a classic bait and switch naturally. Shut it! He yells, a flash of annoyance quickly suppressed. Seriously, these people think they can just manipulate anyone? Hez genuinely irritated, though not enraged, that the mark of a survivor. The accusations pile on. Why do you do this? as if he needs to justify their incompetence. A primal urge to punch the goddess of luck surfaces, quickly dismissed. Time is dwindling and they're a brat to deal with. Someone's offering an orb claiming it's something he made with his pain star, singing, a ridiculous term even for this world. Hez never made one, and now Hez being asked to create another. Then a revelation, a hidden class duplicator. Well, that explains a few things. He copies Chan. Khan's apology hung in the air, thick enough to choke on, but it only served to stoke a simmering resentment in our boy. Accusations bounced around the room like unwanted guests, each one a tiny jab at his composure. Honestly, the audacity of these people, expecting him to account for their failures? He briefly considered indulging them with a satisfying punch to the face, a primal urge quickly squashed. Time's ticking after all, and they're a brat to contend with. Someone thrusts an orb forward, claiming it's a pain star, singing creation of his, a ridiculous term even for this world. Hez never made one, and now he's expected to conjure another, as if dealing with their incompetence want enough. Then a flicker of recognition. A hidden class duplicator, the convenient ability to replicate skills naturally. He copies Chan, a calculated move, not a display of emotion. Hess meticulously documenting the company. I searched for you, someone begins, voice strained as if expecting a confession. Naturally, the corridor is swarming with panicked individuals, apparently everything connected now. Honestly, the audacity of these people, expecting him to account for their failures? He briefly considered a satisfying punch, but time's ticking and they're a brat to contend with. Someone thrusts a glowing orb forward, babbling about a pain star, singing creation, whatever that is. A ridiculous term even for this world. Well, that explains a few things. He copies Chan, a calculated move, not a display of emotion, even as shrieking about flowers and grids, lamenting his lack of armor. This is going to be a long day. If I use fire in this closed space, we're all roasted, he muttered, a perfectly reasonable assessment considering their current predicament. Pyros' paltry spell repertoire forced a swift adjustment of strategy. Honestly, expecting a cavalry charge from a mage with that level of power was foolish. A somber understanding dawned, this want just about escaping a trap. Something deeper, something unpleasant was brewing. Naturally, someone began a verbose explanation, their voice strained as if anticipating an apology from our boy while the corridor filled with panicked extras. Typical, really. He briefly considered indulging them with a scathing remark, but time was a precious commodity and a brat needed managing. Then, of course, a glowing orb was thrust forward, babbling about a pain star, singing creation of his, a ridiculous term even for this world. Well, that explained a few things. He copies Chan, a calculated move, not a display of emotion. This is going to be, oh, the melodrama. Our boy is having a moment, isn't he? Apparently, pushing through sheer willpower has its limits. Honestly, you think facing down hordes of monsters would be less exhausting than whatever internal crisis Hez currently wrestling with. Just as things look truly grim, a knight, Leo apparently, bursts onto the scene declaring his allegiance to Winston. Predictable, but hey, a distraction is a distraction. Hez immediately regretting his grand entrance, though. Seems our MC might have pushed him a bit too hard. Actually, it's probably a good thing. Leo's clearly not the strongest, and a fight would just drain their already dwindling resources. Then a glowing orb starts rambling about some pain star, singing creation, because of course they're always a ridiculous prophecy. He mimics Chan, a smart move, not a display of sentimentality. A new player just arrived hinting at a quest far bigger than they initially thought. Fantastic. Right then, chaos. A fight explodes because naturally someone couldn't handle a little quiet. Our boy's frustration is palpable, his realizing this isn't going to be the cakewalk he hoped for. Seriously? A brawl? Couldn't we have just, I don't know, talked about this? She steels herself expecting a full-blown eruption, and he delivers a frustrated outburst revealing just how precarious their position truly is. Fire in a confined space? Brilliant plan, genius. Because of course the impulsive solution is always the worst one. Suddenly a knight bursts in declaring loyalty. How original. But before the saccharine moment can fully bloom a confrontation, turns out allegiances aren't as clear-cut as they seem. And just when things couldn't get more complicated, a new face appears, dropping hints about a quest far grander than anything they've faced so far. Wonderful. Just what they needed. Right then, let's dive into this mess. Huro's looking about as lively as a week-old loaf of bread, registering a health status that's concerning. Our boy, bless his perpetually stressed heart, is playing along with Chan's theatrics, a calculated move, not exactly a display of genuine affection. Honestly, did anyone expect a prophecy-laden quest to be a picnic? Of course, just when things couldn't get any more awkward, along comes damn Alunbar, descendant of the Blue Wolf. A name practically begging for a convoluted backstory. Hez declaring allegiance naturally because these narratives rarely offer a simple solution. But hold on, it's not a straightforward endorsement. A tense confrontation brews, hinting at a deeper reckoning. Piro's sudden outburst, fueled by a primal fear of fire within their cramped confines, exposes just how fragile their situation is. Fire? Seriously? That's the big threat? The quest completion notification flashes a blatant signal of an unresolved problem looming. Right then, a legend surfaces, the duplicator, a skill thief extraordinaire. Naturally, our boy discovers his own skill reserves are practically non-existent. Fantastic. Just when things were getting manageable. Hess already anticipating Grid's arrival, because of course every decent chapter needs a power creep moment. The MC's internal monologue is screaming 3 fire spells. Seriously? That's the best you've got? As if he wants stressed enough? A pincer attack is incoming, and it's clear the power disparity is significant. Hez buying time with a desperate skill release, but the doubt is palpable. This isn't a confident display, it's a man facing a reality check. Hez realizing that maybe, just maybe, Hez bitten off more than he can chew. Although im finished, if im unlucky, he mutters, and honestly, who can blame him? It appears our boy's reserves are drier than a desert scroll. As it turns out, the legend of the duplicator isn't just some campfire story. It's a very real, very terrifying threat, a being that steals skills. Naturally, Grid arrives because every decent chapter needs a power escalation. Seriously? 3 fire spells? Is that the best they've got? The sudden appearance of the duplicator reveals a power disparity. That's uncomfortable, to say the least. He tries to mask the fear with a fleeting show of confidence, but it's transparent even to himself. Leo? Really? That's the benchmark now. A pincer attack is incoming, and he's desperately unleashing a skill-buying time, but the doubt is palpable. You'll all be sent flying by Supreme, right? So much for that confidence. Hez buying time, desperately clinging to whatever advantage he can muster, but the reality is sinking in. His reserves are practically non-existent. Of course, the legend of the duplicator isn't just some fabricated tale. It's a terrifying truth, a skill thief. Naturally, Grid arrives to escalate things because every decent chapter needs a power boost. Seriously? He tries to project an air of assurance, but it's transparent even to himself. Why don't you do it yourself? Hez mentally calculating. Another desperate maneuver, another tick on the clock. Leo? Really? A pincer attack is incoming, and the doubt is a tangible thing, a heavy weight settling in his gut. Hey, Huro! The duplicator's roar wasn't exactly a battle cry, more like a desperate plea to stall. Honestly, it's a bit pathetic, isn't it? Our boy's confidence that flimsy veneer had been cultivating just shattered against the sheer reality of the situation. Leo? Seriously? That's the benchmark now? Hez realizing the legend of the duplicator isn't some system-generated myth. It's a genuine threat, a skill thief. Naturally, Grid has to waltz in at the most inconvenient moment because every power escalation needs a convenient boost. He unleashes a skill, a fleeting, desperate maneuver to buy time, but the doubt is practically radiating off him. Another tick on the clock. It's palpable, a heavy weight settling in his gut as a pincer attack looms. A flicker of doubt crosses his face, a crack in the carefully constructed facade. The duplicator's words predictably threw Huro off his game. Honestly, did anyone expect a philosophical debate to stop a rampaging powerhouse? A flicker of doubt, how dramatic, now crossed his face, a visible sign that our boy's carefully constructed invincibility was cracking. "So ours now, I can finally rest," the duplicator wheezed, a truly pathetic victory declaration. Of course Hez stalling. Hez depleted, folks. The MC realizes this isn't a moment of triumph, but a desperate gamble. Hez buying time, but at what cost? The arrival of grid radiating power confirmed the verdict, a colossal power disparity. The confident facade? Ruined. Now a new skill is unleashed, a desperate bid to survive, revealing a growing fear and a whole lot of regret. "Shut it! We're still in the middle of enemy territory," Huro practically yelled, and honestly, who could blame him? The duplicator's smug pronouncements were grating even for someone as emotionally detached as him. Another power escalation, another conveniently timed boost, he thought, watching grid radiate an almost obscene amount of power. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now, didn't he? It's practically a requirement. The duplicator's words predictably managed to rattle him, a visible crack in the carefully constructed facade. Hez depleted, folks, and now this is a desperate gamble. It want a moment of triumph, it was a stalling tactic, and the whole situation reeks of hired assistance and a larger conspiracy Hez only just beginning to grasp. To think that all those soldiers and knights were defeated, regret a familiar companion settled in. "If that happens? Finished?" He muttered, a sentiment echoed by the palpable tension radiating from the assembled forces. Brooks, seemingly enjoying their predicament, unleashed a fiery blast, shattering what little composure remained. It was a devastating attack, finally severing the chains of spatial restrictions, a clear sign that our boy's carefully constructed invincibility was cracking. Honestly, did anyone expect a moment of triumph? He thought wryly, watching the duplicators' faces contort with shock. Cuke! Such power! One sputtered, a testament to the sudden shift in power. Of course, someone had to pull a rabbit from the marrow company, didn't they? Apparently, Euphemina was also hired by them, and now the full scope of this situation became clear. Hired assistance and a larger conspiracy Hez only just beginning to grasp. To think that all those soldiers and knights were defeated. Regret a familiar companion settled in. Honestly, things just got a whole lot messier, didn't they? Brooks is apparently exceeding expectations, grumbling about hitting some ridiculous grid limit. Who knew ancient weapon logic had quotas? 300? Seriously? He thinks already calculating the potential ramifications? Then a startling declaration: someone's betting everything on Brooks' success and openly rebelling against the Lord. Rebellion? Classic. Always gotta have someone defying authority, even when it's a terrible idea. Someone's already questioning Brooks' excessive confidence, which predictably is brushed aside. A collective sigh of relief sweeps through the ranks. Apparently, a free production method is on the horizon. The late grandfather, however, seemed genuinely terrified of Brooks, a detail that adds a peculiar layer to this whole affair. And as it turns out, the honorable vision he held as a merchant never materialized. It seems Earl Stime spared them from execution, and a young hero brought peace to Winston, though that just the beginning. Sadisty dropped a truth bomb revealing her origin, a Korean game player naturally. Honestly, predictable. They practically own the server population. The room collectively choked on their tea as the implications sunk in. Apparently, this meant a second-class status for her. Our boy, watching this unfold, probably already sees the chaos this will unleash. As it turns out, Sadisty's revelation wasn't just about her. It was a direct challenge to the established order. One character predictably isn't thrilled. Of course, someone's meticulously crafted future just got derailed. Her defiance sparked a silent promise of retribution against Sadisty's words. And just when things couldn't get any more complicated, a mysterious letter arrives for him, hinting at an even larger unseen force pulling the strings. Well, isn't that just delightful? Sadisty's words landed, and honestly, the reaction was predictable. Seriously, Korean players? It's like they own the server. One character visibly recoiled, practically shielding her face from the accusation. A clear sign her carefully constructed world is crumbling. Someone's meticulously crafted future just got a massive inconvenient rewrite. She flinched, and it wasn't just a polite wince. It was a visceral reaction to Satisti's unexpected challenge. Our boy, meanwhile, is already calculating the fallout, recognizing that this revelation isn't about Satisti. It's about destabilizing the established hierarchy. Let's accept Rabbit's proposal for now, he muses, already strategizing a way to manipulate the chaos for his own benefit. He'll need to show them results. Because of course persuading his parents is just a minor inconvenience in the grand scheme. Oh, Grid, you're here. Well, isn't that just delightful? A letter? Seriously? As it turns out, someone actually bothered to send correspondence to our boy. Honestly, the lengths these people go to for attention are astounding. The message itself is cryptic, hinting at an unseen hand pulling strings, a development that predictably sends ripples through the established order. Hez already assessing the damage, recognizing this isn't about Satisti's outburst, but about shaking things up. Naturally, one character visibly recoiled from Satisti's accusations, her carefully constructed reality cracking under the pressure. Someone's future just got a major rewrite, and Shez not thrilled about it. He figures that if he doesn't capitalize on this chaos, someone else will, and Hez got parents to appease. A minor inconvenience, of course. Oh, Grid, you're here. Victory against an imperial, naturally a colossal experience gain followed, but our boy isn't exactly celebrating there, a distinctly off feeling clinging to this sudden power surge. He figures that if something feels this weird, it's probably got a nasty catch. Of course, the universe wouldn't let him enjoy a moment of peace. Virial, that opportunistic weasel, is now shooting up the ranks at an alarming rate. Seriously, who needs a cheat system when you can just blatantly steal power? Hez scrambling to understand what production class users are doing, desperately trying to keep pace. A month ago, finding those methods was a chore, but now it's downright unsettling. Someone's messing with forces they shouldn't be, and the fallout is about to get very interesting. The power up from taking down Satisti. Significant to say the least. Our boy's already calculating how to spin this into parental brownie points, because naturally even chosen ones have to deal with family expectations. That surge, though, left a distinctly unpleasant aftertaste. Something's off, and Hez not thrilled about it. As if on cue, Virial, ever the ambitious leech, is suddenly leaping ranks. Production class already? Seriously, prompting a frantic assessment of the situation. Apparently someone's throwing around accusations of forbidden magic, and the spotlights landed on Irina. Of course, the obligatory arrogant young master has to materialize, face hardening with manufactured indignation. It's a trap, he declares, because dramatic pronouncements are always the answer. The disbelief is palpable. Irina's abilities are genuinely baffling, and Hez starting to feel rather isolated. Seriously. Another patchwork ability user? Our boy is already questioning the talent pool these days, but this one's strong. Hess, assessing the new threat, naturally calculating the optimal response. Parental brownie points are on the agenda because even a chosen one has to navigate family expectations. That lingering unease from the Satisti power up isn't fading, though. It's an unpleasant aftertaste hinting at something far more complex than simple ascension. Of course, Varial, ever the ambitious leech, has to catapult himself up the ranks to production class already. Apparently, accusations of forbidden magic are swirling, and predictably, the arrogant young master has materialized, face hardening with a manufactured air of indignation. He declares it a trap because that's just what they do. The disbelief surrounding Irina's abilities is palpable. Genuinely baffling they are, and our boy finds himself increasingly isolated. The power surge after that last fight? It left our boy reeling, a silent scream echoing in his mind. Not exactly the victory High Head anticipated. As it turns out, the source of that boost is concerning. Naturally, Varial, ever the opportunist, is now shooting up the ranks faster than a mana potion can fizz. Accusations of forbidden magic are flying, all pointed squarely at Irina. Seriously? A Familian summon without being a Swoner? The system's having a laugh. Hez already plotting to claim the Familian for himself because of course he is. And wouldn't you know it, the young master has arrived radiating manufactured outrage, declaring a trap. Honestly, the predictability is almost impressive. Hez weighing his options, assessing the fallout. Even a protagonist has to play the family game sometimes. The disbelief surrounding Erinus' abilities is palpable. A sense of isolation is settling in, and he knows this is just the beginning. "Let's see if your defensive magic just is as good, Erina," she shouts. And honestly, the sheer audacity is almost impressive. Hez currently at his strongest estate that should elicit jubilation, but instead it's just another data point in a rapidly escalating situation. Faker and the others are eager to assist attempting a dragon-class formation, but something's blocking their approach, a subtle but significant limitation of this world's power dynamics. A Familian's summon without being a Swoner, the system's practically mocking them. Varial naturally is exploiting this chaos, his rapid ascent through the ranks a blatant power grab. His silence screamed volumes, reflecting the weight of the accusations against Erina. Shez accused of forbidden magic, a dangerous claim with devastating consequences. The MC knows he has to play the family game sometimes. The room itself seemed to press in thick with the disbelief radiating from everyone present. "Honestly, you think someone would offer a fainting couch," he mused, watching the reactions. It's not every day a Familian is summoned without a Swoner, a core tenet of this world's power structure. A blatant violation, really. Absolute power impossible. He almost stammered because even he had to recalibrate his understanding of reality for a moment. Of course, the guild members are scrambling their faces, a mixture of shock and suspicion. She single-handedly dispatched them, a hidden class revealed in the process, a development that less surprising to him given his unique perspective. His disbelief manifested not as an emotional outburst, but as a visible hardening of his features, a shield against the inevitable fallout. Virial naturally is enjoying this chaos, his ascent through the ranks accelerating, with each accusation leveled against Erina. Play the game, he reminds himself. Always play the game. The weight of the accusations against Right then, our boy finally breaks through a crafting skill barrier. Hallelujah, right? Except the fanfare is immediately dampened by a pathetic 7% chance of high-grade items. Legendary, my foot. He practically shouts internally. Seriously, the system always has a catch. Hez already spiraling, wondering if someone's messing with the crafting process and the paranoia is setting in. Did someone rig this? He wonders, eyeing every shadow. Naturally, the guilds sniffing around, questioning his sudden success and implying rivals exist as if they didn't notice before. Hess becoming increasingly prickly, fueled by the constant scrutiny and the sting of past defeats. A new customer, of course, brings more attention. Hess retreating overwhelmed. It's a classic case of sudden power attracting unwanted attention, and our MC isn't exactly thrilled about it. All right, let's dive in. Our boy just pulled in a ludicrous profit, enough to make even a dragon blush. Of course, the system had to throw a wrench in the works. Advanced materials? Forget about it. The restrictions are tighter than a Miser's grip. Hess, already sweating, convinced someone's going to accuse him of rigging the system. Honestly, the guilds are always sniffing around, aren't they? He practically begged for a life discount, a move that predictably backfired. The onlookers clearly enjoyed his sudden unraveling. Then a message appeared, and it felt less like a notification and more like a direct challenge. His carefully maintained calm shattered, revealing the panic underneath. Great now, doubts creeping in. Just what he needed. It appears our protagonist is retreating, overwhelmed by the scrutiny and the nagging feeling that Hez about to be exposed. He practically dove into his home, a hasty retreat from the prying eyes and relentless questions. Honestly, did they think he enjoyed this sudden spotlight? They'll just assume him cheating somehow. He doesn't want his name echoing through the guilds just yet, not before Hez solidified his position. And then, of course, a message appeared, a blatant challenge practically glowing on his screen. It want a friendly hello, it was a gauntlet thrown. Doubt, that unwelcome guest, started whispering insidious thoughts. Is this rival stronger? Did I miss something? It's a classic case of sudden power attracting unwanted attention, and our boy isn't exactly thrilled about it. Hez retreating overwhelmed by the scrutiny and the gnawing suspicion that exposure is imminent. His beaming genuinely proud of the armor he crafted, attributing his success to Knan's techniques. A classic humble brag, honestly. I spent 80 hours on this, he announces, hoping for a stellar rating. Of course, the guilds are already poking holes in it. Someone actually questioned if he could even manage a normal grade item. Seriously? They think him that incompetent? The auction route is suggested, but our boy's patience snaps. You fucking bastards. It's over. Damn it. Suddenly, the forced composure vanishes, replaced by a raw outburst. Right, so much for maintaining a low profile. Blacksmith apparently are a problem. Both player and NPC, a detail hell definitely need to catalog later. Now a challenge arrives, not a friendly greeting, but a gauntlet thrown, and doubt creeps in. All right, let's get this show on the road. Grid, bless his cotton socks, decided to show off his Nan. Tech armor hoping for a hero's welcome and a sparkling rating. Auction time. Naturally, the guilds are already playing games, someone questioning his ability to handle normal item. Seriously? They think him that clueless? As if crafting a masterpiece isn't a bit beyond their comprehension. The auction itself? A frustrating mess. Hez calculating a potential 2 million won gain, but the costs. Right, so much for a quiet life. Hez visibly annoyed, which is understandable. 80 hours of work shouldn't be subject to this kind of market volatility. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now, sniffing around for a bargain. Countryside limitations, they shrug, as if that an excuse for their incompetence. Only a few pieces sold, which is a bit of a buzzkill. But hey, at least Hez being lauded as a... The news out of Winston isn't exactly a parade, it's more like a full-blown invasion. Apparently, there are a lot more opposition than initially anticipated, and Her's face just about mirrors his own grim realization. Fantastic. Just when things were starting to feel manageable. The scope of this threat is terrifying, and the hooded man's words hang heavy. An increased number of skilled opponents, a chilling implication. Right, so much for a simple retrieval mission. Hez already factoring in the extended time frame, a slow burn of a battle ahead. And naturally, Grid had to strut his stuff with that Nan, tech armor, hoping for some easy praise. Please let's not make this more complicated than it needs to be. Hez stealing his resolve, though. A declaration of vengeance is brewing, and you know it's going to be spectacular. I will definitely avenge you. Right, so naturally the young master waltzes in, sniffing for a deal. 25 goods? Seriously? Our boy's already crunching numbers, realizing the opposition isn't some minor inconvenience. It's a full-blown force multiplier. 80 hours of labor for this? Hez down to his last few chances, railing against the system's probability shenanigans, but actually Hez trying to focus. Concentrate, he mutters, because losing it won't change anything. Of course, Grid has to chime in, flaunting his teach armor, because subtlety is not a virtue in this world. Hez calculating his odds of survival, and they aren't pretty. Dead, he concludes, a grim assessment. A recurring ring and a mysterious figure pop up, just what they needed. Now they're a desperate scramble for answers layered on top of everything else. Someone's clearly pulling strings, and our boy is determined to find out who. Right, so Ern's just been hit with a reality check, and it's not the pleasant kind. Her words, sharp as broken glass, exposed a surrender he hadn't seen coming, because naturally things rarely go as planned. Winston's face just tightened, a challenge simmering beneath the surface. You know, standard fare for a world obsessed with displays of power. 80 hours of labor for this pittance? Seriously? Hez already running the numbers, realizing this isn't some minor inconvenience, but a full-blown force multiplier, a significant escalation. Grid predictably has to strut in with his shiny teach armor, because subtlety is a foreign concept around here. Hez calculating survival odds, and they're not pretty. Dead, he concedes a grim assessment that more observation than despair. And then just to pile on a mysterious figure and a recurring ring pop-up, just what they needed. Confusion etched itself onto Winston's face, a challenge practically radiating off him, because naturally someone had to make this a power display. Seriously? Hez already crunching the numbers, and it isn't looking good. This isn't some minor setback, but a substantial escalation. Of course, Grid had to strut in with his gleaming armor because subtlety is clearly not a team value. Cuke, urge I still haven't cleared my class quest. The system helpfully chimes in, because why not? The news of the subjugation group's defeat confirms Ern's suspicions. Things are significantly worse than initially perceived. A mysterious figure appears, someone who apparently shut down a Marrow Company project, intriguing though he's already anticipating the exposition dump. Dead, he concedes a grim assessment more about probability than despair. And because the universe loves to pile on a familiar ring surfaces, adding another layer of confusion to this increasingly complex situation. That ring, seriously, where has he seen it before? Hez already running facial recognition software on every NPC Hez ever met. Please let this be a quick exposition dump, because after all the hammering has done has not exactly brimming with enthusiasm. Grid's arrival naturally had to be a flashy entrance. Subtlety isn't exactly Winston's strong suit. 220 gods. Winston's sputtering is perfectly understandable. The yearly budget is clearly no match. This isn't a minor hiccup, it's a full-blown system error. I really don't have anything to say to you kids, the figure deadpans, because naturally someone has to be the buzzkill. Our boy, bless his oblivious heart, is whining about being a kid, as if that grants immunity from impending doom. A comforting maternal figure steps in, dispensing the usual study hard advice. Seriously? That's the plan? Hess already sensing something's rotten, of course, then bam, a bombshell, a great god of darkness, a dark storm. The kind of thing that makes everyone question everything they thought they knew. The sheer disbelief radiating off the characters is palpable. 200 gods. Hez doing the math. That's a serious dent in the kingdom's coffers. As it turns out, someone's been busy rewriting history, and it involves a certain North and early family. Hez already bracing for the fallout. This is going to be expensive both financially and emotionally. Right, let's get this straight. Apparently securing one of the 7 servants warrants some elaborate plan involving magic and laying people down, as if this weren't already convoluted enough. Naturally, someone has to be the buzzkill deadpanning about wickedness. It's practically a requirement for these situations. Seriously? Wicked to the core? Groundbreaking. His words predictably sparked a revelation, a terrifying truth about something wicked. The ensuing silence was almost comical. The collective disbelief radiating off these NPCs is palpable. Of course, Hez not exactly brimming with enthusiasm. Then bam, a great god of darkness. The outburst, his not theirs, shattered the quiet disbelief warred within him as the truth began to surface, and because the universe loves irony, a dark storm materialized. 200 gods! The yearly budget is clearly no match. He's already doing the mental calculations. Been busy rewriting history, and it involves a certain North and early family. This is going. Right then, let's unpack this mess. Our boy just settled a debt, apparently involving a hefty chunk of a soul, whatever that is. Predictably, the local authority had to flex, erecting a diamond barrier to block some incoming unpleasantness. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up all puffed up until reality smacked him square in the face. A dark storm? Seriously? The collective denial is palpable. You could practically taste the disbelief. A great god of darkness. Hez already calculating the damage to the treasury. Actually, someone else recognized this delightful situation. I've felt this before, she declared, confirming his worst suspicions. It seems our MC isn't the only one with a history of cosmic weirdness. This is going to be a pricey endeavor involving some very influential families. Regret and sacrifice, just another Tuesday apparently. Yora's apparently unlocked something big, a power capable of targeting those who aren't unattached, whatever that means. Hez already bracing for the fallout. Rewriting history tends to have consequences, and it seems the North and early families are tangled up in this mess. It's all falling into place predictably. Our boy just offloaded everything, Mammon's great sword, Mekep's plate armor, to settle a debt involving a soul of all things. Naturally, the local authorities had to erect a diamond barrier to contain the incoming chaos. Predictably, a pompous young master arrived, ready to flex before the reality of a dark storm descended. A great god of darkness? Seriously? The collective denial is almost comical. Hez already running the numbers. The Treasury isn't going to like this one bit. Someone else recognizes this. Delightful situation confirming his suspicions. This endeavor is going to require some serious financial maneuvering and likely involve some very influential families regretting their choices. Hez practically vibrating with a fresh start, eager to dive back in, predictable really after that whole mess with the families. Sunlight, of course, because the narrative demands it. Apparently, Sir Fanic the North's supposed champion has undergone some serious stay boosting. They always have to one-up each other, don't they? Our boy's stats are also skyrocketing from all that crafting, which predictably means Hez already calculating how to leverage this for maximum profit. Hez back early, eager to settle those debts. A soul no less. And then she appears. Honestly, the timing is almost comical, a subtle shift in plans indeed. It's just a matter of time before the chaos truly begins. Right, so our boy is staring at a durability report that actively trying to induce a heart attack. Apparently things aren't going as planned. Honestly, who expected a critical percentage? Hez already calculating damage control. The Treasury isn't exactly flush, you know? Then naturally, Fanic decides to show off with a stay surge because someone always has to one-up everyone. But all that pales in comparison to what comes next. Grid of all people wants chamber, a chamber. Seriously? The request itself is baffling, but the sting in Grid's words, a past misstep hinted at, is what really throws him. Hez questioning everything. It's a whole new level of bizarre, and Hez not sure he likes it. Right. So the durability report arrived, and it want delightful situation confirming his suspicions. Honestly, who expected a critical percentage? Hez already mentally doing some serious financial maneuvering to cover this because the Treasury isn't exactly swimming in gold. Then predictably, Fanic decides to flaunt a stay surge because someone always has to one-up everyone. But all that fades into absolute absurdity when Grid himself appears and drops the bombshell he wants chamber. Seriously? A chamber? It's not just the request itself, it's the way Grid phrases it, a subtle sting hinting at some past misstep that got him questioning everything. A flicker of past failure crossed his face, a shadow of doubt as Grid adds, "Would you be willing to visit his grave with me?" Apparently this involves Fanic's son and a hasty departure from the world, but he left the world at a young age due to a well-see. The durability report just dropped and it's less than ideal. Our boy's already bracing for the inevitable Treasury complaints. Someone really needs to prioritize gear upgrades. Naturally, Fanic decides to waltz in radiating smugness with a freshly inflated stay surge. Honestly, the system loves these power-up moments, doesn't it? Then things take a sharp left into the utterly bizarre. Grid appears and requests. And chamber? Seriously? Hez questioning the very fabric of this reality. Apparently this involves Fanic's deceased son and a sudden urgent trip to somewhere. That fleeting, unsettling look on Grid's face isn't easing the confusion. Would you be willing to visit his grave with me? As it turns out, the MC's current understanding of this game is about to be completely destabilized. Hez going to need a lot more than just sobriety to deal with this. His words landed like a punch to the gut. Honestly, what did Grid expect? Confusion naturally plastered itself across his face, a truly baffling reaction given the circumstances. Seriously, and chamber? He stared blankly, trying to reconcile this bizarre request with anything Hed ever encountered in this game. It's almost comical how the narrative loves to throw curveballs. Fanic, of course, had to show up with his stay boosts just to amplify the absurdity. An outburst, a wave of disbelief, a wholly predictable response, actually. Sunlight seemed to avoid his face as he grappled with the implications of Grid's demand. I witnessed the unimaginable reality piece the skies. What is he even talking about? This is going to require considerably more than a stiff drink. Right then, let's see what fresh chaos our boy has stumbled into. Hez steeling himself naturally, because facing down whatever next is just his kind of Tuesday. As it turns out, Grid's request isn't just unusual, it's actively defying logic. "What do you mean?" he asks. Because honestly, who wouldn't? The man's face is a masterpiece of bewildered frustration. Seriously, what kind of twisted game are we playing now? It's the kind of thing that makes you question everything you thought you knew about the system. Of course, the narrative loves a good reality check, doesn't it? Hess grappling with something beyond comprehension, a bizarre demand that threatens to unravel his entire understanding. This isn't a mere plot twist, it's a full-blown existential crisis served with a side of confusion. The request from Grid hit him like a rogue wave, absolutely dismantling any semblance of logical comprehension. Seriously, this is what I get for trying to have a relatively quiet afternoon? Hez standing there, a portrait of bewildered frustration, desperately trying to reconcile what Hez hearing with, well, anything he knows about this world. It's the kind of request that makes you question the very fabric of reality, doesn't it? Of course, the narrative loves to throw curveballs when you think you've got things figured out. Hez grappling with something beyond simple calculation. It's an existential crisis served with a side of what the heck? The man's demand want just unusual. It actively defied any established rules, leaving him reeling, shattering his understanding of reality. What should I do? He muttered a question that felt less like a query and more like a desperate plea to the uncaring cosmos. A week in the hospital, the echoes of shouting still ringing in his ears, just to have this meeting with Grid the man had sworn to serve. Seriously? This is the thanks I get for trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy. Of course, the narrative loves to throw a wrench in those plans. Grid's request, it was beyond baffling. It defied any logic had accumulated in his reborn existence. "Why did you blab to the knights?" he asks, irritation barely registering on his face. Hez got a screw loose, doesn't he? It's the kind of situation that makes you wonder if reality itself is just a badly written script. To the place you below, he thinks as Hez dragged to an unknown location. "Stop this nonsense and be on your way," he muttered, practically shoving past whatever obstacle Grid had thrown his way. Seriously, this is the thanks he gets for trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy. As it turns out, a week in the hospital wasn't enough to scrub away the lingering trauma, and now Hez being dragged off to who knows where. He paused, absorbing the mission details. A Yeaton Cutratch, apparently with a growing sense of unease. Another day, another crisis. Did Grid seriously blab to the knights? It's the kind of question that makes you wonder if reality itself is just a badly written script. His expression tightened, a flicker of internal conflict betraying his otherwise detached facade. He knows about this world, but even Hez grappling with something beyond simple calculation. The subjugation news hit, and our boy's expression darkened, naturally another crisis. Seriously, did Grid really spill everything to the knights? He absorbed the briefing, a silent weight settling, hardening his face. A pedius reli is hindering growth, typical. As it turns out, a Yeaton Cutratch is involved, and Hez asked to analyze the incident. Hess grappling with something beyond simple calculation, leaving him reeling. The briefing landed like another jab to the gut because, of course, a Yeaton Cutratch is involved. Seriously, Grid, did you just hand the knights a complete dossier on everything? He absorbed the information, the details of this uneven terrain and the hidden gives within. Apparently it's a whole ecosystem of danger, not just a monster. Honestly, Hez starting to wonder if Grid enjoys generating problems. A pedius reli hindering growth? A textbook villainous tactic naturally? He considered confronting it immediately, a fleeting thought of leveling up to tackle the challenge, but that the kind of impulsive reaction Hez actively trying to avoid. "I'm a moron," he mutters, a rare moment of self-deprecation that betrays the meticulous calculation usually masking his expression. A defiant declaration then erupted, sparking something in the room, but the bravado was short-lived. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. A reminder that even a reborn survivor can be caught off guard. "I'm still too weak," he laments, a rather understated assessment, considering the mountain of debt he's trying to repay. Honestly, the sheer volume of monstrous incidents popping up is becoming tiresome. Seriously, Grid? Did you just hand the knights a complete dossier on everything? Hez already strategizing about a new stealth item naturally because that how our boy handles stress. Symphid scales and frostite ore, excellent choices actually. Hez clearly recalling his crafting experiments. Of course, a Yiden Kutrach is involved to deliver this briefing because why wouldn't he? A pedo is really hindering growth? Textbook villainy naturally. A fleeting thought of leveling up crossed his mind, but Hez actively suppressing that impulsive urge. "I'm a moron," he mutters, a rare crack in his otherwise impenetrable facade. But the bravado was short-lived. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. A reminder that even a reborn, it worked. He practically shouts, already mentally drafting the design, a hooded zip-up, naturally. Prioritizing function over flourish because honestly, who has time for aesthetics when you're dodging monster attacks and drowning in debt? Seriously, Grid, did you just hand the knights a complete dossier on everything? Hez desperately hoping the automatic correction process actually functions this time. Another crafting failure would be disastrous. As it turns out, the process concludes and Hez got himself a hooded zip-up. Then the delightful realization hits. Shit. I'm absolutely fucked. Frostite ore's vulnerability to fire? Of course, a glaring weakness he somehow overlooked. Orcesses being susceptible too. Textbook villainy in action, hindering growth as usual. Right, let's get this show on the road. Our boy is not having a good time, lamenting his lack of power. A refreshing change from the usual the chosen one routine. Has been obsessing over crafting a stealth item raiding rare materials like symphid scales and frostite ore. Naturally, because this is his life, the process isn't smooth. Nothing I can do, he exclaims, because of course a little pep talk isn't going to fix a fundamental flaw. He finally whips up a hooded zip-up, functional, not fashionable, because priorities, people. A moment of triumph quickly turns sour. Hez made a colossal blunder. Frostite ore's weakness to fire. Seriously. He really thought Head accounted for everything. As it turns out, crafting yields individual items, a detail Head conveniently forgotten. The jacket itself seems to mock him, a simple design concealing a disastrous consequence. He doesn't know it yet, but here we go again. A familiar face radiating an aura that screams trouble appears, because naturally every narrative needs a conveniently timed obstacle. Our boy radiating misplaced confidence waves off any concern regarding the encroaching chill boasting of unusual cold resistance. A flicker of doubt, though, a tiny crack in the facade betrays his bravado. Hess already questioning himself? Seriously? The posters plastered around the room mock his earlier dismissals, a stark reminder of his hubris. He attempts to suppress the doubt, but the chilling words carry a veiled threat. Right calculations feels off. Crafting a powerful item isn't a simple recipe, apparently. A desperate scramble to regain control ensues, fueled by a nascent guilt. And with that, Hez off on a new quest, seemingly chasing redemption. A flicker of doubt, how original. Our boy, radiating misplaced confidence just moments ago, now finds his bravado cracking under a chilling veiled threat. Seriously? Had prided himself on meticulous planning, but crafting powerful items isn't a simple recipe, apparently. The posters mocking his earlier dismissals, because of course a little humility never hurt, serve as a brutal reminder of his hubris. Right calculations feel off. Crafting yields individual items, a detail he conveniently forgot. Hez already questioning himself. Has been obsessing over crafting a jacket, and this feels the consequence? A system notification pops up. Your ability and evasion rate has significantly increased for Think. They've stopped first, seemingly out of arrows. What's with the strength? Her words stung, revealing a power disparity he hadn't anticipated at all, and a nascent guilt begins to stir. The receding wave want just water. It dragged away any illusions our boy had about this situation. Doubt. That persistent little gremlin started whispering about a power disparity he hadn't anticipated. Naturally, the universe decided to pile on with her words echoing the uncomfortable truth, a growing gulf between them. Hez already questioning his entire assessment? Honestly, you think crafting a simple jacket wouldn't trigger a full-blown identity crisis. The shock deepened as his initial attack bounced harmlessly off her. Seriously? No armor? What kind of absurd defense is that? A desperate scramble for a new plan ignited within him. I have to fight back, he thought, because pride, as they say, is a powerful motivator even when facing a wall. Seems like a new quest is brewing, fueled by a potent cocktail of embarrassment and a desperate need to regain face. Doubt really started gnawing at him, didn't it? It's almost comical how quickly his carefully constructed perception crumbled. Honestly, you think a simple jacket project wouldn't trigger an existential crisis, but here we are? Hez questioning everything, which frankly isn't entirely unexpected given the power disparity that just smacked him in the face. Seriously? No armor? What kind of absurd defense is that? A wind blast erupts, a desperate attempt to claw back some semblance of control. My attacks are working now, he exclaims, a flicker of hope momentarily eclipsing the crushing weight of his earlier doubt. It's a fragile belief, a desperate grasp at a fleeting advantage, but hey, pride, as they say, is a powerful motivator even when facing a wall. His roar, a desperate attempt to salvage some dignity, was met with what amounted to cartoonish. Seriously, the system really leans into the visual gags, doesn't it? Highlighting the obvious gulf in power. Doubt that unwelcome guest lingered despite the brief defiance. It's almost comical how swiftly his self-assuredness crumbled. 9 damage? Seriously. He thought the system's notification a cruel punctuation mark to his downfall. Hez already calculating, of course, trying to find something to exploit, anything to regain control, because let's be honest, pride isn't exactly a sustainable fighting strategy. The apostle of justice, the system's forced descriptor naturally, is apparently brave and strong, a jab at his current predicament. Now he can't blame Hero. It's a fragile flicker of hope, a desperate grasp at a fleeting advantage, but hey, pride, as they say, is a powerful motivator, even when facing a wall. For making me go through all those hardships anymore, he bellowed, a truly spectacular display of denial. Honestly, a measly 9 damage. The system practically dared him. Our boy's internal monologue was screaming, seriously? Is this how I'm supposed to maintain my reputation? Of course the arrogant Runder had to show up flexing his newfound power. It's always the quiet ones, isn't it? Hez scrambling, desperately seeking an opening, a weakness, anything to avoid admitting Hez outmatched. The Apostle of Justice title suddenly felt less like a compliment and more like a cosmic joke. Then, defying all logic, he bounces back. A flicker of doubt crosses his face, a harsh reminder of past failings. But her words? They just bounced right off. Seems like a new quest is brewing, fueled by a potent cocktail of guilt and the desperate need to prove Hez still something. Let's take this opportunity to level up, he declared, a pathetic attempt at bravado, masking the sheer panic bubbling beneath. The system practically taunted him. Of course, the arrogant Runder had to show up now, flexing his newfound power, because the universe clearly delights in watching our boy squirm. Hez scrambling, searching for any advantage, desperately trying to avoid acknowledging the power disparity, a situation he absolutely did not foresee naturally. For making me go through all those hardships anymore. As it turns out, Hez now heading north, hunting something in the snowfields, apparently to atone for something. I shall punish myself. He trails off a frantic self-imposed quest fueled by guilt and a need to prove Hez still relevant. Hez coming for someone, declaring his intent with a surprising burst of conviction, as if to shout into the void that Hez not finished yet. You again? He sputters, genuinely bewildered. Honestly, the universe loves to humble our boy. A flicker of doubt crosses his face, a rare moment of vulnerability quickly shoved down. Runder? Seriously? This isn't in the script. Hez expecting a walkover, a pleasant stroll through vanquished foes, not this. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up and dismantle the carefully constructed invincibility. His expression hardens, a desperate attempt to regain composure. Hell need to recalibrate, adjust expectations. It's not about the opponent's strength, it's about appearing strong. A new quest beckons. A journey to the snowfields, ostensibly for some grand purpose, but really a frantic scramble for redemption. He announces his intentions, shouting into the void, a pathetic display of bravado, masking a growing sense of dread.
Well, because who buys one good item and reaches hundreds simply? Honestly, the sheer audacity of this question. Hez questioning the system as if it's some kind of personal affront. Honestly, does anyone ever just accept their lot? He trails off a flicker of that familiar guilt, surfacing quickly suppressed. You again? He asks, genuinely bewildered, a rare crack in his carefully constructed facade.
Of course, the arrogant young master has to rear his head, dismantling the illusion of effortless superiority. Runder? Seriously? This want in the simulation. This is not how things were supposed to unfold. Hell need to recalculate, adjust expectations. It's not about raw power, it's about projecting strength, maintaining the image. A new quest beckons the snowfields, ostensibly for some grand purpose, but really a frantic scramble for redemption. You bastard! You must survive me until you die. Understood? Seriously? That's the greeting he gets? Honestly, does anyone ever just have a civil conversation? He coldly declared, needing to eliminate more within the cave's dark lair, and the posters looming around him seemed to mock his every move. This feels not good. This isn't how it was predicted to be. He absorbed those chilling words, a storm brewing behind his stoic facade. Eliminate more, the order settled heavily, a reminder of the precarious position Hez in. Of course, the authority figure has to throw out vague directives. It's practically a requirement. Hez expecting a walkover, a pleasant stroll to some grand reward. Clearly the universe finds that amusing. So that I can escape safely, he sputters, genuinely bewildered, a rare crack in his composure masking a growing sense of dread. It's not about the opponent's strength. It's about projecting strength, maintaining the image. Wait a minute, my life. Honestly, the greeting. Peak melodrama even for our boy. Seems someone's decided to cosplay his signature skill, because naturally a power copy always shows up. Hess recalling that this guy was a force back in the underground prison, a convenient detail to inflate the current threat level. He figures that if he doesn't project confidence now, he's instantly marked as weak. So what? Got a problem with my level? He sputters, genuinely thrown. It's not about the raw power disparity, it's about appearances. Maintaining the illusion of untouchable status is paramount, even if it feels like a bad improve routine. Hez desperately clinging to the idea of proving his loyalty, a pathetic attempt to buy favor. This is spiraling fast. Time to escalate, a desperate lunge, a direct challenge, bold even for him. Black Skill's fury erupted, a visible surge of energy after days of, well, let's just say, Shez been putting in the work. Of course, the room itself seems to be holding its breath, witnessing the escalation. The tainted duration ended, and honestly the timing feels almost insulting, like the universe is mocking his attempts at diplomacy. Hez calculating, naturally assessing the risk. It's not about the brute force. It's about projecting strength, maintaining that illusion of untouchable power, even as Hez clearly rattled. The repeated warnings echoing in the air, a classic foreshadowing moment, do little to ease his mind as she stands exposed, the room's posters reflecting the looming threat. Hez bracing, ready to meet her unleashed power, clinging to the idea of proving his loyalty, a pathetic attempt to buy favor. Time to escalate. A desperate lunge, a direct challenge, bold even for him. Damage reports? Overwhelming. Naturally escalating combat intensity is rarely subtle. Our boy visibly recoiled, because of course getting smacked without warning is a delightful surprise, especially when you're trying to maintain an air of dignified control. Hurro! Now, yes, my Lige! Seriously, the sycophancy is almost as painful as the blows. Then, unbreakable justice? Someone really put thought into that name. Posters mocking her? Predictable. It's always the dramatic flair, isn't it? But the real gut punch? Another user is mimicking her signature skill. A copycat? Fantastic. This isn't just a battle, it's a rapidly unraveling conspiracy. The universe clearly enjoys a good dose of paranoia, and it seems our MC is getting a hefty serving. Hess starting to suspect this isn't just about power, it's about something far more sinister. Right then, a gust of wind, because subtlety is so last season. Our boy's opponent just pulled a power copy, and the look on her face? Priceless? Seriously, the universe couldn't find a more original insult? It's not just a mirrored skill, it's a deliberate jab, a cosmic middle finger to everything Shez built. Shez realizing this isn't some random fluke, someone's been studying her, mimicking her every move. Wonderful, he thinks, just what I needed. A power twin. Of course, the target's defenses are proving unexpectedly robust figures. Nothing ever comes easy. A desperate lunge is brewing, and the tension is thicker than a goblin's stew. This isn't just a fight, it's a direct challenge to the established order, a blatant disregard for authority. Let's see if she can handle this little rebellion. Seriously? Huroi fainted, and his health is below 10%? Fantastic, just what this battle needed. A dramatic collapse. Of course, the universe loves a good spectacle, doesn't it? It seems someone's been studying our boy's every move, mimicking her signature skill with unsettling precision. Wonderful, a power twin, just when she thought things couldn't get more complicated. This isn't just about defeating an opponent, it's about dismantling a conspiracy. The defenses are proving unexpectedly robust naturally. Nothing ever comes easy, does it? A desperate lunge is brewing thick with tension more suffocating than a goblin's stew. This isn't merely a fight, it's a direct challenge to authority, a blatant disregard for the established order. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy, bless his oblivious heart, is finally realizing just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Apparently, someone's been playing copycat, mimicking his signature skill. How original. Of course, the situation escalates immediately. She launches a desperate attack, black skill practically spitting with energy. Hez assessing the danger, which is nice, a little focus is always appreciated. You expect me to handle this solo? She demands, and honestly the audacity. A direct challenge to authority? Bold move? Hez probably wondering how much paperwork this is going to generate. My life, she exclaims. Seems someone's feeling particularly dramatic today. This whole thing reeks of a larger conspiracy, a remnant of something far more sinister. The paranoia is palpable. Things are about to get messy. Honestly, the theatrics? How could you sacrifice yourself? She wails. Our boy is now wrestling with the fallout of a confession that basically screams, I almost died for you. It's a brutal admission, and the air thickens. Not with magic, but with the sheer awkwardness of the situation. Of course, the damsel has to deliver a dramatic monologue. Hess practically begging for potions, a sensible move considering the impending doom he clearly senses. A brief moment of relief, a tiny victory against the rising tide of dread. Actually, it's not just dread, it's a terrifying realization triggered by a name surfaces linked to a demon. A devastating blow lands, and suddenly Hez pleading for help. Predictable. The arrogant young master showing up just when things get interesting. The victory feels hollow, a fragile shield against a looming unseen force. Hez terrified, and rightfully so. This bastard, he thinks, and honestly, who can blame him? The confession just dropped, and now our boy's scrambling to process the sheer audacity of almost self-sacrifice. Of course, the damsel has to deliver a dramatic monologue. It's practically mandatory. Hez already calculating the potion expenditure needed to recover from this emotional whiplash, a sensible move considering the impending doom he clearly senses. Then bam! A realization slams into him, fueled by those posters, like the world's most passive, aggressive reminder of a past attack. His face twists the memory of fiery attacks, sparking a terrifying connection. It's a name surfacing from the depths of forgotten lore linked to a demon quacog. Suddenly the air shifts, and Hez pleading for assistance. Predictable, actually, as the arrogant young master shows up just when things get interesting. The victory feels hollow, a fragile shield against a looming unseen force. Right, let's get this show on the road. Ned's having a moment, isn't he? That confession really landed a punch, didn't it? Hez not thrilled naturally. Those posters, though? Talk about a mood killer. They're practically screaming at him, triggering a cascade of unpleasant memories. A past attack, no less. He figures that if he doesn't sort this out quickly, Hez going to be demon food. Actually, The damage Hez taking is concerning his elemental defenses aren't working as they should. And then, of course, a name surfaces Quacog. Seriously? That's the big bad? Hez suddenly pleading for help, a rare display of vulnerability. Hez mentally cursing his past self for not researching demonology more thoroughly. A hollow victory indeed, but the unsettling feeling lingers. Something massive is out there, and our boy has a sinking suspicion it's not happy. My life. Ned practically yells a reflexive outburst as the reality of the situation crashes down. Honestly, this is what happens when you get dragged into other people's melodramas. Hess scrambling desperately trying to formulate a plan and momentarily fixates on a bed, a truly bizarre priority given the imminent threat. Of course, the arrogant young master predictably arriving just as things get interesting. It's almost insulting how perfectly timed these interventions are. Then a name surfaces, scrawled with unsettling clarity, Quacog. His eyes widen, and a wave of chilling dread washes over him. That name isn't just another demon, it's a marker of something far more sinister, a forgotten terror resurfacing. Time to seriously re-evaluate that demonology research he skipped. The victory, if it can even be called, that feels brittle, a flimsy shield against an immense unseen force pressing down. Something substantial is out there, and our boy has a sinking suspicion it's not happy. Right, so Ned's having a moment. A significant moment. Turns out those posters and hazy memories weren't just random noise. They're linked to a demon, Quacog, and the revelation hits him like a truck. Honestly, did he really think this whole hero thing would be a breezy stroll through a flower garden? He should have at least glanced at a demonology primer. As it turns out, ignoring the fine print has consequences. His health? Gone. Poof. Utterly depleted. Fantastic. Just when he thought things couldn't get worse, a devastating blow lands and Hez practically begging for backup. Of course, the obligatory arrogant young master has to show up now because the narrative demands it. It can't be. He whispers, dredging up a past he thought was buried, a past that suggests something far more sinister is at play. This isn't a victory. It's a hollow reprieve, a temporary stay of execution. Something immense is looming. Right then, our boy Ned is laying it on thick, isn't he? My life. Finish him off. Honestly, the dramatics. Hez practically begging someone to pick up the pieces because naturally the plot demands a convenient hero. As it turns out, a cryptic farewell and a glimpse of posters sparks a horrifying realization. A name linked to a demon surfaces from forgotten memories. Quacog. The system practically screams a warning. Of course, this triggers a devastating blow. Ned scrambling to understand how he was so utterly outmatched. Hez internally cursing his naivete, realizing Hez been playing a child game while something monstrous plotted. A desperate plea follows a fragile hope tossed into the void. A momentary triumph, yes, but the chill in the air speaks of a looming unseen ruin. Something big is coming, and Ned's starting to sweat. The name Quacog landed like a punch to the gut, didn't it? Our boys suddenly recalling posters, a past attack, a cascade of unsettling memories. Honestly, the cheerful ambiance of the room feels like a cruel joke now, doesn't it? But he did something for me, as if that somehow levels the playing field against a demon with a name that inspires dread. Hez realizing rather belatedly that he's been operating under a severe misunderstanding of the power structure. Of course, the system's now blaring warnings, practically begging him to acknowledge the impending calamity. It's a humbling moment, actually. Ned's outburst, that frustrated plea for assistance, isn't bravado. It's desperation. A debt, a chilling promise hangs in the air. And that defense reduction, it's a terrifying glimpse of something far, far bigger than he anticipated. Hez tasted a hollow victory, but the chill remains whispering of a looming unseen force. He absorbed the implications, and honestly, the room's cheerfulness felt like a sick joke. One last attack? Seriously? The MC's already piecing together that his understanding of power dynamics was optimistic at best. It's always the way, isn't it? Just when you think you've got a handle on things, the system decides to blare warnings and remind you how utterly insignificant you are. Of course, Kuakag's name hits like a physical blow, dredging up posters, a past attack, a flood of unpleasant memories, head conveniently buried, Ned's outburst, that frantic plea for assistance, want bravado but a desperate acknowledgement that Hez outmatched. It's a humbling moment, actually. His victory feels hollow, a deceptive prelude to a greater unknown threat. Kuakag's power dwarfed any previous assessment. Ned's realization dawned, and that defense reduction? Hez tasted a hollow victory, but the chill remains whispering of, right, so our boy's having a moment, arrayed a whole lot of effort, and what does he get? Practically nothing. Scales, the vital ingredient, vanished. Honestly, the system enjoys mocking me, doesn't it? It's not about the loot itself, of course. It's the blatant disrespect. And then naturally the game decides to toss in a handful of blessed enhancement sides, as if he needed more chaos. Hess feeling a flicker of pity for Harding, who'd been putting in the work, but what can he do?
The dropped items, a Frostlight Orc's leather, someone actually discarded that? The audacity. Hess rapidly realizing Hez on the losing end of this negotiation. Something's shifting. This isn't just about bad luck, it's a prelude to a much larger problem, and Hez starting to suspect his understanding of this world is incomplete.
Honestly, the constant monster slaying isn't exactly lining his pockets, is it? Our boy's already calculating the cost of enhancing his Kadiel dagger because naturally that's the priority. Seriously, is the system deliberately taunting me with this loot drop rate? As if things weren't irritating enough, of course, the usual entitled young master had to wander into the... He grips his sword, a simmering frustration twisting his face. It's the kind of look that says, about to lose it. The enhancement finally completes, and a wave of power washes over him. A strained smile? Yeah, that's his way of hiding the unsettling shift, a subtle crack in his perception of reality. Hez beginning to suspect this world holds secrets far deeper than he initially thought, and a hidden class might just be the tip of the iceberg. Success felt hollow. Seriously? That's what he gets for all that effort? Our boy's already calculating the Kadiel dagger's enhancement cost, because naturally that's the priority. Is the system actively mocking me with this loot? Of course, the arrogant young master had to wander into the scene just to amplify the irritation. A strained smile plastered on his face, a desperate attempt to hide the unsettling shift, a crack in his perception of reality. He raged, demanding a return to painful training, questioning further enhancement, because power doesn't come free, does it? More training, he roared, the words hinting at a deeper disquiet, a suspicion that this world's secrets extend far beyond monster slaying and loot drops. A surprising price tag left him momentarily stunned, betraying a flicker of unease despite his forced composure. I will get to me no matter what. He practically roared, a sentiment that, frankly, felt a little dramatic even for him. What followed was a stunned what? A perfectly reasonable reaction, actually considering the paltry reward for what he just endured. He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead. The Kadiel daggers, a prize Hed coveted, felt hollow. Of course, the arrogant young master had to wander into the scene, now amplifying his irritation, but he managed a strained smile, a desperate attempt to mask the unsettling shift, a crack in his perception of reality. The price tag attached to the enhancement was a jolt, momentarily stunning him, despite his forced composure, and a demand for harsher training followed, questioning the very cost of power. Cat's hidden class? Now that was a development, leaving our boy utterly bewildered. What's wrong with you? He snapped the question, dripping with the simmering annoyance of a man who just got stiffed on loot again. Honestly, the drop rates in this world are insulting. As it turns out, Katz decided this was the perfect moment to drop a bombshell, a magical royal family, apparently wielding some sort of hidden class. A hidden class? Seriously? Our boy's disbelief deepened. Because of course the narrative loves to yank the rug out from under you when you're feeling smug. Confusion wrestled with the frustration bubbling inside him, making it difficult to grasp the sheer magnitude of Kat's claim. His entire worldview fractured, shattering the carefully constructed image he had of this world. So much for predictable power structures. The Kadiel daggers, previously a coveted prize, suddenly felt trivial. Hez struggling to reconcile the impossible truth, and you can bet Hez already calculating just how much more rigorous his training needs to be now. Power comes at a cost, and it seems he just drastically. His evaporated, leaving behind a distinct chill of disbelief. The information cats just dropped a magical royal family with a hidden class. Seriously? It's always something, isn't it? Hess struggling to process it, wrestling with the shattering of his carefully constructed understanding of this world. Fine, predictable power structures are out the window. Time to recalculate. The Kidial daggers, once a coveted prize, now feel almost quaint. Rage briefly flared a familiar heat, sparked by the feeling of being manipulated, but it quickly cooled. Doubt, that insidious whisper, crept into his eyes, a crack in his unwavering focus. More training, obviously, more everything. Hez already assessing the implications, the sheer amount of power Hell need to contend with this new reality. I hope it will be of help, Katz says, brimming with what he considers pride. Seriously, this place never gets easier, does it? Our boy is currently staring down a whole lot of trouble, canyon spiders, naturally. Even with danger enhancement cranked up to 16 there proving to be a significant hurdle. Hez already calculating how much more rigorous his training needs to be. It's the classic power comes at a cost scenario, and he just drastically underestimated the price. Of course, Katz had to drop a bombshell about a magical royal family with a hidden class, because why wouldn't he? It's always something, isn't it? Rage flared briefly, but that insidious doubt crept in, a reminder that his carefully constructed understanding of this world is now incomplete. More training, obviously. Hez already assessing the implications, the sheer amount of power needed to contend with this new reality. Katz, brimming with what he considers pride, offers a hopeful sentiment. Right, so our boy decided to have a moment. A dramatic declaration of change, naturally. As if roaring would actually solve anything against a horde of canyon spiders, but hey, gotta work through that baggage right. The atmosphere shifted thick with the kind of tension only a dungeon crawl can provide. Of course, the narrative had to throw in a caption hinting at some grand unseen burden. Honestly predictable. His realizing that brute force isn't going to cut it here, a humbling experience for anyone used to steamrolling through obstacles. And then bam, a bizarre skill unlocks. Wind blast somehow merging with something else, a level up naturally, Hez probably already analyzing the synergy, calculating optimal usage. A cryptic message arrives because why not pile on the mystery? The dungeon shadows are whispering about something bigger, something called Asmophel. Seems our MC just signed up for a whole new level of trouble. Swords met with a jarring clang, a frantic dance against an unseen threat. Naturally, the dungeon decided to up the ante. Our boy's resolve tightened, a predictable but necessary show of defiance. Hez realizing brute force isn't going to slice through these spider defenses. It's a humbling lesson for anyone accustomed to bulldozing through challenges. Katz, ever the optimist, offered some encouragement because someone had to play the supportive role. The MC, however, isn't about to let pep talks distract him from the problem. As frustration mounted, Hez already calculating the energy expenditure, analyzing angles, searching for a weakness. Then a bizarre skill manifests. Wind blast somehow intertwines with something else entirely. A level up pops up, because of course it does, and now a cryptic message surfaces. Why not pile on the mystery? A shriek rips through the tension, and naturally a new player decides to waltz into the spider-infested arena, because subtlety is so overrated. Hope, ever the pragmatist, halts their advance, a silent acknowledgement that brute force isn't cutting it against these creepy crawlies. Seriously, he thinks, another interruption? Can't a guy strategize in peace? Hez already running calculations, assessing energy expenditure, desperately seeking a chink in this arachnid armor. Then out of nowhere a skill manifests. Wind blast somehow intertwines with. Katz, bless his relentlessly optimistic heart, probably thinks this is a good sign. Hope just wants to get this over with. The whispers of Asmophel slithering through the dungeon shadows aren't exactly comforting either. He waved off the offered potions, because honestly dealing with a few measly spiders shouldn't require a full healing kit. But then his expression twitched. a brief flicker of genuine concern betraying the fact that these weren't just any spiders. The canyon spiders, as it turns out, possessed a defensive structure that proving problematic. Of course, the system has to throw a curveball, doesn't it? Our boy's confidence visibly wavered, calculating the energy expenditure, desperately looking for a weakness in their chitinous armor. Then, just as he was about to resign himself to a prolonged, tedious battle, a bizarre skill manifested. Wind blast somehow intertwines with something else entirely. A level up popped up naturally, because why wouldn't it? And now a cryptic message? Seriously, can't a guy strategize in peace? The whispers of Asmop. The MC's initial swagger evaporated faster than Cat's optimism in a dungeon crawl. Seriously, these canyon spiders weren't messing around. Their defenses were a monumental roadblock. He felt a flicker of genuine concern, a rare occurrence, honestly, as he calculated the energy expenditure required to even scratch their armor. Right, so the usual brute force isn't going to cut it. He mused mentally, reviewing every combat technique he knew, desperately seeking a chink. Then naturally, the system had to decide this was the opportune moment for a bizarre skill to manifest. Wind blast somehow intertwines with the whispers of Asmop. Right then, our boy Hope decided to gamble everything on a wind blast, because of course, subtlety isn't exactly his forte. It was a valiant effort, actually, but the canyon spider's defenses were having absolutely none of it. Honestly, did he expect a gentle breeze to topple a colony of monstrous arachnids? A flicker of doubt crosses his face, a rare moment of vulnerability. But then, in a stroke of bizarre genius, a new skill manifests, fusing wind blast with something unexpected. A level up pops because the system loves dramatic timing. Fantastic. Just what I needed, more power to deal with this mess. A cryptic message arrives, foreshadowing the arrival of Asmofel. Oh great, another ominous name to add to the list. Now that it can't move, I have to. Well, let's just say things are about to get interesting. Right then? Canyon spiders. Not exactly a welcoming committee, are they? Our boy here naturally finds himself a bit overwhelmed, a rare moment of genuine doubt, actually. Hez frantically cycling through every combat trick he knows, desperately searching for an opening. Of course, the system decides now is the perfect time for a bizarre skill to activate. A wind blast somehow merging with... Did he honestly think a gentle gust would take down a monstrous arachnid nest? Then boom, level up. Because the narrative demands it naturally. The system's practically screaming about his potential, while Hez just thinking great, more power to deal with this mess. A cryptic message arrives hinting at someone named Asmofel. Oh joy, another ominous name to add to the ever-growing list. Seems like our MC's just unlocked a peculiar ability and a whole heap of trouble. Our boy here finds himself a bit overwhelmed. A rare moment of genuine doubt, actually. Of course, the system decides now is the perfect time for a bizarre skill to activate, well, something unexpected. Honestly, did he truly think a gentle gust would take down a monstrous arachnid nest? Then boom, level up. His sudden power surge left him stunned. A cryptic message now visible hints at a hidden powerful ability. Great, more power to deal with this mess. Just as Hez processing it all, another ominous name surfaces, Asmofel. The mountain's fractured face is a lovely prelude to whatever unpleasantness awaits, isn't it? A room steeped in quiet only amplifies the impending doom naturally. A noise shatters the stillness, and Givens instantly on edge, wondering if some monstrous beast is lurking. Predictable, honestly. Then Mimi loses it. Apparently a joke wasn't well received, and now we're getting a full-blown rant about some weak-ass Shin Yungun. He figures this outburst is likely rooted in some buried trauma, a connection to a name he doesn't yet understand, Juno. The system in its infinite wisdom decides now is the perfect moment to gift our boy with another power, upmerging a wind blast with something. Just as Hez processing it all, a cryptic message now visible, hints at a hidden powerful ability. The air thickens, doesn't it? Our boy ever the optimist wonders if that noise was a warning, a predator sizing them up. Honestly, the tension was palpable. Then, predictably, Mimi explodes. a desperate cry revealing a vulnerability that just shredded any sense of security. He probably anticipated some resistance, but this is a full-blown emotional breakdown tied to a name Juno. Of course Juno, because every good story needs a shadowy figure from the past. Shim Givens, bless his perpetually stoic heart, actually looks disturbed. That's never a good sign. The realization dawns Juno isn't just a name, it's a connection, a threat. The cheerful posters plastered around the nest? They feel like a cruel joke now, mocking the dread clinging to the walls. Something's watching and it's not friendly. He suspects this isn't just about spiders anymore. This is about something far more sinister. Something involving Juno and something that's just landed squarely in. The atmosphere shifted, didn't it? Our boy sensed trouble brewing. Places radiating this kind of oppressive energy rarely offer pleasantries. That unsettling noise, just a prelude to the real drama. Emmy's outburst naturally had to happen right now. Whiz that low life here? Honestly, the melodrama. Hez wrestling with some serious demons fixated on a figure named Juno, a name dripping with painful history. He wonders how deep this rabbit hole goes. Shim Givens' reaction? That vanishing smile, want a good look. It confirmed Emma's growing suspicion. Something's seriously wrong with him. Horror dawned on Emma's face. The truth of Shim's change is sinking in. A frantic question hung in the air, a desperate plea for understanding. Givens' silence only amplified the dread, a chilling confirmation of a betrayal. He anticipates this is far more than a simple monster hunt. Juno's involvement suggests a far more sinister game is afoot. The air just thickened, didn't it? Miss' outburst was predictable, honestly. Of course, the melodrama had to hit right now. He braced himself. These emotional reveals rarely come without a hefty price. Apparently, Juno is a name dredged from some deeply unpleasant part of her past, and Shez understandably furious. The kind of rage that radiates off someone like heat from a furnace. It seems Shim Givens is somehow tangled up in this and that silence. Not a good sign. Actually, he figured as much. People who suddenly go quiet tend to be plotting something. Turns out Juno's involvement elevates this far beyond a simple monster hunt, hinting at a far more sinister game. It's classic, the arrogant young master's presence always signals trouble. Emmy sees practically vibrating with fury, and Givens' reaction, that vanishing smile, was the confirmation she needed. A B-rank strength? Fine, whatever. He wonders how much of this is a carefully constructed performance. Right, so they stroll into this place all sunshine and rainbows, and naturally, something's gotta be wrong. A jarring noise, a creepy vibe. The usual. Then our boy Mimi decides to have a meltdown. Seriously, years of repressed rage just bubbling over. Juno, huh? Seems like a name carrying some serious baggage. Hess clearly connected to something unpleasant in Emmy's past, and the outburst itself is a volcanic eruption of pain. Of course, Shim Givens has to react, doesn't she? Her face hardens, absorbing the emotional fallout like it's nothing. Shim Givens, the one who rebuilt you after Juno? Oh, the plot thickens. The air crackles with a shift, a dangerous connection revealed. It's a chilling realization for everyone, and he wonders if this is just the beginning of a very messy unraveling. Right, so they wander into what is clearly a trap, because subtlety is dead in these stories. A noise, a discovery, predictable. Then Emmy loses it. Apparently, punching bound captives is a perfectly acceptable stress reliever in this world. Kill me? She snarls. Honestly, the melodrama. Still, Shez not wrong. Groveling to someone with psi strength isn't ideal. Juno, that name alone triggers a cascade of repressed fury. Of course, our boy is already dissecting her outburst cross, referencing it with every scrap of intel has gathered, and naturally Shim Givens, bless his perpetually stoic heart, isn't going to just sit this one out. His face hardens, a silent storm brewing, because exposition through facial expressions is so efficient. The bastard who built me, following after Juno. He fumes internally. A sinister connection, a potential betrayal. Things are escalating faster than a rookie's status window. Right then, into the ominous cave they blunder naturally. A sense of dread? You bet. A sudden jarring noise. Of course. It wouldn't be a proper if things weren't immediately awkward. Memi, bless her volatile soul, just erupted. Seems Juno is a name that conjures up some seriously unpleasant memories. He figures that if anyone going to have a history with a mysterious figure, I'll be someone with a temper like hers. Shim Given's reaction? Let's just say his face isn't exactly radiating sunshine. A past betrayal, a dangerous connection. Actually, this is getting interesting. The cave paintings hint at a forgotten origin, a silent, starry past, because every good dungeon needs some ancient lore, right? Juno's bewilderment is almost comical, plastered across the wall, like some bizarre advertisement. He wonders if Juno even knows the half of it. The tension is thick enough to cut with a butter knife, and our boy is already calculating the... Right then, our boy got his hands on a greatsword and naturally decided to juice it up. Because what else does one do? Skills leveled 2, of course. A fleeting moment of smug satisfaction before the inevitable summons to the castle. Apparently the adventurator, a title so grandiose, it practically begs for a mocking comment, wants him. The Rid Knights, once the continent's shining beacons, are now cleaning up a rapidly escalating situation. They're marching on Winston, swallowing everything in their path. Predictable, really. Hez realizing that this isn't some simple monster hunt, it's a full-blown existential crisis. Then comes the kicker, the source of divine power, not what anyone expected. And a connection to someone from his past? Seriously? The narrative just loves those twists. His bracing for a confrontation, already anticipating the inevitable status game and wondering just how much chaos he can unleash before things really go sideways. Right then, a priest is on standby, ready to funnel divine energy into a shield. Predictable, really. Our boy naturally isn't thrilled with this whole arrangement. His already anticipating the bureaucratic hurdles and the inevitable power imbalances. Honestly, does anyone just do things efficiently around here? A presence unexpected and unwelcome throws a wrench into his plans, disrupting both his preparations and apparently his sleep. A wave of dread washes over the scene, the situation rapidly deteriorating, almost comical how reactive these things are, mirroring his turmoil. His face, a mask of detached observation, betrays nothing as he assesses the shifting dynamics. Those two? He mutters internally, adding my entire assist? Seriously? Kian's words like tiny hammers chipped away at his resolve, exposing a fragile vulnerability. Hez bracing for a confrontation, already anticipating the inevitable status game and wondering just how much chaos he can unleash before things really go sideways. Honestly, you couldn't pick a worse time for a surprise. Our boy, having just buffed his greatsword and snagged a few convenient skill-ups, is now summoned to the castle. Predictable, right? Another tiresome political dance. Except as it turns out, things aren't so straightforward. The priest's attempt to channel divine energy? Yeah, that went sideways. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now, didn't he? He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead. The revelation hits him like a rogue lightning bolt, shattering his meticulously crafted plans. His face contorts disbelief, battling a horrifying realization. My entire assist? Seriously? It seems his past isn't as buried as he thought. Now a confrontation looms, and Hez already calculating the optimal level of controlled chaos needed to navigate this mess. Let's just say things are about to get interesting. The information landed like a physical blow, deepening his disbelief. Seriously? This revelation that his very existence is tied to something so pedestrian is just fantastic timing. He reels, struggling to comprehend the unexpected truth. The priests attempting to channel divine energy clearly didn't read the instruction manual. Predictable, of course, that the arrogant young master would choose this moment to insert himself into the proceedings. Hez already bracing for the inevitable status game, mentally cataloging potential leverage points. Is it really thanks to the prayers? Great work, the minister spouts, oblivious. Yeah, right. Hez reacting differently? A flicker of something annoyance? Crosses his face as he assesses the situation. What are you talking about? Can you really do this, Tuan? The question hangs in the air, thick with unspoken implications. Right. So the Rebecca Church thinks they've cornered the market on divine power? Please. Our boy just filed that under future leverage. Of course the arrogant young master had to waltz in, didn't he? It's practically a contractual obligation in these stories. Hez not about to let some pompous noble dictate terms, though. A brief hesitation? Hilarious. These characters genuinely believe a moment of doubt equates to weakness. Hez not questioning his abilities. Hez calculating the best approach to dismantle this whole charade. Break walls, don't use the door, apparently. Laris' advice, as always, is uniquely insightful. Actually, it's a perfect metaphor for how our boy handles problems. Divine shields, arrogant nobles, ancient secrets, all just obstacles to be circumvented. And as it turns out, they're a rather unsettling revelation about the source of that divine power brewing, hinting at a connection to someone from his past. This is going to be fun. What is Rebecca doing here? Seriously, Hez momentarily stunned, a silent query forming, as if the Rebecca Church somehow cornered the market on divine power. Please. Our boy's already filed that under future leverage, because of course the arrogant young master had to materialize, didn't he? Hilarious. These characters genuinely mistake a pause for weakness. Hez not doubting his abilities, Hez assessing the optimal route to dismantle this ridiculous charade. Rage erupts, a desperate plea for what was lost, but it's fleeting. Hez not reacting, Hez observing, analyzing. The Tendaka Guild is in full meltdown mode, apparently obsessed with locating this elusive Runcord Black, a pursuit costing them a whopping 5% of something, no doubt inflated by their own desperation. It's amusing, really, how these organizations operate, always chasing shadows. He recalls a familiar face from his time in Barren Village, a reminder of past attempts and the sheer absurdity of some guilds. A guild member dares question his defiance of direct orders, suggesting obedience to superiors is paramount. Please, as if hierarchy matters when the entire structure is built on flimsy foundations. Of course, Rebecca materializes now as if the Rebecca Church somehow cornered the market on divine power. Our boy already filed that under future leverage. The revelation about the Black's origin tied to the item creation game is interesting. Hez not reacting. Hez observing, analyzing, assessing the optimal route to dismantle this ridiculous charade. The air thickened, didn't it? Taekwon's name alone was enough to trigger a volcanic eruption of oaths and threats regarding the pilfered Runcord. Honestly, the Tendaka Guild's meltdown is quite the spectacle, losing 5% of something over this. Peak desperation, as always. He recalls a familiar face, a ghostly reminder of previous equally ridiculous guild pursuits. Someone dared question his non-compliance, the audacity. As if blindly following orders is a virtue when the whole system is about to crumble. Of course, Rebecca materializes as if the Rebecca Church cornered the market on divine intervention. Our boy has already flagged that as a future leverage point, the Black's origin tied to the item creation game. Interesting. He isn't stunned, Hez processing, calculating the optimal route to dismantle this theatrical display. You must be correct, magic, someone insists, and honestly, the guild's theatrics over this Black Runcord are reaching peak ridiculousness. 5% loss, please. Our boy barely registers the outburst, already cataloging the frantic faces, a familiar pattern of chasing shadows. Of course, Rebecca decides to grace them with her presence, practically guaranteeing more complications down the line. Leverage point noted. The Black's origin tied to item creation? Intriguing, but hardly surprising. He isn't shocked. Hez assessing, calculating the quickest path to expose this whole charade. An old man is supposedly inside the cave, a detail he missed initially, naturally. Feudy's cryptic orders layered on top of the old man's request. This isn't a quest. It's a carefully orchestrated hunt. As it turns out, the mysterious individual they've been chasing isn't a prize. Hez, prey. And they apparently are the hunters. Excellent. Taekwon's face visibly tightens, absorbing the latest cryptic command. Honestly, the guild's penchant for dramatic entrances is becoming tiresome. Another order? Seriously? The room itself seems to shrink, A silent observer to his internal calculations, Hez already running simulations, assessing the probability of this being a genuine request or another elaborate power play. Of course, Rebecca had to show up. Things were just getting interesting. He barely registers the wind blast, a rather theatrical display actually, and immediately begins analyzing the situation. They want guild assistance? Why now? A flicker of doubt crosses his expression, though it's more an analytical query than genuine uncertainty. Hez already mapping out potential leverage points and escape routes, because as it turns out, the mysterious individual isn't a prize at all. Hez prey. Excellent. His usno, so prepare all your equipment and come help me quickly, the old man barks, and honestly the sudden urgency is almost comical. Another request? Seriously? Taekwon's gaze sharpens as Feudy delivers a declaration that throws a wrench into everything. The room's posters seem to mock their sudden urgent need for a plot. What exactly? Taekwon dismisses the unsettling command with a flare of disbelief because of course the guild needs to escalate things now. Feudy's insistence on joining a guild throws him off balance. The man's unpredictable nature continues to be a source of mild irritation. What's with that clock? Someone exclaims, and Taekwon barely registers the question, already running calculations. Why now? It's not genuine uncertainty. Hez mapping out potential leverage points and escape routes because the mysterious individual isn't a prize at all. Hez prey. Excellent. The guild's sudden urgency is almost comical, isn't it? Another request, just when he was starting to appreciate the relative quiet. Taekwon barely registers the exclamation about a clock. Honestly, who even notices those things when you're calculating escape routes? Because as it turns out, the mysterious individual isn't a prize to be claimed. Hez prey. Excellent. The old man's frantic demands for immediate action are practically begging for a sarcastic response, but our boy remains unfazed, already mapping potential leverage points. Feudy's insistence on joining the hunt is predictably disruptive. The man's unpredictability is a constant source of mild annoyance. Apparently this individual, the one we've been looking for, is now designated prey. Of course, the guild has to escalate things now, doesn't it? It's a classic move. Announce the target is essentially a chew toy, then expect everyone to enthusiastically rush into a trap. Taekwon's gaze lingers, a silent question forming. Malachus, brimming with unwarranted confidence, decided to declare himself prey, because subtlety is so last season. He launched into a tirade, questioning their very existence as if anyone actually cared about his opinion. Honestly, the audacity. He practically dared them to respond, and predictably they did. As it turns out, a single unexpected blow sent a visible tremor through his carefully cultivated composure. Hez reeling. This isn't going according to plan, is it, Kook? You've drained his health? The sheer disbelief radiating off him is palpable. Hez already reaching for a potion, desperately trying to salvage the situation. A hip potion? Seriously? The fact that Hez perfectly fine is just the cherry on top. How is that even possible? He sputters. The cracks are showing, folks, and it's glorious. Now Hez stewing in rage, clearly plotting a brutal over-the-top revenge. This is going to be fun. Was the information from Golfals a lie? He nearly choked out. Of course, the arrogant Malachus had to declare himself the prey, didn't he? His face contorted, betraying the blow's force. Impossible, he sputtered, clutching his shield, a shield that apparently failed spectacularly. Radis's words were the final nail shattering his carefully built confidence. Radis' taunt landed and Malachus visibly fractured. Honestly, who expected that? Hez genuinely stunned. A single hit? The disbelief radiating off him is practically a status effect. Hez already fumbling for a potion, desperately trying to regain face, but it's a futile gesture. The cracks are showing, folks, and it's beautiful. Malachus, brimming with that tiresome arrogance, was sure he was untouchable. As it turns out, Radis had other plans. A few well-placed barbs, and suddenly our boy isn't so confident. The shock genuinely rattled him. You could practically see the gears grinding to a halt. Honestly, the sheer audacity of Radis. to dismantle a power-hungry noble with a few words. Bold, Hess practically begging for a closer look at the chaos he wants to unleash. That bastard. He bellows, a truly spectacular meltdown unfolding. Of course, the revelation itself is what truly broke him. Something Radis casually dropped, and now Malachus is burning with a desire for retribution. Predictable, ego-bruised, status threatened. Bring on the brutality. That bastard, Malachus bellowed, a truly spectacular meltdown unfolding. Honestly, who expected that? The sheer disbelief radiating off him is almost a status effect. Hez desperately fumbling for a potion, a futile attempt to salvage what little face he has left. Radis, of course, had other plans, dismantling our boy's carefully constructed facade with a few well-placed barbs. Now fury wars with disbelief as Malachus struggles to process the impossible accusation, the words igniting a terrifying rage that shatters his composure. Predictable, ego-bruised, status threatened. Bring on the brutality. Is that a good shield or something? Halakha's assessment of the newcomer's power had the group reeling naturally. Hez clearly someone with a hidden class master, which as it turns out isn't exactly uncommon in these parts. Honestly, everyone and their mother seems to have a secret class these days. Still, the sheer strength implied by Halakha's words has even Ned predictably voicing a retreat. Of course, someone had to challenge the status quo. Ned's always been a fan of the dramatic exit. Our boy, however, isn't bothered by the impending chaos. I can smell it. I can't turn down this chance. He thinks, likely calculating the potential rewards against the risk. A raid this lucrative rarely just happens. Masters forget it, wonder this raid turned out. The sound alone should have been a warning. Less protection, more impending doom. Ned predictably won't having any of it roaring about a retreat. Honestly, someone always has to stir the pot, doesn't she? His defiance sparked a volatile confrontation, shattering any lingering pleasantries, and it appears the group is no longer in the mood for niceties. Halakha's assessment of the newcomer's power had everyone reeling, a hidden class master. Honestly, everyone and their mother seems to have a secret class these days. Even Ned, ever the fan of the dramatic exit, is suggesting a strategic withdrawal. But our boy has not bothered, not even a little. I can smell it. A raid this lucrative rarely just happens. Masters forget it, wonder this raid turned out. He vehemently denies it naturally. Honestly, who doesn't try to play it cool when their meticulously crafted image starts to crumble? A desperate plea that what it is, a flailing attempt to regain control. A flicker of doubt crosses his face, betraying the confident bluster. Pathetic, he thinks the system really loves a good dramatic reveal, doesn't it? Of course, the carefully constructed facade begins to crack, faltering under the weight of unspoken truths. Doubt lingers, a silent confession, Hez actively fighting. The red sword feels heavy, a physical manifestation of the burdens Hez desperately trying to ignore, a burden mirroring his unspoken fears. He glances away, a ghost of a memory, something unpleasant definitely flickering just out of reach. Focus, he reminds himself, this is a distraction. There is a raid to exploit. Then an outburst, a declaration that shatters the priest's composure. It's less a statement and more a desperate cry, a dam breaking. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy, bless his heart, is having a moment. A tiny crack appears in the carefully crafted, untouchable power, a flicker of doubt. Seriously? A single moment of hesitation? The melodrama is strong with this one. Hess practically screaming about still having mana, which actually is less a confident assertion and more a panicked denial. Of course, the narrative loves these reveals. The system, ever the showman, is practically flashing neon signs of vulnerability. He needs to move now. This isn't a time for existential crises. Then a truly spectacular outburst, a raw, desperate cry that throws everything into disarray. It seems the facade is crumbling, and a painful truth about his identity is clawing its way to the surface. Hez not just struggling, Hez fighting a losing battle against a past he can't outrun. Right then, let's dive in. Apparently the strongest arrow managed to connect. A classic power creep moment, isn't it? Our boy naturally isn't thrilled. Seriously? An arrow? Is that the best they could come up with? Hez playing it cool though casually wondering if his opponent even bothered to factor in his magic power. As if a single projectile could possibly threaten anything, the system ever the opportunist is practically screaming about instability. Ignore the drama, focus on the bigger. But here's where things get interesting. A desperate cry rips through the air and suddenly the carefully constructed invincibility cracks. Doubt floods his face. A truly unwelcome guest. It seems our confident hero is wrestling with a past, has desperately tried to bury a truth about his identity that now violently resurfacing. The facade is collapsing and the poor chap is clearly not enjoying the view. A declaration is coming, a desperate plea against a tide of memories. This. His shout rips through the battlefield, a desperate cry, honestly a little theatrical, even for him. Doubt that unwelcome guest flashes across his face as a truth has been dodging rears its ugly head. Seriously, the system couldn't have picked a more inconvenient time for this existential crisis. The poster's a seemingly innocuous trigger unleashes a flood of forgotten memories, twisting his features into a grimace of sudden pain. No, it can't be. He cracks the words betraying a buried truth that been painstakingly suppressed. It's a classic case of a carefully crafted facade crumbling under pressure, isn't it? The system's insistent warnings about instability are suddenly feeling a lot less abstract. No, it can't be. The desperation in his voice is palpable, a far cry from the detached, almost bored demeanor has been sporting. Doubt clings to him, a persistent reminder of a past has desperately tried to erase, and a painful truth surfaces, violently resurfacing. The facade is collapsing, and right, let's dive in. Our boy, the supposed pinnacle of guild leadership, is having a moment. What's the point? He wonders, which honestly is a bit dramatic even for this series. Of course the system had to pick now to remind him that being the best doesn't automatically equate to feeling stable. As it turns out, a seemingly random trigger just ripped open a wound Head desperately tried to seal. He denies it naturally. Denial is the first line of defense when your entire identity is built on a lie. But the cracks are showing. A buried memory, violent, unwelcome, is forcing its way to the surface, and doubt is rapidly eroding his carefully constructed confidence. Hez not handling this well, folks. The facade is crumbling and it's not pretty. It's almost comical watching him desperately cling to the unwavering strength while his inner world implodes. The system's warnings about an impending awakening, suddenly they feel less like a distant threat and more. His declaration, a desperate plea against the unraveling of his carefully crafted image, reverberates through the space. Honestly, the system's timing is impeccable, isn't it? Doubt's grip intensifies, contorting his face with the agony of memories Hayes fought to bury. Of course, a display of raw emotion is never convenient when maintaining an absolute control. The outburst rings with fury, a flimsy shield masking a vulnerable tremor. The posters depicting a heroic figure mock his internal struggle. The irony isn't lost on him. Pathetic, really. A hero's image to taunt my unraveling? I won't let you do this. He cracks, and a hidden something shifts. Right, so they took down the Scythe servant. Big deal. Apparently the quest was designed to shower the leader with loot, as if we didn't see that coming. Our boy naturally is already dissecting the monster's defenses, noticing a bizarre connection to Malachus. A black ship, he muses, which actually is a pretty astute observation. Hez briefly considering sharing the spoils because of course Hez grid. Then Lady Ironance strolls in and suddenly we're knee-deep in a forgotten past. A memory surfaces, a jarring intrusion. And Melvinger, the pompous windbag, is now claiming Grid has some sort of noble lineage. Oh good, more status games. This predictably triggers something within him, a reaction that suggests his entire understanding of his existence is about to be challenged. This is going to be interesting. Big deal. Our boy naturally is already dissecting the monster's defenses, noticing a bizarre connection to Malachus, a black ship, he muses, which is actually a pretty astute observation. Hez briefly considering sharing the spoils because of course Hez grid, but honestly the system's timing is impeccable. Seriously? A damsel appearance? A jarring memory surfaces, a painful intrusion Hez fought to bury. And Melvinger? Oh, good, more status games. This predictably triggers something within him, a reaction that suggests his entire understanding of his existence is about to be challenged. Hez already calculating the Doran's ring rewards, genuinely considering sharing them. Because honestly, the system's timing is impeccable, dropping a quest right when Hez feeling generous. Then naturally Lady Irenance appears, and suddenly we're dredging up forgotten memories, a jarring intrusion Hez actively suppressed. Kill Lord Malachus, mortal enemy. Shouts a voice, and our boy notes with a detached curiosity a peculiar connection between this Scythe servant and Malachus, a black ship no less, a detail lost on anyone else present. Of course, the arrogant young Master Melvinger has to show up now spouting nonsense about noble lineage. Oh, good, more status games. This predictably triggers something within him, a reaction suggesting his perceived reality is about to be challenged, and he cracks, and a hidden power awakens. Right then, the dust settles on that Scythe skirmish, and naturally the resident drama king. Melvinger arrives to steal the spotlight. Our boy's face hardens. Apparently insults are a delicacy he wasn't expecting. Honestly, does this guy think Hez clever? Melvinger's words, hinting at a shared past, are a direct assault on Grid's carefully curated narrative. A black magician's history, heavy stuff even for him. A spark ignites within him a dangerous reaction to Melvinger's arrogant claims about lineage. This is inconvenient. Hez been meticulously crafting his identity, and now someone's trying to rewrite the script. The revelation of Melvinger's shockingly low durability, a pathetic 33, is almost insulting. A glaring weakness conveniently revealed. Someone's playing a game, and Grid is about to find out who. The aftermath of that Scythe skirmish was predictably interrupted because, of course, the arrogant young Master Melvinger had to arrive and attempt to steal the spotlight. Honestly, does this guy think Hez clever? He starts spouting nonsense about noble lineage, which predictably triggers something within our boy. Ugh, status games already? Hez been meticulously crafting his identity, shedding layers of a past he doesn't fully understand, and now someone's trying to rewrite the script with a flimsy claim of shared history. A spark ignites within him a dangerous reaction to Melvinger's arrogance. It's not the insult itself, but the implied challenge to his carefully constructed narrative. He figures that if he doesn't brush this off swiftly, the entire fabricated reality Hez built will start to unravel. Then the truly insulting reveal: Melvinger's shockingly low durability. A pathetic 33 is almost insulting. Someone's playing a game, and Grid is about to find. The air crackled not from some system anomaly, but from the resurgence of a forgotten echo. It seems the fifth-ranked individual, someone who surprisingly stirred something within him, has triggered a flood of memories. A smile graces her lips, a silent acknowledgement of a shared history, and honestly, this is heavy stuff even for him. Fantastic. Just when he thought he could sculpt a pristine identity, someone from the past waltzes in to muddy the waters. Hez, calculating the fallout, bracing for the inevitable questions, the probing eyes. Let's surely express my emotions to her this time. He thinks a touch of exasperation lacing his internal monologue. Seriously? A grand romantic gesture? Is that really the best use of his time? Still a flicker of something akin to hope? It's perplexing, to say the least. Just once. If there ever is a time to be brave, he mutters, and honestly, the timing couldn't be worse. As it turns out, someone from his past, the fifth-ranked individual no less, has decided to make a grand reappearance, stirring up memories he'd rather keep buried. Fantastic, he thinks, bracing for the inevitable interrogation. Of course, the arrogant young master would show up now, ready to complicate things. You're not joking, right? Could you give me some time to think? He practically pleads internally, calculating the fallout. Should he offer her a date? Seriously? Is that really the best use of his time? Still a flicker of something akin to hope surfaces, perplexing him. I've never seen such a dumb virgin my whole life, he observes, with detached amusement, already strategizing how to navigate this unexpected emotional minefield. His smile vanished, a fleeting expression he couldn't quite place. Probably regret, honestly. The cityscape became a smear of color outside the window, a perfect visual representation of the chaos brewing inside our boy's head. Seriously? Is that really the best use of my time? Hess wrestling with a ridiculous urge to just express himself. Of course, the arrogant young master, fifth ranked no less, had to materialize now, ready to throw a wrench into everything he practically begged internally, already calculating the fallout of this interruption. The dynamic shifted with a careless phrase, and he observed the subtle readjustment with detached amusement. "I've never seen such a dumb virgin my whole life," he mused, already strategizing how to navigate this unexpected emotional minefield. A guild naturally tries the old "we need your skills for profit" routine. Our boy, predictably unimpressed, immediately starts dismantling their argument. Honestly, these guys think I'm some kind of resource? He figures, already sizing up their desperation. They're practically begging for his cooperation, which is a massive red flag. No one this eager is ever truly on the level. Of course they want to know his class. It's the standard power, leveling ritual. Hez already mentally drafting a scathing rejection, but then he drops a little something unexpected. Suddenly people are taking notice. Well, that escalated quickly. A previously unknown data point surfaces, hinting at something bigger. The guild's stunned silence is music to his ears. It seems his outburst bought him some unexpected clout. Now a tense analysis begins. Hez got a lot to unpack, and the game just got a whole lot more interesting. "Oh, I like the support I got. I'll do my best," someone chirped. Honestly, the enthusiasm was almost painful. He observed the sudden scramble to offer repairs and exams as if he were some prize to be won. "They're practically begging for my cooperation," he mused, already sizing up their desperation. Of course, the inevitable class inquiry arrived, a standard power, leveling ritual. But then a flash of data, a status slide revealing a critical, previously unknown power or resource along with item data, revealing stats hinted at a hidden power, immediately changing the battlefield dynamic. His eyes narrowed, calculating the fallout of this, probably regret. It seemed his outburst bought him some unexpected clout. Grifton tendons apparently aren't just something you pick up at the corner store. Vendors hoard them, and the auction price is astronomical. It's almost comical how seriously everyone taking this acquisition. They were weaker in prior skirmishes, but now they're practically salivating at the prospect of wielding these things. Honestly, the desperation is radiating off them in waves. Of course, the guild members are dragging every weapon they own to the auction, because that's what happens when everyone wants the same shiny new toy. He managed to conjure 2 of these things, and it seems to have genuinely boosted the guild's strength, which is nice. They're practically worshipping me now, aren't they? He observed the sudden scramble to offer repairs and exams as if he were some prize to be won, and he mused, already sizing up their desperation. His little outburst conjuring those Grifton tendons seems to have unexpectedly shifted the power dynamic. Honestly, the desperation radiating off these guildies is almost palpable. It's comical, really, how everyone's suddenly scrambling for these things. They were practically begging for mercy in earlier skirmishes. Of course, the inevitable class inquiry is about to begin as every member drags out their most prized possessions for auction. They're practically worshipping me now, aren't they? The air itself felt to shift, a palpable chill descending as a hidden truth regarding someone's actions came to light, accompanied by a disconcerting gaze from a regret is probably setting in for someone somewhere. And then the usual chorus of obsequious praise began. "Oh, I like the support I got." He wanted to craft a legendary spear, but it proved too cumbersome naturally. As it turns out, his clean day black skills craftsmanship boosted the stats by a respectable 12% alongside legendary item data, revealing stats hinting at a hidden power. Honestly, the desperation radiating off these guildies is almost comical. They were practically begging for mercy just moments ago. His little outburst conjuring those Grifton tendons seems to have unexpectedly shifted the power dynamic. They're practically worshipping him now, aren't they? His eyes narrowed, a dangerous realization dawning as he grasped the spears, immediately changing the battlefield. It seemed his outburst bought him some resource along with item data. Regret is probably setting in for someone somewhere, accompanied by a disconcerting gaze from a... He emerged, the recent discovery pressing down on him, a genuine inconvenience, actually. Hez enduring the guild's fawning now, a brief, unreadable expression flitting across his face. Honestly, the adoration is almost exhausting. A slight adjustment in his stance reveals a prickle of disquiet. Of course, the usual crowd is scrambling to demonstrate their worth. Head simply intended to evaluate the Grifton tendons, a minor detail apparently, but a bit of a display seems to have altered the power dynamics considerably. Resource acquisition is a convenient bonus, he concedes, observing the sudden influx of data. It's almost comical how swiftly opinions can pivot. Now a plan is forming, relaying this unsettling development to a higher authority. Right then, our boy just had to open his mouth, didn't he? A simple taunt, and suddenly spears are overloading. Naturally, the guild's gone from dismissing him to showering him with praise. Honestly, the sudden shift in adoration is almost predictable. Posters advertising Grifton tendons plastered everywhere, a pathetic attempt at normalcy amidst the chaos. Seriously? Are they trying to distract from the fact that he just broke something incredibly valuable? Hez now staring at what can only be described as a questionable smithy. Is this even legal? The man's actions are suspect, and as it turns out, his meddling has inadvertently weakened the guild's standing. A glance from a concerned ally confirms it. Someone's been playing a long game and it's about to unravel. Time to loop in a higher up. This situation requires a level of intervention he can't handle alone. Honestly, the sudden shift in adoration is almost predictable, isn't it? Hez willing to swallow the exorbitant price for that weapon because naturally it's the cost. Thanks, you're the best. Our boy deadpans, already calculating the potential fallout of his actions. Posters advertising Grifton tendons, a pathetic attempt at normalcy, really. Plaster the area, desperately trying to distract from the fact he just overloaded something valuable. Seriously, are they trying to hide something? A questionable smithy appears, and a glance from a concerned ally confirms it. Someone's been playing a long game and it's about to unravel. The sheer number of people obstructing his path is frankly ridiculous. Honestly, did they all materialize out of thin air? Hez assessing the situation naturally. The guild's reputation is hanging by a thread, and it appears someone's been meticulously dismantling it from within. A concerned glance from Time confirms his suspicions. A long game is unfolding, and it's about to get messy. Of course, a higher-up needs to be looped in. This is beyond his immediate purview. The sudden shift in adoration, the willingness to pay an exorbitant price for that weapon. Predictable, really. Thanks is falling for the bait, and our boy already anticipates the inevitable fallout. Those posters advertising Grifton tendons, a pathetic attempt at normalcy, clearly designed to distract from the recent incident. Seriously, are they trying to hide something? A questionable smithy appears, and a glance from a concerned ally confirms it. Someone's been playing a long game and it's about to unravel. A new request just landed, conveniently targeting someone, naturally. Her expression tightened, realizing this wasn't just some random job. Someone's setting a trap. Honestly, the number of obstacles popping up is becoming absurd. Hez already cataloging them, noting the meticulous way they're arranged. It's a power play, and a clumsy one at that. The bizarre training equipment? Hez not fooled. It's designed to provoke, to test his limits. Her growing frustration is almost amusing, but he registers it. Someone's playing a long game and it's about to get messy. A cryptic system prompt flashes, sparking a flicker of unease in her gaze. I will make it with my own hands, declares a smithy, predictably stepping into the spotlight. Right then, let's dive in. That craftsman bluster? It wa'n't just irritating. It lit a fuse in our boy. Hez already picking apart the guild's latest charade, noting the suspiciously convenient request and the training methods designed to push buttons. Honestly, someone's clearly been prepping for this, he thinks, and it's not a friendly welcome. As if on cue, the news drops: a new unknown craftsman has joined, and apparently Hez a walking embarrassment to the guild's reputation. Naturally, the executive is expected to fix it. The woman growing suspicion is almost comical, Hez watching him cataloging his every move. She suspects something too good, he muses, means I'm not the only one seeing through this mess. The arrogant smith's challenge? Just the cherry on top of a very unpleasant sundae. Hez not just defying the craftsman, Hez defying the whole system. And as it turns out, the guild's power structure is apparently a hot mess. Apparently 4 out of the 5 guild captains have a rather interesting opinion of him. Honestly, it's almost comical how predictable this is. Shez scrutinizing him, cataloging every twitch, every breath. She suspects something's off, which means Shez either a threat or a potential ally our boy muses. A new craftsman joins naturally and is immediately deemed a liability. Of course, the executive expects him to handle it. Regas predictably launches into a boastful display, but it's less about skill and more about ego. That challenge? It wasn't just a spur of the moment thing. It was a deliberate jab, a direct defiance of the guild's expectations, and more importantly, a test. His words hung in the air, a subtle gauntlet thrown down. Her gaze sharpened, a clear signal that Regas' little stunt hadn't gone unnoticed. Honestly, the melodrama is almost endearing, he thought, observing her reaction. It's like watching a slow-motion train wreck, but with slightly better fashion sense. That spark of defiance, predictable. Of course, someone had to challenge the status quo, and it had to be her. Are you still wasting your time under that incompetent fool? Regas' outburst was less about genuine concern and more about flexing his non-existent authority, a typical power play. Hez trying to rattle her, subtly testing her loyalty to the guild, our boy surmised. Regas' words stung, a blatant challenge to her abilities and standing, a test to see if she'd play along with the guild's carefully constructed hierarchy. The frustration radiating from her was practically visible, a carefully constructed mask over whatever turmoil she was experiencing. A classic reaction, honestly. It's also a joy to be hale and strong, she declared a bit too brightly, as if attempting to deflect the tension hanging thick in the air. Then came the inevitable lecture, you still haven't changed against girled. Predictable. Hez trying to assert dominance, but it's clumsy like a bear trying to play chess, our boy noted, observing the whole charade. Regas' outburst was a power play, pure and simple, a test of her loyalty. But it hurts me that you still think we haven't changed, she responded, the sincerity almost believable. Shez walking a tightrope here, trying to appease the guild while subtly pushing back. And finally the dig, that condescending attitude of yours, speaking of him so loudly. You guys. A clear indication of the simmering conflict within the guild. You guys. The words hung in the air, a blatant challenge from Regas, and honestly predictable. She's trying to box him and see if hell play the game. He observed the whole performance, noting the tightrope she walked between deference and defiance. Then the system flashed. Grid's nickname and level, a jarring display of his unexpected surge in power. That's inconvenient. Her frustration visibly spiked, a counterpoint to the guild's rigid hierarchy. It's always amusing to watch established powers scramble when the script they wrote gets unexpectedly rewritten, isn't it? His outburst predictably ripped through the carefully constructed facade of their accord. A shift in the air, always a tell, signaled something deeper was at play, something unsettling. Our boy watched it all unfold, already calculating the ramifications. Honestly, these power displays are so tiresome. It's always the same script: test loyalty, assert dominance. Regas' words hung a blatant betrayal, twisting his expression into disbelief. Shez walking a tightrope, trying to placate the guild while subtly undermining them. Textbook manipulation, really. Anger flashed in his eyes, a storm gathering, though he remained outwardly composed. Let them stew. Their emotional outbursts are quite amusing. The sudden silence was deafening, shattering the fragile peace. Disbelief rippled across his face, barely contained. Then the system notification, Grid's nickname and level, a jarring display. Inconvenient. Very inconvenient. Her frustration visibly spiked, a counterpoint to the guild's rigid hierarchy. It's always amusing to watch established powers scramble when the script they wrote gets unexpectedly rewritten, isn't it? A silent tempest brewed behind our boy's eyes. Disbelief wasn't just a feeling. It was a full-blown existential crisis. Of course, the narrative loves a dramatic reaction. The consequences of past decisions were practically laughing at him, weren't they? As if the universe enjoys a good cosmic joke. He stiffened, finally accepting the chaos beyond the room. It's always a grand entrance, isn't it? They're coming, he grumbled, because subtlety clearly isn't a strong suit in this world. A warning confirmed what he already suspected naturally. Their coming he conceded, bracing for the inevitable. The echoes of his words were a chilling prelude, and disbelief tightened his features, a stark contrast to the approaching doom. Hez starting to suspect a larger game, and something tells me the blacksmith is involved. Damn it! The outburst wasn't a display of emotion, it was a frustrated acknowledgement of something truly inconvenient. As it turns out, Grid's nickname and level appearing like that want a random system quirk but a deliberate jab at the established order. Honestly, the narrative always has to make a spectacle of things, doesn't it? He felt the shift, the sickening drop in his stats, a 30% hit no less. Disbelief hardened his features, a mask concealing the crushing weight of that loss. Of course, denial had to rear its head, a desperate attempt to rewrite the reality unfolding before him. The room itself seemed to chill, mirroring the sudden vacuum of power, there coming naturally, because subtlety is clearly a foreign concept in this world. He conceded, bracing for whatever orchestrated chaos was about to descend, and Hez starting to suspect the blacksmith is involved. The hit landed, and our boy's face locked up, a masterful display of shock, actually. 30% of his power just vanished. 30%? Seriously? Did someone forget to file the paperwork? He sputtered, a pathetic denial clinging to the surface. Of course, the narrative loves a dramatic reveal. The fragile shield of disbelief shattered as quickly as you expect, leaving him reeling. But why? He practically screamed internally. Did he somehow offend a cultivation deity? Is this some bizarre cosmic tax? Hez already dissecting the situation, wondering if this is some new trend among the younger generation, because honestly, the audacity. The difference want. What? A setup, a trap. Something far more sinister is brewing, and Hez starting to suspect a connection to that elusive blacksmith. Rage is simmering now, and Hez got a feeling this is just the beginning. His carefully constructed reality just took a nosedive, didn't it? The spear's speed, initially dismissed as an anomaly, now reveals a horrifying truth. It's far beyond anything he anticipated. Seriously, did someone forget to calibrate the power levels? Disbelief etched itself onto his face as the impossible unfolded, and then the gut punch someone handed the spear. The audacity. Hez realizing now that the spear's strength isn't solely its doing. This is orchestrated, a deliberate setup. This isn't just about power. It's about manipulation. Her thoughts, a jarring twist, are rewriting his understanding of the past. Rage simmers, a slow burn, not a frantic explosion, because he knows this is only the beginning. Posters. Really? Is this what we're doing now? Glimpses into a fabricated past, meticulously curated like some bizarre museum exhibit. Honestly, the lengths they go to are ridiculous. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now, conveniently revealing things our boy would rather not know. Everything is going according to plan, please. As if anyone actually plans anything in this chaotic mess. A dangerous question surfaces, is that the blacksmith? The posters continue to reveal a life built on lies now dissolving under scrutiny. Disbelief. It's a powerful emotion, isn't it? Especially when the world you thought you knew turns out to be a stage set. Someone handed the spear, the audacity. This isn't about power, it's about manipulation. Her thoughts, a jarring twist, are rewriting his understanding of the past. Rage simmers, a slow burn, not a frantic explosion, because he knows this is only the beginning. Huh? Seriously, that's it? He thinks, genuinely perplexed. The lengths they go to maintain this charade are almost comical. Of course, the guild's trying to manufacture a narrative, and naturally a pompous young master had to waltz in stirring up trouble. We know a thing or two, someone helpfully chimes in, as if that's relevant. Honestly, the audacity. A slow simmer of irritation builds. He anticipates this is just the opening act. Then wham, Manstaturn drops a power move. Double hit engaged. Runge's jaw practically hits the floor. That attack power? It's ludicrous. My what? He sputters internally, realizing Manstaturn's strength eclipses his own despite the matter's rank. Hez doing the math, now picturing a two-enemy scenario. The disparity would be embarrassing. Doubt creeps in a bitter taste on his tongue. This isn't how things are supposed to work. 20 seconds of boosted power. Seriously? That's it? Hez already anticipating the inevitable fallout from this manufactured display. Of course, the guilds love these little power-up moments for their narrative control. It's about manipulation, not strength. Runge predictably is having a moment. It's a powerful emotion, isn't it, disbelief? Especially when the world you thought you understood starts dissolving under scrutiny. A desperate plea from Runge, a wind blast accompanying his command, all utterly futile. The complete lack of comfort in Mainstatorn's response only amplifies Runge's internal turmoil, highlighting just how much is crumbling around him. Rung is having a moment, isn't he? The kind where the universe decides to rearrange itself just to mess with your ego. Our boy's little power display just sent him spiraling, apparently. Defying expectations isn't good for the established order. 20 seconds of boosted power? Seriously? Hez thinking, already calculating how embarrassing a one-on-one fight would be. Of course, the guilds love these moments carefully engineered for maximum narrative impact, not actually about demonstrating strength. It's fascinating, really, to witness someone's reality crumble. Doubt clouds his features, a stark shift from the smug certainty he possessed moments before. No, it'll be impossible. But we can't go empty-handed. He sputters, a desperate wind blast accompanying his command, utterly futile, naturally. The air thickens naturally. Runge's world isn't just tilting, it's doing a full 180. Hez, staring, and not in a casual, oh look at the interesting bug kind of way. No, this is the kind of stare that says my entire worldview just got served a plate of humble pie. Doubt, that delightful little parasite, starts clouding his expression, undermining the carefully constructed edifice of his confidence. 20 seconds? Seriously? Hez thinking, already calculating the potential of a direct confrontation. Of course, the guilds love these moments, these meticulously staged displays designed for maximum dramatic effect, not genuine power demonstration. It's fascinating, really, watching someone's reality unravel. He questions everything spurred by those posters, a disquieting uncertainty taking root. Then anger, taunting words sparking a surge, his gaze hardening, questioning Mainstatorn's methods and the unsettling implications they present. Jishuna's accusation cuts through the silence, fanning the flames. Runge's world is tilting, folks. 20 seconds. That's all it took for Mainstatorn to throw a wrench into his meticulously crafted perception of power. Hez questioning everything, naturally. Guild politics power displays the whole shebang. It's amusing, really, watching someone's foundation crack under the weight of unexpected competence. Of course, Jishuna had to chime in with some pointed remarks. It's practically a requirement in these narratives. Runge's anger is now a full-blown inferno fueled by those mocking cartoons and Jishuna's accusations. Doubt isn't just nibbling anymore, it's a searing brand, Hez realizing his understanding was flawed. The man's confidence is evaporating faster than a puddle in the desert. A title ominous as always sets the stage, and our boy's already bracing himself. Naturally. The sheer volume of profit generated by the sword feels enough to make anyone head spin, but Grid's not reacting with glee. More like a slow burn disbelief. 1 billion won? Seriously? Hez meticulously built his power, and now this. It's almost insulting. The room seems to shrink, the weight of this sudden fortune pressing down, and he can't help but feel a little pathetic. Of course, the system's gotta throw a curveball. He mutters about feeling inadequate despite the windfall, a classic case of the protagonist's perpetual dissatisfaction, really. It's amusing in a detached sort of way to see his carefully constructed perception of things start to crack. 1 billion won? Seriously? Our boy's eyes practically bugged out, struggling to process the sheer absurdity of it all. 1 billion? The system really does love to troll, doesn't it? It's almost insulting, really, considering the effort Hez put in the meticulous planning, the carefully cultivated persona. Now this windfall appears, and he feels inadequate? A classic case of the protagonist's perpetual dissatisfaction, really. He mutters something about needing to craft something even grander. Naturally, ambition kicks in. The room shrinks around him under the weight of this sudden fortune. Sword, ever observant, picks up on his distress, a flicker of genuine concern crossing his face. The room's gone quiet, hasn't it? Typical. Our boy's boast just landed with the subtlety of a meteor shockwave rippling through the onlookers. Sword's expression, always a useful barometer, feels currently registering concern. He can practically smell the impending fallout. Seriously, 1 billion? The system's practically taunting him now. It's a familiar sting, this feeling of inadequacy, despite a ridiculous windfall. Hez already calculating naturally. 1 billion isn't enough to build an empire, is it? Of course, the arrogant young master has to chime in, predictably underestimating the situation. Then young No drops a bombshell about parenthood and sacrifice, a rather heavy topic for a Tuesday. The man's confidence is evaporating faster than a puddle in the desert. Did she realize? 1 billion? Seriously, our boy is having a moment, isn't he? It hasn't even been that long since the anyone incident, and now the system's practically throwing gold at him. He figures that if he doesn't grab this opportunity, someone else will. Of course, the perpetually oblivious young master had to insert himself into the equation, completely misunderstanding the gravity of the situation. Grid recoiled, genuinely stunned by the sheer volume of profit and the subsequent accusations regarding the sword's self-transcendence. Then young No drops a bombshell about parenthood and sacrifice, Hez masking his reaction naturally. Showing vulnerability isn't exactly a winning strategy in this world. It's a bit much, honestly, a sudden emotional gut punch. The weight of it all just settles. He needs a moment. 1 billion? Our boy nearly choked on his own ambition. Honestly, who expects that kind of return? Of course, the sword's value isn't just about the coin, it's about what that kind of power means. Young No's confession, parenthood sacrifice, landed like a rogue spell, and Grid's face betrayed the shock he desperately tried to hide. He recoiled, a visceral reaction to a truth long suppressed. A playful jab, a strained smile. It's all he could muster to conceal the churning turmoil beneath. Pathetic, isn't it? Hez masking strategizing, because weakness isn't exactly a status symbol here. The air in the vehicle? Let's just say it wasn't conducive to pleasantries. Yirim's attempts at light conversation were predictably backfiring. Honestly, some people just aren't cut out for diplomacy. Our boy, meanwhile, is mentally cataloging the implications of this sudden windfall. 1 billion isn't just currency, it's a statement. Young No's sudden confession? Textbook manipulation, of course, Hez attempting to soften his image, but our protagonist isn't buying it. The reunion's awkward distance is raising flags, and Hez picking up on it. Someone's playing games, and it's rarely for altruistic reasons. As it turns out, the destination is even more shocking. Shin Youngwood himself. The gratitude radiating from Yirim is grating, fueling a simmering resentment. Subservience? Really? Hez already calculating how to navigate this precarious situation, because playing nice only gets you used. What? A breakdown? Seriously? Our boy is currently experiencing a whole new level of absurdity. Apparently, Hez now sharing a ride with someone. Could you give me a ride? Of course, it's a ridiculously famous vehicle because the universe loves its cliches. As it turns out, the destination is even more of a surprise. Shin Youngwood himself. The sudden appearance, practically a Deus Ex Machina moment, has everyone in a frenzy. It's an honor to meet you in person. Honestly, the gratitude radiating from Yirim is grating, fueling a simmering resentment. Subservience? Really? Hez already calculating how to navigate this precarious situation because playing nice only gets you used. Shin Youngwood? The collective gasp is almost audible. That bastard is? The situation just went from awkward to explosively complicated. I'll be on my way, he mutters, because naturally the universe loves a dramatic entrance. Shin Young? The loser? Seriously? The crowd's reaction is pure chaos. Are you dating the goddess? Introduce her to us. As if this weren't a perfectly normal Tuesday. Honestly, the clamoring for introductions is pathetic, isn't it? Hez already calculating how to navigate this precarious situation because playing nice only gets you used. Apparently, the ride itself is a status symbol, a ridiculously famous vehicle because, of course, then comes the kicker, Shin Youngwood himself. That bastard is The situation just went from awkward to explosively complicated. He felt indebted, believing she repaid his debt with a surprising quest, its grating this constant effusive gratitude. Her words sting, highlighting his perceived subservience and fueling a simmering resentment. Hez masking strategizing because weakness isn't exactly a status symbol here. But I will never kill you. The cat's unsettling stare want exactly a welcome committee, but honestly at this point, what is? Our boy registered the feline's presence, another oddity in a rapidly escalating situation because of course the game loves to throw curveballs. Hez realizing just how far Hez come practically shouting about it internally. I've improved a lot. Amazing, remembering he could only access those stats under specific now obviated conditions. It's almost insulting how predictable these power displays are. A roar, a challenge, a power struggle, the whole predictable package. Someone's clearly pulling the strings and Hez going to find out who. He figures that if he doesn't move, now has dead a pragmatic acceptance settling over his features as if dealing with an annoyed cat were the most logical response to an existential threat. Hez genuinely baffled by the escalating absurdity, isn't he? Even so, it's hard to believe him overpowering it. Our boy mutters a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Honestly, who designs these things? What a shitty game, he thinks, remembering a time when these challenges actually felt challenging. It's almost insulting how predictably these power displays unfold. A roar, a challenge, a power struggle, the whole predictable package. He figures that if he doesn't move, now Hez dead a pragmatic acceptance settling over his features as if dealing with an annoyed cat were the most logical response to an existential threat. I can contentively sense money? Here are you shitting me? Apparently, even his ability to detect financial gain is acting up. It's almost insulting how predictably these power displays unfold. A roar, a challenge, a power struggle, the whole predictable package. And then, because apparently this game loves defying expectations, he realizes something utterly absurd. That's right. If I don't have the key, I can make one. Of course, because why not break the fundamental rules? Hez firing off shots, and now his casually manipulating cooldowns, observing that Soam's elaborate sword dances are suddenly manageable. Even Hez baffled. It's hard to believe Hez outclassing it. There is nothing I have more than looking broke now, our boy laments, genuinely exasperated. Seriously, the game's predictable power displays are just insulting. He sidesteps an obvious attack, a pragmatic acceptance settling over his features. Then, because the game clearly enjoys subverting expectations, he realizes something absurd: he can conjure a key despite lacking the original. Now the system spits out utterly bizarre stats, leaving him genuinely bewildered by the output. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy just pulled off a miraculous escape, dodging what should have been a certain death. You dare? He sputters, genuinely surprised to be breathing. Apparently something blocked the fatal blow, and now he's discovering a rather inconvenient truth. Hez the successor to Magma and Ragna. Honestly, the narrative just loves piling on the baggage, doesn't it? Hez questioning the setup naturally, because who builds a trap specifically for him? Of course, an unseen force decided to make a dramatic entrance, because subtlety is overrated. Now brace yourselves there, a being called Advantium, supposedly even more powerful than a god. Yes, you read that correctly. Hez mentally comparing it to the Thorn of Deep Grevance, wondering if he can even heal this mess. A plan is forming naturally. Hez going to current someone when they reach their destination, which, knowing this story, will probably involve more. Well, isn't this awkward? Our boy's sudden praise, as it turns out, has thrown her for a loop. Honestly, who expected that? Hez visibly unsettled, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her face. The kind of vulnerability you usually only see in protagonists who spent years meticulously crafting a flawless facade. Hez struggling to reconcile his assessment with the carefully constructed herself, questioning her limitations, and it's almost comical if it weren't so blatant. Of course, Shay's not going to admit any of this. Shell probably just double down on her usual haughtiness and be a great enough swordsman to defeat Magic us his Yetin. She practically sputters, attempting to regain control. Hez already analyzing her reaction naturally, wondering if this cracks the foundation of her carefully built persona. To think head coves, I should take off your myself. What? The? Shay's about to lose it, isn't? A flicker of anger crossed her face. Honestly, who expected that? Hez already analyzing her reaction, naturally wondering if this cracks the foundation of her carefully built persona, to think Head even covet. I should take off your mask. What the Shay's about to lose it? His praise stings, forcing her to question her own abilities and worth a truly comical display if it weren't so blatant. She struggles to reconcile his assessment with her own perceived limitations. It's almost laughable how meticulously she's constructed this image. Of course, she isn't about to admit any of this. Shell probably just doubled down on her usual haughtiness. Cuke. He swung that huge sword with one hand. Is he confident? As the first son of Earl Asher, the honorable great mage. Oh, Hez going to current someone when they reach their destination. She practically choked on air, sputtering like a faulty furnace. Honestly, who expected that reaction? Our boy naturally was already dissecting her response, wondering if this seemingly innocuous praise was actually cracking the carefully constructed facade Shed spent years perfecting. To think Ragna, of all people, would even deign to acknowledge her, let alone offer something resembling approval. It's almost comical how meticulously Shay's built this untouchable superiority, and now a few words are threatening to dismantle it all. Of course, she isn't about to admit any of this. Shell probably just doubled down on the haughtiness. Then he swung that huge sword with one hand. Oh, I can finally overcome this will of it years of backer life, she declared, a statement so dramatic it practically warrants its own ballad. Ragna's assessment, though seemingly innocuous, landed like a rogue spell, instantly dismantling the fortress Shed erected around herself. Honestly, who expected that reaction? Doubt flickered across her face, a visible crack in her carefully built persona. It's almost comical how meticulously she's constructed this untouchable superiority, and now a few words are threatening to dismantle it all. Hez already analyzing her response, wondering if this seemingly simple praise is actually shaking the foundation of her carefully built persona. Oh, Ragna's assessment, delivered with a casualness that would infuriate anyone with a shred of pride, landed like a critical hit. Honestly, who expected that reaction from her? Years spent cultivating an untouchable superiority, and a few words from him, the guy who apparently the pope of something now, threatened to dismantle it all. Shez naturally wondering if this seemingly simple praise is actually shaking the foundation of her carefully built persona. Doubt flickered across her eyes, a visible crack in her facade, and our boy is already analyzing her response, probably calculating the damage. Of course, the dramatic declaration about overcoming years of Bach life. Seriously? Just cemented the whole thing. It's almost comical how meticulously Shez constructed this persona, and now it's wobbling. Honestly, the relief of escaping that insufferable noble was short-lived, wanted. As it turns out, Ragna's casual assessment landed like a rogue meteor on Sona's meticulously built ego. Sigh, he thinks, observing her unraveling. Of course, the girl has spent years cultivating this untouchable perfection, and here comes our boy casually dismantling it with a few well-placed observations. She's actually questioning her strength now? Hilarious. The declaration about finally being capable? A desperate attempt to salvage the situation naturally. Hez already cataloging her reactions, isn't he? Calculating the precise degree of psychological damage. It's quite a show really watching her facade crumble under the weight of a simple truth. Let's get real, our boy mutters, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Apparently, Isabel, the one the shield guy mentioned, the bastard, is tied to a hidden class. Honestly, a predictable reveal, but Hez already mentally cataloging the implications. Shit, this is getting completed. He thinks the urgency palpable as he realizes the timeline accelerating. He needs to find that research poon pronto, the harmony with fire and hembering speed. Those are just details Hez filing away, crucial for later naturally. Then a truly bizarre scene, someone is obliterating a completely normal heel hell hemed. Why? He wonders dryly. Of course, Isabel appears as beautiful as ever, and Shez tossing out accusations, but Hez dissecting her words, analyzing the subtle shifts in her posture. Is she a daughter of Rebecca destined to betray him? It's almost too cliché, isn't it? Rin, it seems, couldn't stomach the... So our boy finally gets a declaration. Apparently has been the church's cleanup crew this whole time. Naturally has angling for true paladin status now because dealing with theological messes isn't exactly resume-worthy. He wonders aloud if he can just, grab Rin, because honestly, who wouldn't? Then, of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now. Malak. The name itself practically screams trouble. He assesses the situation. Substantial doesn't even begin to cover it. Manawus, usually a force to be reckoned with, visibly faltered, sensing a scale of power beyond his comprehension, and a silent challenge sparked within his depths as he waited. Turns out the three divine weapons are somehow involved, and they're a whole sacrificial vibe going on. A shield appears, and Malak seems to recognize it, hinting at some ancient weapon logic at play. Well, isn't this just delightful? Turns out our boy wa'n't just some random paladin. The church has been using him as a glorified exterminator, cleaning up messes they didn't want to get their hands dirty with. Naturally, Hez now aiming for true paladin status, because dealing with theological fallout isn't exactly a career builder. Honestly, the thought crossed his mind to just take Rin, who wouldn't. Of course, the arrogant young master had to make an entrance. Malak. The name alone gives off villain vibes. Hez assessing the situation, and Substantial doesn't even begin to cover it. Manaus, usually a rock. Solid presence visibly stumbled, sensing a power level far beyond his own, sparking a silent challenge within his depths. A sacrificial vibe for Rin is certainly in the air, with desperate pleas echoing, and it's not about brute force, it's about something much older, much more complicated. A shield appears, and Malak seems to recognize it, hinting. Right then, our boy's fiddling with an item and naturally unlocks a hidden ability. Apparently, crafting isn't just for trinkets anymore. Hez now capable of producing, well, anything it seems. As it turns out, Abael's power is less impressive and more reality, bending. The numbers floating above her head? Let's just say they defy all previously established power scaling. Of course, the system has to remind him Hez still mortal with a sudden health drain. His briefly assessing the situation, figuring a tactical retreat might be prudent. A shield appears, an ancient artifact, and even Manaus, usually unflappable, is visibly shaken. Something big is brewing, and our boy is about to find out just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Time to unleash everything, apparently. So who is this Rin? Apparently a paladin with a combat power of 2,000. Honestly, the system's power levels are becoming a joke. A player character clocks in at 27,000. Hez already calculating the odds. This isn't a conventional encounter. Of course, a paladin buff is involved. They always are. Then the real kicker, he blocked his sword? Seriously? The numbers floating above the Pope's head aren't just high. They're mocking the entire power scaling system. It's a blatant disregard for previously established rules. Naturally, the system reminds him that defying reality has consequences, a sudden health drain. A chilling realization dawns: the Pope's strength surpasses even magic itself. Manaus, usually a rock, solid presence is visibly shaken. Right then, our boy stumbled upon a nifty little secret in his trinket, leading to a rather unexpected introduction to Rin. Naturally, a powerful individual showing up isn't exactly a surprise in these narratives, is it? But the subsequent battle? That escalated quickly. He genuinely thought he was prepared, but the Pope's strength utterly defied logic. Seriously, what kind of power scaling is this? She thought her entire worldview momentarily collapsing. "You're really strong," he blurted, less a taunt, more a bewildered observation. "Fine," he mused, "let's see just how ridiculous this gets." The Pope, of course, seemed to relish her confusion, mocking her established understanding of power. Manaus, usually unflappable, is showing cracks. A sudden health drain, a rallying cry, and a declaration of unleashing full power, predictable but necessary. Well, isn't this awkward? Our boy, defying established rules as usual, triggered some unexpected functionality in his trinket, leading to an introduction to Rin, because naturally a powerful individual had to show up. The subsequent skirmish? Let's just say the Pope decided to redefine power scaling. Seriously, what kind of mana pool is this? The MC, initially confident, now finds his worldview subtly fracturing, muttering a bewildered "you're strong" less as a challenge and more as a genuine observation. Hez calculating, of course, noting Manaus' visible distress, a crack in the usually impenetrable facade. Fine, he mused. Let's see just how far this charade goes. With a rallying cry and a declaration of unleashing full power, the predictable yet necessary escalation begins. The poster's blatant naturally struck a nerve. It wasn't about the insult itself, but the way it dismantled her carefully constructed worldview. Fine, he mused. Let's see just how ridiculous this gets. A flicker of doubt disrupting that confident facade crossed her face, a crack in the usually impenetrable armor. It's always the arrogant ones who enjoy shattering expectations, isn't it? Then came the predictable rallying cry, and I should lead them with her power because, of course, someone had to declare a power escalation. Manas, visibly strained, showed a concerning health drain, a detail our boy immediately registered. Seriously, what kind of mana pool feels this? The accusation hit him like a physical blow, didn't it? Of course it had to be something spectacular. The room, already stuffy with political maneuvering, seemed to compress, amplifying the sheer absurdity of it all. Hez internally calculating the damage, not just to his reputation, but to his stats. Seriously? My durability feels down? Even for a rare item, he thinks. Because naturally the universe loves a good cosmic joke. Predictably fine loses it. A volcanic eruption of righteous indignation aimed squarely at the Pope, vowing revenge? Classic move. Hess already bracing for the fallout because someone had to escalate things. Let's see how far this melodrama goes, he muses, observing Fine's strained mana pool. Honestly, the theatrics are almost impressive if they weren't so tiresome. Then comes the inevitable power declaration, laced with borrowed divine energy, because subtlety was never his strong suit. The accusation landed, and it was predictably dramatic, because of course it had to be something spectacular. He registered Manaus' visible strain, a concerning health drain that had him already calculating potential stay penalties. Seriously, what kind of mana pool hemorrhages like that? Fine naturally lost it. It's over, she sputters, declaring the Pope the most dangerous individual present. Hez already bracing for the fallout. Someone had to escalate things. I won't sit still against a bastard who scratches my items. She yells, a power declaration laced with borrowed divine energy, because subtlety was never her strong suit. He just figures this is going to get messy. Honestly, the theatrics were dialed up to 11 as Fine predictably lost it. Vowing revenge against the Pope? You just know that's going to create a cascade of problems. Manaus' visible strain was concerning. Seriously, what kind of mana pool hemorrhages like that? Hez already bracing for the fallout. Somebody had to escalate things. Fine's declaration that the Pope is the most dangerous person present, complete with a power declaration and a concerning borrow of divine energy, is textbook drama. I won't sit still against a bastard who scratches my items, she yells, because subtlety isn't exactly her forte. Our boy just figures this is going to get messy and mentally starts cataloging potential escape routes because a confrontation like this is rarely clean. Then, with a theatrical flourish, she screams die, declaring herself an antagonist to a goddess reigning over 1,000,000. Well, let's just say the numbers are impressive. Well, isn't this convenient? As it turns out, our boy was assessing this as a prime opportunity. Though honestly, what isn't a good opportunity when chaos erupts? Fine predictably lost it, launching into a tirade against the Pope because subtlety has never been her strong suit. Of course, the Pope's orders are absolute, and her defiance sparked a desperate sprint, a rather undignified retreat, really. Hess already cataloging escape routes. You just know a power declaration and vow of revenge against a figure like the Pope isn't going to end quietly. Manaus Manapul seemed to be hemorrhaging, which is a concerning detail Hell definitely need to investigate later. Die. Poster's hasty retreat blurred the scenery as she scrambled for an escape route, because naturally a public declaration of war against the Pope isn't exactly a low-key affair. Hez already bracing for the fallout, cataloging potential avenues of egress. You just know a vow of revenge against a figure like the Pope isn't going to end quietly. It's okay, Classis, she blurts out, already pivoting towards a rescue mission for Rin, clearly unwilling to risk losing something. Honestly, the melodrama is almost charming, but our boy isn't buying into the theatrics. Manaus Manapul seemed to be hemorrhaging, a concerning detail Hell definitely need to investigate later. Don't try to face it and run, and allow us to make... Well, that's a rather ominous ending to the scene. D. The Pope's words landed, and honestly, the sheer audacity of the accusation had her reeling. Honestly, predictable, our boy thought, already cataloging the likely fallout. Of course, the drama queen has to have a moment of stunned disbelief. Confusion clouded her features, and she clearly hadn't anticipated this particular curveball. Then, predictably, the rage hit. But if divine punishment is the will of the goddess, then I... She practically screamed, because naturally someone has to declare a personal vendetta against a figure as powerful as the Pope. Revenge against the Pope? That's a fast track to oblivion, even for her, he mused, already calculating the odds of survival. Her denial battled the accusation, and Shez shaking, but it's not exactly a surprise. That's my prey. That fucker. Oh, the melodrama. Honestly, it's almost endearing. Manaus Manapul seemed to be hemorrhaging, a concerning detail Hell definitely need to investigate. What in the world just happened? Seriously, the sheer resilience of our boy is bordering on comical. Even when that sang turns to rags, Hez not dying, honestly predictable. Of course, the Pope, ever the showman, is having a full-blown meltdown, sputtering about impossible survivals. Hez already cataloging the fallout. The usual power grabs and accusations are bound to follow. You savage, one of the onlookers grumbles, predictably annoyed by his unorthodox swordplay. Someone has to complain about the flashy moves, right? Cuck is baffled, genuinely perplexed how he managed to breach a shield designed to deflect physical attacks. It's not rocket science, Cuck. Just a little foresight and a whole lot of defiance. A sudden exclamation punctuates the scene. Honestly, a rather concerning detail Hell definitely need to investigate later. That's my prey. That fucker. Oh, the melodrama. Honestly, how long is this Sange going to cling to him? The sheer persistence is becoming tiresome even for our boy. Hez practically vibrating with annoyance, and the Pope predictably is having a full-blown crisis. Honestly, someone had to start complaining about the impossible survival. It's practically a requirement in these situations. The room fell silent after a sudden violent outburst, a declaration that landed with unsettling weight. A flicker crossed his face, a brief glimpse behind the detached facade. You have suffered is due damage, he practically spat, a phrase that likely holds a deeper meaning. Hell investigate later. A hidden class, perhaps? Or some obscure system mechanic? Cuck's bewilderment is almost amusing, but Hez already cataloging the political fallout, power grabs, and accusations are inevitable. That's my prey. That fucker. Ha ha ha! It's finally the end, right? As it turns out, the end keeps getting postponed. Honestly, did anyone anticipate anything different? Our boy's persistence is causing a genuine crisis of faith amongst his adversaries. They're flailing desperately, trying to reconcile his continued existence with their carefully constructed narratives of inevitable defeat. Seriously, the Pope looks like Hez about to spontaneously combust. Of course, the question isn't if Hell survive, but how he keeps dodging death's advances. Sange's outburst, "Why can't I defeat you?" speaks volumes. Hez not just annoyed, Hez genuinely stumped. A hidden class? A loophole in the system? It's almost comical to watch him unravel. Then, a sudden, almost pathetic confession of powerlessness. Ouch. That's a vulnerability Hell regret revealing. And die. Shut up. A rather dramatic exclamation signaling a shift in the power dynamic and a dangerous proposition. He rasped, unable to even twitch a finger, a rather anticlimactic display after all that dodging and weaving. Honestly, the sheer exhaustion radiating off him is almost palpable. It's a vulnerability previously masked by defiance, a crack in the facade of invincibility that's got everyone, including her, reeling. Sanjay's frustration is practically a physical force. His outburst about not being able to defeat him is a symptom of a much larger crisis. This is excellent. Let them question their own logic. Let them squirm. Of course, admitting powerlessness is a gamble exposing a chink in his armor, but it's a calculated one. Then a hidden class? Seriously? The system is throwing curveballs now, defying all his previous sacrifices. The confession continues to ripple through the room, shattering comprehension of how he could possibly triumph. Didn't you see my helmet get destroyed? A genuinely bewildered reaction. Ouch! And die, shut up. Right, so the MC just pulled a fast one, didn't he? Her confusion is delightful, a genuine moment of disorientation as his sudden power shift throws everything she thought she knew about him into chaos. Of course, admitting vulnerability is a strategic move. It's a calculated gamble to unsettle his opponents. Sanjay's frustration? Palpable? Hez watching his carefully constructed narrative crumble, and it's beautiful. Naturally, a hidden class pops up now. Because why not add another layer of complication? Our boy, never one to shy away from a challenge, is already formulating a plan. If I can't obtain it, I'll just force them. Honestly, the audacity. And then a proposition, a rub of something. Let's just say things are about to get interesting. Hez playing a dangerous game and the stakes just got significantly higher. I won't be able to travel with you. The words hung in the air and honestly had timed it perfectly. Did she really think he hadn't anticipated this reaction? Of course the school beauty is visibly thrown, her expression shifting into a bewildered question mark. Pathetic. The surrounding flora seems to mirror her unease, which is amusing actually. Hez deliberately showcasing vulnerability. A calculated move to throw off his pursuers like a magician, revealing a seemingly empty hand before pulling out a rabbit. Sanjay's frustration is practically radiating off him. His carefully crafted narrative of invincibility is unraveling. And naturally, a hidden class emerges now, because why not pile on the complications? If I can't obtain it, I'll just force them. Honestly, the audacity. It's a classic power move, assert dominance by demonstrating a willingness to take what he wants. Then a proposition, a rub of something? Interesting. Hess playing a... Right then, let's dive in. Our girl just got smacked, and not in a cute, dramatic "I'll recover in 2 seconds" kind of way. It's a genuine "wait, how much did that hurt" moment. Naturally, confusion reigns supreme. Seriously, a hit like that? Did someone swap out her stats while she wasn't looking? She wonders, genuinely bewildered. The damage was potent, leaving her reeling. This isn't a minor setback. This is a full-blown system error, she realizes. Then, of course, Enns has to waltz in with a declaration triggering a bizarre, almost manic surge of energy. Oh, great a monologue. Just what she needed, our protagonist thinks, bracing for the exposition dump. It seems revenge and a quest completion are on the menu. Let the games begin. Right, let's dive in. Our girl just ate a hit that scrambled her perception. A genuine system error, it seems. Seriously, did someone quietly redistribute her stats? Shez, accustomed to controlled clashes, not this blunt force trauma, of course, N has to stroll in basking in his victory. A monologue? Fantastic. A seed of doubt predictably takes root, but she's not about to entertain it. The blow ignited something, a frantic energy, a desperate need to understand. It's not just about the power itself, but the manipulation behind it. Revenge? A quest completion? How cliché. Shez shifting gears though. Forget the confusion. It's time to hunt down whoever pulling the strings. This isn't just about winning, it's about exposing a motive, and Shez absolutely going to relish it. Right, so our boy just got absolutely flattened. Not a graceful stagger, mind you, but a full-on did my stats just disappear? Kind of flattening. Apparently Slummermer's power isn't just big, it's cosmically inconvenient. Honestly, the audacity of some power systems. Hez sputtering about berserker modes and extended battle times as if that explains this. Of course, the opponent has to casually drop a truth bomb, something about brand new techniques. As if she wouldn't notice a fundamental shift in the battlefield. The shock quickly morphs into something far more entertaining, a manic revenge, fueled fury. It's not just about the power itself, it's the blatant manipulation. Someone's been playing games, and they clearly underestimated her. Hess already plotting, already hunting for the puppet master behind this whole charade. Quest completion? Revenge? Please. It's about exposing the scheme and the look on their face. Honestly, the audacity of some power systems. Our boy just got absolutely flattened. A full-on did my stats just disappear? Kind of flattening. Hez sputtering about berserker modes as if that explains this. Of course, the opponent had to casually drop a truth bomb about brand new techniques, as if she wouldn't notice a fundamental shift in the battlefield. You bastard, how dare you interfere? He practically seethes, remembering a previous insult. Turns out Tobin was being controlled, manipulated into unleashing that devastating power. Her mind reeled, struggling to grasp the raw power, briefly unleashed confusion clouding her face. Someone's been playing games and they clearly underestimated her. Now the shock morphs into something far more entertaining, a manic revenge, fueled fury. Hez already plotting hunting for the puppet master behind this whole charade. Quest completion? Revenge? Please. Right then, let's dive in. Apparently, completing a little quest now involves acquiring the Roy light set. Honestly, the audacity. Our boy's already internally scoffing, as if fulfilling some arbitrary condition is actually the point. Of course, the universe loves to throw curveballs. Turns out Tobin want the powerhouse she thought, more like a fancy puppet, a conduit for something far more potent. A flicker of genuine confusion, rare sighting, folks. But that quickly morphed into something far more amusing, disbelief, followed by a delightful surge of anger. Someone underestimated her, and that just rude. Now the gears are turning. Revenge isn't just a feeling, it's a strategy. Shez already formulating a plan to hunt down whoever pulling these strings, a quest for vengeance, far more appealing than any measly light set. Right then, let's pick up the pieces. Turns out holding back the guild want exactly part of the plan, was it? But hey, who needs a plan when you're getting smacked around by a paladin-level buff? He figures that if Tobin want the powerhouse she thought, someone else is clearly pulling the strings, a puppet master no less. Of course, a sudden surge of power always comes with a hefty dose of manipulation. That quickly morphed into something far more amusing, disbelief, followed by a delightful surge of anger. Someone underestimated her, and that just rude. A quest completion, huh? Acquiring the Roy light set? Honestly, the audacity. Hez already internally scoffing, as if fulfilling some arbitrary. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy naturally decided to throw caution to the wind and demand a demonstration of everyone's abilities. Because subtlety. Never heard of it. Hess practically begging for trouble, isn't he? As it turns out, someone else was leveling up too. Her defenses had noticeably improved. Honestly, it's almost impressive, though, Hez internally calculating the stay boosts at play. Of course, a stats penalty had to rear its ugly head, but some conveniently acquired items patched things up. Hez noticing that linker attacks, surprisingly, are boosting his stats. Actually, it's a rather convenient loophole, isn't it? Then he arrives. Asura. A name that screams bad news naturally. Asura's proposition is simple information for assistance sealed with a brutal, frankly unsettling test of endurance. The others are speechless naturally. This alliance, it's complicated to say the least. What the hell? Seriously, that's your power level at Chapter 7? Our boy's internal monologue is already rolling. Someone clearly underestimated her, and that just rude. Hez watching them explain their need for information before they even pick a class. Honestly, the system's logic is baffling. A flicker of confusion crosses his face, but Hez already anticipating the inevitable power displays. Of course, the school beauty has to question his sanity aloud, a delightful surge of disbelief coloring her voice. Are you asking for information? She practically spits out. It's exactly part of the plan, though a calculated move to gauge their reactions. Hez internally noting her outburst, recognizing it as a predictable response to someone daring to play this game. A silence descended thick enough to choke on. Asura's offer felt immense, like a rancor brandishing a ridiculous amount of power. Convenient, really, how these loopholes always seem to appear. Of course, the school beauty had to question his sanity aloud, a delightful surge of disbelief coloring her voice. Honestly predictable, our boy mused, already noting her reaction. Hez watching them explain their need for information before they even pick a class. The system's logic is baffling, isn't it? Her disbelief deepened and the animated words solidified the offer, a dangerous proposition hanging in the air. Confusion clouded her face, questioning the true cost of Asura's proposition, and he anticipated that reaction, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. This alliance, it's complicated to say the least. "Let's see how well you can endure this with your bare body," Asura declared, and predictably the rancor's attack slammed into our boy. "Honestly, you think these guys would learn to pace themselves? Always gotta make a grand entrance, don't they? The blow landed, and yeah, it wasn't pleasant. Good, let's see what these rancors are truly capable of." Hez already assessing the damage, calculating the energy expenditure. A little unpleasant, but nothing he can't handle. Of course, the school beauty had to question Asura's sanity aloud, a delightful surge of disbelief coloring her voice. So predictable. Confusion deepened as she processed the offer of a dangerous alliance. He anticipated that reaction, noting the flicker of something unreadable crossing Asura's face. Doran's ring surprisingly restored health, an immediate consequence of the attack. Convenient, really, how these loopholes always seem to appear. This alliance. Confusion rippled across the school beauty, features a delightful reaction Hed practically predicted. Honestly, someone had to question Asura's sanity after he just barged in like that. Predictable, really. Hez way beyond expectations. Apparently some within the guild were genuinely shocked by his power. They've bought countless beasts. But this? This was a different level. Of course the arrogant rankers had to flex. They always do, don't they? Let's see what these rankers are truly capable of. He braced for the inevitable blow, calculating energy expenditure, even as it landed the immediate sting, a minor inconvenience. Doran's ring naturally kicked in with a convenient health restoration. Loopholes always appear at the most opportune moments. Always a catch, isn't it? Asura's proposition hung in the air. An alliance, it seemed, came with a price. The payment for being an Ashos is separate. Asura stated his demand clear. The Korean government even sent them a... Right. So the government's got a suggestion naturally. The Forceon General, because of course he does. They're proposing a prestigious test to select participants, because throwing a shiny new process at a problem is always the solution, isn't it? Honestly, these folks think a test will magically fix everything. He figures they're worried about rankers leveling up too quickly, which predictably means someone's going to try to game the system. Someone always does. Then suddenly our boy finds himself sprinting for his life. Apparently wanting the Dominion blessing means facing down a boss monster that shouldn't even exist for a user of his level. Seriously? A paladin's endorsement isn't a free pass to immortality. Now Hez questioning the reward system, and someone's already accusing him of treachery, because questioning the status quo is always treason, right? The Pope's grand scheme, a test to appease the Korean government, is predictably riddled with problems. Asura's lingering proposition hangs over everything, and honestly someone always tries to game the system. Our boy naturally saw this coming. Hess abruptly yanked into a quest decked out in what can only be described as ceremonial prison wear. Of course, the system throws a ridiculous outfit at him just as things get interesting. Why am I wearing this? He wonders, already sprinting. His quest? Apparently it's ruined, a delightfully vague descriptor for get out of here fast. He realizes with a sigh that saving himself from a boss monster encounter is priority number one. Seriously, did they forget him not a walking tank? Hess scrambling for allies, desperately hoping someone can cover his six. Now accusations of treachery? Because questioning the reward system is naturally a crime against the establishment. Hez already bracing for the fallout. The fallout from questioning the reward system is predictably swift. Accusations of treachery are already flying, because naturally challenging the established order is a cardinal sin. Hez already anticipating the lecture about loyalty and tradition. Honestly, do they expect me to blindly accept a system designed to benefit the few? As it turns out, the Pope's grand scheme, a test to appease the Korean government, is a mess, and someone predictably is trying to exploit it. A ludicrous ceremonial outfit appears just as Hez abruptly thrust into a ruined quest, a delightfully vague descriptor that probably means run for your life. Seriously, did they forget I'm not a frontline tank? Hez sprinting, already assessing the landscape for potential allies. Someone needs to watch his back. Apparently, Shez noticed the paltry rewards for downing a field boss, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Of course, the inevitable accusations are happening. It's a textbook power play. I wonder if they realize how transparent their manipulation is. Right then, things are getting delightfully murky. A few veiled words from a character, and suddenly everything she thought she knew is up for debate. Of course, doubt creeps in. It always does. Brahms drops a casual hint about the orb, and the tension thickens like cheap syrup. Seriously, is everyone just going to start dropping bombshells now? Our boy, meanwhile, is internally screaming about a forgotten promise and his current predicament: security guard for a ridiculously ostentatious establishment. A security guard? Really? My life is a cosmic joke, isn't it? A disgruntled colleague peppers him with questions about a mysterious figure, and the Vitalgy is rapidly expanding, drawing in every power, hungry soul within 1,000 miles. Fantastic. More competition. Just what I needed. Apparently someone's leveling up at a speed that rivals legends. Hell, keep that in mind naturally. A king is arriving, and a palpable sense of dread hangs in the air. The whispers started predictably with accusations, a classic power play, honestly. Shay's questioning everything now, a flicker of doubt crossing her face as Brahms casually mentions the orb and a forgotten promise. Seriously? Is everyone just going to start lobbing bombshells? Our boy, meanwhile, is living the dream, or rather the cosmic joke, of being a security guard at this ludicrously opulent Vitalgy. Really? My life is a hilarious series of unfortunate events, isn't it? A disgruntled colleague is grilling him about some mysterious figure, and the Vitalge's influence keeps expanding, drawing every power. Hungry individual within 1,000 miles. Fantastic. More competition. Just what I needed. Someone's leveling up at a speed that rivals legends, a detail hell tuck away for later. Now a king is arriving. A palpable sense of dread permeates the air. The grand ceremony announcement sparked a ripple of unease, a flicker of something akin to genuine surprise crossing her face. Honestly, the melodrama is reaching peak levels. Doubt clouded her expression as the king's arrival was declared. Brahms casually mentioning the orb and a forgotten promise didn't exactly help soothe the tension. Seriously? More ancient prophecies? Just what I needed. Our boy, meanwhile, is living his best life as a security guard at this ridiculously lavish Vitalge, a cosmic joke of a career path. Why so many people? It's a beggar's parade. A colleague grumbled predictably, launching into a grilling about some mysterious figure and Vitalge's ever-expanding influence. Someone's leveling up at a speed that rivals legends, noted. Now a king arrives. A palpable sense of dread permeates the air, and the assembled crowd looks rather confident. You should have arrived sooner, great. And they are grown up that look so confident. Honestly, the melodrama is reaching peak levels. Vitalge's grand ceremony announcement caused a ripple of unease, and our boy currently masquerading as a security guard, a cosmic joke really, observes with detached amusement. Someone's leveling up at a speed that rivals legends, he notes mentally, filing away details. Brahms' casual mention of an orb and a forgotten promise? Seriously? Just what I needed. As it turns out, posters sparked a flicker of recognition, unsettling a nearby woman. Doubt clouded her face as she recognized a figure from somewhere. He wonders if this is another chosen one scenario. Honestly, the sheer number of people involved is ridiculous. Of course, a disgruntled security guard questions a mysterious figure's identity. The king arrives stirring apprehension and a vague sense of recognition. All right, let's dive into this mess. Our boy, ever the diligent security guard, a role that screams undercover genius more than it does actual security, is apparently pondering some serious data mining. Someone's leveling up at a speed that rivals legends. He muses mentally, adding it to the ever-growing list of things to analyze later. Apparently, user control over growth exists with some condition attached. Honestly, the system's rules are always delightfully convoluted. Seriously? Just what I needed? As it turns out, it triggered a memory, or a false one, in a nearby woman, clouding her features with doubt. The king arrives, stirring a palpable unease. A sense of recognition ripples through the crowd, but the specifics remain frustratingly vague. Vitalges. Aristocratic law, naturally. Apparently, an earl can appoint nakins, because why not throw in some made-up titles? Our boy's already cataloging this, because you know someone has to. Hess genuinely perplexed by the post-training order, though. Seriously, why are they keeping us back? Feels this some elaborate test? A guard's questioning an individual's identity, a predictable trope, but actually it highlights the simmering tension. Of course, the king arrives and the atmosphere shifts. Someone's dredging up memories, or perhaps something more manufactured. Vitalges? That's a name that'll stick. A silent challenge hangs in the air now, a subtle flexing of power. He figures that if he doesn't pick up on the nuances here, he's going to be a very unfortunate casualty. Right then, our boy's already picking apart the Winston soldiers, noting they're a step above the usual riffraff. Aristocratic law, naturally, is a delightful mess. An earl can apparently appoint Nickens? Who knew? Honestly, this whole holding back maneuver reeks of a test. They're trying to gauge something. The tension's palpable. Shez trying to read him a futile exercise, actually. Of course, the king decides to grace them with his presence because subtlety is so overrated. A flicker of something dark crosses his face. Simmering resentment, perhaps? Head attempted the guardian trial once before a past, is not eager to revisit. And then naturally the power, hungry noble decides to announce he could solo the guardian. Oh, bless his heart. Let's see how that bravado holds up. A silent challenge hangs in the air, thick enough to choke on. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy's recalling a previous less than stellar attempt at some kind of trial. A memory has clearly not thrilled about revisiting. Honestly, the sheer volume of convoluted aristocratic rules is enough to make anyone head spin. Apparently an earl can just appoint, whatever those are. As if on cue, the Winston soldiers arrive a clear step up from the usual riffraff. Of course, the arrogant young master has to chime in, boasting about soloing a guardian. Please let him fail spectacularly. The air crackles with tension, a silent challenge thrown down, and you just know Jude is about to be embroiled in something messy. Goblins are already on the scene naturally, and Jude is in the thick of it. Seems someone got poisoned, but thankfully a quick remedy has him back on his feet. Right then, let's dive in. Jude, bless her heart, feels playing the everything fine card, dismissing our boy's worries. Of course she is, because dramatic tension doesn't just happen, does it? He naturally isn't buying it. His face hardens, a silent "see what you're doing." Honestly, the man's got a radar for manipulation, it seems. She then pivots, questioning a previous statement and challenging the established narrative. Good someone's actually pushing back against the usual deference to authority. The air in the room, thick enough to spread on toast. Apparently, the guardian is made of blue orchichum, riveting botanical detail truly. But it's not the flora that's about to bloom, it's a challenge. His silent disagreement just ignited a spark, shattering any semblance of peace. A silent gauntlet thrown. Let's see if she can actually back up that confidence, or if this is just another case of. Right, let's dive into the delightful mess our boy has stumbled into. Turns out his existence is entangled with some fancy orchicum mana, a convenient plot device naturally. The Guardian's revelation sparks a cascade of internal calculations. Another system quirk because, of course, Hez already picking up on the Guardian's rigid personality, a predictable sign of unchecked ambition, something had flagged earlier. Honestly, does anyone ever listen? Has grown remarkably, hasn't he? Now surpassing the Pope's power, predictable power scaling but entertaining nonetheless. Then a casual strike drains a third of his health. Show off. The speed at which Hez mastering new techniques is frankly alarming. It's a testament to his adaptability or perhaps just another layer of the system's convoluted design. Let's hope this rapid ascent doesn't come with too many unexpected consequences. Right. So the challenge is officially on. Honestly, did anyone expect the Guardian to actually challenge him? Of course not. They usually just stand around looking important. But here we are, Hez already assessing the situation, noting the rigid personality, classic unchecked ambition really, and mentally cataloging how his existence is tangled with this Orchicum mana thing. Riveting botanical detail, he muses. It appears she is questioning a previous statement. Has grown, hasn't he? Surpassing the Pope's power? Predictable, but the casual strike that drained a third of his health was a bit showy even for him. Then with a speed that frankly alarming, Hez mastering new techniques. Adaptability or just another layer of the system's design. Now Hez dodging an attack, I will destroy you, and lost all the miners. And apparently his speed has increased. Your attack has missed. Good, someone's actually pushing back. Right, so the Viscount apparently is quite the specimen, Hez assessing strength, an almost comical display of brute force capable of shattering Black Troke, whatever that is, and already dissecting the situation. Honestly, the level of arrogance on display is astounding. It's almost predictable. Of course, Shez questioning something about a previous statement, it's always something with these types. Standard progression really, though that casual strike draining a third of his health was a touch excessive even for him. And then, bam, Hez mastering new techniques with alarming speed. Adaptability? Or just another quirk of this ridiculous system? Hez dodging an attack. A rather dramatic declaration about destroying everyone and freeing the miners, and his speed has demonstrably increased. Good. Someone's finally providing a semblance of resistance. A skill fused, but at a devastating body cost, his face reflecting shock at the unforeseen consequence. A successful level up in his sword dance initially gave him a jolt of optimism, a swift victory felt within reach through a fusion, naturally. He briefly allowed himself to envision a clean sweep, but that feeling evaporated quicker than rainwater on a hot stone. Fusion's power surge was unexpected to say the least. Honestly, the arrogance radiating from this guy is practically a beacon, predictable, but still irritating. The Viscount's assessment of his damage output was less than flattering, and the subsequent rapid acquisition of new techniques was unsettling. Adaptability, or just another quirk of this ridiculous system. It's hard to tell. The boast about freeing the miners while noble and intent stung him, shattering that fleeting confidence. Hez visibly frustrated, now scanning the surroundings, a clear indication that his carefully constructed plan is falling apart. Fusion's taunts landed like a physical blow, and it wasn't just the words themselves. It was the sheer power behind them. Seriously? Did this guy just pull that out of thin air? Mineris carefully constructed a swift, decisive victory, a clean sweep fueled by a newly leveled sword dance and a calculated fusion, vanished. He desperately searched for strength, his gaze lost among the surrounding posters, a pathetic attempt to ground himself. Adaptability. That's what this system rewards, isn't it? Not planning, not foresight, but the ability to react to the absurd. The Viscount's assessment stung a casual dismissal of his efforts, followed by Fusion's unsettlingly rapid acquisition of new techniques. Damn it, I thought. It was going to be over soon. Why? Now his just scanning the environment, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. A clear sign that his meticulously crafted plan is crumbling. Fusion's sudden power surge? Seriously, did anyone see that coming? Doubt flickered across our boy's face, a rather unwelcome development after he'd been feeling so smug. It's always the arrogant nobles, isn't it? They're just brimming with hidden potential until the MC gets a little too comfortable. The Viscount's assessment, while technically correct, it's always about adaptability, landed like a slap, especially when coupled with Fusion's sudden leap in ability. He'd meticulously planned a swift victory, a clean sweep, based on his new sword dance level up and a calculated fusion. Now, vanished. Adaptability, huh? Fine, let's play your game. A frustrated scan of the surroundings, a pathetic attempt to regain some semblance of control. Fuck! I can't get away from him? A fleeting smile disappeared and the momentum shifted. It was going to be over soon. Why? Fusion's surge of power? Seriously, did anyone see that coming? Our boy certainly didn't, and the frustration is radiating off him in waves. Adaptability, huh? His thinking because of course the arrogant young master has to unveil some hidden potential now just as the MC was about to wrap things up neatly. It's always these nobles, isn't it? They're brimming with power until someone tries to get ahead. The Viscount's platitudes about adaptation felt like a direct jab, especially when coupled with Fusion's sudden leap in ability. A leap that completely shattered the meticulously crafted plan built around his sword dance level up and Fusion. Now that plan vanished? I can't get away from him? A fleeting smile disappeared, and the momentum shifted. It was going to be over soon. Why? Hez dealing significant damage all right, but as it turns out, Fusion's having a rather good day too. A whopping 7,000 damage return. Let's keep going and see who dies first, the system cheerfully announces, showcasing a paltry 3,920 damage dealt. Seriously, our boy anticipated a swift victory fueled by that sword dance level up in Fusion. He was already mentally composing his acceptance speech. But Fusion decided to throw a wrench in those plans. Adaptability, huh? His thinking because of course the arrogant young master has to reveal some latent power now just as things were going smoothly. The Viscount's platitudes about adaptation felt like a direct insult. Hez dealt 4,750, then 4,250. It's a frustrating back and forth, and the carefully laid strategy vanished. I can't get away from him? A fleeting smile disappeared and the momentum shifted. It was going to be over soon. Why? The warm cup in Minera's hand betrays him. A slight tremor, barely perceptible, reveals a vulnerability head meticulously buried. Doubt flickers across his face, a shadow in the dim light, a reaction to Fusion's unexpected power. Adaptability, huh? He muses because naturally the arrogant young master chooses now to unleash some hidden potential, just as our boy was mentally drafting his victory speech. Fusion's taunts aren't just words. They're a physical disruption, sending another tremor through Minera's hand and cracking his composure. It's a frustrating back and forth. 4,750 then, 4,250, and the carefully laid strategy? Vanished. I can't get away from him? A fleeting smile disappeared and the momentum shifted. It was going to be over soon. Why? Fusion's words landed and it wanted a gentle breeze. It was a gale-force wind tearing at Minera's carefully constructed confidence. Adaptability? Seriously? He thought. Because naturally the arrogant young master picks now to unveil some hidden ability just as our boy was mentally composing his victory speech. A flicker of doubt, a tell-head long buried, crossed his face. A tremor in his hand betraying the cracks forming in his plan. 750, then 4,000? 250, and the carefully laid strategy vanished. How did you forget that? She practically shrieks, and honestly, the outburst isn't entirely unwarranted. Seriously, our boy thinks, as the tension thickens. Of course, it had to be something like this. A forgotten detail, a misplaced assumption just enough to derail the entire plan. It seems the meticulously crafted strategy the one had been mentally patting himself on the back for is now dissolving faster than a sugar cube in hot water. Apparently an old guy named Kesson, who apparently capable of capturing a mofel, which is something. Rumors swirl about a strong bond with a mere something, and then the bombshell, his class is Anobactors, a monstrous class apparently. Obactors? He muses, already calculating the implications. Is the effect? What? It's a fleeting tremor in his hand, a tell-head long buried betraying the cracks forming in his plan. Honestly, the melodrama was thick enough to spread on toast. Apparently a tiny oversight nearly derailed everything, because of course it did. Our boy, already mentally drafting his triumphant monologue, now needs to secure the combat power of Kesan, a guy who apparently captures mofels for breakfast. Hez eyeing this ancient powerhouse, already formulating a strategy too, and he quotes resultants him. Resultants? Really? Hez calculating how to exploit a single opening because raiding even a moderately competent guild is apparently out of the question. Then how drops a bombshell Kessen's class is an obactor, a designation with unsettling implications. The silence that followed felt heavier than Kessen himself, and our boy felt a tremor, a flicker of doubt he thought had extinguished. A tremor ran through him, a reaction he hadn't anticipated, a crack in his carefully constructed facade of emotional detachment. Honestly, the whole situation felt a bit melodramatic, a consequence of a tiny, almost laughable oversight threatening to unravel everything. Had been mentally drafting his victory speech naturally when Hao dropped the bombshell Kessen, this ancient powerhouse, who apparently snacks on mofels, is an obactor. An obactor? The designation itself carries unsettling implications, a class apparently linked to monstrous fusions, not exactly the kind of ally one wants to recruit. Hez already calculating how to exploit the single opening because raiding a guild, even a moderately competent one, is apparently out of the question. Now Hez eyeing Kessen, the very quiet strength, and formulating a strategy around resultants, whatever that is. It appears that our boy's meticulously planned path might be more complicated than initially believed. The fallout from that forgotten detail proved more dramatic than any school festival. Hao's bombshell revealed Kessen, the ancient powerhouse who enjoys mofels, is an obactor, a class linked to monstrous fusions. Now eyeing Kessen's quiet strength, he's formulating a strategy around resultants, whatever that may be, as raiding a guild seems impossible, and their meticulously planned path proves more complicated than initially believed. The philosophical musings are rolling in naturally. Apparently balance tends to get abused, and misfortune can be spun into strength, a convenient narrative for a protagonist who's seen a thing or two. Someone's having a full-blown crisis about declining production values, which honestly is a problem for another day. He figures that if he doesn't move, now Hez dead. The drama queen contemplates a dramatic exit because of course that's always an option when things get slightly inconvenient. Then Hao drops a bombshell. Kessan, the ancient powerhouse who apparently enjoys snacking on mofels, is an obactor. An obactor? The designation itself carries unsettling implications, a class linked to monstrous fusions, not exactly the kind of ally one wants to recruit. Now eyeing Kessen's quiet strength, his formulating a strategy around resultants, whatever that may be, is there. Right, let's dive in. Siege drops a casual line about wave armor production, and suddenly the atmosphere shifts. It's remarkable how quickly things can unravel, isn't it? Our boy is noticing the immediate change. The playful facade drops faster than a politician's promises. She's already dissecting his words, isn't she? It's not a gradual thing. It's a sudden hardening of her gaze, a silent accusation. Honestly predictable. The moment something potentially valuable feels mentioned, the cracks appear. Hez, picking up on her discomfort, realizing the easy camaraderie is gone. He should have known better than to expect genuine openness. The wave armor, once a neutral topic, is now a loaded question, a potential deception. It's almost comical how fragile these alliances are, easily shattered by a carelessly tossed comment. The trust? Consider it fractured. His casual mention of wave armor production, that was all it took. Suspicion instantly tightened her expression, a silent question forming. Honestly predictable. Shez not about to let a potentially valuable asset slip through her fingers without scrutiny. It's remarkable how quickly trust evaporates when profit might be involved. Now Siege's carefully constructed facade is cracking, and our boy is observing every micro-expression. It's a family honor to... Siege began, and already our boy should have known better. Forced pleasantries? That's never a good sign. Ned's initial acceptance crumbled faster than a poorly built sandcastle. Seriously, this is how it starts, isn't it? The casual reveal meant to disarm, but all it did was raise alarms. Siege's justifications felt like a betrayal, a clumsy attempt to cover something up. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now, doesn't he? The facade of trust shattered as Ned realized Siege's words were hollow defensive. Misunderstood? Please. Hez being played, 9 stats for the wave armor? Utter nonsense. The evasiveness was a flashing neon sign screaming lie. The more Siege defended, the more suspicion solidified, a bitter truth settling in this want about family honor. It was about something far more complicated. Siege's careless mention of wave armor production did more than just raise eyebrows. It threatened to unravel the carefully constructed foundation of trust. He figures that a simple slip-up like this doesn't happen by accident, especially when it concerns something as valuable as wave armor. Doubt gnawed at him as Siege's words challenged the established understanding of its power, a suspicion deepening with each evasive response. Our boy's grip tightened on his sword, a physical manifestation of the mental gears grinding as he questioned everything he thought he knew. Of course, the POTUS connection had to be brought up, didn't it? It was a blatant attempt to deflect, and he want falling for it. Nibiris and Balks? Those names alone sparked a flicker of something unpleasant in his eyes, a silent alarm bell. He struggled to reconcile Siege's explanations with the knowledge he possessed a bitter truth settling in this want about family honor, but something far more complex, something far more dangerous. The cryptic symbols on the posters just added another layer of. The air thickened faster than a novice mage attempting a summoning ritual. Siege's careless mention of wave armor production hadn't just raised eyebrows, it threatened to dismantle the precarious web of alliances. He noted that such an oversight rarely occurs without purpose, particularly regarding something as prized as wave armor. Doubt, that unwelcome guest, began to stir as Siege's explanations contradicted prior understanding, the gears in his mind whirring. Naturally, the POTUS connection surfaced, a classic deflection tactic he wasn't fooled by. Those names alone triggered a faint unpleasantness, a silent warning. He struggled to reconcile Siege's version with what he knew, a bitter truth settling in this want about family honor, but something far more intricate, far more dangerous. The pleasantries evaporated faster than rainwater on hot pavement. Accusations, sharp and unexpected, ripped through the room. He registered the shift, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Naturally, a comfortable moment had to be disrupted. High believers? Really? He mentally scoffed, already calculating the implications. Of course, the Grandmaster would bring up something so dramatic. It's always about the numbers, isn't it? We haven't even reached the corner of the undercastle wall, someone sputtered, a blatant understatement. He barely registered the panic. This want about some corner, it was about something far bigger, something far more dangerous. The POTUS connection predictably surfaces as a deflection. Hez not falling for it. This is about more than family honor, it's a carefully constructed smokescreen, and our boy is already dissecting it. Right then, the pleasantries are officially over. Accusations are flying and everyone playing the shocked card. Predictable. Apparently, they're a new big bad in town, one that makes Malachus look like a playground bully. And of course, this entity isn't just powerful, it's messing with actuary, whatever that is, which is never a good sign. Honestly, another power scaling leap? The writers are really leaning into this, our boy thinks, already calculating potential counters. Someone's expressing a burning desire to keep at it, conveniently dredging up a past trauma. It's a classic move. Guilt trip the audience, subtly justify questionable actions. Actually, the reveal that isn't exactly brimming with kindness? Not entirely surprising, is it? Hez not exactly a paragon of virtue, but hey, at least we got some backstory. A grim omen hangs heavy, a prelude to something far worse than familial squabbles. Predictable, honestly. Our boy registers it instantly. This isn't about honor, it's a deliberate misdirection. Someone's desperate plea just ripped a hole in their defenses, revealing a vulnerability they painstakingly hidden. Pathetic, really. Trying to weaponize fear like that. He notes the flicker of terror on his face, a secret Hez desperately trying to bury. Of course, this outburst shattered the fragile alliance, and the fallout is messy. Im Snock in a sword, he yells, a raw display of panic. Good. Let it all out. Suppressing power like that only makes it more volatile. The alliance is fractured, trust eroded. Sword of the money, a desperate cry laced with a primal dread. It seems a trial is brewing. The air just cracked, didn't it? His desperate cry, a pathetic attempt to manipulate the situation, ripped through the carefully constructed facade of their alliance. Honestly, the dramatics are almost insulting. Glowing eyes, nascent wings, a blatant display of suppressed power finally bursting forth. Predictable. Suppressing power like that only makes it more volatile. It's almost comical how the reveal of his fear manifesting in those erupting wings and that desperate cry shattered everything. His plea ignited a surge, a raw, uncontrolled blast that defied any semblance of hope. Bottling that up would have been disastrous. The fragile hope sparked by his words is quickly swallowed by a looming dread, a premonition of something far worse than a simple spat. Blood splatters, and he realizes, with a chilling certainty, that his plea hasn't brought salvation but a fiercer confrontation. The echo of his unspoken fears hangs heavy. A trial is undoubtedly coming. His plea hung in the air, a predictable attempt at manipulation. The alliance dissolved quickly as fear manifested, and simmering frustration arose from an interrupted armor fitting. Now a trial looms and the air thickens with dread. His request clearly backfired, swallowed by a looming premonition of something far worse. Her whispered fear, a palpable chill, settled over the room, a dreadful omen of what was to come. Our boy naturally wants surprised. Predictable, really, how suppressing power like that would eventually explode. He watched as the dread reflected in his own eyes, a fleeting smile failing to conceal the terror beneath. Honestly, these characters and their dramatic reveals, she urged trust, a fragile thread in the tightening tension, but he already understood. This wants salvation. It was a prelude. The impossible request hung in the air, a blatant attempt at manipulation, and the looming trial signaled by the screen's stark message felt less like a test and more like an inevitable reckoning. All right, let's dive in. Our boy's suddenly feeling philosophical, desperately seeking wisdom from, well, anyone. Honestly, the self-awareness is almost unsettling. Hes also laying down the law Iron or bust, apparently. All other women are apparently walking red flags. Naturally, the MC then recalls a past battle justifying a tactical choice with a casual assessment of his relationships. He doesn't need anyone, got it? Typical hero complex. Turns out life want exactly sunshine and rainbows. He joined a Jalian organization as a last resort, a consequence of a brutal past. Of course, they're a shadowy organization involved. It wouldn't be a proper without it. Even with his rebirth, that history clings to him, pushing him toward a new, undefined path. Then, just as things start to get interesting, boom, an explosion. Seriously? Right when we were getting somewhere. Hes, planning on slipping into the Pudamer, the Praetian, undetected, a strategy that speaks volumes about his current mindset. Not just a hero, but a carefully placed piece in a larger game. Honestly, the melodrama could be toned down a bit. Urath's words, though, landed a bit harder than expected, exposing a vulnerability he usually keeps buried. It's almost amusing how easily these supposed allies poke at his carefully constructed defenses. His discomfort is fleeting, a practiced mask over something deeper, because naturally someone's always trying to stir the pot. Ill's declaration of trust. A challenge, of course, sparks something in his eyes. He doesn't need anyone, he reminds himself, a mantra has recited countless times, a consequence of a past tangled with the Jalian organization. That shadow always looms, doesn't it? And just as he begins to piece together the puzzle, Malachus' teleport flickers, threatening to fail under pressure, and then boom. Seriously? A flicker. Just a tiny hesitation across his face. Honestly, these dramatic reveals need a bit less fanfare. Hes, presenting a form, meticulously crafted a testament to his almost obsessive planning. It practically radiates power, a visual cue that Hes actually putting some effort into this. Good, at least something's progressing, he thinks, because the melodrama was starting to get grating. Then naturally the universe decides to throw a wrench in things. An explosion. What the neck? He practically yells internally because, of course, right when Hes contemplating slipping into Pudamer, the Praetian, undetected. Urath's words, though, hit harder than expected, dredging up a vulnerability he usually buries under layers of detached observation. Someone's always poking at the cracks, he registers, annoyed but not surprised. His declaration of trust, a blatant challenge, sparks something in his eyes, a reminder of his own self, sufficiency. I don't need anyone, he reminds himself, a mantra born from a past entangled with. We need an explanation, someone demands, naturally kicking things off with a dramatic request. Apparently, this whole situation is great and involves a Mason's designation, a fancy term for someone with a rare and powerful lineage, as it turns out, and some affinity testing. Golden needles? Golden lives? Someone's connecting dots to a talent search because of course every needs one. You have nothing to be concerned about, another chimes in, eager to be helpful. Honestly, the sheer eagerness is almost comical. He registers Uras's words, dredging up a flicker of discomfort. Someone's always poking at the cracks, he notes dryly, and delivers a declaration of trust, a blatant challenge designed to test the waters. I don't need anyone, he reminds himself, a familiar mantra echoing in his mind. A flashback to a grueling journey to a mine begins, revealing a past hardship. Climbing the mountain alone was a strain, and it all feels distant now. We don't have enough funds, someone states, because naturally a dramatic request has to kick things off. Apparently, this whole mess involves a Masons, a fancy lineage designation, and some affinity testing with golden needles leading to a talent search. Honestly, the eagerness to be helpful is almost comical. Someone's always poking at the cracks, he observes, burying that discomfort. He delivers a declaration of trust, a calculated challenge to gauge their intentions. I don't need anyone, he reminds himself, a mantra honed from a past he'd rather forget. Then Jews drops a bombshell, revealing an age she's kept hidden, sparking a flicker of recognition, a forgotten memory surfacing, and it seems to affect someone. The sudden influx of visitors, a direct consequence of his recent success, isn't exactly a cause for celebration. More eyes means more problems, he notes dryly. A ripple of discomfort crosses his features. It's always something, isn't it? As it turns out, a Masund, apparently a fancy lineage designation, is now demanding affinity testing with golden needles, kicking off a talent search. Honestly, the eagerness to assist is almost charming in a predictable sort of way. He issues a declaration of trust, a deliberate test because he genuinely doesn't require assistance. A flashback to a grueling mountain climb surfaces, a distant memory of solitude. Then Jews drops a bombshell, revealing an aged chaise kept hidden, sparking a flicker of recognition within him, a forgotten memory surfacing, and surprisingly affecting someone else. This is getting interesting. The sudden influx of visitors, a direct consequence of his success, isn't exactly a cause for celebration, is it? More eyes means more problems, he reminds himself, burying that discomfort. Apparently a Masund, a fancy lineage designation, is now demanding affinity testing with golden needles, kicking off a talent search. Honestly, the eagerness to be helpful is almost charming in a predictable sort of way. He delivers a declaration of trust, a calculated challenge to gauge their intentions, because he genuinely doesn't require assistance. Then a bombshell, Jews, reveals an aged chaise kept hidden, sparking a flicker of recognition within him, a forgotten memory surfacing, and surprisingly affecting someone else. This is getting interesting, and now apparently Bremen, the world's greatest Lar and Battalion, is somehow involved along with all the Peranium in the north. Well, that's just fantastic. Right, so the headmaster just waltzes in, naturally claiming dominion over some land. Honestly, the formalities never cease. Our boy, ever the pragmatist, decides to postpone the official cooperation request. Gotta play the game right? The sudden surge of visitors, a direct result of his recent triumph, isn't exactly a cause for celebration. More attention equals more complications, a fact he's acutely aware of. Then Jews drops a revelation that would make even the most seasoned politician choke. Peranium involved? And Brarum, the legendary Lar and Battalion, is somehow tangled up in this mess? Of course, the universe couldn't just let things be easy. A flicker of something forgotten crosses his face, a buried memory stirring. It seems this isn't just about a competition anymore. The air thickens with dread as the implications sink in. Billions entertained? Really? The sheer absurdity of it all is almost comical if the situation weren't so potentially dire. Hez got a mission now. Oh joy. The headmaster decides to grace them with his presence, declaring ownership of the situation. How original. Our boy, ever the pragmatist, delays the cooperation request. Gotta squeeze every advantage right. The sudden surge of visitors, a direct result of his little victory, isn't exactly a welcome party. More eyes mean more complications, a detail he anticipated naturally. Then Jews drops a revelation, Paranium and Brurum? Seriously? The universe just had to involve a legendary magician. A buried memory surfaces, a faint echo of something significant. The sheer scale is almost laughable if the stakes weren't so substantial. As it turns out, Hez got a mission, now a trip to a specific location conveniently linked to this mess. He figures that if he doesn't get there on time, someone will be making a rather unpleasant introduction. Huris spouting some system mechanics, apparently frequenting merchant NPCs boosts stats. Honestly, who needs a tutorial when you've seen the future? Hess eyeing his equipment, figuring that meeting diving isn't a casual stroll. Upgrading is a necessity. Of course the craftsman boasts about his work being beautiful and perfectly tailored, as if anyone cares about the artisan's ego right now. Jews is ecstatic about some poranium processing and a new way to aid the guild, which is predictably chaotic. The Sakura Guild's desire to control everything? Textbook power grab. South Korea's predicted performance in the tournament is abysmal. Typical underdog story, right? Regis is getting roasted for his stats, and then naturally a rogue flame erupts, threatening to vaporize half the guild. He didn't even finish his tea. Now a mission. Now a trip to a specific location conveniently linked to this mess. All right, let's dive in. Our boy's finally feeling a spark of motivation. Predictable, really. It's not like he wanted to be embroiled in this mess, but a mission's a mission. Hess cataloging the gear the guild managed to snag, recognizing it's something unique, something no other faction possesses. Honestly, it's a welcome change from the usual, we're the best boasting. Hess already calculating the odds of facing diving. Upgrading isn't optional, it's survival. Poranium's ecstatic about some new processing technique which is predictably chaotic. Sakura Guild's insatiable hunger for control. Textbook power play. South Korea's tournament prediction is abysmal as expected. Then naturally Regis gets roasted for his stats, and of course a rogue flame erupts, threatening to vaporize half the guild. A forgotten relic hum. The guild's finest couldn't even scratch that thing which predictably confirmed his initial assessment. Honestly, expecting anything less from a monster of this caliber would be naive. Turns out a genius birth is linked to this whole mess, a convenient detail Hell need to file away for later analysis. Hez noting the unique gear the guild managed to acquire. A refreshing change from the usual chest, thumping about superiority. Diving is naturally a looming concern, and upgrades aren't merely beneficial, they're a prerequisite for survival. Poranium's new processing technique is predictably chaotic, because of course it is, and Sakura Guild's blatant power grab, textbook. A flicker crosses our boy's face. Honestly, the dramatic lighting is doing a lot of heavy lifting here, as a sudden, unwelcome realization hits. Hez already calculating the odds of diving being a bigger problem than anticipated. Upgrading isn't optional, it's a matter of survival. Of course, the Sakura Guild is making their predictable grab for power because someone has to be the villain, right? Then a spark of alarm. The firestones are destabilizing, blowing now. And the MC's face tightens, revealing a suspicion about the monster's power that had been quietly cataloging. This whole genius birth connection, just another inconvenient detail to add to the ever-growing list. A flicker of genuine concern crossed his face, though the dramatic lighting was certainly selling the moment as he registered the destabilization of the firestones. Honestly, predictable, he thought, already factoring this into his ever-growing list of potential catastrophes. It's not every day a guild manages to acquire genuinely useful gear, a welcome change from the usual boasts of superiority, and diving remains a looming concern. Naturally, Poranium's new processing technique devolved into chaos because that's just how these things go. The Sakura Guild's blatant power grab? Textbook villainy, really. The Firestone is its weakness, he noted, a spark of alarm igniting. Greatsword? He mentally scoffed. Seriously? It's always something, isn't it? This genius birth connection is just another inconvenient detail, adding another layer to the complex problem he's quietly unraveling. I gave you the picky even an idiot can mine with that. Seriously? This is the level of assistance Hez receiving. Honestly, the sheer incompetence is astounding. Hez already bracing for the inevitable fallout. Apparently someone's been gossiping about him. The guy who turned you into Raz along, which naturally means his carefully cultivated image is starting to fray. As it turns out, even unsolicited help comes with a price. Hellstel Fleam, he mutters internally, a title so dramatic it practically begs for a villain monologue. And of course, the monster just got a power up. Predictable. The Perrin's sudden surge in strength, Hez already assessing the Firestone instability, a weakness conveniently exposed. Hez realizing this isn't a simple monster. It's a symptom of something far more significant, and that facade Hez built, it's about to crack. Right, so the carefully curated image shattered. Apparently even our MC isn't impervious to a little public scrutiny. Hez feeling the heat, folks, and not the good kind. Of course, the posters are mocking him now because subtlety feels never a strong suit in this world. It's actually quite amusing to witness his bravado falter. A flicker of genuine fear peeks through the tough exterior. Hez realizing this isn't just about a monster. It's a symptom of something larger, and those firestones, a potential volatile weakness Hez already assessing. Destabilization is a real concern, and the facade, it's teetering. Something's definitely shifted, hasn't it? Ku Book's outburst wasn't just frustration, it was a prelude. Those posters? Of course, they're not just wallpaper. They're laying the groundwork for something far more complex than a simple brawl. Then a frankly ridiculous explosion. Who knew darts could pack that much punch? Our boy's taking a beating naturally because power systems love their convenient plot devices. Hez realizing the Firestone, that shiny trinket, is actively hindering him, slowing his thought process? Wonderful. As it turns out, stolen artifacts come with unexpected drawbacks. A steely resolve settles on him. His going for a quick end to this. And just when you think things can't get weirder, a chunk of his health vanishes. Not Paran's doing, actually. This is something else entirely, something calculated. Oh, and just to escalate things further, the Sakura Guild arrives declaring ownership of the island. Fantastic. Well, isn't this awkward? Our boy just hit level 3, but the victory feels tainted. 30% of his health just evaporated. Seriously. It isn't Paran's doing. This is far more deliberate. The competition isn't what it appears, hasn't it? Hez grimacing, actually registering the damage despite the win, realizing this isn't a simple surge or some stone-related issue. The Firestone's influence is slowing his thought process, a dangerous realization dawning. Apparently pilfered artifacts come with unexpected baggage. Naturally, posters showing a hidden history are now mocking his struggle. Of course, the foe is defying easy counters, and Ku Book's defiance flares a desperate challenge against an unknown power. And just to crank up the drama, the Sakura Guild, utterly devoid of warmth, announces they own the island. Fantastic. Seems like this little skirmish just became a whole lot bigger. The defiance practically crackled off Ku Book's as he faced this thing. Seriously, what even is this? Hez registering the damage, a disconcerting 30% just vanished, a far cry from the expected surge from the Firestone. It's not a simple power, up more like a parasite clinging to his abilities, slowing his thought processes. Those posters mocking him with hints of a forgotten history, naturally they appear now. Ku Books analyzes the foe's movements, identifying a critical vulnerability linked to the Firestone's influence, a weakness previously unknown and something Hell exploit. Mueller's boast? Just noise. Ku Books isn't about to let arrogance dictate the flow of this fight. Fantastic. Mueller's bluster just served as a rather irritating spark, igniting a challenge to Ku Books' authority. Predictable, honestly. Hez already assessing the situation, noting the bizarre drain on his stats. A disconcerting 30% vanished, which isn't how the Firestone is supposed to function. Parasitic influence, most likely he muses, siphoning off power instead of augmenting it. Era's panicked query revealed a vulnerability, a crack in the facade of invincibility. Always amusing to see the carefully constructed confidence crumble. Mueller's attempt at a taunt? Just a symptom of his own insecurities, a pathetic attempt to mask his apprehension. Coup. Books isn't letting petty boasts dictate the flow of this fight. His identified a critical weakness tied to the Firestones, influence a previously unknown vulnerability he intends to exploit. Right then, let's pick up the pieces of this escalating mess. Our boy, bless his heart, was enduring some truly bizarre pep talk. Apparently sustenance is key to survival. Honestly, the sheer audacity of Mueller's posturing was almost impressive. Seriously, does he think anyone buys that? As it turns out, Mueller's bluster served a purpose, giving Coup Books the opening to exploit a critical flaw. The Firestone's influence drains stamina at an alarming rate when replenished through food. A truly delightful discovery, actually. And just when you thought things couldn't get more complicated, the Sakura Guild arrives, one of Japan's big three, naturally. They're not thrilled about a South Korean guild safeguarding this island, and Mueller predictably decided to declare absolute ownership over everything, even the grass. Of course he did. The man's ego is a force of nature. Coup Books, meanwhile, is already mentally cataloging this new development, because has got bigger fish. Right, so our boy's having second thoughts about this retreat. A solitary battle looms, naturally, and the prophecy about touching hell isn't exactly a motivational. Honestly, who needs that kind of pep talk? Hez doing the calculations, acknowledging the impending doom with a grim sort of acceptance. The sudden quiet? It's unsettling, isn't it? A moment of genuine dread before the chaos inevitably resumes. Of course, the Sakura Guild arrives because someone had to be predictably arrogant. Mueller, ever the showman, proclaims dominion as if anyone cares. Seriously, does he ever have an original thought? Turns out this isn't some local squabble, it's an international competition, and some folks are really dominating. Has already sizing up the competition because, has got to plan for world domination. The battlefield? Filled with elite reps from various nations? Just another Tuesday. The shift was jarring even for our boy. One moment, Hez contemplating a solitary battle, and a prophecy that sounds suspiciously like a bad fortune cookie the next. A cat? Seriously, a cat? Honestly, the system's sense of humor is atrocious? Hez questioning this bizarre feline twist, naturally cataloging the anomaly, because, well, someone has to make sense of this nonsense. Then the Sakura Guild arrives naturally, with Mueller leading the charge, declaring some sort of dominion. As if anyone actually cares. Turns out this isn't some local dust up, but an international competition, and some participants are utterly dominating. Your leader is dead. The declaration lands like a punch, a challenge that cuts through the usual petty drama. Are you okay? I told you to log out. It's chaos, but Hez already sizing up the competition because, Hez got to plan for world domination. The battlefield? Just another Tuesday. The saccharine declaration of affection felt incredibly out of place considering the bizarre feline transformation unfolding around him. Honestly, the system's sense of humor was bordering on cruel. He registered the plastered posters, cheery, optimistic, completely oblivious to the impending. Whatever this was? Nice? He scoffed, because naturally someone had to maintain a semblance of warrior dignity. Doubt that unwelcome guest briefly surfaced a fleeting shadow against the vibrant manufactured optimism of the posters. Great, now I'm questioning my sanity alongside everyone else. Turns out this isn't some localized squabble. It's an international competition, and some folks are cleaning up. Then Mueller waltzes in with the Sakura Guild declaring something. As if anyone cares about guild dominance. Then the bombshell: your leader is dead. You okay? I told you to log out. The battlefield. Then it's a shame someone declares predictably about fighting for South Korea. Honestly, the theatrics. Must we always have the grand pronouncements? He registers the introduction. I am called Peak Sword. You? With a weary amusement. It's almost comical how these encounters always devolve into predictable introductions. But at some point, it's my fault for thinking managing was, well, whatever it was. As it turns out, they're participating in an international competition, and someone incompletely exhausted. Typical. Someone always needs to complain. Someone else wonders if a bizarre feline transformation is still ongoing, because naturally someone always has to be quirky. South Korea versus Brazil? Oh, they're out. Figures, Yura and Ushuka are likely to win this apparently. Skink, the resident wildcard, seems to have gone completely off the rails. How is Yura supposed to deal with all this? Riegas is being listed without permission. Yeah, it seems like it. The battlefield. Right then, let's see what fresh chaos we're got. It seems the higher-ups are scrambling, counting counters no less, to orchestrate a plan against Yura, naturally involving a ridiculously large gathering of international talent. We can defeat Yura, they proclaim, because subtlety has clearly gone on vacation. Of course, it's an international competition and someone's already exhausted because someone always is. Our boy registers the arrival of Peak Sword with a weary amusement. The introductions are always so predictable. Apparently there are people they cherish both here and elsewhere, and a personal mission is involved, a mission of all things. He wonders if Ushuka and Yura are going to be a problem because Skink, the resident wildcard, seems to have gone completely off the rails. Riegas is being listed without permission, which is frankly concerning. The battlefield awaits. Right, so the pieces are finally clicking. Someone's bones? Shattered? Of course, because subtlety is so overrated in this world. Our boy is now assessing the assembled international powerhouses, a veritable hoo-hoo of elite fighters all geared up to tango with Yura. Predictable, really. As if a single nation could handle him. A character's wrestling with a colossal regret, finally admitting a truth about those very bones. Hess realizing a past choice was a massive blunder. And then bam! A player steps into a capsule room. Suppress teach? Seriously? Hez steeling himself, muttering about not giving up, but honestly Hez already calculated the probabilities. Greed? The name itself sends a shiver down his spine. It's a label attached to something far more sinister than any petty squabble. He figures that if anyone going to be a problem, I'll be someone like that. His expression hardens, a subtle tightening around his eyes, betraying the growing unease. Always a bad sign. You idiot? Honestly, the predictable melodrama is almost tiresome. Greed's name echoes again, a chilling realization dawning in his eyes, connecting dots Hed hoped weren't there. It's like someone just dropped a massive plot twist into an already convoluted story. Of course, it wouldn't be a proper without a looming shadowy antagonist, would it? Hez already running the numbers, calculating potential outcomes. But if you keep pestering like that, I can't help but bring. Right. Let's see what fresh hell awaits. The sudden log out of Durant, Hayard, and Dwight? Honestly, predictable. Our boy isn't phased, though, has already factored in the possibility of sudden disappearances. A perk of knowing more than you should. Why must a guy like this be in Korea? He muses a rhetorical question if there ever was one. Of course, the story needs an arrogant, disruptive element. It wouldn't be a proper narrative otherwise. Greed. The name itself sends a ripple of something akin to annoyance through him. It's not fear, not exactly, more like an acknowledgement of impending complications. Hez running simulations, assessing the potential threat level, because when someone's labeled with something like that, trouble is guaranteed, right? The disbelief twisting his features, want shock, not really. It was the unpleasant sensation of a puzzle snapping into place, a puzzle Hed desperately hoped didn't exist. Honestly, the universe just loves throwing curveballs, doesn't it? Japan's pursuit? Predictable given the circumstances, though Hed anticipated a bit more subtlety. Right, he muttered, a chilling assessment hardening his gaze toward the looming forest. Of course the story needs its arrogant disruptor, and here comes Greed, the name itself radiating annoyance. Hez running simulations now, calculating the potential threat level, because a moniker like that practically guarantees complications. Durant and Dwight's sudden log out? Expected actually a mere blip in his long game. Why Korea? That's a question for another time, a problem for later. Japan's pursuit slammed into reality, shattering any lingering disbelief our boy might be clung to. He ran a quick assessment, because when a nation starts chasing you, it's rarely a friendly visit. Honestly, the universe just loves throwing curveballs, doesn't it? Hez already running simulations calculating threat levels. A moniker like that practically guarantees complications, expected actually just a minor setback in his long game. A female voice cuts through the tension, predictably challenging him. You can't leave a tactician alone. His expression hardens, a silent acknowledgement of the impending confrontation. Are you gonna call for your mommy crying? The taunts echo, but he remains detached because melodrama is for people who can afford it. Dishokal, predictably opportunistic, seized the moment. Honestly, you can't leave a tactician alone, can you? Our boy registered the seconds. Famil bought him a negligible amount in the grand scheme, but valuable nonetheless. Hez already running threat assessments because when someone names themselves greed, trouble is brewing. Durant and D-Wait's logout? Expected just another minor inconvenience in his long game. Japan's pursuit. Less surprising, more annoying. Of course, a nation wouldn't just casually chase someone without a very good reason. Thanks to you, Imhir, despite looking like a Forcurin, he acknowledges the observation dry. It's all just a series of calculated moves, and Hez playing the long game detached from the drama unfolding around him. Right, so a challenge. Because of course someone had to issue a challenge. It's practically mandatory in these kinds of stories, isn't it? Our boy registered the shift in the room's atmosphere, palpable tension, like someone cranked up the drama dial. He didn't bother with a theatrical response. A subtle hardening of his features served as acknowledgement enough. Honestly, wasting energy on theatrics feels for people who can afford to lose, he thought, already calculating the potential ramifications. The growth type? Question. A casual query, sure, but it was designed to probe, to unsettle. He noticed a flicker in her eyes, something unreadable and infinitely more valuable than any direct answer. That's the kind of reaction you pay attention to, he mused. Japan's pursuit, Durant and Dwait's sudden logout, all distractions pieces in a larger, increasingly unpleasant puzzle. Hez starting to suspect greed's involvement, and that's a level of complication ahead, rather. The air gets thick naturally, because honestly, what's a chapter without someone feeling personally attacked? Our boy registers the rising tension, already calculating the optimal response, which, spoiler alert, isn't going to be a dramatic outburst. Seriously wasting energy on theatrics? Amateur hour. Durant and Dwait's sudden departure? Textbook misdirection. Hess cataloging every micro, expression every shift in posture. Grouth's reaction is far more informative than any shouted insult. Hez actually starting to regret a past decision involving a parademon, a detail that suggests a whole heap of troublehead rather forget. Fantastic. Just what I needed, a past mistake resurfacing to complicate things. It's clear someone knows more about him than Hez comfortable with, and that never a good sign. Hez bracing for the inevitable deluge of accusations and probing questions. Let the games begin, as it were. The verbal assaults intensified, predictably questioning his prowess and even his basic decency, because, naturally, a tense scene requires someone to lob insults. He registered it, all the escalating taunts, Durant and Dwait's abrupt logout, a clear distraction cataloging every nuance of Grouth's reaction, which was far more revealing than any shouted accusation. Honestly, the effort some people put into being obnoxious is astounding. A flicker of regret surfaced, a past entanglement with a parademon resurfacing, a mess Hed actively tried to bury, of course. Fantastic. Just what he needed. Someone clearly knew more about him than he was comfortable with, and that never bodes well, prompting a subtle tightening of his jaw, a barely perceptible shift in his posture. A mere tremor, really, but enough to betray his practiced composure. The air thickens predictably as the verbal assault ramps up. Honestly, the sheer dedication to being irritating some people display is remarkable. Hess cataloging every syllable, every shift in expression, noting how Durant and Dwait's hasty departure was clearly a calculated distraction designed to gauge his reaction. They think they're clever, don't they? As if I haven't navigated far worse than a few poorly constructed insults. They're probing, questioning not just his skill but his very decency, because a tense moment wouldn't be complete without someone dredging up moral failings, would it? A past entanglement with a parademon surfaces, a regrettable chapter Hed much rather keep buried. Fantastic. Just what I needed. Someone clearly knows more about me than I'm comfortable with, and that never bodes well, prompting a subtle tightening of his jaw, a barely perceptible tremor betraying his practiced composure. The air gets thick predictably as the verbal assault intensifies. Honestly, the dedication to irritation some people display is something else. Hez cataloging every syllable, every shift in expression, noting how Durant and Dwake's hasty exit was a calculated distraction designed to gauge his reaction. They think they're clever, don't they? They're probing, questioning not just his skill, but his decency. Because a tense moment wouldn't be complete without someone dredging up moral failings, would it? A regrettable entanglement with a paradigm surfaces, a chapter he'd rather keep buried. Fantastic. Just what I needed. Someone clearly knows more about him than he's comfortable with, and that never bodes well, prompting a barely perceptible tremor betraying his practiced composure. For a class know and be the strongest swordsman you were extreme. Right, because subtlety was ever a strong suit in this academy. He registers the jab, cataloging the delivery. Durant's smugness, Dwake's barely concealed glee. They're not aiming for a fight, are they? Just trying to rattle me? Are you saying that you have still not achieved the compared to? Honestly, the comparisons. It's always to some legendary figure. But compared to Pagma, who appears in legends the current me is, the predictable attempt to diminish him to draw attention to some supposed inadequacy. Child's play. He allows a flicker of annoyance, a minuscule tremor in his hand, just enough to signal he's not entirely immune to their petty games. It's plenty, they announce, kicking off what's sure to be a drawn-out spectacle. Honestly, these grand events are always a parade of inflated egos. Our boy, meanwhile, is already assessing the power dynamics as if he needed another reason to be annoyed. Apparently, the competition boasts participants from various regions, a predictable gathering of talent, but built to your great performance, someone spouts trying to elevate someone else. Then the bombshell, a Korean individual, is a legendary class. Of course, the academy has to be that surprised. He registers the murmurs, the incredulous stares, a delightful distraction, really. He really is, someone else remarks, seemingly flustered by the unexpected turn of events. The chatter swells, mostly empty noise, but it seems someone is concerned about his well-being. You're only allowed to participate with 3 stats per person, a stern voice declares, because naturally they're a catch. It's a competition featuring production rangers from all regions. A chance. Right then, a tournament. Because every decent cultivation story needs one, doesn't it? Posters plastered everywhere, subtle they are not. Our boy naturally isn't thrilled. Hez simmering with a familiar rage, a lovely cocktail of past grievances, and the distinct possibility of punching someone. Conquer them all, he vows, because honestly, what's the point of power if you can't use it to dominate? Hez hardening his resolve, bracing for a challenge that actually going to mean something. And speaking of distractions, an article about his little escapade with Dishuna and Yura. Apparently that blew up. Of course it did. Hez not exactly known for his subtlety. Now the academy all aflutter about participation limits, 3 stats apparently, because naturally they're always a catch. This isn't just some regional squabble. It's a showcase of production rangers from across the realms, a stage for him to dismantle expectations one opponent. Right. So our boy just brushed off a victory like it was a bothersome fly. Predictable, really. Hez already sizing up the real competition because let's be honest, those earlier opponents, not even a warm-up. A familiar heat begins to rise. Not exactly pleasant, but it's the kind of anger that sharpens the senses fueled by memories he'd rather forget. Restraint his mind screams a frantic internal plea against the simmering rage. Honestly, gotta project some menace at least a little. Naturally, the crowd's reaction was predictable. Shocked faces whispers the usual fanfare. Hez not exactly known for being gentle, bastard by strength, he thinks a wry amusement coloring his internal monologue. It's a tournament after all, a grand stage for dismantling illusions and proving a point. This isn't some local spat, it's a realm-wide showcase. And our boy has got a reputation to earn. Right then, the fallout from whatever mess our boy stumbled into feels extensive. Seems this isn't some local dust-up, it's a realm-wide talent showcase, naturally with strings attached. He breezes through the first fight, dismissing it as trivial. Honestly, the dramatic flair could use some work, he thinks, already sizing up the actual threats. Prove yourself through action, someone says, and Hez already internally cataloging weaknesses. Good, someone else is doing the heavy lifting of exposition. The air thickens and the MC's expression hardens. A silent dare hangs in the room. This tournament isn't just about winning, it's about dismantling perceptions and carving a legacy. Hez got a score to settle and a reputation to forge, and he's not exactly thrilled about easy wins. Right, so the fanfare's over and it's tournament time. Honestly, the dramatic flair could use some work. Our boy's already sizing up the actual threats, dismissing the first fight as trivial. Honestly, these qualifications are a joke, he thinks, surveying the crowd. Mystics, huh? Figures they have their own little designation. He breezes through naturally, because Hez got a reputation to uphold, and easy wins are just tedious. Prove yourself through action, someone bellows, and he's already internally cataloging weaknesses. Good, someone else feels doing the exposition for once. The air thickens and his expression hardens. A silent dare hangs in the room. This isn't just about winning, it's about dismantling perceptions and carving a legacy. The tournament challenge has thrown a wrench into the pleasantries, hasn't it? Of course, the drama needed to crank up a notch. Ged's posture stiffened, a silent warning rippling through the room. Honestly, the theatrics could be toned down. Our boy, however, feels already dissecting the competition, categorizing the mystics and dismissing the initial contenders as inconsequential. Easy victories are a waste of time, he thinks, already cataloging weaknesses. This isn't about a trophy, it's about reshaping perceptions and leaving a mark. Someone bellows about proving oneself, but Hayes already mentally preparing for the real fight. The poster's pronouncement stirred a momentary hesitation in his gaze, a brief flicker against the otherwise unwavering resolve. He observed them, a silent comparison to the trials Hez already surpassed, and as it turns out, someone felt obligated to deliver the exposition. Honestly, the theatrics are dialed up to 11, aren't they? But it's not a bad offer, he muses, already calculating the benefits. The system, bless its convoluted heart, is apparently prepping everyone for the final showdown, equipping them with a passive ability called Q-Minine. Apparently the developers want everyone on the same page, and Hez already dismissing the initial contenders as inconsequential. Easy victories are a waste of time, he thinks, cataloging their weaknesses. The grandiose proclamations plastered across the hall, because of course someone had to deliver the exposition with maximum drama, triggered a brief moment of introspection for our boy. Hess silently assessing the gap between the idealized champion on the wall and his own capabilities. Right, so that the standard there holding everyone to. Let's see how this plays out. A disembodied voice then intervenes, revealing a conveniently timed plan, a passive ability apparently designed to level the playing field. Honestly, the developers are really laying it on thick. Hez already calculating how to weaponize this gift against those who think it's a genuine equalizer. As it turns out, this is all part of a larger scheme to prepare everyone for the final battle, culminating in a tournament and a shockingly short preparation window. The developers, bless their hearts, really wanted to hammer home the importance of this whole final battle thing. Seeing those grandiose proclamations plastered across the hall naturally triggered a brief, unwelcome moment of self-assessment for our boy. Right, so that the standard there holding everyone to? He mused, silently comparing the idealized champion on the wall to his own decidedly less polished skillet. Then a disembodied voice, because of course, revealed a conveniently timed passive ability, Q-Min, supposedly a leveling tool. Honestly, it's almost insulting how transparent they are with these interventions. Hez already calculating how to twist this supposed equalizer to his advantage. Easy victories are a waste of time, and cataloging the weaknesses of those who think this is a genuine boost is a priority. The maximum time to prepare his sword dances? A mere 2 seconds. Apparently, some contenders have risen to the top 10 in the combined rankings. Urea Island teeming with 30 hopefuls. Naturally a tournament. Our boy takes one look and, predictably, a wave of self-doubt washes over him. Honestly, did they think Head forget how easily he tripped up last time? Hess scrutinizing the scene, a silent battle raging within his mind. Of course, a booming disembodied voice decides now is the perfect moment for a dramatic reveal, a passive ability conveniently bestowed upon everyone to prepare for the final battle. As if, Hez already dissecting it, of course. Passive? How delightfully limiting. Still, a tool is a tool. The voice lays out the plan, and Hez internally calculating how to weaponize this gift. Apparently, some contenders have clawed their way into the top 10 rankings. 2 seconds to prepare? Hilarious. Hell be ready. Well, isn't this a delightful turn of events? Our boy just dropped a bombshell, and the school's darling is currently experiencing a full-blown existential crisis. Seriously, the look on her face? Priceless. Apparently casually hinting at devouring someone isn't standard flirting protocol. Honestly, these nobles are so fragile. Shez struggling to process it, a flicker of genuine confusion. How quaint. Hez noting player 7th's misguided belief that a wind attribute material grants some advantage. Bless his heart thinking that a winning hand. The threat itself? A veiled promise of being consumed. Of course, the dramatic reveal of a convenient passive ability follows because why not add another layer of predictability? Please. Hez already calculating the optimal counter strategy. The game of appearances, as always, is paramount. Myong's shocking claim left her reeling, struggling to grasp his unexpected confession. Honestly, these nobles are so fragile. He figures that dropping a veiled threat about consumption isn't exactly standard courting protocol, but apparently some contenders have clawed their way into the top 10 rankings, and a little intimidation goes a long way. Bless player 7th's heart genuinely believing a wind attribute material grants some advantage. It's almost endearing. Hez already dissecting it, of course, noting her frozen face, a silent testament to the weight of his words. The battle raging within his mind is purely strategic. Being perceived as the strongest is paramount, and Shez providing the perfect stage for a dramatic reveal, a convenient passive ability bestowed, because why not add another layer of predictability? Please. Right then, let's see how much chaos our boy Myong is stirring up. Apparently, a few choice words managed to completely derail her. Honestly, you think Shed's seen a ghost the way Shay's frozen? He figures a little destabilization goes a long way, especially when a peak, and the power within, is at stake. Of course, the predictable disbelief is setting in. Bless her heart, Shay's struggling to reconcile her carefully constructed worldview with reality. A bluff, though. Really? Hez already calculating how long he can stretch this out. It's almost comical how much these characters rely on appearances. Being perceived as the apex predator is the name of the game, and Shez unwittingly providing the perfect backdrop for a power play. The seconds are ticking, though. Time to see how long she can maintain this facade. Right, so Team US is having a moment. Apparently our boy just redefined fast. It's not just speed, it's a projectile that laughs in the face of conventional velocity. Honestly, you think they never seen a swift object before. As it turns out, Myong's casually dropping hints about a power escalation, a chilling escalation no less. Hez enjoying the chaos naturally, a little disorientation goes a long way in a status-obsessed environment. Of course, the school beauty is completely flummoxed. Shez built her entire worldview on predictable displays of strength, and Herace Myong cheerfully shattering that illusion. Hez already assessing the ripple effect, wondering how long he can maintain this facade. Perception is reality after all, and a little manufactured fear is a powerful tool. The race to the peak just got a whole lot more interesting. Shez frozen, isn't she? Absorbing the sheer audacity of what Myong just pulled. Honestly, the school beauty built her entire reputation on being predictably powerful, and here he is casually shattering that illusion with a speed that defies explanation. The first to reach Chingusu Peak? Hez weaponizing perception, isn't he? Because of course in a world obsessed with appearances, the impression of being the strongest is more valuable than actual strength. Hez enjoying this naturally. The carefully crafted facade of authority is crumbling, and it's beautiful to watch. It's a calculated move. A little manufactured panic goes a long way in a status game. Myung already knows how long he can keep this up, gauging the ripple effect and wondering just how long he can maintain this facade. The race to the peak just got a whole lot more interesting. Honestly, the school beauty carefully constructed untouchable power just shattered, didn't it? Myung casually dismantled her reputation with a speed that frankly embarrassing for everyone else involved. Hez enjoying this naturally. Watching the carefully crafted facade of authority crumble is always delightful. Of course, in a world where perception is reality, the impression of dominance is more valuable than actual strength, and our boy is weaponizing that. Her eyes widened, absorbing the chilling revelation. The first to reach Chingusu Peak? It's a calculated move. A little manufactured panic goes a long way in a status game, and he knows how long he can keep this up, gauging the ripple effect, and wondering just how long he can maintain this facade. Right. So the replation retrieval is the current obsession. Honestly, it's a distraction from more pressing matters, but whatever keeps them busy, our boy's already calculating the potential power of the servant piloting that monster. Naturally, it's a big deal. Hess mentally drafting contingency plans because let's be real, facing down a monster, riding servant without a backup plan is just asking for trouble. Someone's fretting about Appa because of course they're a conveniently named someone needing rescuing. Seriously, the melodrama is reaching peak levels. Hess noticing the exhaustion on someone's face and genuinely wants to help, but what can one do? Hess assessing the situation, wondering if this is a chance to subtly boost their power. A little nudge in the right direction never hurt anyone. A summons just ripped through the air, a long-awaited arrival it seems. And surprisingly, it appears someone possesses hidden depths. As it turns out, a triggered meeting has unleashed a devastating... Just tell me what you called me here for, our boy deadpans, because of course a summons is never just a casual invitation. Seriously, the melodrama. Someone's practically vibrating with excitement over this intervention they've been longing for, while he's mentally cataloging the potential power of the servant controlling that monster. A calculated move naturally. Hez enjoying this. A little manufactured panic goes a long way in distracting from the bigger. Someone's worrying about Oppa because every story needs a conveniently distressed damsel, right? Actually, he notices the exhaustion on someone's face and briefly considers a subtle power boost. A little nudge, a gentle push. Then a summons ripped through the air, a long-awaited arrival it seems. As it turns out, a triggered meeting has unleashed a devastating consequence, and they're retreating to a drifting vessel, blame falling squarely on him. The class reputation precedes it apparently, a breeding ground for brutality and failure. He barely registers the initial barbs, a fleeting darkness crossing his face, a silent acknowledgement of the predictable. Honestly, the melodrama is exhausting. Then the verbal assault lands sharp and unexpected, and for the first time a visible sting. It's almost amusing watching someone's manufactured distress flare, a classic damsel routine. Shez probably hoping for a convenient power-up moment, the kind that conveniently fixes everything. He considers a minor boost just to observe the fallout but dismisses it. A chilling silence follows, thick enough to choke on, and he wonders not for the first time if anyone truly understands the sheer boredom of being perpetually prepared. Right, so our boy strolls into class already carrying the weight of a reputation he didn't earn. Delightful. Predictably, the verbal lashing starts, and for once it actually lands. A flicker of something crosses his face. Not despair, mind you, just annoyance. Honestly, must they always resort to theatrics? Hess mentally cataloging the damage, assessing if a minor display of power feels warranted, just to watch the ensuing chaos. Of course not. Then a subordinate practically explodes onto the scene, practically vibrating with a newly bestowed power, because subtlety is so overrated. Apparently this power is a big deal, and they're a pressing matter involving someone named Khan and a looming meeting with a superior. And then the kicker, a venomous accusation hurled across the room. Our boy narrows his eyes. This isn't just a verbal jab, it's a calculated provocation. Interesting. Khan's taken a tumble apparently, hind damage they're calling it. Honestly, the melodrama. Our boy is already dealing with a reputation he didn't earn, so naturally the class decides to pile on with a fresh round of insults. Hez briefly considering a power display just to disrupt the proceedings but decides against it. Of course, a subordinate then arrives practically radiating a newly acquired power because subtlety is clearly a forgotten art. Seems this power is vital, and there an urgent situation involving Khan and a looming meeting with someone important, a superior no less. An explosion forces a hasty retreat, and for once the verbal jabs actually land, tightening his expression. Then the delightful twist a barbed accusation dripping with. He narrows his eyes. This just got interesting. Right, so our boy's wading through the usual class. Wide disdain, isn't he? Predictable. Honestly, the sheer volume of insults could power a small city. He briefly entertained a flashy power move, but please wasting precious energy on this lot. Unthinkable. As it turns out, a subordinate practically barrels in practically vibrating with newfound power, subtlety, clearly a forgotten concept. Apparently, this bestowed ability is critical, and they're a frantic rush to avoid a confrontation with someone named Khan, who apparently experiencing some, mobility challenges. Of course, Kanshin damage is relayed with the utmost seriousness. Now an artifact that moves independently? That's piqued his interest. A smirk tugs at his lips, eyes narrowing. Someone's playing games, and he loves a good game. All right, great had to die eventually, anyways. Our boy just endured a verbal lashing that would have sent most spiraling. Predictable, really. He briefly entertained a flashy power move, but wasting energy on this lot? Unthinkable. Then a subordinate practically vibrates in bearing news about Khan's impending meeting and mobility issues. An artifact moving independently? Now that piques his interest. Someone's playing games and he loves up. Enough, he snaps, dismissing the needless theatrics. Honestly, does every character need a dramatic exit? The MC isn't indulging this. There are far more pressing matters. News of Khan's predicament arrives, predictably delivered with the gravitas usually reserved for world-ending events. Of course, someone has to be the distressed damsel. An artifact exhibiting independent action? It's a game and has always been rather good at them. A flimsy verbal assault bounces off him effortlessly. Did they honestly think that would faze him? Hez already calculating, with this production method surpassing Pagma isn't just a possibility, it's practically guaranteed. He acknowledges a debt understanding that maintaining a carefully crafted narrative is essential for public perception. As it turns out, a looming threat hangs heavy in the air, a sense of uncertainty settling in. Hez fixated on the material, a direct echo of Pagma's creation process, a convenient, if somewhat predictable comparison. Our boy stares, not searching for hidden meaning, but calculating the production method's potential. Honestly, did they think a few flowery words would impress him? The news of Khan's predicament arrives predictably over-dramatized because apparently every crisis needs a theatrical entrance. An artifact moving on its own? Now that actually piques his interest. Someone is playing a game and has always enjoyed a good game. He dismisses the needless drama because frankly there are more pressing matters at hand. Damn it, he mutters, glancing at the barely finished creation. Barely managed? Please. This is just the foundation. Surpassing Pagma is practically guaranteed now. He acknowledges a debt understanding that maintaining a carefully crafted narrative is essential for public perception. Really, thank you so much. It's the best item, the others gush, utterly oblivious. Honestly, did they think flowery words would impress him? He briefly entertained a flashy power display but dismissed it. Maintaining a carefully crafted narrative is essential for public perception, after all. It's a delicate dance convincing everyone Hez just another lucky upstart while quietly plotting to surpass Pagma. They think this is gratitude? This is an investment. Hez already assessing the creation process, noticing the parallels with Pagma's methods. Convenient perhaps, but not unexpected. News and bearing news about Khan's impending predicament arrives predictably over-dramatized as if every crisis needs a theatrical entrance. An artifact moving independently? Now that piques his interest. Someone is playing games and he enjoys a good game. Barely managed, please. This is just the foundation. Surpassing Pagma is practically guaranteed now. Shez staring at a cascade of alerts, genuinely unsure which one demands her immediate attention, a classic case of information overload naturally. Our boy, meanwhile, is barely registering the commotion, already calculating the implications of the newly completed creation. "Thank you so much," they gush, showering him with praise. Honestly, did they think a few flowery words would impress him? He briefly considered a showy display of power to really drive home the point, but dismissed it, maintaining that carefully crafted a lucky upstart is crucial after all. It's a delicate dance convincing everyone has just another fortunate soul while quietly plotting to surpass Pagma. This is an investment, not gratitude. Hez noting the creation process, recognizing echoes of Pagma's methods, convenient certainly, but hardly unexpected. Then, predictably, the overdramatic news arrives, Khan's predicament announced with all the subtlety of a gong. Now that piques his interest. Someone is playing games and he enjoys a good. Shez bombarded with notifications, a symphony of alerts she can't even prioritize. A textbook case of being too successful, apparently. Our boy, meanwhile, is already dissecting the implications of the colossal golems, noting the sheer scale of magic involved. Honestly, these displays of gratitude are almost insulting. Did they really think a few flowery compliments would impress him? He considered a demonstration of power just to hammer home the point, but dismissed it. Maintaining the illusion of a lucky upstart is crucial for long-term manipulation, after all. It's a delicate dance convincing everyone Hez just stumbled upon success while quietly planning to leave Pagma in the dust. Hez recognizing echoes of familiar techniques in the creation process. Convenient, certainly, but hardly unexpected. Predictably, the overdramatic news arrives, Khan's predicament announced with all the subtlety of a gong. Honestly, Did's gratitude felt like an investment, not genuine appreciation. Hez noting the creation process, recognizing echoes of familiar techniques. Convenient, certainly, but hardly unexpected. The sheer scale of magic used to conjure these golems is frankly staggering. It's a power level that demands investigation, and Hez already cataloging potential threats. These displays of gratitude are almost insulting, he mused, considering a power demonstration but discarding the notion. Maintaining the illusion of a lucky upstart is crucial for long-term manipulation. Predictably, the overdramatic news arrives. Khan's predicament announced with all the subtlety of a gong. Someone's playing games and he enjoys a good puzzle, he thinks, while words about destruction echo, hinting at a deeper, unsettling connection, and the zone looms a silent witness to the escalating tension. The rewards are practically overflowing enough to make thousands salivate. Typical, isn't it? Honestly, a little restraint wouldn't kill anyone, he mused, watching the NPC kid apologize for the 10th time. It's a delicate dance convincing everyone Hez just a lucky bystander. Someone's questioning the reality of the world, a rather dramatic outburst, of course. These are the kinds of existential crises that tend to pop up when people get too powerful too fast. It's amusing actually watching them scramble for answers while he already possesses a skewed perspective. A hunting orb appeared coinciding with the golem creation. Interesting. Did's gratitude felt a little transactional, but Hez not one to dwell on misplaced sentiment. Comrades, someone calls them, but our boy already recognizes the subtle cracks forming in their alliances. Someone's announced unfortunate news about Khan, and it arrives with all the fanfare of a disaster movie trailer. Someone's playing games, and he enjoys a good puzzle, he thinks, while words about destruction echo. Let practically vibrated with urgency, screaming at our boy to flee. A rather dramatic entrance, wouldn't you say? Of course someone had to be concerned, especially after the delightful chaos Hez stirred up with the court. Let them squabble, it's far more amusing than any genuine gratitude, he mused, registering the plea with a detached amusement. It's always a gamble playing these games, sacrificing reputation for power, but the melodrama was almost quaint. Then the real kicker. Because of me. Grandma's name a rare crack in his otherwise stoic facade. This isn't just a political squabble, is it? A system alert is about to confirm that the kind that suggests a far more volatile situation than a simple court intrigue. Time for a calculation, he supposed. Let's be honest, the melodrama was practically begging for an entrance. Grandma's frantic plea for him to flee, a truly spectacular display, wouldn't you say? Did momentarily pierce his carefully constructed detachment. Of course, someone always has to worry, especially when our boy has been stirring up delightful chaos within the court. Let them squabble, it's far more amusing than any genuine gratitude, he mused, registering her concern with a detached amusement. He defiantly rejected her plea, a flicker of frustration crossing his face as he prepared to confront whatever was brewing. Because of me? The question laced with Grandma's name was a rare crack in his stoic facade. This isn't just a political squabble, is it? A system alert is about to confirm that the kind that suggests a far more volatile situation than a simple court intrigue. Grandma's frantic plea to flee. A truly spectacular display, wouldn't you say? Let them squabble. It's far more amusing than any genuine gratitude, he mused, registering her concern with detached amusement. Because of me? He questioned, noting someone always tries to exploit a narrative shift, his reaction a calculated surprise fueling the escalating conflict. He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead. The system alert blared, confirming a volatile situation far beyond a simple court intrigue. Time for a calculation, he supposed. It seems the universe has decided to escalate things naturally. Right then, our boy's just got a fateful of genuine panic, and it's messing with his carefully cultivated cool. Apparently, some concerned party is practically begging him to bolt, which naturally he initially ignores. Honestly, who runs from a challenge? He thinks probably while flexing. But the sheer desperation in her voice, it rattles him actually. The room suddenly feeling a bit cramped, like the walls are closing in, and it's not just the decor. Of course, a system alert has to chime in at the most inconvenient moment, confirming that whatever brewing isn't just a minor inconvenience. Fantastic. Hess assessing the situation now, that familiar calculating glint in his eye. It seems someone knows more than they're letting on, and our boy's got a feeling this is about to get interesting. A system alert naturally chose the most dramatic moment to confirm what everyone suspected this wasn't just a political spat. Our boy predictably scoffed at the suggestion of retreat because, of course, facing down danger is so much more appealing than living. But the frantic urgency in the messenger's voice, that landed. He visibly recoiled, a rare moment of genuine surprise. Now he's staring at posters running the numbers. He figures that if he doesn't grasp the full scope of this, he's likely about to become a very inconvenient statistic. This is going to be complicated. All right, let's get this show on the road. Our boy's just been showered with praise, early of the final king, no less. Apparently slaying a few gold's warrants, bending the rules of nobility. Of course it does. Gotta reward the chosen one. A shadowy figure naturally feels compelled to explain this blatant power play, citing overment and moving results. Hez sending someone off, a messenger of sorts, and Hez quite pleased with himself. Time to apologize, he declares, as if a public mea culpa will fix everything. Actually, this whole situation is a calculated boost, leveling him up in a roundabout way. Hez probably thinking finally a power-up that isn't just handed to me, but the real kicker? A cryptic reveal and a sudden departure leave everyone reeling. Someone's pulling strings and our boy is starting to realize Hez not as in the loop as he thought. The game's changed and Hez not entirely sure. So our boy's getting showered with accolades, a fancy title and all, despite the fact that Hez not exactly blue-blooded. Naturally, some shadowy figure feels the need to justify this blatant bending of the rules. Apparently Hez being strong-armed into pursuing a god-thatten blessing, a ritual involving a trip to a go and some unpleasant branding. Legends, right? Honestly, the instructions are deliberately obtuse. They're trying to throw him off as if a few cryptic pronouncements could truly confuse someone who already tangled with celestial red tape. Then a cryptic remark sends one of the supporting cast spiraling. Shay's genuinely unsettled, trying to piece together what he just implied. A flicker of something crosses her face, and just as Shay's about to unravel the mystery, Hez already halfway to Redian, skipping the celebratory fanfare. Smart, let the nobles bicker over prestige. Hez got actual problems to deal with. It's a move, sure, but it also feels like a prelude to. Honestly, the speed of this whole operation is ridiculous. And of course, the nobles needed to shower our boy with accolades. a title no less, despite his decidedly non-aristocratic origins. They're practically begging for a status war, aren't they? A shadowy figure felt compelled to justify this blatant rule, bending naturally as if anyone actually cared about their flimsy explanations. The whole God-then-blessing ritual with its obligatory trip to a go and branding ceremony is just a distraction. They think vague instructions will throw him off. Please, as it turns out his abrupt departure left her reeling a sudden shift in their plans. She's struggling to decipher his words, a growing unease settling in. A flicker of something crosses her face. Smart, predictably, is already halfway to Redian, skipping the celebratory fanfare. It's a move, sure, but it also feels like a prelude to something. He made a rather peculiar request right off the bat, didn't he? Honestly, these evaluation rituals are so predictable. The stoic figure, clearly uncomfortable, launches into a justification for why our boy can't have what he wants. Apparently, there are restrictions on growth, which is absurd given the system's design. It's a test, naturally, to see if Hez worthy of something, as if anyone could actually earn this. It's more about fulfilling some ancient prophecy. The evaluator's rambling about Pagma's successor is getting tiresome. Was being Pagma's heir a curse, or just a consequence of mediocre abilities? He can insult Pagma all he wants, but granting the request. That's off limits. Pathetic how bound by legacy he is, a denial delivered with a thinly veiled regret something's clearly eating at him. The stoic evaluator delivers the news, no, our boy can't have what he wants. Honestly, these evaluation rituals are so predictable. It's always a test, isn't it? As if anyone truly earns anything in this world. It's more about fulfilling some ancient prophecy. Hez rambling now something about Pagma's successor. Was being heir a blessing or a burden? Honestly, the speed of this whole operation is ridiculous. You could practically smell the regret radiating off him as he spouts flimsy explanations justifying restrictions on growth. Restrictions that seem absurd given the system's design. A flicker of something crosses its face as she tries to decipher his words while Redian predictably is already halfway to somewhere. But then a sharp shift. His gaze hardened, betraying turmoil beneath that carefully constructed stoicism. Damn it, if only had arrived 2 days earlier. Right then, let's dive in. The interrogation continues, predictably steeped in legacy baggage. Apparently, our boy's existence is now inextricably linked to some ancient dude named Pagma. Shocker. Hez being pressed on his worthiness because every protagonist needs a dramatic origin story, don't they? Honestly, Hez remarkably chill about the whole thing, which is refreshing. You're a fighter because you were fallen. The evaluator drones on, sounding less like a judge and more like a disgruntled history teacher. Of course, a request is denied, delivered with a visible weight of regret. Hez not about to strong-arm anyone into loyalty, which is a surprisingly mature move. Then a flicker, a hardening of the gaze, a crack in the stoic facade. Something's clearly bothering this evaluator, something beyond just duty. If only had gotten here sooner, he thinks, a silent lament hanging in the air. The power of his sword has multiplied and his skills are well. The evaluator's words, dripping with legacy and obligation, hung in the air because naturally every chosen one has to be tied to some ancient hero. Honestly, our boy is handling this remarkably well, considering Hez being grilled about his connection to Pagma. Another day, another dramatic origin story he probably thinks detached from the whole performance. Of course, a request is denied and the evaluator visibly winces, a flicker of regret crossing his face. Hez not about to be manipulated. Then a hardening of the gaze. Something's clearly bothering him, something beyond just duty. Well. Posters plastered across the walls. Naturally, a forgotten history needs a dramatic reveal, hinted at a deeper connection to this place. Our boy, already bracing for the exposition avalanche, watched as someone unleashed a torrent of frustration. How could you let those fools into the info? They roared, a truly spectacular display of angst. Honestly, the melodrama was almost amusing. Your basics are terrible, they continued, because of course someone had to judge appearances. He figures that if this isn't a setup for a revenge plot, then Hez missed something. As it turns out, a past injustice is about to be aired, complete with a meticulously planned vengeance. A chilling declaration hangs in the air, punctuated by a visual reminder of what was lost. Hez already calculating the odds. This is going to be messy. Would leave a stain like this? Seriously? The dramatics are already dialed up to 11. Our boy, observing the escalating outburst, mentally notes the evaluator's visible discomfort, a flicker of regret predictably. He probably thinks detached from the whole performance as he should. Honestly, someone's had a rough go of it ordering quests and generally being bossed around. It seems a past injustice is about to be unveiled, complete with a revenge plot. Hey, you two. Someone bellows, and of course, a dramatic pause is required. Hez already bracing for the exposition avalanche, calculating the odds. The reason your head is still attached. A chilling declaration hangs in the air, punctuated by a visual reminder of what was lost and a meticulously planned vengeance. The only objective? Revenge? Hez laid it all out, hasn't he? The location for his vengeance. A chilling confession echoing through the room. Honestly, some people just can't contain themselves. Posters loom large, a silent testament to the weight of his declaration. It's remarkably well considering Hez being grilled about his connection to Pagma. Our boy naturally feels already assessing the fallout. Something's clearly bothering him beyond just duty, and he probably thinks detached from the whole performance as he should. Someone's had a rough go of it, and now we're treated to another dramatic origin story. Predictable, really. The air crackled predictably as someone decided a dramatic outburst was just what this quest ordering situation needed. Honestly, did they teach subtlety anywhere? Our boy naturally braced himself. It's always an avalanche of backstory when someone gets this worked up. I want to have a taste of the words for opening this. He bellows, and you just know a revenge plot is incoming. He figures that if he doesn't move now, he's going to be cleaning up another mess. The man's expression twisted, a clear sign of the internal turmoil brewing beneath the surface. Of course, the declaration, "Who is he?" had to be punctuated by a visual reminder of what was lost. It's remarkably well staged, considering Hez being grilled about his connection to Pagma. He probably thinks detached from the whole performance as he should. Right then, let's dive in. Someone felt the need to publicly question the established order, didn't they? Predictable. Our boy naturally clocked the immediate shift in atmosphere, a power play unfolding in real time. It's always amusing to watch someone's carefully constructed facade crack under pressure, revealing a desperate need to feel significant. He registered the flash of anger across her face, swiftly masked, a clear sign of someone clinging to control. Honestly, the lengths people go to for a little respect. Hez already calculating the ripple effects, because of course a challenge this blatant isn't just a verbal jab, it's a declaration of war. Hez anticipating the fallout because cleaning up messes isn't exactly on his to-do list. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy's outburst? Not exactly a polite disagreement. It was a full-blown challenge to the established order, and predictably someone felt the need to scream, "Who is he?" A cry for attention louder than any spell. Seriously, the melodrama. Must they always make a scene? A shadowy figure conveniently ignored until now seems to be enjoying the chaos. Hez already calculating the power shift. It's like watching a poorly choreographed dance of egos. The authority figures barely contained fury. Textbook reaction for someone terrified of losing their grip. There is no option but to give up on the barrier, a strategic retreat naturally. But then a magician? Suddenly the MC realizes there might be a loophole. You're trying to control my body. How unpleasant, he declares, maintaining that infuriatingly calm facade. Let them squabble. I've got better things to do than babysit a power struggle. If our boy wants to face a skilled opponent, Hez going to need something. Apparently, recovery is just another Tuesday for this guy. Unbelievable monster indeed. And predictably, the Schelvinger family's mind control is being thrown into the mix. A rather predictable tactic, honestly. Honestly, do these people have a playbook? The authority figure's barrier won't hold for long, a strategic retreat if ever there was one. But as it turns out, there's a loophole and Hez noticing it. How unpleasant. I've got better things to do than babysit a power struggle. The outburst has clearly rattled someone, shattering carefully constructed plans, and doubt now flickers across their face. My opponent is you, he declares, and honestly, the audacity is almost impressive. Apparently, Tuesday involves challenging authority figures. Who knew? It ignited a visible shift within her, and doubt clouded her expression, a delightful disruption of her meticulously crafted plans. Let her stew. Of course, the power-hungry types always have a facade. It's practically a requirement. He figures that the Schelvinger family's mind control is just another predictable tactic. Honestly, do these people have a playbook? His challenge pierced her facade, revealing a flicker of unexpected doubt, and has got better things to do than babysit a power struggle. The outburst has clearly rattled someone, shattering carefully constructed plans, and doubt now flickers across their face. They say normal people get hurt without being able to become anything, but apparently our boy isn't exactly normal. Hez assessing the beggar's attacks, noting how dangerous they were. Honestly, a basic strategic evaluation. Using Castian and tracking, he realizes the beggar's assault breached the barrier, a rather significant development. It's a sword strong enough to shatter the barrier despite its seemingly unassuming nature. Honestly, these guys think they're so clever with their defenses, but they're practically waving a flag saying, "Come at me!" Hez already mentally cataloging the sword's properties likely cross, referencing it with his extensive knowledge. Of course, the Schelvinger family's mind control is just another predictable tactic. It's almost insulting how cliqué these power struggles get. Hez got better things to do than babysit a power struggle. The outburst has clearly rattled someone, shattering carefully constructed plans, and doubt now flickers across their face. Asher's face? Let's just say it wa'n't his most dignified moment. Years spent amassing power, meticulously building a reputation, all of it suddenly feeling a bit precarious. Honestly, the Schelvinger family's legacy isn't exactly built on second place. Our boy's unexpected strength feels a direct challenge to Asher's established reign, and has not thrilled. Connor's ambition isn't a gentle breeze. It's a gale force wind threatening to knock over everything Asher has painstakingly arranged. The posters hinted at a relentless drive, a stark contrast to Asher's more deliberate pace. Hez mentally filing this away, a new variable in a very complex equation. Seems someone's got a vested interest in keeping Connor's power a secret, and they're not afraid to resort to threats to do it. The Schelvinger family's predictable power plays just became a whole lot more interesting, didn't they? Asher's carefully constructed facade of untouchable authority just cracked, and honestly, the look on his face was priceless. He figures that years spent cultivating power and prestige shouldn't be threatened by a newcomer, but here we are. Turns out Connor's ambition isn't some minor inconvenience. It's a tidal wave poised to dismantle everything Asher's built. As it turns out, a mysterious, sharply dressed man materialized, openly threatening violence to protect Connors. You broke the promise, the man accuses, referencing a rare book. A coup book, apparently, and hinting at a deal gone sour. Our boy notes that this isn't just about power, it's about broken agreements and hidden agendas. Seems someone desperately wants Connor's strength kept under wraps, and they're prepared to do anything to ensure it. Well. Seems someone's decided to play nice for now. Connor predictably seeks Asher's assistance because, of course, the newcomer wants to leverage the established power structure. Hez not just asking for help. There's a significant request simmering beneath the surface, and his expression broadcasts a calculated purpose. He mentally assesses the situation. This isn't a simple plea for aid, it's a strategic maneuver. Then, because every power struggle needs a dramatic entrance, a sharply dressed man materialized, threatening violence, protecting Connor no less. A coup book, a broken promise. It appears this isn't just about power, it's about broken agreements and hidden agendas. Someone desperately wants Connor's strength kept under wraps, and they're prepared to do anything to ensure it. Right, let's dive into the chaos. A distinguished gentleman, all gray hair and spectacles, because a looming threat always comes with a power suit, doesn't it? Is laying down the law, threatening anyone who so much as breathes on his son Connor. Honestly, the melodrama is almost charming. Connor predictably attempts to play peacemaker, urging everyone to just hear him out, as if that ever a good sign. He figures that if he doesn't placate this overprotective dad, things are about to escalate quickly. Asher, meanwhile, is likely already bracing for the fallout. The MC always attracts this kind of attention, doesn't he? It's not just about Connor's newfound abilities, though. There is a deeper current here, a broken promise involving a rare book, and this whole scene reeks of hidden agendas. Someone wants Connor's power contained, and they're clearly willing to resort to intimidation. The question isn't if something's about to blow. The air hangs thick with his words, and honestly, it's a bit much. Shez visibly thrown, a flicker of genuine confusion crossing her face, a rare moment of vulnerability for our boy's target. Asher's confession. A chaotic mess of hidden history and a power that clearly been simmering. Good grief, the secrets this guy keeps are going to be his downfall. Of course, the protective father has to burst onto the scene, radiating enough menace to curdle milk. Connor ever, the optimist, tries to play mediator, bless his heart, but someone's about to learn that diplomacy rarely works with enraged patriarchs. Then predictably a skill reveal faded to personally, if you fought. Seriously? As if things weren't complicated enough, a sudden poisoning throws everything into disarray, escalating the crisis. This is going to be a long day. The air visibly shifted, didn't it? Damage registered, a tiny, almost imperceptible flicker of surprise crossing her face, a rare crack in her meticulously crafted composure. Asher's confession, as it turns out, was less a declaration and more a strategically timed detonation of secrets. Hez dropping bombshells left and right, and honestly, it's a bit much. Our boy naturally is observing the fallout with that trademark emotional detachment. Someone's about to have a very uncomfortable conversation with a protective father. Of course, the patriarch had to arrive, radiating enough disapproval to curdle milk, the fated to personally if you fought. Seriously? Skill reveal? Peak ridiculousness even for this world. It's a skill name designed to induce eye rolls, actually, but something far more concerning just happened, a sudden poisoning. This is going to be a long day. Her composure, normally a fortress, cracked. A tiny flicker of surprise betraying her practiced calm as Asher's words landed. Honestly, the melodrama is a bit much even for this world, he mused, observing the fallout. Of course, the patriarch had to arrive, radiating disapproval enough to curdle milk, because every story needs a disapproving father figure, right? Asher's confession wanted a declaration. It was a strategically timed detonation of secrets, leaving her visibly unsettled and questioning everything. I was secretly hoping that he would become a sparring partner for. He heard Asher mutter a sentiment our boy found amusingly naive. Someone's about to have a very uncomfortable conversation. And then, just to top it all off, a sudden poisoning. This is going to be a long day. Asher's words predictably managed to crack the seemingly impenetrable facade of her composure. A tiny, almost imperceptible flicker of surprise betrayed her usual stoicism. Honestly, the melodrama was a bit much even for this world, he mused. She visibly recoiled, struggling to reconcile what she was hearing with everything she thought she knew. Honestly, I was secretly hoping that he would become a sparring partner for. He heard Asher mutter a sentiment our boy found amusingly naive. Someone's about to have a very uncomfortable conversation, and he was right, the patriarch arrived, radiating disapproval enough to curdle milk, because every story needs a disapproving father figure, right? Then, just when things couldn't get any more bizarre, bam! Desert Totus pairing poison? Seriously? Apparently Asher has been holding back. The stats don't even begin to cover it. This is going to be a long day. It'll probably get better with more practice. She practically pleads, desperate for him to continue. Honestly, the MC fully expected Ice Queen Asher to be a master manipulator, but this level of eagerness. Hilarious. He recalls a fleeting memory. Redan comforted by soldiers before the great Mel Asher. Of course, dredging up ancient history is always a good way to complicate things. Without Greed's permission? She questions, genuinely bewildered, as if anyone actually follows rules. Lavelle pops in, observing the workers, predictably stating the obvious. But then, Asher drops a bombshell, and suddenly her carefully constructed composure crumbles. He figures that this unexpected revelation will cause a chain reaction and he's not wrong. The fallout is immediate and frankly quite entertaining to witness. Right. So it seems the grand plan to handle those Western monstrosities is underway. Turns out, Ashur, uniquely gifted as she is stuck, a delightful wrinkle in the otherwise predictable narrative. They're scrambling to distribute gear and skills because naturally facing down hordes of powerful beasts isn't exactly a walk in the park. Our boy Ever the strategist is already mentally mapping out his next steps post. Crisis because someone has to. He figures that if he doesn't have a plan B, hell be monster chow. Honestly, the audacity. Bringing a beggar like Lavelle into this. The MC is already mentally composing a strongly worded letter to whoever made that decision. Seriously? This is the support we get? As it turns out, Lavelle is Greed's advisor proficient in using something. The details are hazy, but the introduction is certainly a distraction. The remaining folks are struggling with skills that demand ludicrous amounts of energy, seriously over 1 billion what? Right, so we're staring at the ruins of what used to be a thriving magic city, a delightful touch of post-apocalyptic chic. Apparently someone's taking credit for its current state, which honestly is par for the course. Hez already assessing the structural integrity of the place, noting the preserved Lord's throne, a likely artifact of some historical significance judging by the reverence it's getting. He figures that clinging to relics like these might be a distraction from the actual pressing issues. Of course, the old guard is now lecturing about pride and rank, as if that going to solve anything. Then comes the warning, absolutely no searching forvulars, a conveniently vague threat naturally. The Overground Guild is now focused on securing Humber for reconstruction, a resource grab, plain and simple, and the soldiers are predictably more interested in admiring the castle than securing the perimeter. Our boys already calculating the manpower and resources needed for this endeavor, mentally preparing for the inevitable bureaucratic headaches. And just when? Right, so everyone's showering accolades upon someone who apparently ascended to some lofty position, a typical power climbing display honestly. Hez already noting how boosting someone's status is a convenient distraction from actual problems, something the old guard seems oblivious to. Of course, raising their standing requires leveraging land, a predictable move. Apparently, even the Mervinger family is in on some shady dealings, a necessary animation to maintain their facade. They'll manufacture a scenario where there's no alternative naturally. It's all about controlling the flow of resources actually. One merchant managed to rake in a fortune in a single month, a testament to his cunning, though it's likely built on a foundation of smoke and mirrors. He figures it won't last. People always see through the charade. The longevity medicine, it turns out, was a key factor. A true merchant, he observes, always finds a way to turn a profit, even exploiting the desperation for extended life. Humena's assistance, however minor, is noted, as he catalogues everyone's usefulness. The tower's structure presents challenges even for those with enhanced abilities, typical, honestly. It's amusing to see them all flustered while he anticipates the inevitable power plays. His nomination and an Empire mission reveal a startling link to the forest rulers, and a cryptic message further complicates matters. A convenient distraction, no doubt, from something far more significant. So we're learning about Master Price, now apparently a legend of some sort known for immense strength. A convenient info dump, naturally. Hez connected to a place called Reedon, a monster-infested zone, and already our boy is sizing up the inhabitants. Charming, he thinks, observing that they're about as helpful as a rock. Of course, they have their own agendas, playing some game he hasn't quite deciphered yet. A small black creature flits through the sky. Probably a plot device for later, let's be honest. Hez getting smacked around, which honestly is par for the course. Never felt a punch like that before, he notes dryly, as if he needed another reason to push beyond his limits. Hez already strategizing about how to improve his movement speed, a direct callback to something Piaro mentioned. A pleasant sensation he acknowledges, a sign of untapped power. Protecting Sihi seems to be the immediate priority. Is this my limit? He wonders genuinely. So it seems his rapid leveling isn't just dumb luck, as it turns out it's linked to some legendary blacksmith, Master Price no less. Naturally, this information dump comes with a connection to read in the monster, infested zone, and already our boy is assessing the locals. Charming, he thinks, observing that they're about as helpful as a rock. Everyone got their own game, don't they? A little black critter zipped across the sky, probably a harbinger of something irritating later. Then came a punch, a surprisingly impactful one, which naturally is just another incentive to push past what he thought were limits. Hez already formulating plans to improve his movement speed, a direct callback to something Piaro mentioned. A swell of ego. Understandable. Our boy finally stood before Master Price, the legendary blacksmith practically radiating potential, but the smugness evaporated faster than you can say plot twist. Those narrowed eyes weren't just admiring craftsmanship, they registered a creeping dread. Apparently his dad wasn't just a regular dad, he was tangled up in some rebellious scheme. Of course, the narrative couldn't just let him have a normal family. And then it gets delightfully convoluted, a goddess proxy? Seriously? The unsealing of Y-level spears is broadcasting his father's past, and now Hez somehow linked to sealing some artifact. Hez starting to suspect Hez uniquely positioned for this mess. Honestly, the goddess Rebecca sounds like a real stickler for rules. Hez assessing his options naturally. A mysterious figure awaits, and judging by the ominous tone, it won't be a friendly meet and greet. Right then our boy's having a moment, isn't he? Reflecting on how easily things are falling into place. A little too easily, perhaps. 30 legendary items? Seriously? The system's practically throwing experience points at him, and that background skill? Conveniently vague naturally. It seems Hez also the only one who can seal the life spear, which is just fantastic for his already overflowing plate. A goddess proxy, of course, because why not escalate things? Hez realizing he can only churn out one more legendary before something. The system loves its cryptic teases, doesn't it? Hez off to meet this mysterious figure because naturally avoiding the inevitable is not an option. Hez formulating a plan, probably involving some clever manipulation of the system, because that's just his style. Resolve hardening? Oh good, means Hez about to walk straight into something nasty. All right. So our boy is prepping for the Knights of the Empire because naturally things don't just happen in a vacuum. Hez meticulously analyzing alchemy, figuring out how to boost success rates by tweaking the base materials. Honestly, the level of detail is almost comical. It's like Hez expecting a pop quiz. He figures that if he can just optimize this one aspect, he might actually stand a chance. A little reminder that Hez facing someone who previously crushed an entire guild, right? Of course, Hez reminiscing about past adventures, a quick mental pat on the back for surviving so far. Hez aware Hez not exactly on equal footing, and that background skill is still a giant question mark. Soon Hez off to meet this mysterious figure because avoiding the inevitable is for people who enjoy pain, and Hez decidedly not one of them. Oh good. Our boy's currently dissecting advancement compacts, and let's just say the difference between genuine understanding and brute, forcing it is painfully obvious. Honestly, it's almost insulting how easily he spots the fakes, Hez pondering the Empire's power naturally because a healthy dose of existential dread is vital for growth. Hez realizing that past triumphs were less about skill and more about exploiting opportunities. Of course, a power gap exists, a rather significant one considering his last opponent could probably sneeze him into oblivion. A flicker of doubt? Please, Hez merely calculating probabilities. Dungeon or quest burn metrics? Cute, Hez anticipating something far beyond that. And a farmer and a forest? Someone's clearly stirring up trouble, and it's likely connected to something bigger than a misplaced turnip. Someone's about to find out messing with the wrong people has consequences. Hez already duplicated a concerning number of skills. Apparently assisting with something or other is now a priority. Honestly, the dedication is almost impressive, though he doubts I'll make a significant difference against the Empire's knights. No, we can't just abandon a farmer, she protests, and he almost smiles. The sheer earnestness is almost endearing. Someone actually cares about a farmer. How quaint. Of course, Hez far more interested in the anomaly regarding this farmer and the forest. That's quite the aura someone observes, clearly bewildered by the connection. A farmer and a forest? This isn't some random occurrence. Someone's deliberately manipulating something, and it's likely far beyond a simple misunderstanding. Then a flicker of recognition. I've seen him before, from someone in the group. It's a small detail, but it confirms his suspicions. The easy victories are behind him now. He faces a foe who could, as has been calculating, effortlessly erase him. A healthy Hez rejecting the power all right, pushing it away like a bad memory. Because, let's be honest, it probably is a bad memory. Doubts creeping in the usual unwelcome guest, threatening to unravel whatever fragile plan he's got going. Let's focus up. He mentally barks at himself because staring into the abyss of his past isn't exactly conducive to not dying. Turns out this opponent isn't just another punching bag. His blade's surprisingly tough, like someone actually put some effort into its creation. A flicker of genuine uncertainty crosses his face, a rare sight. It's not about strength anymore, it's about the margin for error, and that margin seems to be shrinking faster than his patience. Someone recognizes him, a tiny detail, but it confirms what he already suspected: the easy wins are over. A flicker of recognition. Of course, someone had to remember. It want a joyous reunion, more like a confirmation of his worst fears. Head suspected as much. Easy victories are a fairy tale in this world, and our boy is decidedly not living in a fairy tale. Turns out this isn't just another opponent. Hez linked to the 9 legends a detail that sends a ripple of genuine uncertainty across his face, a rare and unsettling sight. His rejecting the power, pushing it away like a painful reminder because it probably is a bad memory. Now it's not about raw strength, but a shrinking margin for error, and that a problem. These blades aren't just sharp, they're surprisingly well crafted. Clearly someone put some effort into this. He mentally barks at himself. No time for staring into the abyss of his past when survival is on the line. Right, so our boy's having a moment? Am I just a farmer? He laments, channeling some serious comedic despair. Honestly, the melodrama is almost endearing. A flicker of doubt? Shocking. Hez spent so long cultivating this untouchable aura, seeing genuine uncertainty is unsettling. As it turns out, the easy victories were a delightful illusion, and of course the universe had to throw a 9 legends connection into the mix, because subtlety is for the weak. Hez realizing this isn't some random thug. This is a problem with serious pedigree. The instinctive recoil? Yeah, that the inherited power screaming bad idea. It's not about overwhelming strength anymore. It's about a razor-thin margin for error. Suddenly, exquisitely crafted blades seem less impressive and more like instruments of potential doom. Hez terrified of messing up, and that, folks, is a far more interesting development than any power display. Hez staring, isn't he? Honestly, the guy needs a hobby. It's almost comical how deeply his doubt is settling in now, recognizing a face from somewhere. A flicker of genuine vulnerability crosses his expression, a blink and you'll miss it moment that unravels the carefully constructed persona. Seriously? Hez thinking a moment of weakness? As if the universe detected his complacency, a desperate cry escapes him, a premonition that tastes like impending disaster. The battle's conclusion leaves him rattled, not from physical pain, but from the unsettling realization that his carefully cultivated invincibility was a facade. It's not about raw power anymore, it's about a precarious balance, and Hez terrified of tipping the scales. A chilling recognition sparked within him of vulnerability so unexpected it almost felt like a betrayal. Honestly, the guy's staring like Hez, trying to decipher ancient runes, a familiar face surfacing from somewhere. Seriously? A moment of weakness? As if the universe delights in exposing cracks in carefully constructed facades, doubt flickers across his expression, a blink, and you'll miss it moment. He figures that if a star misses it, signals an opening, a chance to exploit a weakness, a calculated observation, not a hopeful one. Of course, the opponent's appearance isn't random. It's connected to the 9 legends, meaning this isn't just a skirmish, it's a potential prelude to something far more complicated. Hez preparing to focus every ounce of his being into the blade's tip, because actual power isn't about brute force, it's about that razor-thin margin where victory hangs. The physical discomfort was nothing compared to the jarring realization that his perceived invincibility was, shockingly, a sham. Honestly, a moment of weakness? As if the cosmos enjoys exposing vulnerabilities, he registers the opponent's gaze, a familiar face surfacing from somewhere, a detail hell dissect later. If I miss this, he thinks it's not just a setback, it's an invitation. Of course, the connection to the 9 legends isn't random. It's a signal that this isn't some random skirmish. His doubt intensifies, fearing a missed shot will reveal a dangerous opening, a calculated observation, not a hopeful one. A rising/attack takes away half of his power because that complicated. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy's currently pondering Pierrot's presence, which naturally is a bit unsettling. Hez realizing the greatest swordsmanship teacher trope isn't always what it seems, a protective entity. Please. As if anyone just gives power. Of course, someone's been watching him. It's practically a requirement in these stories. Suddenly, a frantic pursuit kicks off. Someone's after something, and they're not subtle about it. Naturally, the chase leads straight to Durs, who shockingly has been leveling up. Seriously, the speed of progression in this world is ridiculous. A brief, tense clash ensues, showcasing Dur's newfound abilities. It's a veiled threat, a name exchange, a classic prelude to a larger, undoubtedly messy conflict. Hez already sensing the power dynamics shifting. This isn't going to be easy. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy just dropped a truth bomb, questioning the forest's supposed immutability. Honestly, who doesn't love a good challenge to the status quo? A flicker of doubt? Please. The man's been cultivating an unflappable confidence for far too long. A crack in the armor is inevitable. Hez now sprinting naturally because someone's chasing after something mysterious. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now, doesn't want to miss the fun. Turns out Durs has been putting in work. Seriously, the growth spurt is bordering on ridiculous. Hez actually become a legitimate threat. A veiled threat, a tense name exchange. Delightful. It seems our MC has just stumbled into something far bigger than he anticipated. Names are exchanged, a promise of future conflict hangs heavy in the air. Let's just say things are about to get interesting. He sprinted, and honestly, the desperation was almost comical. Another chase? Seriously. He figured that if he didn't move now, some random forest creature would snatch whatever prize was being chased, and that was just inefficient. The room blurred, a testament to his speed, fueled by a desire to simply observe, not participate. Turns out he recognized a formidable opponent in Durs. The kid had clearly been putting in work, a surprisingly sharp skill growth, no less. Good for him, I guess, our boy mused, noting the rapid advancement with detached curiosity. A flicker, something unreadable, crossed his face, a brief lapse in his carefully cultivated emotional neutrality. Names will be exchanged, a prelude to a larger, undoubtedly messy conflict. Hez stumbled into something far bigger than he anticipated. Seriously? Another chase? Our boy figured snagging whatever everyone's scrambling for was more about efficiency than actual desire. A random forest critter would have happily devoured it otherwise. He blurred past, the urgency almost comical, and spotted Durs, who surprisingly has actually become a legitimate threat. The kid's clearly been grinding, a noticeable skill growth no less. Good for him, I guess, he mused, noting the advancement with detached curiosity. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now because every training montage needs a dramatic interruption. It seems Hez stumbled into something far larger than anticipated. Names exchanged, a prelude to a messy conflict. A veiled threat hangs heavy, a tense exchange of names. A flicker, something unreadable, crossed his face, a brief lapse in his carefully cultivated emotional neutrality. He doesn't know if it's the item or something else entirely, but something shifted in his expression, a momentary crack in the carefully constructed facade. Seriously? Another chase? Our boy figured the object everyone's scrambling for was more about eliminating competition than actual value. A woodland creature could have devoured it, no problem. He blurred past the urgency, almost comical, and spotted Durs, who shockingly has actually improved. Good for him, I guess, he mused, observing the noticeable skill growth with detached curiosity. Of course, the arrogant young master had to arrive because every training montage needs a dramatic interruption. Dur's eyes narrowed, acknowledging his unexpected surge in power and skill, an offering of no comfort as the weight of the moment settled. And it's even a targeted skill. Names will be exchanged, a prelude to a messy conflict. A veiled threat hangs heavy. Hez dodging debris. A classic training exercise gone sideways, apparently. Our boy, ever the pragmatist, figured the frantic scramble for whatever trinket everyone after was less about its intrinsic worth and more about eliminating the competition. A woodland rodent Kudvi swallowed it whole honestly. Seriously? Another chase? As if things weren't dramatic enough, and their doers surprisingly showing genuine improvement. Good for him, I guess, he mused, observing the noticeable skill growth with detached curiosity. Of course, the arrogant young master had to appear because every training montage demands a dramatic interruption. Dur's eyes narrowed, acknowledging his unexpected surge in power, an offering of no comfort as the weight of the moment settled. Right. So the training montage just got spectacularly derailed naturally. Hez dodging chunks of something because apparently woodland sparring sessions now involve collateral damage. Honestly, a squirrel could be snagged whatever prize everyone's scrambling for, and no one would have noticed, but eliminating the competition seems to be the real objective. Dur's, bless his heart, is actually showing improvement. Good for him, I guess, he mused, observing the noticeable skill growth with detached curiosity. Now someone's demanding a name, and it's not a casual pleasantry, it's a veiled threat. He stares at the seemingly absorbing the unsettling message, already calculating the potential fallout. Names exchanged, a prelude to a messy conflict, just what this day needed. A tremor runs through the air, a clear sign that avoiding a showdown is no longer an option. Our boy receives a garbled distress call, naturally, just as things were getting manageable. Don't come to this mine, unless the Lord gives up. The message abruptly cuts out. Honestly, a lord? Someone's been hoarding titles like they're rare artifacts. Hez already bracing for a power level far beyond anything they've encountered. It's always a mine, isn't it? Because, of course, the plot demands a conveniently located, strategically important mine. Hez already running calculations. What kind of force requires a lord's authority? Is this a trap or a desperate plea? Seriously, the melodrama. Still a chance to exploit a power vacuum. It seems the universe is determined to keep him on his toes, and honestly, Hez starting to suspect that peaceful development was a cruel joke from the start. Well, hold an unrivaled position. Oh, good grief, someone's already laying it on thick. Our boy, naturally, is already calculating the odds of this pronouncement being a colossal lie. Turns out some vital piece of equipment got patched up by Pagma. A name that should immediately raise eyebrows, by the way. Hez internally screaming, what now? Because of course it never ends. This isn't just about repairs, it's about a hidden agenda. Someone's worried about the true cost of a pact, questioning the loyalties of others. A very sensible concern given the current climate. Another character, bless their heart, is offering memory restoration and support. Hez noting the strategic implications. Resources, vision rank, all pointing toward a looming unpleasantness. Honestly, Hez half expecting a giant sparkly do not enter sign to appear any minute now. Right, so another cryptic warning naturally. Doubt crosses his face. Honestly, who doesn't question the fine print of a pact when dealing with beings older than recorded history? Hez running calculations, of course, assessing the probability of this being a genuine offer versus a cleverly disguised trap. Because it is always a mine, isn't it? Then bless Pagma's heart, vital equipment suddenly gets a magical upgrade. The biggest gain, someone proclaims, and the air thickens with unspoken implications. Another character, ever the optimist, is offering memory restoration. A generous gesture, but Hez already factoring in the potential strings attached. It's not just about lost memories, it's about the resources, the vision rank, the strategic positioning. Honestly, Hez half expecting a giant sparkly do not enter sign to materialize any minute now. I will be with you, Hart declares, and suddenly we're treated to a flashback of Wendy's appearance. Honestly, predictable. Hez already running the numbers. A memory restoration offer? Fantastic. As it turns out, it's not just about retrieving lost memories, it's about the resources, the vision rank, the strategic positioning. Apparently the rankard is departing with per-round affinity and something about the indes still being utilized. Hez got to figure out how many enemies they're facing, and the Eagle's Eyes ability is conveniently brought up. Just materials one character casually states needing them to ascend to the vision rank because of course power grabs are always subtle. The upgrade to Pagmas equipment is a notable boon, but our boy isn't letting his guard down, not even for a second. Doubt etched itself onto his face. Naturally, the guild isn't just offering a friendly chat. Hez already running simulations, a hidden agenda. Expected. Honestly, these organizations rarely operate in good faith. Hez calculating the potential fallout of their veiled intentions, factoring in the resources they're dangling and the strategic advantage of vision rank offers. Hart's memory restoration offer? A generous gesture, certainly, but Hez assessing the strings attached. It's always a trade, isn't it? The flashback of Wendy's appearance was almost convenient. Of course, a memory restoration comes with a price. Now, Rankard is departing with per-round affinity and the indes are still being utilized. A complex web of resources. Eagle's Eyes ability is conveniently highlighted, a subtle hint at the challenges ahead. The upgrade to Pagmas equipment is a boon, but he isn't letting his guard down. The guild's offer of a vision rank upgrade predictably isn't as straightforward as it appears. Hez already dissecting their motives naturally. These organizations rarely operate with altruism. Hart's generous memory restoration offer? Standard operating procedure, a trade, always a trade. Of course, Wendy's sudden appearance in a flashback conveniently underscores the price he might pay. Rankard's departure, now equipped with per-round affinity and leveraging the indes, paints a complex resource shuffle. Eagle's IS ability is highlighted, a little too conveniently perhaps hinting at challenges ahead. Hez running simulations, calculating potential fallout, and honestly, the condition of the crops being good is just another piece of the puzzle Hez analyzing. A familiar tremor jolts our boy. Deja vu again? Honestly, the universe loves to mess with him. Paralysis. Fantastic. As if recovering Hart's memories want already a delightful experience. Two options, what sneers casually dropping the news that Hez transcended. Of course he has. Because why be a normal manageable threat? Veridin's disbelief is practically radiating off him. A challenge? Really? Hez already assessing the situation, mentally cataloging potential escape routes and counter strategies. Eagle Eyes' recent display was informative. I need to factor that in. What's escalating taunts aren't just annoying. They reek of a personal connection. Something deeper than a simple power grab. This isn't just about status. It's about settling a score. And our boy? Hez about to become the unwilling referee. A tremor ran through him, another unwelcome echo of past events. Honestly, the universe enjoys its little reminders. Paralysis? Just what he needed, like reliving Hart's generous memory restoration offer want already a treat. Then what saunters in casually announcing Hez transcended. Naturally, because standard threats are far too pedestrian. Veridin's disbelief practically crackled in the air, but Hez already dissecting their motives, factoring in Eagle Eye's recent rather convenient display of power. A difficult opponent, he muttered an assessment, more than a complaint. Hez running simulations calculating potential outcomes. It's clear these taunts aren't about status. They reek of a personal connection. And our boy? Veridin's face tightened, a silent admission that the scales had tipped. Fantastic. Just what he needed. Another power creep. Paralysis? Really? It's like the narrative loves to throw curveballs. What's entrance dripping with self-proclaimed transcendence was predictably dramatic. Honestly, standard villains are just so pedestrian. Our boy's disbelief was palpable, but Hez already assessing the situation, factoring in Eagle Eye's recent conveniently timed display. Randy's combat power is only 30% of mine, he mumbled, more a frustrated observation than a lament. It's not about status, actually. The taunts carry a distinct personal flavor. Clearly, this isn't just some random encounter. Their history here, and Veradin is already mapping out his escape routes, because let's be honest, he's not winning this round. Paralysis? Really? The narrative's commitment to contrived drama is astounding. What's entrance, dripping with self, proclaimed transcendence was predictably theatrical. Let's only kill the ones carrying weapons, he sneered, a personal barb that instantly shifted Veradin's calculations. Our boy's face tightened. The scales had tipped. Another power creep, delightful. A jarring blow sent him reeling. A clear message, this want. Just a fight, it was a reckoning. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy Veradin fresh off a mysterious paralysis, because, of course, every good chapter needs a dramatic opening, is now facing a problem. A significant problem. What seemingly bored decided to test Veradin's mettle with a casual smirk. Honestly, the arrogance is almost impressive. He recoiled not just from a blow, but from the sheer weight of what's taunt. It wasn't merely words, it was a declaration. He figures that if Hez getting toyed with like this, Hez in deep trouble. What's amusement twisted into something genuinely unsettling, a prelude to a power display that clearly escalating things. This isn't just a skirmish, it's a personal affront. The MC's internal monologue is screaming status difference. Check. Personal history? Probably. Impending doom? Absolutely. Veradin's retort predictably only fueled. What's amusement, and that never a good? Veradin's words, delivered with a calculated coolness, had the unexpected effect of igniting what's simmering rage. A reaction our boy immediately flagged as a significant data point. He registers the shift. This isn't just a power display, it's personal. Typical, he thinks the arrogant ones always have a backstory waiting to explode. The scene hangs a silent of what's struggle, and honestly the dramatic pauses are almost comical at this point. But the MC isn't laughing. Hez assessing. But there's no way an NAC should be on guard against me. What's internal monologue, clearly laced with disbelief, confirms his suspicions. This isn't a random encounter. To reach the realm of sword want has apparently been waiting, which translates to a whole heap of trouble headed Veradin's way. Veradin's casual exit plans were abruptly halted. The amusement had been enjoying vanishing with his unseen companion. Right on cue, he mused, observing what's reaction the drama queen always arrives when you least expect it. It's always the ones who take themselves too seriously, isn't it? But what's simmering rage intensifying with an unsettling presence confirmed what our boy already suspected. This wasn't a random encounter. Reaching the realm of sword want apparently required a significant investment of time, a detail that translated to a whole heap of trouble headed Veradin's way. He registers the shift. This isn't just a power display, it's personal. Typical, he thinks the arrogant ones always have a backstory waiting to explode. A surprise attack, naturally, because subtlety is so overrated. Our boy isn't laughing, though, his running calculations assessing the threat. Apparently a knack shouldn't be this keyed in, confirming his suspicion. This isn't some random encounter. Reaching the realm of sword want, it seems, required a significant investment of time, which now translates to a whole heap of trouble headed Veradin's way. Typical, he muses, observing what's reaction. The arrogant ones always have a backstory waiting to explode. She draws her sword, instantly going on the offensive. Of course, the challenger has to boast about their title, Sword Saint Candidate, no less. He announced his strength, and our boy immediately registered it, want a casual flex. Seriously, he thought? Another one with a superiority complex. Of course, the arrogant ones always have a backstory waiting to explode. Her expression shifted, revealing a flicker of uncertainty. A rare sight, honestly. He challenged her, questioning her strength with a defiant declaration, and she drew her sword, instantly going on the offensive. The Sword Saint Candidate naturally had to make his presence known. It's always the ones who take themselves seriously that have a history to unpack, and Hez already running calculations. Let's see how much trouble this is going to be, he mused, observing what's reaction, a hidden vulnerability crossing her face. A visible tremor rippled across her composure, a rare sight, honestly. He noted it, of course. The Sword Saint Candidate's arrival wasn't just a power display, it's a declaration. Seriously? Another one with a superiority complex. Her confidence faltered, a silent admission of inadequacy challenging her established reputation. "I have to face it head on," she declared, a burst of resolve replacing the earlier hesitation. Actually, Head anticipated this sort of dramatic entrance. It's always the ones who take themselves seriously that have a history to unpack. You're complete, but you're also fighting on the field. I have no... Well, apparently, Shez suddenly weapon-hungry. He registered the shift. Shez never been greedy for weapons, but an opponent like this changes things. Let's see how much trouble this is going to be, he mused, observing her reaction, a hidden vulnerability crossing her face. Right on cue, a surprise attack. 9 figures naturally. Our boy's already calculating, because let's be real, someone always has to make a dramatic entrance. I can't block them all. He thinks a rather astute observation, considering the sheer number of assailants. A flicker of doubt? Shocking. It's rare to see the MC stumble, but facing 9 opponents simultaneously does tend to rattle even the most seasoned heroes. Hez assessing his options, actually realizing that a direct confrontation might be suboptimal. Of course, the arrogant challenger has to monologue about names and significance. Honestly, the theatrics. But he isn't dwelling, Hez, already formulating a plan. A chase? Perhaps. It's a bold move considering the odds, but then again, when has our boy ever played it safe? Kaiking's announcement about the Earl's involvement immediately ratcheted up the tension and the unease on our boy's face. Want exactly a reassuring sign. Seriously, 6 people? He notes the sheer absurdity of the entourage, a stark contrast to his own detached composure. It's amusing, really, how everyone else is reacting with frantic energy while Hez simply cataloging details. A perk of ascending the power ladder, apparently. Greed's sudden ability to pick up nuances he previously missed seems almost comical, like a slow-witted noble finally grasping the concept of social cues. Of course, the grand entrance and the self-important declaration of "I am Dura Greed, Lord of Reden" of the final king had to happen. Now the question everyone avoiding hangs in the air. What are his intentions? Right now, he needs to complete the mission. In front of him, that's the priority. A flicker of disquiet crosses his face, a detail that highlights just how much the situation has escalated. The potential of this item is substantial, a game changer on the battlefield, actually. He registers Strauss amongst the throng, a wave of resentment washes over him. Comparable to the imperial family? Seriously? Greed's ascent has apparently afforded him a new level of perception, Hez picking up on nuances he previously missed thanks to his heightened senses. A tiresome string of events, a consequence of Strauss's meddling, fuels a simmering frustration. Of course, he's forced to listen to Strauss's condescending advice, but he's capable of clearing this mess himself. It's decided that the current great is capable of handling it. A surprising assessment, but one that does offer a degree of advantage. The grand entrance, naturally. Lord Greed declaring himself the final king's representative, because subtlety was clearly thrown out the window. Our boys registering the tension, the potential power of whatever item is about to be unveiled. A game changer, no doubt. A wave of irritation washes over him as he spots Strauss in the crowd, the guy who seems to enjoy stirring up trouble. Seriously, comparing himself to the imperial family? Greed's heightened senses are picking up on details Head previously missed, a perk of this whole reborn thing, apparently. Strauss's tiresome involvement, the usual condescending advice, it's all just fuel for his simmering frustration, but Hez capable of clearing this mess himself. It's decided that the current great is capable of handling it, a surprising assessment, but one that offers a degree of advantage. Irene's voice, laced with something sharper than pleasantry, cuts through the air, questioning what she truly desires, a loaded inquiry, naturally. Her face hardens, a silent declaration that shall defend what matters to her, and honestly, it's a welcome shift from the usual polite smiles. Good. Someone's finally showing a spine. The sentiment for Irene, but it's a life echoes, a subtle indication of the stakes involved, though Hez already factored that into his calculations. Strauss's presence just intensifies the simmering irritation. The guy's ego really needs a check. Greed's heightened senses are proving useful, picking up nuances Head previously missed, a consequence of this bizarre rebirth, apparently. The tension is palpable and Hez registering the potential power radiating from whatever trinket they're about to unveil, a potential game-changer. Iraine's query hangs a veiled threat simmering beneath her controlled facade. His face, a carefully constructed mask, cracks ever so slightly. A flicker of uncertainty, swiftly buried. Honestly, even he isn't immune to a bit of self-doubt, apparently. It's good to see Irene finally ditching the saccharine pleasantries, though. That thinly veiled threat hanging in the air is far more useful than another empty smile. Strauss, predictably, is being Strauss radiating ego like some kind of noxious gas. Greed's senses are proving unexpectedly helpful, picking up on details he'd have missed otherwise. A perk of this whole reincarnation gig, I suppose. Honestly, a child? I'm already juggling enough existential dread. But now I need to worry about a child, too. I'm overwhelmed. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, and the power radiating from whatever they're about to unearth is definitely something to watch. Randy's blunt assessment, "If you no focus, you'll get hurt," isn't exactly a comforting reassurance, but it's accurate. Hez registering the power emanating from the artifact they're about to unveil, a potential game-changer. These steel remnants pulled from somewhere beyond the slaughter are likely traces of torture, remnants of an existence twisted into something unrecognizable. Honestly, a child? Another complication has already juggling existential dread and now a child too. Irin's words, though carefully phrased, carried a veiled threat, and for a fleeting instant a crack appeared in his carefully constructed composure. Strauss, predictably, is just radiating ego. Greed's senses are proving unexpectedly helpful, picking up on details he'd have missed a perk of this bizarre rebirth. It's good to see Irene ditching the pleasantries, though. A genuine threat is far more useful than another empty smile. The confession landed, didn't it? Of course, it had to be this dramatic. Our boy's entire worldview just got a software update, a rather unpleasant one. Doubt, that persistent little gremlin, is now flickering across his face, threatening to dismantle years of carefully constructed composure. Seriously, another crisis? I'm trying to prevent a global catastrophe here. Can't I just have a moment of peace? Hez fighting it naturally, a silent war waged within his own mind. Strauss is predictably radiating arrogance, as if his inflated ego can somehow shield them from whatever about to emerge. Right then, a kuhuk to shatter the peace. Honestly predictable. Our boy's just starting to ponder legacy, and suddenly a relentless assault arrives, attempting to dismantle his very being. As it turns out, the universe loves to interrupt existential crises with a good old-fashioned beatdown. Hez wrestling with revelations about his past, a past that proving far more tangled than initially believed. If I fail, he thinks a rare moment of vulnerability. Of course, the universe couldn't just send a random thug. It had to be someone with a personal vendetta against his principles. Greed's senses are a welcome distraction from the internal turmoil threatening to consume him. Actually, it's a good thing, because a secret weapon is about to be unleashed, and he's going to need every advantage he can get. Another crisis? Seriously, he was just attempting a moment of quiet contemplation, trying to untangle the mess of his past, a past that keeps getting messier, by the way, when bam, a relentless attack. Strauss, predictably radiating arrogance, probably thought his puffed-up posture could deflect whatever was coming. Honestly, the universe has a peculiar sense of timing, interrupting moments of introspection with a good old-fashioned beating. Hez wrestling with unsettling revelations, a rare glimpse of vulnerability surfacing as he considers the potential ramifications of failure. Greed's senses are a welcome reprieve from the internal turmoil, because as it turns out, a secret weapon has just manifested, and Hez going to need every advantage he can get. One day he muses hell have a family too. Honestly, the universe loves a good interruption, doesn't it? Just as he was attempting some much-needed introspection, wrestling with the tangled threads of his past, a past that seems determined to complicate itself, bam, another crisis. Strauss predictably puffed himself up, probably expecting to intimidate whatever trouble found them. Our boy, though, isn't exactly fazed. There is enough time, great. The preparation. He mutters more to himself than anyone else. He figures that if he doesn't maintain this detached demeanor, he'll drown in the anxieties swirling around him. His words echo, revealing a vulnerability he rarely lets show, and doubt flickers across his face, a crack in the carefully constructed facade. "I promise that powerful force will always be by your side," he declares, a strange sentiment even for him. A fleeting smile falters, a flicker of something unexpected crossing his features. It's almost wistful. Because, as it turns out, the forester's cryptic ramblings, predictable. Our boy naturally isn't buying it wholesale, a healthy dose of skepticism already simmering. Doubt, that persistent little gremlin, starts nibbling at the edges of his composure. Maintaining that unfazed facade is surprisingly taxing, you know. Then bam, a disembodied voice crashes the party. "Nice now if I can just remote the hard. Honestly, the melodrama. It's like the narrative is trying to be cliché." Apparently, this voice is obsessed with accessing something called the hard and mentions master. Hess, genuinely perplexed. A rogue element disrupting the carefully laid plans. "I haven't heard anything related to the master," he thinks, already calculating how this throws a wrench into things. The voice then blathers on about family treasures and a destructive ball, a delightful complication, as if he needed more to juggle. Seems a larger conflict is brewing, and our boy is predictably right in the thick of it. The forester's words hung in the air, but honestly our boy wasn't buying the whole act. Predictable, really. Another conveniently vague prophecy. A fleeting expression, something akin to wistfulness, crossed his features, quickly masked by his usual stoicism. Maintaining that carefully constructed facade takes effort, you know. Then, as if on cue, a disembodied voice decided to make an entrance, because of course a mysterious voice is always required. Apparently this voice is fixated on remotely accessing something called the hard and dropping references to a master. Now that a wrinkle. He hasn't encountered any mention of a master previously, and that throws a serious wrench into his projections. The monologue continues, rambling about a family treasure and a destructive ball, a delightful complication, as if he needed more to juggle. The lines are being drawn, aren't they? Predictable, really, as the distinction between good and evil sharpens. A classic setup for escalating drama. Hez observing, cataloging, already anticipating the inevitable power grabs. It's almost amusing how earnestly some people cling to notions of morality. Our boy, of course, understands that survival necessitates a far more pragmatic approach. Baron Veradin's explanation of the family treasure and the destructive ball felt staged. Honestly, he wasn't buying the sincerity for a second. Then naturally a disembodied voice intrudes, obsessed with accessing something called the hard and referencing a master. A new wrinkle. He hasn't encountered anything like that before. Now that throws a serious wrench into his projections. He paused, a fleeting expression of something akin to amusement crossing his face as he questioned his path. Immense growth? Please. The system's arbitrary leveling system aside, head barely scratched the surface. The room felt smaller, the looming portraits serving as silent witnesses to his existential pondering. Predictable, really. The distinction between good and evil sharpens, setting the stage for predictable power grabs. Honestly, maintaining that carefully constructed facade takes effort, you know. Baron Veradin's explanation of the family treasure and the destructive ball felt staged naturally. He wasn't buying the sincerity for a second. Apparently this voice is fixated on accessing something called the hard and referencing a master, a new wrinkle. Oh, look, another visitor. Predictable, really, considering that farmer blabbed about our boy's divine power, an occurrence that genuinely baffling, honestly. A farmer? Seriously? He hopes this doesn't lead to another round of unwanted attention? Those kinds of things tend to snowball. Apparently someone's decided to challenge him using some ridiculous title, speedless it seems, and referencing master? Master? What fresh hell is this? It's almost comical how these people try to intimidate him with hollow grandeur. Of course they're all desperate to exploit his power. It's just another pawn in their power plays. Baron Veradin's already gearing up, ready to deploy their increasable advantage at an opportune time, conveniently aligning with their pre-planned schemes. Honestly, the manipulation is so blatant it's almost insulting. Well, look at this mess. Apparently some folks are sporting NPC tags, a delightful surprise, honestly. Are the rest farmers? He muses because of course the narrative loves to throw curveballs, someone's showering praise, gushing about divine power and brilliant spirit, which he finds utterly predictable. Please spare me the theatrics he thinks already cataloging their weaknesses. They want him to stick around, conveniently forgetting the whole near-death experience thing. They're practically begging him to join them against Durgrate, a name that elicits a slight tremor of genuine interest. It took me 20 minutes to defeat him, another boasts. Naturally, they're now trying to recruit him. Such a predictable power grab. Hez already assessing the situation, figuring out who bluffing and who genuinely dangerous, because apparently even farmers can be trouble. Right, let's dive in. Our boy is already rolling his eyes at someone's delusions of grandeur regarding being gatekeeper. Honestly, the melodrama. Warnings start flying and Hez just observing. Another spiral of doom. How original. He acknowledges the impending trouble with a silent, almost bored nod. Then everyone screams because of course a dramatic warning has to interrupt the ambiance. A brief hesitation crosses his face, a crack in the facade perhaps. Doubt? Who knows? Suddenly a jarring system message: you have suffered fatal damage. Perish what? Well, that a new development. Apparently even he isn't immune to a surprise attack. It seems someone's been underestimating him, a mistake they'll soon regret. Durgrate, the object of everyone breathless admiration, is about to get a serious reality check. Hez strong enough to go beyond your magication. Apparently the usual fanfare has begun. Honestly, the sheer volume of praise being hurled at someone is almost comical. These people are so easily impressed. Our boy, meanwhile, is calculating the power dynamics at play, assessing who posturing and who genuinely a threat, a skill honed by years of dodging disaster. How long has it been since I last stood on a battlefield? He muses, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. Of course, Asuka had to arrive and stir the pot. Do your best not to lose to my tricks, she taunts, and the air thickens with animosity. His words stung, echoing in the silence. Asuka's outburst ignited a palpable tension, a silent escalation of their simmering conflict. Classic. Just what this scene needed. Right then, let's dive in. Someone's already fawning over Durgrate naturally, because every narrative needs that untouchable, ridiculously powerful figure, doesn't it? Our boy isn't buying it, though. Hess sizing up the power structure, mentally cataloging who a genuine threat and who just spouting nonsense for attention. How long has it been? He wonders, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. A world away from the bootlickers surrounding him. And predictably, Asuka arrives to puncture the inflated egos. Her words, sharp as ever, landed squarely. It wasn't just a verbal jab, it visibly rattled the lauded Durgrate. A tremor? Really? Someone this supposedly invincible is cracking under a few choice taunts? Hez trying to maintain composure, but Asuka's relentless prodding is clearly hitting a nerve, darkening his expression. Someone's hiding something, and our boy is definitely taking notes. It's nothing compared to Durgrate. Someone gushes naturally, because of course every story needs its untouchable paragon. Our boy assesses the situation, already dismissing the fawning as predictable. Hez cataloging strengths and weaknesses, a detached observer in a theater of egos. Then Asuka arrives, predictably puncturing the air with her barbed wit. Asuka's words visibly shook him, momentarily disrupting his composure. He struggles to dismiss her taunt, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his face. It's fascinating, really. Someone this lauded is cracking under a few well-placed barbs. He visibly recoils, shattering his carefully constructed facade, struggling to dismiss her remark. An NPC with high stats and perfect combat skills? Suddenly has got something to work with. By sending out that strong farmer there, trying to manipulate them, aren't they? Predictable. Our boy registers it all, already filing away the tactic as amateur hour. Honestly, the lengths these NPCs go to for a power play is almost quaint. Then baddie. Unique skill, Salzer. A visible tremor? Seriously? Someone this supposedly untouchable is shaking like a leaf from a few words? his composure fractures revealing a vulnerability, Asuka's barbs ripped open. A flicker of panic he desperately tries to mask. It's almost comical watching this facade crumble. Of course, Hez trying to maintain an unshakable pillar, but Asuka's relentless needling is clearly hitting a raw nerve. His carefully built facade cracks under her unexpected words, and that tremor, that signals of vulnerability, that quite delicious to observe. No one would have thought that out of the four earners blocking the path, he would be the one to crack first. His tremor betrays. Honestly, seriously, who designs these NPCs? Don't tell me he isn't an ordinary farmer either. Apparently, even the background characters are trying to one-up each other. As it turns out, sending a strong farmer was a clumsy attempt at manipulation. Our boy is already cataloging it another predictable power play in this ridiculous charade. Then die, a unique skill called Soulser, a visible tremor. Really? The guy supposedly untouchable is shaking from a few pointed words. His composure fractures revealing a vulnerability, a flicker of panic he desperately tries to mask. Asuka's barbs are hitting home, cracking that carefully constructed facade. It's almost comical watching it crumble. No one expected him of the four earners blocking the path to be the one to crack first. The farmer's jabs, predictably irritating, were clearly hitting a nerve. Honestly, who writes these encounters? The tremor radiating from him was subtle. It revealed a fragility unexpected from someone supposedly a cornerstone of this whole operation. Pathetic, he thinks, trying to provoke with such obvious tactics. Then the kicker, a unique skill, Soulser. As if the untouchable are immune to psychological warfare, Asuka's barbs were cracking his carefully constructed image. A delightful unraveling to witness. I can't feel anything, he bellows, unleashing a white light sword, a raw manifestation of bottled fury. White light sword, of course, a power surge always has to be dramatic. He figures that if he doesn't capitalize on this sudden surge, he'll be left vulnerable. Something's amiss, though. This isn't just rage, it's something more.
Right then, let's dive in. Our boy's having a moment. Shit, he declares, because subtlety was clearly left at the door. Honestly, the sheer volume of rage practically vibrates off him. Hez not just annoyed, something dredged up a whole heap of unpleasant memories. This guy, he reeks of it. He thinks the past, twisting his features into a silent vow of retribution. Of course, a mysterious figure arrives, because every decent chapter needs a dash of existential dread.
He shouldn't be here, our MC realizes, a chill crawling down his spine. This isn't just about the immediate threat, it's about what this person represents. And then a surge, a raw, untamed power erupts, manifesting as a blade of pure light. Apparently he can fight without a sword? Who knew? It's less a display of skill and more a desperate, furious overflow. Something's brewing, and it's far more complicated than a simple status game. Your opponent was incredible strong, but you defeated him so easily. The words hang in the air, and honestly they're stating the obvious. Hez not exactly thrilled with the ease of it all, though. This isn't right, he thinks, already analyzing the situation. Of course, a mysterious figure has to arrive, doesn't it? Because dramatic tension demands it. Maidentite's taunt dripping with condescension isn't just an insult, it's a trigger igniting a furious, unspoken threat within him. His face hardens, revealing a simmering rage barely contained. He shouldn't be here, our boy realizes, a chill prickling his skin. This isn't about a simple fight, it's about a history Hez desperately trying to bury. Who knew? Does that mean I've gotten a tiny bit closer to Sword Saint? He mused, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. Honestly, the system's arbitrary milestones are the least of his concerns right now. I used to pour everything I had into my swordsmanship. The thought trails off, a sudden, unwelcome memory surfacing. Of course, the narrative demands a moment of angst, doesn't it? But the MC isn't exactly thrilled with this sudden, uncontrolled surge of power manifesting as a blade of light. Who knew? It's less a demonstration of skill and more an uncontrolled outburst fueled by something far deeper than just this current skirmish. No, the tool doesn't matter. I never needed a blade. He exclaims the words more for himself than his opponent. Maidentite's condescension proved a crucial trigger, unlocking a past head desperately suppressed. Recognizing the danger, he prepared to act a flicker of memory hinting at a connection to a buried past, perhaps the legendary Sword Saint. The sudden surge of power manifesting as a blade of light felt less like a victory and more like an uncontrolled emotional outburst prompting him to declare, "I never needed a blade." A statement directed inward rather than. The hooded figures are having a delightful time, aren't they? Lamenting their lack of freedom, as if anyone truly cares about their anxieties regarding these unpredictable monster attacks. He used to pour everything he had into his swordsmanship. As it turns out, accusations are flying, the usual guild drama naturally, with someone yelling about destroying a city and threatening familial harm. Typical. Maydentite's condescension proved a crucial trigger, unlocking a past head desperately suppressed. "Shut your mouth and die," someone bellows, because subtlety is so overrated. Right, so the mood is delightfully tense. Our boy is getting grilled by a bunch of anxious figures, apparently lamenting their restricted movement and monster woes. Honestly, Hez barely registering it. Hez moved past caring about their petty concerns. They're throwing accusations around naturally. Quality over quantity, someone declares. Because of course guilds are all about the numbers, aren't they? They want to fight alongside him, wanting to control him. He finds it amusing, not unexpected, that they already see him as a tool. Someone yells to back off, threatening future considerations. Turns out Maydentite's arrogance was the key to unlocking something buried deep within him. And what a reveal. A full-blown dragon transformation rivaling the power of established figures. Suddenly, everyone got a lot to reconsider. Honestly, these guilds are predictable. They're all worked up about monster attacks and movement restrictions. But our boy is barely registering it. His got bigger fish to fry, like not dying. They think Hez a weapon to be controlled, which is amusing because they haven't the slightest clue what Hez truly capable of. Naturally, someone had to yell about familial harm and threatening future considerations. It's practically a requirement for these scenes. Maydentite's condescension of all things became the catalyst, triggering something buried deep within him. He roared, unleashing a terrifying dragon form, shaking the very room, a display of raw power rivaling established figures. Turns bracing for the confrontation's sudden shift. Now everyone got a lot to reconsider, and Hez silently enjoying the chaos. Knuckles, how original, tightened bracing for the inevitable explosion of accusations. Honestly, it's always the same song and dance with these guilds. Monster attacks, movement restrictions, the whole predictable routine. They think they can control him, weaponize him, but they're about as perceptive as a rock. Our boy, meanwhile, is calculating the odds of survival, always the priority, and mentally filing away the grievances for later consideration. Of course, Maydentite's arrogance, that delightful display of misplaced superiority, had to be the trigger. Seems a buried potential, a crucial trigger unlocking a past head, rather not revisit, decided to make an entrance. Suddenly a roar. A dragon roar. The power radiating off him rivals Bon and Rias, a shock that visibly rattles everyone, even him. Confusion briefly clouds his face, a display of raw power rivaling established figures. Now everyone has a lot to reconsider, and Hez silently savoring the chaos. The predictable accusations started, Knuckles tightening, the usual guild drama unfolding exactly as anticipated. Honestly, these guilds think they can manage him, weaponize him. Bless their hearts, they're about as insightful as a garden gnome. Hez already assessing survival probabilities mentally, cataloging grievances for later, because naturally Maydentite's overblown sense of self had to be the catalyst. Then bam, a roar. A dragon roar, no less. The power surging off him now? It's rivaling Bon and Rias, a development that visibly destabilizes everyone, even our boy. Even Bon and Rias can only endure 3 minutes. He notes internally a flicker of something akin to amusement crossing his face. All attacks were deflected, a clear loss for, well, someone. The accusations started predictably, didn't they? Honestly, these guilds think they can manipulate him, weaponize him, bless their hearts. They're about as insightful as a garden gnome. Someone decided to deliver a message, and not a very subtle one at that. I would have at least killed one person he muses cataloging their petty grievances for later, because of course, Maiden Titus' inflated sense of self had to be the catalyst. Then bam, a dragon roar. A dragon roar. The power radiating off him now, its rivaling Bon and Reese visibly destabilizing everyone. Heaven can embrace a dragon, right? One asks a question, laced with disbelief, and he simply watches, already assessing survival probabilities. What's there to watch? Just let them squabble. They'll figure it out eventually or not. That won't happen, someone declares, and he notes internally that Bon and Reus can only endure 3 minutes, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. The 7 silver you earned as a farmer will never be enough. Honestly, predictable. Hez already cataloging their power levels. These guilds always assume they can dictate terms, bless their naivete. They clearly haven't grasped the concept of a reborn survivor, he muses, noting the blatant dismissal of a farmer's livelihood. Someone decided to introduce him, or rather to interrupt, and of course, Maidentitas' ego had to be the catalyst. A dragon roar? Seriously? The power radiating off this newcomer is rivaling Bon and Reus, visibly destabilizing everyone. Heaven can embrace a dragon, right? He simply watches, already calculating survival probabilities. What's there to watch? My matter just called me so ill, excuse myself for a bit, the figure announces, and our boy notes internally that secrets and regrets are about to surface. Hez not my companion. He mutters, already mentally filing away this individual's quirks. Honestly, predictable. Someone's decided to offer a contract dismissing the farmer's earnings with a breezy wave of a hand, as if a few silver coins are an insult. They clearly haven't grasped the concept of a reborn survivor, he muses, cataloging power levels with the disinterest of a seasoned accountant. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now, and a dragon roar? Seriously? The newcomer's power is rivaling Bon and Reus, visibly destabilizing everyone, but our boy simply watches, already calculating survival probabilities. My matter just called me so ill, excuse myself for a bit, the figure announces, and he notes internally that secrets and regrets are about to surface. The drama is just beginning. Hez cataloging the scene, already assessing the power dynamics, honestly predictable. Someone's offering a contract, dismissing a farmer's livelihood with a casual wave, a classic display of entitled nobility. They clearly haven't grasped the concept of a reborn survivor, he observes, mentally calculating their potential threat level. The arrogant young master arrives naturally, and a sudden surge of power, a dragon roar? Seriously? It's destabilizing the onlookers, but our boy remains unfazed, calculating survival probabilities like a seasoned gambler. He was recognized for his ability, loyalty as one of the Empire's most valued assets, a legacy Hez distanced himself from. I know it will never reach you, even if I shouldn't, for raindrops mirrors his regret, a silent apology plastered across the wall. My matter just called me so ill, excuse myself for a bit, the figure announces, and he notes internally that secrets and regrets are about to surface. The drama is just beginning. A forced smile barely conceals the internal chaos, Hez cataloging the scene, already assessing power dynamics. Predictable, honestly. Someone's offering a contract, dismissing a farmer's livelihood with a careless wave, a textbook display of entitled nobility. They clearly haven't grasped the concept of a reborn survivor, he muses, calculating potential threats. The arrogant young master naturally makes his grand entrance, accompanied by a frankly unnecessary surge of power. A dragon roar? Seriously? It's destabilizing onlookers, but our boy remains unfazed, analyzing survival probabilities like a seasoned gambler. He was once recognized for his unwavering loyalty, a valued asset of the Empire, a legacy Hez actively distanced himself from. If a doll on a string doesn't move as you want it, a fragment of a thought quickly dismissed. Raindrops blurred the view, mirroring the turmoil within her heart, a flicker of pain crossing her face as unspoken words hung heavy. My matter just called me so ill, excuse myself for a bit, the figure announces, and he... Right then. Someone just waltzed in, announcing they're swapping out a key player, conveniently leveraging Manave and the 4th princess. Predictable, isn't it? Our boy naturally isn't impressed. Hez already sizing up the theatrics, the manufactured power, the dramatic declarations, it's all just noise, Hez shedding his past. Remember? A past where he was once a valued asset. Please? The declaration itself? A power play, obviously. When pressed for details, he drops hints about a connection to hell and a shadowy figure named Nose. Because subtlety is so overrated. Of course, refusing to reveal his identity only ratchets up the tension. As it turns out, that tension explodes. A furious, unseen voice erupts, punctuated by a visible injury. A rather unpleasant detail, suggesting someone's not thrilled with this power grab. Seems our little declaration just poked a very large, very angry bear. Who are you, you bastard? Reveal yourself. Someone just barged in loudly declaring their intention to replace a key player conveniently involving Manhwa and the fourth princess, a power play of the most tiresome variety. Our boy naturally isn't losing sleep over it. His busy calculating probabilities like a seasoned gambler assessing a bad hand. Frankly, unnecessary surge of power, a legacy has actively distanced himself from. He muses assessing potential threats and the whole performance, just noise. When pushed, the interloper drops hints about a connection to hell and a figure named Nose because subtlety is clearly a forgotten art. Of course, refusing to identify himself only serves to escalate things, and as it turns out, that escalation arrives with a furious, unseen voice and a rather unpleasant detail, a visible injury blooming on a cheek, suggesting someone is decidedly unhappy with this power grab. Honestly, the theatrics were almost insulting. Someone just waltzed in declaring they're replacing a key figure, Manhwa and the fourth princess involved, naturally because subtlety died a long time ago. Our boy predictably isn't panicking, his mentally running simulations assessing the probability of this whole charade actually posing a threat. Frankly, it's a legacy has actively avoided. The interloper, desperate to seem mysterious, dropped hints about hell and a figure called Nose. Really? That's your big reveal? As it turns out, that bravado was short-lived. Escalation arrives with a furious, unseen voice and a rather unpleasant detail, a visible injury blooming on his cheek, suggesting someone isn't thrilled with this power grab. Asmopel's arrival predictably wants subtle. A challenge thrown across the room, a demand for his presence. Honestly, the dramatics feels almost exhausting. He figures that if he didn't anticipate this, he'd be knee-deep in a power struggle already. A fiery blast, abruptly silenced, a desperate plea, a chilling omen settling over the room. Of course, someone felt the need to make a grand entrance. Dismissing the immediate threat, he noted the potential for overwhelming numbers. A legacy has actively avoided. A flicker of amusement crossed his face, masking a deeper calculation. The team is now scrambling to figure out who the real problem, which frankly is adorable. A sudden arrival sparks hostility and accusation, which means someone's ticked off, and a visible injury blooming on his cheek is the confirmation. You're finally here, Asmopel. Honestly, the theatrics were almost exhausting. It appears our boy anticipated this grand entrance, mentally running simulations to gauge the fallout. Piros' declaration predictably ignited a surge of ambition, a dangerous power shift within the Yitan, no less. A flicker of unsettling determination crosses Piros' face, revealing a hidden intent. It seems someone wants to make a name for themselves. Frankly, it's a legacy he actively avoided. Overwhelming numbers and needless conflict. The room feels smaller now, a silent witness to the shifting ambitions. The team is scrambling to identify the real problem, which frankly is adorable. The immediate threat thankfully proved less of a concern than anticipated. Our boy already factored in a horde of angry faces, Hez mentally cataloging potential escape routes, naturally because dealing with overwhelming numbers is a legacy Hez actively trying to dodge. What the hell? Someone exclaims, observing Asmopel's disconcerting lack of vitality, a rather dramatic entrance, honestly. Of course, the predictable outburst follows. What the hell are you doing all of a sudden? Someone's ticked off and the blooming injury on his cheek confirms it. Piros' ambition is proving to be the real disruption here, a dangerous power shift bubbling within the Yitan. It seems someone wants to make a name for themselves. Frankly, it's adorable how the team is scrambling to identify the real problem, oblivious to the larger game at play. The cheerful clash of sound effects feels jarring against the Yeaton's darkening expression, a silent acknowledgement of something unpleasant brewing. He figures they're all playing a game of spot the threat, which honestly is adorable given how much Hez already anticipated. I can't hear after our promise someone laments a minor concern easily dismissed. If he can see the spear, then you'll be healing again soon, another voice chimes in demonstrating a level of optimism he hasn't encountered in a while. It's almost quaint, the focus on cleaning up monsters instead of the larger because someone's ambition is about to upend everything. I did not inform the people including Jur about the invasion, a confession laced with unspoken anxieties followed by a quick reassurance about the guard's loyalty. Someone's hiding something behind a screen, and the hushed whispers about an impending upmasion only confirm the brewing chaos. Frankly, it's the Yeaton. It seems someone wants to. Honestly, the fanfare announcing Asmopel's arrival is a bit much, isn't it? Our boy observes the scene, already calculating the odds of survival against whatever coming. A tiresome game of spot the threat for everyone else, apparently. Hez prepared for death, a sentiment Hez grown quite familiar with, and finds the team's current concerns almost quaint. Jura's optimism is endearing but misplaced. They're focused on monster cleanup while a far greater upheaval is brewing, fueled by Yeaton's ambition. It seems someone's deliberately omitting information, and the hushed whispers confirm the impending chaos. Frankly, it's the Yeaton who the problem. Someone clearly wants something from him. Something's off. Our boy's perception just hiccuped a jarring shift in a subject's presence that has him momentarily thrown. Honestly, these sudden reality glitches are becoming a regular occurrence, a delightful perk of his unique situation. Then naturally, someone has to make a baseless accusation, "I didn't kill him," because of course the drama has to escalate immediately. How predictable. Hez already assessing the probability of this turning into a full-blown brawl, factoring in Jura's irritatingly optimistic outlook. The man genuinely believes they're dealing with a simple monster problem while a political storm brews. Pyros' confession hangs heavy, a seismic change in the atmosphere. Hez prepared for the worst as always, because expecting sunshine and rainbows in this mess would be foolish. Someone wants something from him, and it's almost certainly the Yeaton behind it all. The accusation hit naturally because someone always has to stir the pot. He registered Asmos' claim, a flicker of hope quickly extinguished, honestly expecting anything else would be naive. Chaos demand sliced through the tension, our boys calculating the odds of a full-blown brawl, factoring in Jur's endearing but misplaced optimism. Pyros' confession brought a seismic shift, confirming what he already suspected: a far greater upheaval is brewing, fueled by Yeaton's ambitions. The air thickened, and it wasn't just the usual political maneuvering. Something fundamental shifted, and he felt it. Predictably, someone had to make a baseless accusation. "I didn't kill him," because drama demands escalation. Hez already factoring in Jur's irritatingly optimistic outlook. The man genuinely believes they're dealing with a monster problem while a political storm brews. Pyros' confession landed like a physical blow, a seismic change confirming what he already suspected: a far greater upheaval is brewing, fueled by Yeaton's ambitions. Asmos' claim of assistance offered a fleeting glimmer of hope, quickly extinguished, because honestly expecting anything else would be foolish. Chaos demand cutting off his bloodline sliced through the tension, and our boy calculated the odds of a full-blown brawl. Someone clearly wants something from him, and it's almost certainly tied to Yeaton's grand scheme. Chaos' accusation shattered the fragile peace rippling across his features as he silently rejected the Empress' words and braced for the fallout. Severing his bloodline was a declaration of war, a calculated move suggesting someone wanted something from him, likely tied to Yeaton's grand scheme. Right then, things just got weird. Our boy is suddenly questioning his very existence, his connection to Ye Shen seemingly dissolving. Honestly, the existential dread is piling up faster than discarded plot armor. Someone naturally feels the need to comment on the lack of bloodshed, as if that somehow makes everything okay. Hez internally rolling his eyes. The melodrama is already reaching peak levels. A confession arrives, a gut punch confirming what he already suspected. This isn't about a missing servant. It's about something far more significant, deeply entwined with Yitan's schemes. Kios, in a moment of spectacular self-destruction, declares he must pursue Empress Mare because naturally that's the solution to everything, and of course, someone feels the need to personally ensure this mission's success. The whole situation reeks of manipulation, a desperate attempt to redirect blame, and frankly, it's insulting. Hez already assessing escape routes. One can't be too careful when dealing with this level of chaos. Right on cue the information he needs. Delayed. Because naturally a little manufactured tension is essential. Our boys registering the delay not just as an inconvenience but as a deliberate power play. Hez thinking they want me to sweat this, don't they? A silent reaction because screaming, "I'm suspicious," isn't exactly a winning strategy. Then bam! A system window. Seriously? Just when Hez starting to feel comfortable, the universe decides to throw a pop-up ad in his face. A harvest chance? What fresh hell is this? Disbelief is an understatement. Hez questioning the very fabric of reality, wondering if he accidentally wandered into a poorly optimized game. A flicker of genuine unease now. This isn't just about stats, it's about someone pulling strings he can't see. Someone's messing with the script, and Hez suddenly realized Hez not the author. Right on cue the information he needed, delayed, naturally. Because every plot point needs manufactured tension, doesn't it? He registers the setback not as an annoyance, but a calculated power play. They want me to sweat this, don't they? A silent assessment of escape routes already forming in his mind. Then, just as Hez starting to relax. Bam. A system window. Seriously, it's always when you least expect it. A harvest chance? Hez questioning the very nature of his reality, wondering if Hez stumbled into a poorly coded game. It's not just about stats anymore. Someone's clearly pulling strings he can't see, shattering his fragile sense of normalcy. You're the one who decided that the request would be worth that. Honestly, predictable. Our boy already anticipated this needless delay because of course every plot point needs a manufactured obstacle. A voice unbelievably pleasant confirms his initial assessment. Write another charming individual to add to the list. Hez mentally cataloging potential threats because emotional investment is for people who enjoy disappointment. Then bam! A sudden system window crashes onto the scene, shattering any semblance of routine. Seriously? It's not just about stats anymore. Someone is clearly pulling strings he can't see, distorting what he thought he knew about his reality, wondering if he stumbled into a poorly coded game. The cryptic title hints at a dangerous predetermined path ahead, a path he fully intends to reroute. Honestly, predictable. He already anticipated this needless delay. Because of course every plot point needs a manufactured obstacle. A voice unsettlingly pleasant confirms his initial assessment. Write another charming individual to add to the list. Hez mentally cataloging potential threats because emotional investment is for people who enjoy disappointment. Then bam! A system window crashes onto the scene, shattering any semblance of routine. Seriously? It's not just about stats anymore. Someone is clearly pulling strings he can't see, distorting what he thought he knew about his reality, wondering if he stumbled into a poorly coded game. His words echoed, shattering her carefully constructed world and future plans, a dramatic consequence of events that seemed almost scripted. A flicker of distress crossed her features, a predictable reaction, honestly. Had anticipated this manufactured roadblock, this needless delay designed to ramp up the drama. Honestly predictable. Every plot point needs a manufactured obstacle, doesn't it? A voice sickeningly pleasant confirmed his initial assessment. Another charming individual to add to the list of potential threats, and Hez mentally cataloging them because emotional investment is for people who enjoy disappointment. Then, without warning, the world fractured. A system window materialized, crashing the routine like a poorly timed meteor. It's not just about stats anymore. Someone is clearly pulling strings he can't see, distorting what he thought he knew about his reality, wondering if he stumbled into a poorly coded game. Her future, carefully constructed, crumbled as records vanished, severing ties to the night's divisions. He noted the dramatic irony, of course, her meticulously planned path obliterated by a few carelessly chosen words. You have become level 1, the system declared. The Rebecca Church? Seriously? Hez already mentally cataloging their ridiculous standards, wondering if they even possess a semblance of competence or some rudimentary skill. Damn it, can I protect anything with my own power? He laments a sentiment that probably echoes through countless protagonists in similar narratives. Of course, the arrogant opponent has to show up now, dripping with condescension. You hold on well, they sneer, as if that somehow diminishes our boy's efforts. Hez already calculating the power difference. A casual jab reveals a level far beyond what he initially anticipated. What a bastard, he mutters, genuinely perplexed that Domain, a supposed leader, would tolerate such a specimen. He knows exactly what sort of man this is, and the disdain is palpable. How dare this insignificant noble insult him? Apparently Domain had someone like this as a confidant, confirming a disturbing truth about the kingdom's leadership. She must just resent me a lot, he observes, noticing. The sealing technique is proving to be a real headache naturally. Hez retreated to his room, and honestly, who can blame him? It's not just about mastering a complex spell, it's about facing the unsettling reality of what's coming. Damn it, can I protect anything? He wonders, a sentiment that feels all too familiar in these kinds of stories. Then, of course, the arrogant young master decides to make an appearance, delivering a casual jab that exposes a power gap far exceeding initial expectations. Hez, already calculating the difference, a disturbing realization about Domain's judgment surfaces. Honestly, sealing techniques? They're never as simple as the manuals make them out to be. Our boy's wrestling with this one, and it's not just about the incantation, it's about the creeping dread of what's coming. I can't believe I have to use something, because naturally a looming threat always arrives with a power surge. Apparently Yungestion and Fluid are out of commission, a rather inconvenient limitation as it turns out. Because of this filthy energy, I can't even use Yungestion or Fluid. Hez assessing the situation, and the conclusion isn't pretty. Someone or something possesses ridiculous speed and power. It's someone with great speed and power. How come that monster is? It's not a random grunt, it's a genuine problem. Hez already mentally weighing options, including things he'd rather not touch, a dangerous ability. Of course, because the plot demands it. A flicker of genuine worry crosses our boy's face, doesn't it? As if the cheerful banter around him is a deliberate jab at the dread settling in. Of course, sealing techniques love to be needlessly complicated. Hez wrestling with this one, and it's not just about the spell itself, it's the unsettling feeling that something big is coming. Yungestion and Fluid being unavailable? Convenient, isn't it? Like the narrative is actively conspiring against him. His realizing the enemy isn't some random thug, it's genuinely powerful, ridiculously so, filthy energy. Really, the audacity, now his contemplating a dangerous ability naturally. Because why make things easy? He steels himself, acknowledging that Domain's assessment was way off. A truly unpleasant truth is surfacing, and it's not going to be pretty. Hez at it again, wrestling with a sealing technique that apparently designed to induce frustration. Honestly, you think these ancient rituals would come with an instruction manual, but no. Of course, it's not merely the spell itself that's the problem, but the sinking feeling that something substantial is looming. Yungestion and Fluid are conveniently absent naturally because the narrative demands maximum stress for our boy. Domain's assessment, it seems, was wildly inaccurate. This isn't some random skirmish, but a genuine threat radiating filthy energy, as he puts it. A dangerous ability is now on the table, the kind he'd rather avoid, but the situation clearly dictates otherwise. It's a predictable escalation, isn't it? All of that happened because of Divingo. It's an item drop, apparently. A fresh update regarding the essence of the goodness has surfaced, prompting a flicker of something. Interest. Annoyance? Honestly, it's hard to tell with him these days. Hess staring at it, meticulously calculating the implications as if a spreadsheet could solve this mess. Resonance? Between the essence and what now? Of course, the narrative throws in a complication just when things seemed momentarily stable. Then naturally Hez reminded of Iron. Because why wouldn't the system choose this moment to dredge up past relationships? Domain's assessment was wildly off. This isn't a simple skirmish, but a genuine threat radiating what he describes as filthy energy, a descriptor that somehow manages to be both dramatic and incredibly vague. A dangerous ability is now on the table, one he'd rather avoid, but the situation clearly dictates otherwise. All of that thanks to a D-Vingo. An item drop, apparently. Honestly, the system just had to throw another wrench in things, didn't it? A D-Vingo dropped, naturally triggering a fresh update on the essence of the goodness, because subtlety is clearly overrated. Hez meticulously analyzing the resonance as if crunching numbers could somehow account for the looming dread. Domain's assessment predictably was wildly off. This isn't a simple clash, but a genuine threat, radiating what he describes as filthy energy. Filthy energy, really? How helpful. A flicker of Iron's memory surfaces just to ensure maximum discomfort. Now a dangerous ability is on the table, something he'd rather avoid, but as it turns out the situation has other plans. Hez not doing this, he won't become a master and gulp down whatever is offered, but the MC is trapped between his aversion and necessity. Hez radiating what he describes as filthy energy, a descriptor that somehow manages to be both dramatic and incredibly vague. Naturally, a D-Vingo dropped, triggering a fresh update on the essence of goodness, because subtlety is clearly overrated. Our boy is meticulously analyzing the resonance as if crunching numbers could somehow account for the looming dread. Domain's assessment predictably was wildly off. This isn't a simple clash, but a genuine threat. A flicker of Iron's memory surfaces just to ensure maximum discomfort, and now a dangerous ability is on the table, something he'd rather avoid. Pascal already predicted this apparently, and Count Shirita will attempt to rule over the risky factors, because of course, someone has to try and control the chaos. Hez not doing this, he won't become a master and gulp down whatever is offered, but the MC is trapped between his aversion and necessity, as it turns out the situation has other plans. Right, so things have gone sideways. Spectacularly, our boy's meticulously crafted plan, reduced to ash apparently. Honestly, the sheer audacity of this situation is almost impressive. It's like the narrative decided to throw a curveball just for kicks. They can't know I've surpassed. Of course. The classic power concealment routine, because letting everyone know you're ridiculously overpowered never ends well. Damien's assessment? Bless his heart, utterly clueless. It's not a skirmish, it's a full-blown crisis. Iron's memories popping up? Just to add insult to injury. Pascal naturally saw this coming, and now Count Chirita's trying to herd cats. Hess wrestling with the urge to just dominate, but Hez holding back. It's only been a short while since he arrived, but Hez already learned perseverance even when the universe is actively conspiring against you is key. It made my plan completely out of my control, he practically wailed, and honestly, who could blame him? It's not every day your meticulously laid schemes unravel faster than a cheap tapestry. Just a few days since his arrival and already our boy is wrestling with the fact that the universe apparently enjoys trolling him. Persistence is. He trails off a flicker of Iron's memory surfacing just to remind him that even a short time can be an eternity when things go sideways. He needs to lie, conceal the extent of his capabilities, because naturally revealing Hez basically a walking apocalypse generator isn't exactly a recipe for peace. Pascal predictably saw this coming while Count Chirita's attempts to rule a situation spiraling beyond his grasp. He wrestles with the urge to dominate, but Hez holding back. Hez at it again, isn't he? Our boy casually musing about selling himself as a player, because apparently even in this bizarre game world there a market for that. As it turns out, Hez contemplating a power play, becoming the head of Sided's biggest church. Naturally, because why not aim high? Hez still reeling from Count Chirita's sending a knight from the tens. A clear display of condescension, really, but Hez not letting it bother him. "Oh, you're here," Count Chirita's drawls with the subtlety of a brick. Pascal predictably is already assessing the situation, probably calculating the odds of this whole thing spiraling out of control. Hess masking his amusement, though forcing a pleasant expression because revealing his true capabilities isn't exactly on the agenda. Of course, Rebecca's daughter Isabel is nearby, a potential pawn in someone's game. It seems Hez preparing to toss rotten priests aside. The simmering resentment finally bubbles over, doesn't it? Predictable, really, given Count Shiratas' blatant display of disrespect, sending a knight? Honestly, the man's ego is practically radiating. Let's see how much trouble I can stir up, he thinks, a flicker of amusement dancing across his face as he considers manipulating Saitid's religious structure. Becoming the head of the biggest church? Why not? It's not like Hez short on options. Pascal's already assessing the fallout, calculating probabilities like it's his favorite pastime. Hez forcing a smile because revealing his true capabilities isn't exactly on the agenda. No need to trigger a full-blown panic just yet. Of course, Rebecca's daughter Isabel is conveniently nearby, a pawn ripe for exploitation, as if this whole situation isn't already theatrical enough. It seems Hez preparing to discard some very unpleasant priests. One of my friends must so happen to be pretty good at. He trails off, a practiced pleasantry plastered on his face. Honestly, revealing his full hand right now isn't exactly on the agenda. No need to send the entire establishment into a frenzy just yet. Let them underestimate me, he muses, because of course Rebecca's daughter Isabel is conveniently nearby, a pawn ripe for exploitation, as if this whole situation isn't already theatrical enough. He can't dodge it, the blatant disrespect radiating from Count Chiritas' little stunt. Sending a knight? The man's ego is practically blinding, becoming the head of Saitid's church? Why not? Hez already assessing the fallout, calculating probabilities like it's a leisurely pastime. A flicker of amusement hides a deeper, unsettling resolve within him, and the poster's gaze seems to reflect his inner turmoil, a silent challenge. A strained smile plastered across his face. Our boy navigates this latest absurdity with a practiced ease, because of course Count Chiritas has to escalate things with a knight. The man's vanity is truly something. Let them think him amused, he thinks, letting Isabel's presence linger as a conveniently placed pawn, as if the scene weren't already dripping with melodrama. Hez already calculating the fallout of potentially seizing control of Saitid's church, weighing the probabilities as if Hez simply deciding what to have for dinner. Are you going to create an artifact that most humans will never obtain in their life? He hears, and he notes the blatant disrespect, filing it away. Why not? He assesses the prospect a mere logistical problem. This isn't about ambition. It's about manipulating the game, and the game demands a certain level of theatricality. Here he was pretending at the fact that a knight in shining armor, or well slightly tarnished armor, interrupted the pleasantries. Honestly, Count Shiratas' ego is astounding. A knight? Really? The MC lets a smile play on his lips, a calculated move to mask the simmering frustration. Hez already weighing the possibilities of seizing Saitid's church, seeing it as a mere logistical hurdle, not a power grab. It's about manipulating the game, after all, and the game requires a certain degree of performance. Let them underestimate me, he thinks, as Isabel lingers, a conveniently placed pawn in this unfolding melodrama. Honestly, Count's ego is something else. Hez blathering on about strengthening new knights and snagging titles, as if the system cares about noble aspirations. Our boy, meanwhile, is already mentally cataloging the implications of seizing Saitid's church, weighing the probabilities, as if deciding what to have for dinner. Seriously, an artifact that most humans won't see in their lifetime? He notes the blatant disrespect, filing it away. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now, conveniently interrupting the pleasantries with Isabel lingering nearby. A pawn, naturally. He lets a smile play on his lips, a calculated move to mask the simmering frustration. It's all about manipulating the game, and the game demands a certain level of performance. Right, so the council's droning on about knight training and fancy titles. Honestly, you think they never encountered a problem before? Our boy, however, is already dissecting the implications of their blather, specifically how his gear is apparently the root of all this trouble. Sacrificing myself? He thinks with a touch of amusement. They truly believe I'd do that for a single person. As it turns out, strengthening these new recruits is apparently the next item on the agenda.
Naturally, the perpetually offended young master arrives because of course he does. A perceived slight? Challenge accepted? The Duke, predictably losing his composure, throws down the gauntlet. He figures that escalating this into a duel is the only logical response given the circumstances. A hasty retreat seems prudent, a tactical withdrawal, if you will. Consider this a promise, he muses, already planning his next move. This isn't over, not by a long shot. The Council's deliberations on knight training and title acquisition are predictably tedious, aren't they? Honestly, it's as if they've never encountered a minor inconvenience before. Our boy, however, is far more interested in how their discussions conveniently highlight a problem with his gear. Apparently, his equipment is causing ripples. Sacrificing myself? He muses with a touch of amusement. They truly believe I'd do that for a single person. Naturally, the perpetually offended young master arrives because of course he does. A perceived slight necessitates a challenge. The Duke, predictably losing his cool, throws down the gauntlet. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy, bless his impulsive heart, just decided to publicly challenge a Duke. Honestly, did he not read the manual on navigating noble society? He figures that a direct verbal assault on a Duke's ego is a fantastic way to accelerate his journey, because subtlety was never his strong suit. The Duke naturally isn't thrilled. A silent promise of retribution? You know the usual. Of course, a full-blown duel isn't on the cards yet. Actually, a hasty retreat seems to be the order of the day. They think, I'm going to let myself be flattened for this? Please. Hess shouting orders to buy him time, which is always a good sign. It means Hes already planning the next inevitably chaotic move. This whole situation reeks of something bigger, something tied to those mysterious items Hes got. Just a hunch. They truly believe I'd do that for a single person. Naturally, the perpetually offended young master arrives because of course he does. A perceived slight necessitates a challenge. Our boy, bless his impulsive heart, just decided to publicly challenge a Duke. A fantastic way to accelerate his journey, apparently. The Duke isn't thrilled naturally, and a silent promise of retribution hangs in the air. A full-blown duel isn't on the cards yet, but a hasty retreat seems to be the order of the day. Just a hunch. His casual dismissal of the swordsman just lit a fuse, and predictably, the Duke's face did that whole about to explode thing. Honestly, these nobles and their fragile egos, he mused. Of course, blatant disrespect is never well received, especially when it comes from someone who clearly isn't bowing down enough. It's always amusing to watch them react, truly. It seems our boy's accelerated journey just took a detour into a potential power struggle. A challenge has been thrown down, and a hasty retreat is clearly the best course of action. Hes already formulating a plan naturally, because letting himself be flattened isn't exactly on his to-do list. The broadcast's message did something to him, a brief ripple across an otherwise placid surface, as he wandered outdoors, seemingly contemplating something far beyond the immediate scenery. Honestly, these pronouncements are always so dramatic, like the world hinges on their every decree, he mused. A small group clearly plotting something unsavory excitedly declared their intent to eliminate a Perny vassal and report back to the Empire. Apparently, Raiden's extensive reading has provided them with some crucial intel, because of course the answer to everything is buried in dusty tomes. According to the information, one began referencing a prior knight's actions. It's all rather predictable, really. Empire-backed assassinations and the convenient use of historical precedents. They're predictable, which makes them manageable. A sense of unease is palpable, a silent agreement forming. A dreadful shift in loyalties brewing beneath the surface. The leaves, apparently, are Phelan leaves, a detail that seems oddly specific, but hey, details matter when you're trying not to become a casualty. Our boy's already cataloging everything naturally. Honestly, these pronouncements are always so dramatic. It seems the group is leveraging the exploits of the 19th Knight, a past hero, to justify their plan to eliminate a Perny vassal and report back to the Empire, predictably. The system itself has flagged these individuals as enemies, conveniently removing any moral qualms, it would seem. They're suggesting a reliance on dark magic power, a dangerous idea that now hangs heavy in the air.
They're predictable, which makes them manageable. A silent agreement has formed a dreadful shift in loyalties brewing beneath the surface. Right then, a broadcast message and our boys having a moment, a scenic vista naturally because angst looks better with foliage. Hez contemplating something, isn't he? Of course, a group's already plotting to off someone dutifully reporting back to the Empire. They're referencing some ancient text and the exploits of a previous night. Predictable, honestly. Honestly, these Empire schemes are so formulaic. It's like they're actively trying to be transparent. But here is the kicker, a seed of doubt. A disturbing thought, they say, as if he hasn't already anticipated this. A silent agreement forms a shift in loyalties. How original. The monster's desperate plea, a chilling confession apparently. A flicker of unease crosses his face. Loyalties are rarely absolute, aren't they? It seems a silent, unsettling accord is now in place. A disconcerting reduction in healing effects? Honestly predictable. They're questioning the process, and a ripple of doubt visibly unsettles their resolve, as if any of them genuinely thought this dark magic route would be consequence-free. They always reach for the easy power, don't they? It's almost endearing in its predictability. Our boy, meanwhile, is probably calculating the long-term ramifications of their decision, already factoring in the inevitable backlash. Of course, the Empire's ever-present influence looms large, their plans meticulously laid out, referencing some dusty old text and the deeds of a forgotten knight standard operating procedure, really. But a monster's desperate plea? Apparently a chilling confession. A flicker of unease crosses his face. Loyalties are rarely absolute, are they? A silent, unsettling accord is now in place. The monster's desperate plea, apparently a chilling confession, had them reeling, a visible ripple of doubt crossing their faces as the healing process inexplicably faltered. Predictable, isn't it? Dark magic always comes with a price, and these folks are just realizing it now. Hez already running the numbers. The backlash from this shortcut will be substantial, though honestly they were practically begging for it. Of course, the Empire's grand plan surfaces now referencing some ancient text and the exploits of a long-dead knight standard operating procedure. A silent, unsettling accord settles between them, a quiet shift in loyalties that our boy likely anticipated. Loyalties are rarely absolute, aren't they? He threw everything he had at them, a desperate attempt to stop them from regaining their strength. Predictable, really, given how much they've been relying on questionable shortcuts. As it turns out, a well-placed jab was all it took to throw a wrench in their plans. A chilling quiet descended, halting the clash. Honestly, he anticipated something like this. They're so obsessed with power, any vulnerability is a target. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed his face. Halting his advance, a moment of disbelief momentarily freezing him in place. Loyalties are rarely absolute, aren't they? Right then, our boy decided to throw caution to the wind and launched a full-scale assault. Predictable, really, given the circumstances. Head calculated the fallout, of course. As it turns out, the enemy motivations just got a whole lot clearer. They crave absolute dominion, a power so vast it's frankly tiresome. Honestly, must everyone want to rule everything? A casual taunt naturally halted the brawl, a bizarre shift in momentum. Hez frustrated. The system isn't cooperating with his power-up aspirations. Typical. You'd think a desperate situation would grant a little bonus, but no. Hess now questioning the very foundations of this whole setup. Loyalties systems, all just tools, aren't they? A warning about some ancient artifact surfaces followed immediately by a new mission. Seems someone wants him busy. Honestly, he anticipated this. They're all so fixated on power, any perceived weakness becomes a target. A flicker of genuine surprise quickly masked as he halted his advance. Loyalties are rarely absolute, aren't they? Right then, our boy launched a full-scale assault, a predictable move given the circumstances. Head calculated the fallout, of course. It seems the enemy motivations just became a lot clearer, a desire for absolute dominion, frankly tiresome. Typical, really. The system isn't cooperating with his power-up aspirations. A casual taunt halted the brawl, a bizarre shift in momentum, practically begging for it. Now Hez questioning the whole setup, these so-called loyalties, the systems themselves, all just tools. A warning about some ancient artifact surfaces followed immediately by a new mission. Someone wants him busy. Right then, our boy launched a full-scale assault, a predictably dramatic move, given the circumstances. Honestly, he anticipated this. They're all so fixated on power, any perceived weakness becomes a target. Seems the enemy motivations just became a lot clearer, a desire for absolute dominion, frankly tiresome. A casual taunt halted the brawl, a bizarre shift in momentum practically begging for it. If I put in a good world for you with the Empire, he mused already, calculating the ripple effects. Do you have any idea where Pascal could use it as a... He figures that if he doesn't move now Hez dead. Loyalties are rarely absolute, aren't they? Tup these so-called loyalties, the systems themselves, all just tools. Right. So our boy nearly blew his budget, apparently. Whatever he unearthed is worth tens of billions won, a predictably coveted prize. The system has finally granted him a mission, a welcome distraction, and Hez already calculating how Pascal could exploit this discovery. He recognizes that inaction means death, and acknowledges that loyalties are rarely absolute. Tup. These so-called loyalties and the systems themselves are merely tools. Honestly predictable. Someone had to poke the bear, didn't they? Our boy naturally anticipated this. The power-hungry types can't resist exploiting any perceived weakness. Seems the provocateur's motives are now crystal clear, a blatant grab for dominion, how original. A casual jab halted the brawl, a convenient shift in momentum practically begging for it. Hez already calculating the fallout, picturing how Pascal could leverage whatever he unearthed. Apparently a discovery worth tens of billions won a predictably coveted prize. The system, ever helpful, finally granted him a mission, a welcome distraction. Hez already devising how Pascal could exploit this discovery, recognizing inaction means death, and acknowledging that loyalties are rarely absolute. Tup. These so-called loyalties and the systems themselves are merely tools. Someone decided to stir the pot, didn't they? Honestly predictable. A pointed question, a challenge thrown into the room, a classic power play. Our boy naturally anticipated this. Those driven by ambition rarely miss opportunities to test perceived weaknesses. A flicker crossed his face, almost imperceptible, but he registered it. Of course, the arrogant type had to show up and try to rattle him. Hez already calculating how Pascal could exploit this. Apparently, whatever they're arguing about is worth a predictably coveted prize. A subtle shift then, a hardening of resolve disrupting the carefully maintained calm. It's a convenient shift, almost begging for a confrontation. He recognizes that inaction means death and acknowledges that loyalties are rarely absolute. These so-called loyalties and the systems themselves are merely tools. A pointed question predictably arrived to shatter the pleasantries. Honestly, someone always has to stir the pot, don't they? Our boy registered the challenge, a flicker across his face, subtle as a tremor, and calculated the immediate fallout. Of course, the arrogant type felt compelled to test him to see if he'd crack. Hez already mentally charting how Pascal could leverage this manufactured drama. Apparently, whatever they're squabbling over is worth a predictably coveted prize. His resolve hardened, a silent acknowledgement radiating outwards, a convenient shift practically begging for a confrontation. The shock wave rippled, mirroring the disruption of their calm. Pascal, ever the strategist, immediately assessed the situation. Naturally, someone's angling for a reward. Honestly predictable. Our boy registered the jab, a barely perceptible tightening of his jaw as if bracing for a storm. Of course, the pompous air had to test the waters, see if he'd react. He figures ignoring it isn't an option. A slight hesitation could be fatal. He subtly reasserted his composure, a silent declaration that he wouldn't be rattled. It's a convenient display, really practically inviting a confrontation. The air thickened, the easy camaraderie shattered. A sense of dread settles in. This isn't just a petty squabble. It feels like a thread pulling at something far larger, something significant. Something has already entangled in, whether he likes it or not. Pascal Ever, the pragmatist, immediately clocked the manufactured drama. Whatever they're arguing over clearly holds substantial value. Our boy registered the jab with a nearly imperceptible tightening of his jaw, bracing for whatever predictably pompous test was about to unfold. Of course, the arrogant heir had to probe for weakness. He recognized ignoring it wanton option. Even a flicker of hesitation could prove disastrous. He reasserted his composure, a silent declaration of resilience, practically inviting a confrontation, which honestly is a convenient display. The easy camaraderie evaporated, replaced by a thick tension as the shockwave rippled outward, mirroring the disruption of their calm. He can practically see the second tail manifesting. It's interwoven into everyone's perceptions now. It appears Hez made quite a few friends in a remarkably short span, though it seems his involvement in something significant is unavoidable. That's not the way to speak to the quest who has come. Right, because of course the conversation had to devolve into a lecture on proper etiquette for addressing someone apparently important. Pascal, ever the pragmatist, immediately recognized this for the manufactured drama it was. Something with a value far beyond the petty squabble unfolding. Our boy registered the jab with a nearly imperceptible tightening of his jaw, bracing for the predictably pompous test that was sure to follow. He understood ignoring it was not an option. Even a momentary hesitation could become a fatal vulnerability. He reasserted his composure, a silent declaration that practically invited a confrontation, which honestly was a convenient way to display strength. The easy camaraderie vanished, replaced by a thick tension as the shockwave rippled outward. He can practically feel the second tail manifesting, interwoven into everyone's perceptions now. It appears Hez made quite a few friends in a remarkably short span, though his involvement in something significant seems unavoidable. Wright's sudden sentimental monologue about shared futures and establishing a nation? Honestly predictable. He figures that the saccharine pronouncements are a deliberate distraction, a classic manipulation tactic. Pascal predictably picks up on it immediately because someone has to maintain a modicum of rationality. A basic system, huh? Wright casually tosses out as if it's the most unremarkable thing in the world. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now and reveal foundational world-building details like it's a party trick. It's a system, essentially a framework of societal rules and resources, a rather rudimentary one at that it appears. The existence of Solides and their healthcare, just another layer of the established power structure. Then comes the plea, a desperate request for care, referencing a complex process involving a fellow. Then, nothing. A vanishing act. Seriously? Wright's sudden burst of idealistic rhetoric about shared futures and nation building. Predictable, honestly. He anticipated it. A deliberate distraction, a classic manipulation tactic. Pascal naturally saw through the saccharine pronouncements immediately. Someone has to be the voice of reason around here. A rudimentary system, huh? Wright casually tossed that out like it's nothing. Of course, the arrogant young master had to chime in and reveal foundational world-building details as if it were a party trick, a societal framework, a system of rules and resources, apparently. The Solides and their healthcare? Then a plea for aid, a desperate request involving a fellow referencing a complex process. And then, nothing. Seriously. It's a vanishing act. He figures this is another layer of the bizarre puzzle has been drawn into. Right. So Solides and their fancy healthcare, just another perk for the elite, naturally. Head anticipated this saccharine burst of idealistic rhetoric about shared futures and nation building. It's practically a mandatory scene in these kinds of stories. Pascal, bless his cynical heart, immediately saw through the performance someone always has to be the voice of reason, casually dropped into the conversation like it's nothing. Predictable, honestly. The arrogant young master had to chime in with foundational world-building details, didn't he? As if reciting rules was a parlor game. Then came the plea, a desperate request for care referencing a complex process involving a fellow. But if he doesn't act now, he's dead. Well, depart. It's been a long time since someone hinted at something like this. And then, nothing. Seriously? It's a vanishing act. It hasn't even been so many minutes. Wantner throws a wrench in everything, doesn't he? A sudden halt? Seriously? As if anyone ever follows a direct order. Our boy's genuinely thrown, though, a rare sight. Then the system's all you have fails. Because naturally the narrative needs a dramatic rejection. Honestly, the melodrama feels already reaching peak levels. Faker's meltdown about his reputation. Just window dressing, Hess crumbling a desperate plea for something. The situation thickens. Wantner's suggesting an attack and Shay's completely blindsided. The rooms seem to be laughing at her confusion, which is just fantastic. Is this a trap? A test? Or just another layer of this ridiculous power game? Wantner's outburst is jarring, a frantic plea cutting through the air. It's all getting a little unsettling, and she can feel the frustration building. Something's brewing, and Shay's not entirely sure she likes the taste. Confusion, that delightful state of being, has settled firmly on her face. Wantner's frantic warnings, seriously, couldn't he have delivered that with a little less drama? Are clearly messing with her carefully cultivated air of detached amusement. Honestly, the man's timing is impeccable, always right when Shay's about to enjoy a moment of quiet superiority. It's jarring actually to see her genuinely thrown off balance. The system's panicked alerts are just the cherry on top. A blatant admission that her calculations were off. Faker's subsequent meltdown? Pure window dressing, a desperate attempt to cling to some semblance of status. Such predictable theatrics. As if anyone cares about reputation right now. Wantner's plea cuts through the air, a frantic urgency. That's unsettling. Wantner's frantic warning, a desperate plea barely registered. Honestly, the timing was atrocious. Seriously, couldn't the man have chosen a more convenient moment? Right when Shay's enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. It's a tempting offer that echoes promising power beyond measure, overshadowing his words. The system's alerts are practically screaming a blatant admission that her projections were way off. Faker's meltdown, of course, a predictable display of wounded pride, desperately trying to maintain some semblance of status, as if anyone actually cares about reputation right now. His words ignited a surge of power dwarfing the demon stander's energy. It's almost amusing how easily these displays of authority backfire. The tempting offer, though, that's a complication. Is this a test? A trap? Or just another layer of the endless power games? Wantner's words feel like a challenge, a sudden shift in their precarious balance. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy is having a day, Wantner naturally decided now was the perfect time to drop bombshells and dangle power like a shiny forbidden fruit. Honestly, the audacity. Each revelation. Boras's real name, those tempting offers, chipped away at her carefully crafted image. It's almost comical how these power-hungry types seem to delight in disrupting a perfectly good mood. Shess visibly rattled, which is saying something. He needs to analyze this. Is Wantner probing for weakness? Testing her limits? The subtle surprise flickering across her face. That's a rare sight. It's not just about the information itself. It's the challenge to her authority, the blatant disregard for her carefully constructed composure. This isn't a game. This is a calculated move, and Hez falling right into a trap. A growing frustration is brewing, a sense of unease that's far more unsettling than any direct attack. Wantner naturally decided to introduce a little chaos into the proceedings. Honestly, the timing. Our boy watched as her practiced composure fractured, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing her face. A rare event indeed. He needs to assess the situation, determine the intent behind these provocations. Of course, the arrogant one had to poke at her carefully built defenses, revealing a vulnerability Shed worked so hard to conceal. It's almost amusing how these power-hungry types revel in disrupting a perfectly good mood. Then a forbidden power surfaced, a shockwave rippling through the scene. A tempting offer, no doubt, but a trap likely awaits. His brief reprieve, a mere tolerance against the incoming force, only served to amplify the underlying tension. This isn't a game. Is it over? Seriously? All day clearing buildings? He figures that's just Wantner's way of announcing his presence, naturally. Of course, the arrogant one had to show up now, disrupting the carefully crafted peace. What is this? She wonders, already exasperated by Alfine's sudden appearance, a distraction no doubt, and one that's thrown a wrench in whatever plans she had. Honestly, Hez testing her probing for weakness. "Don't worry, next time the Elphinstone shows up, I'll try my best," she states, a flimsy reassurance as if anyone actually listening. And then, predictably, really. "Now I can fight with more bass, the cooldown time of system notifications always at the most inconvenient times." A tempting offer, no doubt, but a trap likely awaits. His brief reprieve, a mere tolerance against the incoming force, only served to amplify the underlying tension. Right then, let's dive in? Wantner's little power reveal? Yeah, that threw our boy for a loop. The master of the fourth cutting name, Boris, practically intoned it, didn't he? Of course she had to snap. A frustrated outburst is the least she could do when faced with information that upends everything. Honestly, the room's suddenly thick with confusion, a direct result of this unwelcome knowledge. Hez realizing this isn't some predictable power up sequence. This is something else entirely. A forbidden technique? Wonderful. Just what she needed. The unsettling tension is palpable, isn't it? And now a cascade of panicked thoughts. A lovely way to end the chapter, really. Right, so the Elphinstone's reassurance? As flimsy as a politician's promise, honestly. Then naturally, the system decides now is the perfect time for a notification about base cooldowns. A trap, undoubtedly, but our boy isn't one to dwell. Wantner's power reveal. The master of the fourth cutting name, Boris, practically announced it. Threw everyone for a loop, and rightfully so. It isn't a simple power-up, it's something else entirely. This isn't some predictable progression, Hez thinking, a forbidden technique? Wonderful. The rooms are thick with confusion, a direct consequence of this unwelcome knowledge. Hez already assessing the 13th city difficulty, knowing it's among the highest. Good, a challenge worthy of his time. A cascade of panicked thoughts are already swirling, a truly delightful ending to the chapter. The professor predictably deemed this whole ordeal a positive outcome for himself. Honestly, everyone seems to be grading this situation on a curve. A new message flickers, hinting at something far more ominous than another training dummy, and the room's ambiance does nothing to ease the tension. Right, another cryptic warning. How original, he muses, already cataloging potential threats. It turns out they've cleared the fifth building faster than anticipated, a small victory that immediately overshadowed by the unsettling message. Merging with overgraded expedited the process, but it also stirred another cryptic notification, interrupting his moment of reprieve. Naturally, another setback arises, triggering a frustrated outburst, though his face remains a carefully constructed mask. This isn't a simple power-up sequence, he thinks this is something else entirely. The 13th city awaits, and its difficulty is among the highest, a challenge hell welcome with calculated indifference. That idiot, he thinks, already anticipating the inevitable lecture about proper leveling protocols. Honestly, who needs a tutorial when you've already seen the ending? There is always someone who has to complicate things. Apparently, surviving certain bloodlines is a feat reserved for, well, not humans, according to some obscure system notification. Our boy manages a strained smile for Huroi, masking the irritation of another roadblock. Thank you. He offers a carefully constructed pleasantry to deflect from the rising sense of dread. Of course, the next building looms, 4 days already elapsed. A reminder that time isn't exactly bending to his will. Another setback sparks a brief flash of annoyance, quickly suppressed. This isn't a simple power-up sequence, he thinks this is something else entirely. The 13th city awaits, and its difficulty is among the highest, a challenge hell welcome with calculated indifference. Hurrah's little barb predictably landed right where it was intended. A jab at his recent missteps. Honestly, the man seems to enjoy playing the role of the frustrating mentor. He offered a strained thanks, a performance really carefully masking the irritation bubbling beneath. Another roadblock, fantastic. Apparently surviving certain bloodlines isn't a common occurrence for regular humans, a detail conveniently revealed via system notification because, of course. 4 days already gone, a stark reminder that time isn't exactly pliable to his will. A brief outburst quickly suppressed. This isn't a simple power-up sequence, he registered, more like a calculated unraveling. The 13th city looms, a challenge hell greet with calculated indifference. Hurrah's posture stiffened, a telltale sign that even he wasn't entirely comfortable with what's unfolding. Honestly, it's almost comical how the man tries to maintain this air of nonchalance, but a crack in his composure is visible now. Apparently mentioning bloodlines and survival rates isn't exactly a casual conversation starter. Hess reacting as if our boy just accused him of stealing pastries, which given the context is probably a fair assessment. A system notification conveniently appears because of course explaining that certain lineages are rare for regular humans. 4 days have vanished. Time, as always, is proving to be an annoyance. A suppressed outburst. This isn't a simple power-up sequence he registered, more like a calculated unraveling, and the 13th city looms a challenge hellgreet with calculated indifference. Right, let's dive into this mess. Huroi casually drops a bombshell about Mathiel's heritage, and suddenly our boy isn't just dealing with a dungeon, he's wading into some ancient family drama. Seriously? Couldn't this have been a footnote? Grid's reeling, trying to process the connection because apparently his understanding of the world just got a massive rewrite. Hez thinking fantastic, just what I needed, more existential dread. Naturally, a system notification appears to spoon-feed him the details of rare bloodlines because subtlety is clearly a forgotten art. 4 days vanished. Standard procedure when timeline get wonky, actually. He grits his teeth, suppressing a frustrated sigh. No need to announce your internal turmoil to the entire party. The 13th city awaits a challenge hellgreet with a carefully crafted air of indifference. Then comes the kicker, a warning about the sword's power so absurd it almost loops back around to being believable. It's 29%. That's the experience drop. Honestly, the system's got a peculiar sense of timing. As Rigas so eloquently put it, results are needed, and Hez apparently planning on achieving them through incineration. Burn, burn, he vows, because of course dramatic pronouncements are always necessary. Our boy grits his teeth, an unwelcome surge of frustration bubbling up. It's a buried thing, a carefully cultivated indifference now cracking under the pressure. Lexinum predictably has triggered something he shouldn't have. A guild master Lave has arrived claiming to want to join the overground, a sudden interest naturally. Hess apparently a big deal, ranking high in the unified ranking, which fine whatever, someone wants something done and banishment is now a possibility, a direct consequence of that tiny fissure in his composure. A rare bloodline notification pops up, because of course the plot demands exposition at the most inconvenient time. Hess acutely aware that broadcasting this internal struggle to the party. The walls are plastered with posters, always a delightful sign that things are about to get complicated, aren't they? A cryptic message hints at a conspiracy naturally, and our boy feels just thrilled to be embroiled in it. He figures this is the universe's way of saying, "You thought things were boring? Hold my metaphorical beer." Then, predictably, an arrogant figure appears dispensing disdain like it's going out of style. What a bunch of inferior beings, he sneers. Because of course someone has to loudly announce their superiority. 29% experience drop. Honestly, the system's timing is impeccable. Lexinum's meddling has triggered something, and Guildmaster Lave wants to join the overground. A sudden interest, naturally. Right then, Grid's gone and pulled a counter. Attack out of thin air. Honestly, who saw that coming? The speaker predictably isn't thrilled. His face is doing a marvelous impression of a volcano about to erupt, a classic reaction from someone who thought they were untouchable. He figures this is less about the attack itself and more about the sheer audacity of being challenged. Of course, the arrogant type can't tolerate a little pushback, can they? 29% experience? The system's comedic timing is impeccable, isn't it? Lexinum's antics have now piqued Guild Master Lave's interest in the overground. It's always amusing to watch people shift allegiances when a power grab is involved. Our boy vows to turn the tide, but there a shadow lurking, a flicker of internal conflict that suggests this victory might be more complicated than it appears. The sheer audacity. Honestly, it's almost impressive how quickly Wright's face went from smug to volcanic. 29% experience lost. The system's comedic timing is impeccable, isn't it? Lexinum's little stunt has now got Guild Master Lavi sniffing around the overground. Predictable, really. People always love a power grab. He figures this isn't really about the attack itself, it's about the challenge to his perceived invincibility. Of course, a type like him can't just tolerate being pushed back, can he? Then, out of nowhere, Grid launches a counter-attack. Who saw that coming? And now, with a dramatic flourish, the arrogant figure announces his intent. "Your sword will never reach me again," before blasting off like a rejected firework. It's a classic, albeit unsubtle display of dominance. Our boy vows to turn the tide, but there a darkness lingering. A flicker of something unsettling that suggests this victory might be more complicated. "Just with the field alone, these bastards won't be a big deal," he mused, already sizing up the opposition. Honestly, the sheer confidence is almost endearing, even if it's wildly misplaced. Leave it to him to declare victory after a surprisingly effective maneuver, his face contorting with barely contained rage. Predictable, really. Anyone who prides themselves on invincibility can't handle a setback. Guildmaster Lave's interest is as expected piqued. Power vacuums always attract vultures. He recognizes this isn't about the skirmish itself, but about preserving a fragile ego. Of course, a type like this can't tolerate being challenged. Then, with a theatrical flourish, the arrogant figure proclaims, "Your sword will never reach me again," before blasting off. A rather unsubtle display of dominance, to be sure. He vows to turn the tide, but a darkness lingers, a flicker of something unsettling. Fueled by a desperate surge, he vows to turn the tide, a predictable declaration, honestly. Anyone who built their entire persona on being untouchable can't handle a little setback. Honestly, the system's comedic timing is impeccable, he mused, already sizing up the opposition. These field guys won't be a problem. His expression then shifts, a flicker of something darker beneath the surface, a brief lapse in that carefully constructed confidence. Guildmaster Laves predictably is intrigued. Power vacuums always draw the ambitious. This isn't about the skirmish. It's about preserving a fragile ego, he noted, observing the unfolding drama. Then, with a flourish that could only be described as theatrical, the arrogant figure proclaims, "Your sword will never reach me again," before blasting off, a rather unsubtle display of dominance, to be sure. Right then, let's dive in. Seems our boy stumbled upon a rather inconvenient truth, a conspiracy plastered across town like a bad advertisement. Naturally, the resident arrogant noble had to make an appearance, declaring his absolute refusal to let anyone challenge his reign. "Your sword won't reach me," he sneers, because honestly, what's a power trip without a little theatricality? He figures that if he doesn't establish dominance immediately, hell lose face. But then a surprising display of skill from him, a flash of unexpected power, actually. He vows to shift the momentum, but the victory feels hollow. A glimpse in a mirror reveals a desperate, triumphant surge against an unseen force, a visual representation of the internal turmoil Hes desperately trying to bury. Bramus's repressive techniques, he thinks, a fleeting reminder of a past he'd rather forget. It's not just about winning the fight. It's about winning the war within himself. A subtle shift crossed his features, a quiet understanding of the conspiracy now plastered across the city. Naturally, the arrogant noble had to strut in declaring his absolute refusal to let anyone challenge him. "Your sword will never reach me." He booms because, of course, every power trip needs a dramatic flourish, but then a surprising display of prowess from him. He vows to turn the tide, yet the victory feels hollow. His reflection shows a desperate struggle against an unseen force, a painful echo of Bramus's methods, a past Hes desperately trying to bury. Claros' desperate plea hung in the air, a frantic demand for more time, as if anyone could grant that. Of course, the posters plastered across the city mocking his urgency felt like a personal jab. Hes realizing belatedly that the threat isn't some distant shadow, it's breathing down their necks. Honestly, this feels what happens when you try to play politics. Everyone acts like they're so untouchable. His declaration to annihilate whatever coming was less a promise and more a desperate attempt to buy himself a few precious moments. Surprise flickered across his face, a rare, genuine reaction, because even he underestimated the immediate danger. Canceling the skill? Absolutely not. Giving up isn't an option, even if it's a futile gesture. A flicker of defiance ignited in Claros' eyes, quickly extinguished as he deemed any resistance futile. The tension's palpable, isn't it? Our boy Claros, initially rigid, now fixates on something unseen behind him. A clear sign has rattled. Then Erst drops a bombshell, a desperate plea for time and assistance. Of course, the perpetually defiant Claros can't just accept that. It's useless. He snaps, a tiny spark of rebellion, flaring, quickly tamped down. Seriously, the melodrama. That little jab actually landed, though. It visibly stings Erst, shattering any fleeting hope of a peaceful resolution. Hes not used to being challenged, the stoic giant. Claros, sensing an opportunity, pushes further, a genuine defiance now hardening his gaze. Hes realizing that maybe, just maybe, pushing back will get him somewhere. And then the kicker. This is the final round. Seems like someone's ready to rumble. The air just froze when Claros started begging. Honestly, the sheer audacity of pleading for help after all that posturing? Erst, of course, wasn't thrilled. A direct challenge to his authority. How tiresome. He just silenced. It's always the silent types, isn't it? He figures Erst feels, probably calculating how best to crush him, internally relishing the despair. I can't beat him. Our boy practically screamed, a raw, pathetic admission, as if anyone didn't already suspect that. Erst's silence just thickened, a truly unsettling display. A few seconds. That's all he wants. The echo of Claros' fear bounced around the room, a spectacular unraveling. Erst's face? Still a blank slate, and then the grand finale. This is the final round. Oh good. Let's get this over with. Claros' desperate plea, honestly, it was a bit much, wanted. All that posturing and bluster, then suddenly begging for assistance. He figures Erst probably found the whole performance rather tiresome. The silence that followed felt less like rejection and more like Erst simply acknowledging the pathetic display. Of course, the wall behind them, a perfect canvas for reflecting the unspoken weight of the moment. Then a flicker. A visible fear within Erst's stoic gaze, quickly masked by an even deeper silence. Good, let's see how he reacts to that. The poster's cryptic symbol only amplified the tension. It's always something, isn't it? Erst's silence felt like a deliberate choice, heavier than any accusation, settling like a physical pressure. And then the bomb. This is the final round. Oh good. Claros' fear bounced around the room, a spectacular unraveling. Erst's face? Claros' plea, all that desperate bluster, really did a number on Erst, didn't it? He figures that display of raw fear probably felt like a slap to the face for someone as composed as Erst. The combined items creation left Erst silent, his expression unreadable. Honestly, the man's face is a fortress. Then a flicker. A brief crack in that stoic facade, revealing a moment of vulnerability before it vanished behind an even deeper silence. Good, let's see how he recovers from that. And then predictably the announcement. This is the last round. Oh joy. Right then, let's see how our boy's doing. The ego sword naturally decided to grace him with its presence, tossing out some seriously undermining commentary. Hes staring at the thing, isn't he? Honestly, does this sword have a purpose other than to be a cosmic buzzkill? Hes thinking. Of course it's designed to challenge him, but the sheer audacity. The mocking words really hit a nerve, though. It's not just the criticism itself, it's the fact that it's shaking the foundation of everything he thought he knew. A flicker of doubt. Unheard of. Helga, sensing weakness, predictably starts poking the bear. Great, just what he needed. A cheerleader for existential dread. The frustration boils over and a dangerous surge of power threatens to erupt. Turns out his carefully built facade is starting to crumble, revealing a vulnerability he'd rather keep buried. A flicker of uncertainty crosses our boy's face, a silent wrestling match with everything he thought he knew, the ego sword, because of course it decides to point out a glaring issue. Apparently Hay's been operating under a slight misunderstanding regarding dark power. As it turns out, he doesn't possess any. Fantastic, just what he needed, a cosmic audit during a crisis. Helga, ever the opportunist, piles on, reveling in his discomfort.
The realization hits him like a rogue mana blast. A fundamental error, a basic mistake jeopardizes everything. Hez not just frustrated, his staring down the barrel of a shattered identity. Years of carefully cultivated power, all built on a faulty foundation? Wonderful. A dangerous surge of energy follows a desperate attempt to compensate for the exposed weakness, and his carefully constructed image begins to crack. The air itself seems to thicken with his frustration, doesn't it? Years of carefully constructed power, meticulously built, now facing a cosmic audit courtesy of the ego sword, naturally. Seriously? A power assessment during a crisis? Couldn't this wait? It appears our boy has been operating under a rather significant misunderstanding regarding dark power. Apparently he doesn't possess any. Helga, ever the opportunist, feels practically vibrating with glee at his discomfort. The realization slams into him a fundamental flaw, a basic error jeopardizing everything. A faulty foundation? Wonderful. Doubt flickers across his face, a rare crack in his usual stoicism as the room itself mocks his unraveling denial. Then, predictably, a surge of power, a dangerous, uncontrolled release, as he desperately tries to compensate, his carefully maintained image beginning to shatter. I should be just killed him right from the start. He finally exclaims, a raw, visceral outburst that confirms just how much is at stake. The unsettling display of his power sparked a chilling realization, a cosmic audit, naturally. Years spent meticulously crafting an untouchable might, and now it's all being dismantled by a talking sword? Honestly, the melodrama feels exhausting. It seems our boy has been operating under a fundamental misunderstanding of dark power. Apparently, he doesn't possess any. Helga, predictably, is reveling in this, practically vibrating with glee. A faulty foundation? Wonderful. Doubt flickers across his face, a rare crack in his stoic facade, as the room itself seems to mock his unraveling denial. Then, of course, a surge, a dangerous, uncontrolled release of power as he attempts to compensate. I should have just killed him right from the start. He finally bellows, a raw, visceral outburst confirming just how much is at stake. The cracks are showing, folks, our boy's carefully cultivated aura of invincibility. Less impressive when faced with the ego sword's brutal honesty. It's not just a power display, it's an existential crisis for him. Seriously, a sword is dismantling his entire worldview? This is why I prefer cats. Helga, of course, is loving every second of this, because antagonists thrive on others' discomfort. A surge of raw power explodes outward, a desperate reaction to Helga's jabs and the crushing realization that his dark power isn't what he thought. My linked kill is not over yet. He roars a primal scream, confirming just how precarious his position is. The facade is fracturing, and it's not pretty. The cracks are showing, folks. Helga's enjoying this far too much, isn't she? Our boy's carefully constructed unflappable control is taking a serious beating thanks to the ego sword's relentless probing. Wonderful. Doubt flickers across his face, a rare crack in his stoic facade. Apparently he doesn't possess any. As it turns out, the ego sword isn't just testing his power, it's dismantling his entire worldview. Seriously, a sword is dismantling his entire worldview? This is why I prefer cats. The system's feedback. You have deal 3. Osa Sodalage only serves to amplify his frustration, fueling a surge of dangerous, uncontrolled power. He bellows, confirming just how much is at stake. The cracks are showing, folks. Seriously, a sword is dismantling his entire worldview? Doubt flickered across his face, a rare break in the stoic mask Hez meticulously cultivated. Hez always prided himself on being the detached observer, the one who analyzes and calculates, but the ego sword isn't playing by the usual rules. It's not just testing his power, it's poking at the very foundation of his understanding. Of course, Helga is loving this because what's a good villain without a little bit of psychological torture? It's almost comical seeing her revel in his discomfort, but the situation is far from a joke. I can now have my very deep sleep, your smile when I... Honestly, who talks like that?
It's a desperate attempt to cling to some semblance of control, his composure completely shattered, revealing a vulnerability Head fought so hard to suppress. Had convinced himself he was beyond these petty emotional displays. Right then, our boy strolls into what can only be described as a mess. Turns out, Hez fashionably late to a party he wasn't invited to, and the air is thick with dread. Seriously, another missing person? Is this a cliché or what? A bizarre message plastered everywhere. Naturally, it hints at something far more sinister. Hez thrown by a power level that dwarfs anything Hez seen before, a clear signal that last year's competition was a playground scrimmage. Then the kicker, a dropped item and a quest description referencing a neck. Someone clearly lost a vital piece of equipment. Let's hope it's not as gruesome as it sounds, as if on cue a young master arrives radiating arrogance because of course. But the real shocker? A sudden transformation. Seems has got a new quest, find Jashuka. Jashuka, huh? Sounds ominous, and a sudden transformation. Fantastic. The whole situation is just bewildering. Right, let's dive in. Our boys just stumbled into a mess, a scene of frantic activity and unsettling clues, like someone staged a disaster movie. A forgotten memory jolted him, twisting his face with a sudden sharp confusion. Seriously, another layer of mystery? It's like the author wants him to feel perpetually off balance. Hez questioning if this feels some bizarre canine situation, a genuine look of concern etched on her face, but Hez not buying the innocence. Of course, the cheerful praise from someone trying to be helpful just disarms him, momentarily masking a deeper, unsettling feeling. Hez struggling to reconcile the surface. Level pleasantries with the palpable tension radiating from the room. Naturally, an arrogant young master has to pop up demanding answers. Anger flares, battling with suspicion as he tries to decipher the cryptic explanation. And then, bam! A dropped item, a connection to a mysterious Jashuka, and a sudden, inexplicable transformation. Urgent quest time, apparently. Honestly, the sheer disbelief on. The awakened guardian's dropped item. Seriously? A jolt ran through him as its significance crashed into his awareness, fracturing his certainty and sparking a dangerous idea. Peranium's potential always leads to trouble. He began formulating a plan, twisting toward an unknown path, fueled by unexpected words, his grip tightening on his sword. Jashuka, that name felt important, didn't it? Right then, let's unpack this mess. Our boy just walked into a chaotic scene, and naturally things immediately went south. Iores, bless her heart, decided to deliver a swift kick to his ego, denying him a weapon and his sense of self-worth. Can't equip? Seriously? The system's just rubbing salt in the wound, isn't it? Hez internally screaming, did I do something to deserve this? Of course, the rejection itself pulsed with some unsettling energy. Because why wouldn't it? His reeling, questioning his abilities, but a flicker of defiance sparks in his eyes. The blatant dismissal ignited a simmering resentment, confirming his deepest fears, but Hez not one to wallow. A dropped item, a name, Jashuka, and suddenly bam, transformation. An urgent quest? It's always something. Now his scrambling propelled toward an unknown path, fueled by unexpected words, gripping his sword a little tighter. Jish. The sting of rejection clearly wasn't landing as expected. Our boy's response feels far from the dramatic collapse everyone probably anticipated. Seriously, the brilliant sword humming with suppressed fury, as if a little denial could truly rattle him. Hez internally calculating, a weapon denial isn't a personal attack, it's a strategic inconvenience. Of course, the poster's cruel words and the tightening of his grip on the sword were a clear indicator of simmering frustration barely contained beneath a carefully constructed facade. They think they can diminish me with a simple can't equip? He likely scoffed inwardly. It's always amusing to watch arrogant individuals underestimate someone, a classic mistake. Hez already formulating a new plan, twisting toward an unknown path fueled by those unexpected words. Jashuka. Right then, chaos erupted. Our boy just underwent a frankly ridiculous transformation, the kind that screams Shiden power unlocked, leaving everyone blinking like they've seen a ghost. Predictable. He immediately launches into a demand, find Jashuka. Jashuka? Seriously? Who even is that? As it turns out, nobody knows, which is just delightful. The name hangs in the air, a blatant disruption of whatever flimsy peace they had. Hess genuinely bewildered. How does this Jishuka fit into all of this? It's a curveball, naturally. The whole situation is spiraling and Hez already bracing for a headache. This Jishuka business, it's going to be complicated. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy just got served a prophecy, and not the hair is your power-up kind. More like prepare for annihilation with a side of existential dread. Hez reeling naturally. It's always amusing how these pronouncements land like a physical blow on the MC, isn't it? Hez scrambling for meaning, bless his heart, trying to decipher what complete chores even are. A delightful bit of exposition dumping as always. Of course, a prophecy about Yatan's destructive arrival had to darken the mood. His face went paler than a goblin's complexion, absorbing the doom like it feels a particularly unpleasant smoothie. The room itself seems to be enjoying the show, a silent, mocking spectator. Predictably, Hez now demanding Jishuka be found. Seriously? Honestly, the desperation is palpable. Hess refusing any offered assistance, a touch of fear creeping in. A sacrifice is mentioned, and a truth about Yatan's identity is. The prophecy landed, and honestly, it want a particularly graceful delivery. Our boy just underwent a frankly bewildering exposition dump, the kind that leaves everyone blinking like they've just woken from a long nap. It's a curveball, naturally, and he immediately launches into a demand for Jishuka, because of course the convenient solution always appears first. Seriously? The sheer panic radiating from him feels almost comical. Hez scrambling to piece together what completures even are, bless his heart. The room itself seems to be enjoying the spectacle, a silent, mocking spectator, as he struggles to reconcile this impending doom with his existing understanding. Hess genuinely bewildered, and the tightening of his face shows the struggle to accept it, leaving everyone blinking like they've just woken from a long nap. Right then, let's dive into this mess. Apparently a whole lot of sacrifices didn't conjure a deity, news to absolutely no one, honestly. Our boy is now burdened with a prophecy delivered with the grace of a collapsing star. Honestly, couldn't they have sent a memo instead? Hez already demanding Jishuka's location because of course a powerful ally is the immediate solution to cosmic dread. Predictably, Hez rejecting any offers of help, a brief shadow of genuine fear flitting across his face. A sacrifice is looming, and a truth about Yatan's origins is about to be dragged into the light. Hez now screaming about killing someone no matter the cost. Oh good, more unnecessary theatrics. It seems our MC is fully embracing the chosen one role, even if Hez terrified. Apparently our boy decided to bend a Speedy's rules, a bold move considering the consequences. As it turns out, that's the least of his worries, for bless her heart drained herself completely to deliver a prophecy so vague it's practically taunting him. Destructive arrival sacrifice. Honestly, could it be any more cliché? He figures that if he doesn't get Jishuka on the line, immediately Hez basically signing his own death warrant. Of course, Hez rejecting any help. Pride, stubbornness, whatever you want to call it. The prophecy itself, it rattled even Yatan. You'd think a being of his stature would be immune to existential dread, but nope. His reality just got a serious shake-up, Hez visibly reeling, struggling to grasp the implications. It's amusing actually to see him genuinely unnerved. A flicker of something akin to fear crosses his face. Wonderful. Are you saying we should just live our lives? Honestly's prophecy delivered at the cost of her own energy was about as helpful as a chocolate teapot. Destructive arrival sacrifice. Seriously? He figures that if he doesn't get Jishuka on the line, Hez basically a sitting duck. Of course, rejecting help is part of the whole lone wolf persona, right? Yatan predictably is losing it, screaming about killing someone, classic villain entrance really. He wonders if Yatan's sudden outburst is genuine terror or just a performance for the audience. It's amusing actually to see a being of his stature genuinely unnerved. A flicker of something akin to fear crosses his face. No thanks, he says, declining assistance, and then shockingly admits Hez scared. Why not offer your body instead? Right, that's the level of awkwardness Hez dealing with now. Honestly, watching our boy grapple with a prophecy delivered at the cost of honesty's energy was entertaining, to say the least. Destructive arrival sacrifice? Seriously? It's amusing seeing someone so emotionally detached momentarily rattled. Hez already calculating the fallout naturally, figuring Jashuka needs to be contacted immediately. A sitting duck isn't a winning strategy. Of course, rejecting help fits the whole lone wolf act he's cultivated, but the flicker of genuine fear crossing his face. Unexpected, Yatan predictably is having a meltdown. Screaming about killing someone, a truly original villain entrance, really. Is this theatrics or genuine terror? He wonders if Yatan's outburst is a performance. Then the kicker, a declaration about using his own body as a conduit, technically becoming a black, which apparently can use something. His declaration ignited a spark of defiance, challenging their established understanding, and then the truly stunning reveal, Yatan's shocking claim of being a level 5 AS agent, stunned everyone present. Right then, our boy's having a day. Turns out someone's been siphoning his magic, a forbidden spell, naturally. Because of course the arrogant young Master Yatan had to make a grand entrance, screeching about theft and murder. Honestly, the melodrama. Hez questioning if his awakening somehow made him a target, a convenient scapegoat. Seriously, does every power-up come with a catch? Yatan, being the delightful individual he is, announces hell become a black, a conduit for something, a level 5 AS agent no less. Typical, but Harris the kicker. A quest pops up, Amaract the demon. He accepts mostly to spite Yatan and somehow against all odds racks up a ridiculous amount of experience and some shiny new items. A humiliating power drain, yes, but a flicker of defiance remains. Hell be back. Right, so our boy just discovered his rival isn't just powerful Hez, a magical kleptomaniac. Apparently Hez been siphoning magic directly from Nader because of course he is. The system predictably decides to throw a quest at him involving Amaract, a demon of considerable clout. Honestly, the system's timing is impeccable, handing out quests after a public power draining? The Dominion Church's involvement? Expected? They always have a vested interest in cleansing something, usually meaning seizing power. Hez, noticing the rival isn't even wearing gear and casually using magic, which is a red flag if there ever was one. Yet despite the setback, he's gaining experience and items at an absurd rate. A spark of something akin to annoyance, maybe even defiance, ignites within him. Hell be back and hell be annoying. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy is suddenly confronted with a rival possessing a level of attractiveness that's frankly unfair. Honestly, the universe really doesn't want him to have a moment of peace, does it? It's not just the looks, though. Someone's pilfering his magic. A truly humiliating experience, as if being robbed want bad enough, Hez doing it in front of everyone. He demands answers naturally because someone needs to maintain a semblance of order. Of course, the rival doesn't just offer a polite explanation. A surge of raw, uncontrolled power, dark Rolt erupts from him in response to the theft. Finally, a flicker of something resembling competence. He stares silently, daring the rival to explain himself, a question hanging in the air thick with implications. As it turns out, a quest involving a demon named Amaract is now on the table, and surprisingly he's gaining some decent rewards. A setback, yes, but defiance still lingers. Honestly, the universe really doesn't want him to have a moment of peace, does it? Here comes a rival radiating unfair levels of attractiveness, just as our boy is experiencing the delightful sensation of having his magic siphoned off in public, no less. Seriously? This is how the day unfolds. He naturally demands an explanation because someone has to maintain a veneer of order even when being publicly humiliated. Predictably, the rival responds not with a reasonable answer but with a surge of uncontrolled power. Dark Ralt finally showing a hint of competence. A flicker of defiance sparks within him despite the power drain, a tiny ember of annoyance at this blatant disrespect. The audacity. As if being publicly drained of magic want mortifying enough, a quest involving a demon named Amaract just materialized. Naturally. Seriously, the universe seems determined to make sure I don't enjoy a single moment of peace. Of course, the rival radiating unfair levels of attractiveness isn't offering an explanation. Instead, Hez flexing with uncontrolled power. Honestly, someone had to maintain a semblance of order, so he demanded answers. It seems that the system, in its infinite wisdom, has decided a possession quest is precisely what he needs right now. That's Amaract, apparently, and yes, they're going to fight a great demon. Hez glad he accepted the quest, though, because the rewards are surprisingly decent. It's a temporary balm on the sting of, and a tiny ember of annoyance begins to flicker within him. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy just got publicly humiliated, drained of his magic like a leaky faucet, naturally. The system ever the comedian throws experience points his way, a bizarre consolation prize, honestly, as if a few measly points can erase that embarrassment, but predictably a spark of defiance refuses to be extinguished. Hez not about to let some rival and the Dominion Church think they've won. He concentrates cataloging the sheer absurdity of the situation, a quest involving a great demon named Amaract. Of course, the rewards surprisingly are actually quite good. A temporary reprieve, perhaps, but Hez not letting this go. This isn't over, hell. Find out who behind this power theft and why. A quiet resolve settles within him, a promise of payback simmering beneath the surface. Right then, let's dive into this mess. Our boy arrives just in time to witness a shouting match over a vessel of the Sol, because naturally things were too peaceful. Someone's already laying claim, practically foaming at the mouth. Honestly, the entitlement is astounding. Hez assessing the situation, figuring this vessel must be quite the prize if people are willing to throw decorum out the window. Turns out the defender harbors a surprising amount of resentment toward the claimant, and a shared history is bubbling to the surface. Good, a little backstory drama always spices things up. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, threatening to shatter whatever tenuous piece exists. Then a cryptic message appears, and the claimant's whole attitude shifts. Something's definitely not right, and our boy is already bracing for whatever chaos is about to unfold. Right then, let's dive in. Bram's attack just bounced right off the player's body. A rather emphatic no to his plans, actually. Honestly, the system's protections are proving surprisingly robust. A consolation prize, honestly, but it's a start. Turn's rage is palpable. He clearly didn't expect that level of resistance, which is amusing because expecting anything from Bram is a fool's errand. Turn's outburst, revealing a lifetime of resentment aimed at someone we're only just meeting, is predictably melodramatic. Because of course we needed a shared history to spice things up. This is probably going to be a tangled mess, but at least it's not another tedious training montage. He concentrates cataloging the sheer audacity of the situation, already calculating the fallout of this defiance. It's less about the vessel of the soul and more about the underlying power struggle now, and our boy is already bracing for whatever chaos is about to unfold. Honestly, the system's protections are proving surprisingly robust. A consolation prize, really. Turn's outburst, revealing a lifetime of resentment aimed at this, is predictably melodramatic, because naturally we needed a shared history to spice things up. This is probably going to be a tangled mess, but at least it's not another tedious training montage. He concentrates cataloging the sheer audacity of the situation, already calculating the fallout of this defiance. Turn's words ignite a spark, challenging the fragile peace they found, and a shadow crosses his face, hinting at a buried painful past. Typical, shared trauma always complicates things. Still easy enough to predict. Hez in the middle of acquiring due to the humanity obtained. Whatever that means. Our boy is bracing for the chaos about to unfold. It's less about the vessel of the Sol, and more about the underlying power struggle now. Honestly, the fallout is already escalating faster than anyone anticipated. Turns predictably is having a moment, launching into a tirade fueled by a lifetime of resentment towards this. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up and make everything more complicated. Hez cataloging the sheer audacity of the situation, already calculating the repercussions of this outburst. It appears Turns is releasing some sort of energy signature? Something about a release and a cascade of names. A rather bizarre announcement, actually. Our boy is observing the situation with an unnerving detachment. This shared history between turns and this is predictably melodramatic, but Hez far more interested in how the system's protections are proving surprisingly robust. The whole thing reeks of a tangled mess, but at least it's not another training montage. Humanity obtained, whatever that means. That's too bad, she trills, dismissing him with a saccharine wave. Honestly, the theatrics are already grating. He registers the subtle tension radiating from Turns, a predictable explosion brewing. Now predictably, Turns launches into a rant, a lifetime of simmering resentment boiling over toward this. Of course, the arrogant young master has to insert himself into this delicately balanced mess. He catalogues the energy signature emanating from Turns, a chaotic cascade of names. A bizarre announcement even by these standards. It's less about the vessel of the soul and more about the power struggle simmering beneath the surface, and the fallout is escalating quickly. A flicker crosses, Turns face a moment of something unreadable disrupting the strained peace, and our boy notes that the system's protections are proving surprisingly robust. Hez far more interested in those protections than the melodrama unfolding before him. You need to make sure all those young bastards, that great compared. Turns finishes a cryptic warning hanging in the air. How much are you planning to overwork this old guy? Turns grumbles, predictably launching into a tirade against this, a display of resentment that's been stewing for what feels like an eternity. Honestly, the theatricality is already wearing thin. He registers the energy radiating from Turns, a chaotic signature, a bizarre announcement even by their standards. It's less about the vessel of the soul and more about the power struggle bubbling just beneath the surface. Of course, the arrogant young master had to insert himself into this delicate situation. He catalogues the system's protections surprisingly robust, far more captivating than the manufactured drama. Turns' face flickers a brief, unreadable moment disrupting the tense atmosphere, and he notes that the system's safeguards are proving more than adequate. The conful Turns continues. Yes, I do know, but I'm sure the Fordar take. It's a cryptic warning and Hez already assessing its implications. Turns finishes. But that's not all that thing isn't guilty early. Our boy's already onto something bigger than this farmer's frantic warnings, isn't he? Turns ranting predictably about some perceived slight. Honestly, the melodrama is reaching peak cliché. Hess cataloging the energy radiating from Turns, a chaotic signature that screams power struggle more than vessel of the soul. Naturally, the arrogant young master had to waltz in because every decent scene needs a dash of manufactured conflict. Actually, the system's protections are far more intriguing than this petty squabble. Turns' face flickers a brief disruption, revealing something unreadable, but the system's safeguards are proving more than adequate. Hez already assessing the implications of this cryptic warning, a plan forming, forging a greatsword, a dangerous intent masked by chilling calm. Right then, our boy isn't content with just existing, is he? Hez already sniffing around for something more, something beyond the obvious. Predictable, really, for someone with his ambitions. Naturally, a farmer's dire warning about well being killed by a seed, dismissed with a spectacular display of arrogance. Honestly, these rural folk and their superstitions, Hez got system protections, what's he supposed to do? Apologize? A chilling calm descends. Always a good sign, usually preceding something unpleasant for someone else. Apparently, Hez forging a greatsword. A greatsword groundbreaking. But it's not the weapon itself, is it? It's about imbuing it with something specific. Something to truly mark it. The item's options are mostly junk, but the damage output, that's the crucial part. Hez fully embracing the chaos now, and it's going to be interesting to see who gets caught in the crossfire. Hez contemplating something beyond the obvious, isn't he? It's not enough to just acquire things. Our boy wants to be the ultimate collector, the one who owns it all. As it turns out, dodging fate isn't an option anymore. Naturally, a legendary item just had to present itself. Hez already planning to forge a great sword, which, let's be honest, is a bit much even for him. Seriously? A great sword? For a toddler? The system must be laughing. Dismissing a farmer's warning? Textbook, arrogant protagonist move. Hez drinking poison, of course, because why bother with a simple antidote when you can embrace the drama? The situation resolved itself predictably, and now Hez pondering a skills influence. Honestly, the system's got his back. It always does. Forging a weapon for a child? The audacity. The farmer's dire warning, dismissed with a volcanic eruption of denial naturally. He figures that lecturing him on local folklore won't exactly solve his problems now, will it? A chilling calm then settles, and he vows to forge Grez's greatsword, a touch excessive even for him. Honestly, the system seems amused by his antics, always backing him, but Hez not focused on petty approvals. It's about imbuing the blade with something more, something specific. Your skills show them to me too. The gauntlet's been thrown, folks. Someone actually doubted our boy's legendary status? Predictable, really. A flicker of defiance, a tiny spark as he silently acknowledges the challenge. Right, let's see what this fuss is all about. A test, huh? Fine by me. The accusation stung, forcing him to confront the uncomfortable truth. There's always someone stronger. It's a recurring theme in these stories, isn't it? Of course the system is loving this, probably placing bets on how long it takes him to spiral. Hez already formulating a plan naturally. A great sword for a child? The system must be chuckling. Honestly, I'm just trying to imbue it with something meaningful, something they won't expect. It's about more than power, it's about, well, let's just say he has a vision. Someone dared to question our boy's legendary status? How original. He figures that if he doesn't respond with some grand gesture, the whispers will start, and nobody likes whispers. It's about imbuing the blade with something meaningful. Kraugel's power is significant, actually. Even if he somehow managed to land a critical hit, Kraugel is demonstrably stronger, a fact our boy acknowledges with unsettling calmness. You're the second strongest person I've met, the challenger spouts, and predictably it's a backhanded compliment. Right, let's see what this fuss is all about. He thinks already formulating a plan. A great sword for a child? The challenger's words landed, and it seems even our boy isn't immune to a little ego bruising. Honestly, the system is probably having a field day with this, placing bets on how long it takes him to unravel. A flicker of defiance sparked, quickly followed by a denial that cracked, revealing a simmering frustration. Right time to act, he thinks, already formulating a plan. A great sword for a child? Naturally. It's not just about power, it's about sending a message, something meaningful. Kraugel's presence is substantial, even for someone who's seen a fair share of overpowered individuals. The challenger's words, "You're the second strongest person I've met," landed with a surprising thud, didn't they? Honestly, the ego bruise stings a little, even for someone who's seen more than his fair share of ridiculous power levels, substantial, a fact that visibly rattled our boy. The system is probably taking bets on how long it takes him to process this. A flicker of denial crossed his face, and it wasn't pretty, a rare moment of genuine surprise. He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead, but a defiant spark ignited, quickly extinguished, as he struggles to accept the harsh reality of the power gap. Right time to adjust the calculations, he thinks, already analyzing Kraugel's fighting style. Just how many powerhouses are crammed into this world? It's only been, what, a few months since he arrived, and already Hez staring down someone claiming to be the second strongest Hez met. Honestly, the ego bruise stings, even for someone who's seen ridiculous power levels, substantial. The system predictably is probably laying odds on how long it takes him to process this. Trapped and desperate, he realizes Kraugel is a foe he can't afford to underestimate. A grim acknowledgement, considering Hez usually got a few tricks up his sleeve. Denial flickered across his face, struggling to grasp the sheer scale of Kraugel's might, quickly extinguished as he accepts the reality of a significant power gap. Right time to adjust the calculations, he thinks, already dissecting Kraugel's fighting style. Then abruptly, everyone being told to get along with some newcomers complete with bare plushiest. Seriously? Are you fulfilling your role as commander-in-chief and division captain? The question itself is almost comical, considering the state our boy finds himself in. Hez just had his legendary status thoroughly dismantled by Kraugel, and the ego bruise is real, even for someone who witnessed power levels that would make lesser beings weep. Honestly, how many powerhouses are crammed into this world? He muses, already dissecting Kraugel's fighting style, a defense mechanism naturally. Denial flickered, a brief, pathetic attempt to cling to past victories, quickly extinguished by the sheer scale of Kraugel's strength. Right time to adjust the calculations, he thinks, recognizing this isn't some minor setback. This is a significant power gap. The system predictably is probably calculating his recovery time. Then abruptly, everyone being told to play nice with some newcomers complete with bare plushiest. Seriously?
Right then, let's dive in. The system just dropped a bombshell, a power so vast it makes his previous gains look like child play. Hez staring off, contemplating just how much he doesn't know naturally. Honestly, did he think a few stay boosts would make him a god? Of course not, but a man can dream. Predictably, Kraugel isn't thrilled with the progress. Can't we start taking down other sites? He grumbles. Typical.
Our boy's ego just took a serious hit, realizing how far he still has to go. He thought they were strong, cute. It's a familiar sting, that feeling of being utterly outmatched, a humbling reminder of past failures. But then a flash, a display of power that even Kraugel seems to find surprising. Seems like our MC has been severely underestimated. He believes a single decisive action will solve a larger looming issue. Let's see if Hez right. Right then, let's dive in. Sparring's abruptly halted. Our boy declares Hez got somewhere more pressing to be. Honestly, did he think a few stay boosts would make him a god? Of course not, but a man can dream. Kraugel predictably isn't thrilled, always wanting to move on to bigger, better fights. Typical. The sting of realization hits him hard. Hez still leagues behind. He thought they were strong, cute. Then a flash, a sudden display of power that even Kraugel seems to find surprising. He insists he prepared despite failing to create the greatest sword, and his words sting a clear dismissal of her efforts, a calculated blow. A flicker suggests something significant is brewing. He believes a single decisive action will solve a larger looming issue. Honestly, did he think a few stay boosts would make him a god? He needs to move now. Lingering would be a mistake. Kraugel's relentless pressure will only expose vulnerabilities. He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead. Typical. Cute. His dismissive words hang heavy, a stinging blow to her hard work. A calculated blow, actually. She's putting in effort, trying to prove something. Doesn't matter. Time is of the essence. Hez fighting with range attacks, pushing Pyro, creating an opportunity to counter despite wearing his best gear. Then Ragnar's sword dance pinnacle technique. He dealt to become damage. Just what did you make? Right then, let's dive in. Hez been sparring with Pyro and it's not going well, as it turns out. Our boy initially underestimated their strength, a common pitfall in these power fantasy settings, but quickly realized Hez still got a long way to go. A few stay boosts won't make me a god, he muses, because naturally it never does. But then a flash, a sudden unexpected surge of power that even Kraugel finds noteworthy. He dismisses Pyro's efforts with a cutting remark, a calculated jab. Honestly, Hez just trying to buy time. Irrelevant. Hez now using ranged attacks, CK's pushing Pyro, creating an opportunity to counter, despite wearing his best gear. Right, so the ancestral family? Naturally, because a simple quest just wouldn't suffice. Apparently, Brahm wants spinning yarns about Pagma's death 50 years back, a detail that throws a wrench into our boy's carefully constructed worldview. Seriously, 50 years? The man's been conveniently absent, hasn't he? Hez now glimpsing a road forward apparently paved by some new generation, as if his own struggles weren't dramatic enough. A rating unique skill pops up because of course the system needs to remind everyone who's special. Hez not about to be swayed by some flashy display. Swinging and stabbing aren't going to solve the problem of 3 floating hands. 3 floating hands? Is that all they've got? Hez already calculating the angles, the force, the everything. Right, so our boy's meticulously crafted worldview shattered. Apparently 4 skills is the limit, a rather inconvenient restriction considering the cost of those hands. Honestly, the system loves to throw curveballs, doesn't it? A sudden transformation nearly gave him a heart attack, a mental warning blaring like a malfunctioning alarm. And then the kicker, Pagmas dead. 50 years gone. Seriously? It's almost too convenient, isn't it? Hez reeling naturally. The man's been operating under a certain set of assumptions, and now those assumptions are dissolving faster than a sugar cube in hot water. A rating unique skill just decided to grace him with its presence because of course it did. Swinging and stabbing aren't going to solve the problem of 3 floating appendages. 3, that's it? Hez already calculating the optimal strategy because panic is for amateurs. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy just got a rather rude awakening. Goic swordplay? Apparently it's not just about looking cool, it's pumping up his attack and speed. A fleeting smile, a valiant yet utterly transparent attempt to hide the fact that Pagmas' death is still messing with his head. Seriously, the system just drops this bombshell? Of course the opponent has to start with some tiresome blocking attempts. Are you going to block my movements? Predictably dramatic? Hez laying on the bravado thick, though, isn't he? A fragile confidence built on a carefully curated understanding of the world is now looking distinctly shaky. It's almost comical watching him try to maintain composure while his internal monologue screams. 3 appendages? That's the limit? The system clearly has a sense of humor. Honestly, this isn't how he envisioned his power-up sequence. Gok's swordplay apparently isn't just for show, it's a sneaky little attack boost, and our boy is picking up on that. A fleeting smile attempts to mask the uncomfortable truth that Pagmas' demise is still rattling him. The system just casually drops that bombshell, doesn't it? Seriously? This is how it works. Of course, the opponent launches into a predictable blocking routine as if that's going to stop anything. A surge of his farming skill. Another delightful curveball further chips away at the carefully constructed control he's trying to maintain. A flicker of surprise betrays his composure. Honestly, it's almost comical, watching him attempt to project an air of unshaken confidence while his internal monologue screams, "That's the limit?" The system clearly has a sense of humor. Honestly, this isn't how he envisioned his power-up sequence. Right? So a farming skill? Apparently that's a thing now. Our boy's trying to play it cool, maintaining this air of detached observation, but honestly the surprise is radiating off him like heat from a forge. Hez processing this, or rather failing to process it because naturally the system has decided to throw a curveball the size of a small kingdom. Of course a water attack would do it. An outburst, a genuine unscripted outburst, betrays the carefully cultivated calm. What am I seeing? He wonders, and it's not just about the attack itself, but the unraveling of everything he thought he knew. Pagmas' death, unexpected abilities, it's all piling up and it's clearly messing with his meticulously planned ascent. Right, so our boy's having a moment. A full-blown, did I just hallucinate that kind of moment? Apparently, the universe decided to throw a curveball, a farming skill of all things, right in his face. Honestly, you think after everything Hez been through, he'd be used to the bizarre. Seriously, a farming skill? Is this some kind of elaborate joke? Hez internally screaming because naturally the cosmos loves to mock the prepared. Hez questioning everything, which, let's be honest, is a perfectly reasonable response when your entire worldview is being dismantled. A flicker of disbelief. That's putting it mildly. It's more like a full-scale existential crisis playing out on his face. Thanks for working me up, my lord, he grumbles, because sarcasm is the coping mechanism of choice when reality decides to rewrite itself. Of course this wasn't exactly the power-up montage he was expecting. Damn it! He practically explodes, and honestly, can you blame him? The universe isn't exactly playing fair right now. It's not every day you witness a farming skill manifest alongside revelations about Pagmas' demise. It's like the narrative decided to throw a cosmic curveball. Seriously? A farming skill? Hez internally fuming because meticulous planning is kind of his thing, and this throws a wrench in everything. Please, it's more like a full-blown existential crisis brewing on his face, because I got to see the Lord's greatness before the land. He mutters a strained cheeriness, masking the storm of frustration. Thanks for the delightful surprise, my lord, he grumbles, because sarcasm is the coping mechanism of choice when reality decides to rewrite itself. The forest's oppressive atmosphere thickens, a clear signal that things are about to get interesting, or, more likely, messy. A month. Seriously? It's only been a month since the Elphinstone incident? Hez internally calculating the timeline, already anticipating the fallout. Of course he thinks the universe never lets things stay simple, does it? Someone's questioning the effectiveness of a creation skill item, which is a perfectly reasonable concern, actually. Our boy, however, is far more interested in the plan to amp up the goons' power, a pragmatic move he concedes as he already envisions them as a disposable shield. Then a martial arts competition gets thrown into the mix. Predictable. Still hell participate naturally. It's all part of the larger game. A month. Seriously. Time flies when you're dodging existential threats, apparently. Our boy is already strategizing about boosting his crew's capabilities because naturally relying on sheer talent only gets you so far. Hez got his eye on a martial arts competition too, which is just perfect for showcasing his unique brand of dominance. And of course there, the treasure of Korea. Someone feels very protective, bless their heart. Hey, Mr. Extreme Sword. Oh goody, the obligatory overconfident sidekick is here. Hess practically vibrating with misplaced loyalty. As it turns out, a whole entourage has arrived fueled by accusations and enough righteous indignation to power a small city. Did you come to see me? The MC wonders because honestly, who wouldn't? It's always a pleasure. Someone sending a warning? How original. Hess already mentally preparing for the inevitable status game. The insult lands and his expression hardens. A silent. The air thickened with accusations predictable as a sunrise, honestly. He registers the barbs, each one a tiny pinprick, but his expression remains carefully neutral. Seriously? This is the hill they want to die on? It's amusing, really, how easily provoked some people are. Of course, Extreme Sword has to arrive radiating misplaced confidence and righteous indignation. A walking clique if there ever was one. No, this isn't T-Dallage that low-ranking spell can deal, you're dead you. He hears and mentally notes the overestimation of power. Always a pleasure. The MC doesn't even bother reacting outwardly. He's already calculating the most efficient way to dismantle this whole charade. Silent fury burns beneath a veneer of calm, a silent promise of consequences to come. Right then, let's dive in. A frantic warning drops hinting at a looming threat. Apparently, someone's been playing a dangerous game. Our boy's already rolling his eyes. Another cryptic warning, seriously? Hez expecting the usual drama. As it turns out, this isn't just a warning, it's a desperate gamble against an unknown enemy. The shock on her face is palpable, a clear sign Shez bitten off more than she can chew. Good luck cleaning that up, he thinks, already calculating the fallout. Words linger subtly reshaping the power dynamic. Of course, Extreme Sword has to waltz in radiating self-importance. Must be exhausting being that oblivious. The accusations fly, but our MC remains unruffled, a serene detachment. Hez already assessing the board, figuring out how to expose the hidden danger and naturally turn this whole mess to his advantage. Someone's begging for help now, a rather dramatic end to this chapter. The warning landed, and honestly another cryptic alert. Seriously? It's always a pleasure to witness the predictable unraveling of meticulously crafted facades. Her shock deepens, revealing a desperate gamble Shed been keeping hidden. A gamble that predictably backfired spectacularly. A confident smirk fades as the words hit, disrupting her composure. It's amusing really how easily provoked some people are. You're making me laugh, she sputters, and it's a testament to the chaos unfolding. Of course, Extreme Sword had to waltz in radiating self-importance. Must be exhausting being that oblivious. He hears and mentally notes the pleas for assistant student Yiram, can you help me? Are they talking about that incident? Already assessing the board, figuring out how to expose the hidden danger and naturally turn this whole mess to his advantage. Don't forget about me, son of Korea. Right. Another dramatic entrance. Predictable, honestly. Our boy, meanwhile, is already mentally cataloging the fallout, assessing the board like a chess grandmaster. Someone's having a moment, and it involves a lot of yelling. What are you saying? I'm already quite annoyed, so fuck off. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now radiating self-importance. Must be exhausting being that oblivious. He hears and mentally notes the pleas for assistance. "Student Yirim, can you help me?" It appears this wrongdoing involved a desperate gamble, and predictably it backfired. But after obtaining control of a patur, I can also make them, right? So joining the overground want enough, was it? The school beauty's smugness just evaporated, didn't it? Honestly, someone had to shatter that carefully crafted image. "You're making me laugh," he remarks, and suddenly the whole charade crumbles. Pathetic. It's always the ones projecting the most confidence who are the most fragile. Of course, Prince has to get involved barking orders about people waiting. Always gotta be the hero, right? Apparently it took a whole squad to rescue Reinhard, which is less impressive than they like. Good, let them feel inadequate. Our boy, meanwhile, is already dissecting the situation, noting the desperation radiating off everyone. A desperate gamble predictably backfired. Honestly, the timing. Of course, the arrogant young master had to arrive, radiating self-importance. He overhears Yirim's frantic plea, seriously, and witnesses the predictable fallout of a desperate gamble. Shattering the school beauty facade was overdue, and he finds it amusing how fragile those projecting confidence truly are. Prince arrives barking orders, but a squad needed to rescue Reinhard. Let them stew. Our boy is already dissecting the situation, noting the radiating desperation. He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez going to be tangled in this mess. Actually, this incident smells like something far bigger than a simple rivalry. The declaration landed, and suddenly the room felt thick enough to choke on. Cheerful vibes instantly evaporated. Discussions about soldier strength and the Duke's decision, making abilities started swirling. Honestly, it's all just posturing. They think they're clever dissecting the Duke's strategy, as if he isn't playing several moves ahead. Someone mentioned Reinhard needed a whole squad to rescue him, which is less impressive than they're trying to make it seem. Naturally, the arrogant young master decided to grace them with his presence. He overhears Yirim's panicked request, and our boy notes the radiating desperation, the crumbling facades. Predictable. Always a pleasure to watch those projecting confidence reveal their fragility. The prince, of course, now feels the need to bark orders, but our boy is already assessing the bigger, something far more complex than simple rivalry is at play. The declaration landed, and suddenly the room's atmosphere shifted. Cheerful vibes instantly evaporated. Honestly, it's all just posturing as they dissect the Duke's strategy, as if he isn't already playing several moves ahead. Reinhard needing a whole squad to be rescued, less impressive than they're making it seem naturally. Predictable, of course, the arrogant young master decided to grace them with his presence. He overhears Yirim's frantic plea and notes the radiating desperation crumbling facades, as if he isn't playing several moves ahead. Dur's distress is palpable. "Dur, what's wrong?" And our boy is already assessing something far more complex than simple rivalry. The reports keep piling up, apparently more than 5,000 some urgent matter. Naturally, the first prince feels obligated to step up, proclaiming his responsibility for the kingdom and the newly born royal child. Honestly, the dramatic declarations are almost comical. It's always the same song and dance with these nobles. A birth. The collective gasp is palpable, as if anyone truly expected a royal birth to not happen. Shez delivered, and the queen is practically handing off the babe, barely clinging to her strength. Our boy, meanwhile, is registering the surge of power. Some kind of inheritance, perhaps? And overhearing the prince's whispered hopes that the child won't become someone like Greer, a sentiment dripping with unspoken anxieties. A coded message follows a declaration of intent to sever the restraints on a powerful magician and a mention of an army touched by divine favor. It's all very theatrical. Reinhard's rescue. Just another opportunity for grandstanding, as if the Duke's strategy isn't already several steps beyond their comprehension. Dur's. A chill. That's the best way to describe the feeling as our boy's face shudders, unreadable. Of course, a cryptic system message had to arrive, didn't it? Fragments of a past he doesn't remember. Wasted time, lost connections. It's just lovely. Hez trying to process it naturally while the first prince drones on about northern duties and the newborn heir. Honestly, the man's self-importance could power a small city. Apparently, the Duke's got a plan, and it involves a magician and a divinely blessed army. A farmer, mind you, daring to challenge guilds? Hilarious. But the MC isn't laughing. He senses something different. The farmer's strength isn't what's unsettling him, it's the implication of what that strength represents. A grudging respect starts to bloom. He figures that if he doesn't figure this out now, Hez going to be facing a problem far bigger than a spoiled. A peculiar query from a child, a lingering feeling of unease. Honestly, it's just lovely how these scenes pile on the drama. Hez trying to sift through the fragments, these disjointed recollections surfacing with a cryptic system message. A coded message follows a declaration of, "Did something happen?" Apparently the first prince is droning on about northern duties and a newborn heir, but our boy is far more preoccupied with a farmer daring to challenge guilds. A farmer. It's almost comical, but the unsettling implication behind that defiance is what truly has him calculating. Hez piecing together something significant, something lost to him, something that explains why he can't fully recall the teachings, something that makes him view the people around him with disbelief. Her words, a blatant challenge to the status quo, sent a ripple through the air, and predictably a flicker of doubt crossed his face, though Hed have preferred it hadn't. Honestly, the theatrics are exhausting. Hez cataloging this moment not because it's particularly important in itself, but because it's another piece in the puzzle Hez desperately trying to assemble. Apparently, the first prince is rambling about northern duties and newborn heir. Typical royalty, obsessed with succession while a farmer is openly defying guilds. It's almost laughable, but the implication is what has him calculating. A farmer challenging guilds? It's a blatant disruption of the established order. Hez sifting through fragmented recollections, a system message surfacing, just as he pieces together something lost, something that explains his disjointed memories and his disbelief in the people around him. During introspection, I wasn't able to use it properly, but now things, he muttered, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Naturally, the system decided now was the time to cough up useful information. Honestly, the timing couldn't be worse. Apparently, the first prince is droning on about northern duties and a newborn heir, predictably royalty-obsessed with the next in line, while a farmer is openly challenging guilds. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now to further complicate matters, Hez cataloging this moment not for its inherent importance, but because it's another shard of a fractured past. To think ahead could block an already powerful hand plow? He muses, almost amused at the sheer audacity. Rumors of this farmer's defiance have stunned him, disbelief etched across his features. Hez piecing together a lost element, something that explains his disjointed memories and his current perspective. His expression hardens, disbelief settling in as he listens to the unbelievable story unfolding, a farmer daring to challenge guilds. Honestly, predictable. Of course, the arrogant young master had to make an entrance. Impressive abilities, he mutters, a flicker of something akin to respect crossing his features. Another piece of the puzzle, he thinks, cataloging the moment, not for its immediate significance, but for the fractured memories it stirs. The system naturally decides to chime in now, delivering a message has been subconsciously avoiding. During introspection, I couldn't use it properly, but now things. It's irritating timing, really, as the first prince drones on about northern duties and a newborn heir, a standard preoccupation with lineage. You think we came here to record a TV drama about farming? Someone shouts, and he almost smiles, the absurdity of it all. The sheer audacity of a farmer daring to challenge established guilds, honestly, predictable of course. The arrogant young master had to make an entrance. Our boy's expression hardened disbelief, battling with a flicker of begrudging respect as he absorbed the unbelievable story. Another piece of the puzzle he cataloged not for the immediate situation, but for the fractured memories it stirred. The system naturally decided to chime in, now delivering a message had been subconsciously avoiding, irritating timing, as the first prince droned on about northern duties and a newborn heir. During introspection, I couldn't use it properly, but now things, Hez readying himself for a confrontation, genuinely impressed by the farmer's abilities, a prospect that feels strangely inevitable. The woman declaration hung in the air, a bizarre, overly formal pronouncement that had our boy questioning his sanity and the quality of the local wine. Seriously, Does everyone around here have a thesaurus surgically implanted? He registered her words, each syllable, a deliberate jab at his composure while his expression fought a losing battle against bewilderment. Blacks. Cryptic waiting? It was all just a little too dramatic even for this world. The silence stretched, amplifying his disbelief. It's not every day someone drops a bombshell like that. Another piece of the puzzle, he noted a flicker of something akin to respect warring with a profound suspicion. Then came the truly unsettling part. The seeds I sowed are finally sporting, followed by a fragmented message about an emperor's demise and freeing something? Right, he thought dryly, just what I needed. He dismissed her, a quiet rejection that spoke volumes, because honestly trusting people who talk like that is just asking for trouble. The words hung in the air, delivered a message had been anticipating, yet wholly unprepared for. Our boy's disbelief flared, a physical reaction to the cryptic hints of a dangerous hidden truth. Seriously, a farmer with legendary level skills, he internally scoffed, cataloging not for the immediate but Hez readying himself for a confrontation. The offer itself was a weight, unspoken threats radiating from each syllable. Silence deepened, mirroring the immense choice presented, and he registered her words, each syllable a deliberate jab at his composure, while his expression fought a losing battle against bewilderment. Of course, he thought dryly, the dramatic reveal has to happen now. A flicker of confusion crossed his features, quickly masked as he absorbed the weight of the offer. How could a farmer use a skill comparable to the legendary great? It was truly irritating timing, as the first prince was preoccupied. He dismissed her, a quiet rejection that spoke volumes, because honestly trusting people who talk like that is just asking for trouble. The offer arrived, a dangerous proposition, disrupting the fragile peace, as if things weren't complicated enough already. Seriously, a cryptic woman just waltzed in with a deal that reeks of trouble? Honestly, the dramatic timing is impeccable, he thought, registering the silent challenge. A flicker crossed his face, quickly masked. Our boy isn't about to give away his reaction just yet. The implications settled like a heavy weight, deepening his confusion and confirming his suspicions about anyone who speaks in riddles. Silence stretched thick with unspoken threats. Of course, he mused, the universe loves a good reveal at the worst possible moment, particularly when the first prince is otherwise occupied. He recoiled, dismissing her with a quiet rejection that spoke volumes, because trusting people who operate like this is just asking for trouble. The woman offer hung in the air, met with a silence so profound it practically vibrated. Honestly? Hostage? Our boy thought the dramatics are a bit much even for this world, Shez laying it on thick and Hez not buying it. Then came the recordings. A sudden jarring return to something he'd rather forget. The revelation hit him hard, a chilling realization of the tangled web Hez somehow become entangled in. Apparently Hez a commodity now. A lottery ticket, she calls him, as if his existence is a gamble. Fantastic, he thinks, just what I needed. To be reduced to a stay sheet. The swordsmaster's arrival was predictable, wanted. Of course, the legendary figure had to show up basking in his former glory. Used to be. She trails off, hinting at a past best left buried. He dismissed her, a quiet rejection that spoke volumes. Someone's setting him up and Hez not about. Will dragon time as possible? Shed exclaimed. And honestly, that's just not a phrase one expects to hear. Our boy naturally isn't buying any of this, because who falls for that kind of theatrics? Seriously, hostage? The dramatics are a bit much, he thought, observing the woman performance. Of course, a legendary swordsmaster had to materialize basking in his former glory, because every plot twist needs a grand entrance, right? Apparently, Hez now a commodity lottery ticket, as she so casually put it. Fantastic, he mused, just what I needed, to be reduced to a stay sheet. The woman invitation to follow cloaked in royal protection and a vital duty was met with a hardening of Silence's gaze, suspicion practically radiating off him. He dismissed her with a cutting remark, a veiled challenge to her defiance and a clear message someone's setting him up and Hez not playing along. A golden hand autonomously attacking? Seriously? The woman's unsettling cheerfulness does little to soften the genuinely disturbing implications of that display. Our boy naturally isn't impressed. Another system quirk designed to show off he thinks observing the spectacle. Of course, the elites had to make an appearance radiating power like they're trying to compensate for something. You're all talk, he throws out a barb aimed at eroding the trust father-in-law has placed in them. Hes already sizing up who posturing and who might actually be useful. Even the ladies are starting to feel the pressure, prompting a hasty reversal of the attackers. Fantastic. Just what I needed. More people scrambling to maintain appearances. Hes not buying any of this for a second. His careless words, as it turns out, dredged up some unpleasant history. Naturally, the silence that followed was thick enough to spread with a knife. Honestly, you think they learn poking at buried memories rarely ends well. He spent a moment considering the absurdity of it all. These people so eager to believe in convenient narratives. They're practically begging for a fairy tale, he thought, rolling his eyes internally. Then came the bizarre offer. A veiled threat disguised as opportunity. Although you lost against a hand plow? Seriously? That's the benchmark now? Hes already questioning the sanity of everyone involved. Someone's playing a very long game, he realized, his suspicion piqued. He dismissed her, of course, because who falls for a cryptic promise from a stranger? The question he posed hung in the air, a challenge to their blind faith. The fallout from his earlier statement landed with a quiet thud, unearthing a murky history and a legacy he hadn't anticipated. A ripple of disbelief crossed his face. Honestly, who just drops that kind of bombshell? The chest's rarity when revealed was another layer of absurdity, a shocking claim that even he found momentarily perplexing. Seriously, are these people trying to win some kind of melodrama award? It's greed who clearly enjoying the chaos, but our boy isn't playing along. A conveniently dropped prophecy appears naturally because the story needed more signposts. Then, of course, an archer steps forward to engage in a tiresome status game, something else. The situation escalated predictably, didn't it? Du was pushed to the edge, and naturally everyone acting like it's some grand theatrical production. Honestly, these people treat every minor inconvenience like a season finale. But seriously, Hayes already calculating the best course of action, a mask, concealing the calculations. Those around him, however, are busy attempting to grasp the situation, taking their sweet time. A prophecy of all things conveniently appeared, because narratives thrive on blatant signposting. Then inevitably an archer decided to engage in a tiresome status game. He swiftly redirects the attention, acknowledging that a new strategy is needed, and quickly. His disbelief deepened as the chest's claim echoed a shocking revelation. Honestly, these celebrations are always a bit much. Doubt flickered across his face, questioning everything he thought he knew. It's becoming painfully clear that trying to decipher their motivations is a fool's errand. Greed predictably is reveling in the chaos, but our boy isn't playing along. Honestly, the reaction was predictable, wasn't it? Another prophecy pops up because every story needs its convenient plot device, and suddenly everyone losing their minds. He watches them flail, a mask of composure firmly in place, already calculating the optimal response. Doubt flickered across his face as the chest's claims echoed, shattering any semblance of understanding he previously held. These people are so easily swayed by pronouncements, it's almost comical. A brief spark of hope, foolishly brief, ignited, then died as quickly as it appeared. His disbelief deepened, a quiet amusement bubbling beneath the surface. Trying to understand these people is like chasing smoke. Greed naturally is practically vibrating with excitement, reveling in the chaos. But our boy isn't playing along. He thought he knew. It's becoming painfully clear that trying to decipher their motivations is a fool's errand. Dalka predictably feels pushing for some secret technique because, of course, every escalating conflict needs a dramatic escalation. Honestly, the eagerness is almost comical, these characters and their theatrical flair. It's like they're auditioning for a melodrama. Our boy muses, observing the scene with detached amusement. A sudden surge of energy then announces itself, a ripple in the atmosphere that would send most scrambling. But him. He simply assesses, calculating the source and potential threat. Oh ho, to think I'd feel this energy here. He thinks a flicker of something akin to interest? It vanishes quickly. Doubt crosses his face, a brief crack in his carefully constructed facade. These pronouncements, their tools, nothing more. His confidence faltered, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Right, let's get this show on the road. Our boy Flight, and facing a genuine crisis, actually pauses. A moment of hesitation? Unheard of. Of course, it's Dalcast's scheme getting exposed, predictable really, and the resulting implosion of his carefully crafted confidence is almost satisfying. Honestly, the lengths these people go to maintain appearances, he thinks it's exhausting to watch. Then comes the truly bizarre part, a desperate declaration about consuming too much semina. Seriously, these convoluted power-up methods are getting ridiculous. He registers it naturally, assessing the energy shift while everyone else is probably having a full-blown panic attack. A flicker of doubt crosses his face, a crack in the armor, but quickly analyzed, not dwelled upon. Because you know bigger fish to fry. Right, here we go again. Honestly, the predictable unraveling of Dalcast's little scheme is almost amusing. Our boy, faced with genuine crisis, actually pauses, a moment of hesitation unheard of given his usual performance there. Tools, nothing more. He observes the flicker of doubt, quickly analyzed and dismissed. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now, disrupting the carefully constructed charade. Then comes the truly bizarre part, a desperate declaration about consuming too much semina. These convoluted power-up methods are getting ridiculous, he thinks, naturally registering the energy shift, while everyone else is probably having a full-blown panic attack. He acknowledges it, but doesn't dwell, bigger fish to fry, as always. A crack in the armor, quickly assessed, because you know bigger fish to fry. Honestly, Dalcast's scheme is unraveling with predictable ease, almost amusing, really. He registers the energy shift, while everyone else is probably having a full-blown panic attack. A flicker of doubt crossing his face before quickly dismissing it. Bigger fish to fry, naturally. The arrogant young master's arrival disrupted the charade, followed by a desperate declaration about consuming too much semina. These convoluted power-up methods are getting ridiculous. Aren's critique? Yeah, it landed. Not exactly the ego boost our boy was expecting, did it? He tries to play it cool, a stony face attempting to conceal the simmering frustration, because naturally nobody perfect. The illusion of effortless power shattered, revealing a vulnerability head meticulously buried. A fleeting spark of hope? Please don't tell him Hez improving. Then reality hits a massive numerical disadvantage. Honestly, the sheer audacity of Aren's to point out the obvious. Retreat is the only sensible option, and as it turns out, a mysterious benefactor is the reason for this sudden freedom. It's a convenient plot device, isn't it? Beneath the bravado, a desperate need for validation surfaces, a painful past fueling this carefully constructed persona. The cracks are widening, the facade is crumbling. Aren's assessment hit our boy like a ton of bricks, didn't it? The force disparity was obvious, but he needed to hear it. Of course, head plaster on a brave face rallying the squad, a classic move to mask the sheer panic bubbling beneath. Please don't let them see how much this stings Hez thinking, because nobody wants to admit they're outmatched. That outburst? A fragile attempt at control quickly crumbling as the reality of the situation sinks in. Hez cracking all right, and the looming threat isn't just the enemy, it's the potential fallout from revealing weakness. Are you out of your mind? A reflexive defense, because who wants to be the one who challenges authority and loses? It's a desperate gamble, trying to renegotiate the terms of engagement, hoping to avoid a disastrous confrontation. Seems our boy's past is catching up to him, and Hez desperately seeking validation, isn't he? That play bastard, he thinks, already dissecting Aren's assessment. Honestly, someone had to spell it out, didn't they? The price of unwavering loyalty? Apparently a leader's life. Hez struggling to process the sheer scale of the situation and the fact that he was even allowed to think he could hold his own against thousands of soldiers. Everyone returned to the castle. He barks a desperate attempt to salvage something from this disaster. Of course, a convenient backstory about being orphans forced into servitude emerges, because every brooding protagonist needs a tragic origin. This is the location of their mysterious benefactor, the one who granted them freedom. Apparently, the River Squad was meant to be the strongest assassin group, a title earned by eliminating hordes of soldiers only to capture half of them. Now he's going to own buildings? Yes, keep up the good work training soldiers, he's told, and Hez overstanding everything. Aren's words predictably landed like a punch to the gut. Honestly, did he have to be so blunt? Our boy's carefully crafted untouchable strength just took a serious hit. It's pathetic, Arens declared, and the dig resonated, revealing a chink in his armor. Hess struggling to reconcile his perception of himself with this assessment, a classic case of validation seeking, isn't it? Everyone retreat. He barks because, of course, facing down thousands of soldiers with a squad of assassins was always a solid plan, a tragic orphan backstory. How cliché. But this place, this is where his mysterious benefactor gave them freedom, and apparently the River Squad's reputation of eliminating hordes of soldiers while capturing half of them is something to be proud of. Asen's words predictably landed with the grace of a collapsing building. Honestly, did he really need to be that blunt? Our boy's carefully constructed untouchable strength just took a serious hit, and the resulting turmoil is palpable. Iran's assessment, a classic case of validation, seeking triggered a vow, a silent promise to address the Sharn Empire's interference, and more disturbingly, the Crown Prince's meticulously planned demise. It's a power struggle now threatening the Empire's precarious stability, fueled by Asen's declaration. His claiming kingship, apparently, and a royal family rising power. Right, so now we're dealing with a coronation and a conspiracy all at once. Fantastic. He barks an order to retreat because naturally a massive army was always the ideal opponent for a squad of assassins, and Hez probably hoping no one notices the crack in his facade. Let's see whose cup will get filled with bloody tears. Right, predictably dramatic entrance. Honestly, did anyone expect anything less? He figures that the top declarations of ambition are just a convenient smokescreen, a distraction from whatever actually going on. What an obvious life, my lord. Someone chirps because, of course, every power grab needs a sycophant. Arens predictably is fishing for validation, but our boy isn't playing that game. The Sharn Empire's interference and the Crown Prince's demise, all conveniently linked naturally. The price of the celebratory wine is absurd, but it's probably a deliberate tactic to gauge reactions, a power play disguised as merriment. A draconic appearance? Seriously? Greatly is a start. A start to what exactly? He barks an order to retreat because naturally a massive army was always the ideal opponent for a squad of assassins, and his probably hoping no one notices the crack in his facade. Asen's declaration hung in the air, thick enough to choke on, and predictably rattled Raiden. Honestly, the man cultivates this unflappable authority, so seeing his smile falter, a mere flicker but noticeable, feels almost amusing. Hess playing the long game, obviously our boy thought laying the groundwork for some power grab. Let's see how long he can maintain this act. Then the posters appeared, a blatant display of that even a dimwit could recognize as a targeted attack. Raiden's composure cracked a little further, the light reflecting off his face like a spotlight on a crumbling facade. Someone's enjoying this a bit too much. Hess already calculating the source, the motive, the likely fallout. It's a predictable drama, but a useful one, as it reveals cracks in the established order and gives him opportunities. He barks an order to retreat because naturally a massive army was always the ideal opponent for a squad of assassins, and has probably hoping no one notices the crack in his facade. The air thickened with Asen's betrayal, and predictably Raiden's carefully cultivated composure began to fray. Honestly, watching his smile vanish, a fleeting tremor really, was almost entertaining. Hez playing the long game, our boy mused, laying the groundwork for some power grab. Let's see how long he can maintain this act. Then, as if on cue, posters appeared, a blatant and rather unsubtle attack on Raiden's image. Someone's enjoying this a little too much. Hez already calculating the source, the motive, the likely fallout. A standard drama, but useful for exposing cracks in the existing structure. A user began babbling about a rice planning season, and another wondering about some unknown assailant blocking an attack, a convenient distraction. Someone's power is growing that much is obvious. He barks an order to retreat because naturally a massive army was always the ideal opponent for a squad of assassins, and he's probably hoping no one notices the crack in his facade. Ruby's words predictably landed a blow, momentarily disrupting Aiden's carefully constructed composure. Honestly, the man's been cultivating an unflappable authority for what feels like an eternity, so a flicker of doubt is practically a seismic event. Good, our boy thought, let the cracks show. Has been playing the long game, naturally laying the groundwork for some power grab, and a little discomfort might loosen his grip. A silent internal battle played across his features before he stopped and questioned Ruby's intent. But before starting, let me ask you something. So I was planning. Of course, Hez angling to deflect to regain control of the narrative. Are you talking about becoming a sword saint? Hez already assessing the potential implications, the ripples this ambition might cause. Someone's power is growing, that much is obvious. Ruby's words predictably landed a blow. It's amusing, really, how a few well-placed phrases can momentarily shatter a carefully constructed image. Our boy watched as Aiden's composure cracked, a flicker of doubt crossing his face, a seismic event considering the decades spent cultivating that unflappable authority. Good, he thought, let the cracks show. Hez been playing the long game, subtly laying the groundwork for a future power grab, and a little discomfort might loosen his grip. Aiden, ever the strategist, immediately attempted to regain control, deflecting with a question, you talking about becoming a sword saint? Of course. It's always about redirecting the narrative. Someone possesses power comparable to Pyrrho, apparently, and the ambition to become something significant. Hez already assessed this individual's talent, it seems, confirming the whispers of rising strength. Please check it out yourself. But impossible challenges are always the most. Aiden's words trailed off, and our boy just watched a faint smirk playing on his lips. Of course, the perpetually stoic patriarch had to question someone's potential. Honestly, the theatrics. Was he born with talent regarding martial arts too? The question itself was a tell. Aiden was desperately trying to assess the threat, a flicker of genuine surprise betraying his composure. Was going to be one of them, he continued, seemingly attempting to regain control of the conversation, because redirection is always the tactic of choice. It's amusing, really, how easily a carefully constructed image can shatter. As it turns out, someone possesses power comparable to Pyrrho, apparently, and the ambition to become something significant. Right on cue, a challenge. Because peaceful journeys are so last season. Our boy's face immediately shudders. A silent, bring it, because naturally someone has to disrupt the vibe. Great, another ego to deflate, he thinks, already bracing for the inevitable power, flexing. The opponent predictably isn't just throwing insults, his dropping hints about knowing his fighting style. Honestly, the audacity. He acknowledges the MC's strength, which is just a prelude to the inevitable, but my defense is impenetrable speech. Classic. It's a verbal sparring match before the actual fight even begins. Then bam, a devastating attack lands, and suddenly the air shifts. A creeping unease settles in. He realizes this isn't just some random noble looking for a scrap. This is going to be complicated. Right, another challenge, our boy's face shudders. A silent bring it, because predictably someone always has to disrupt the vibe. The challenger isn't just tossing insults either. He's dropping hints about recognizing his fighting style. I've seen you fight numerous times through streams, he boasts. Oh great, our boy thinks, another ego to deflate. He acknowledges the challenger's assessment of his strength, but it's a prelude, of course, to the inevitable defense is impenetrable speech. He lets out a declaration that sounds more like a pep talk to himself than a threat. Then, bam, complicated. Honestly predictable. Just as our boy was enjoying a moment of relative peace, a challenger decided to waltz in, because of course they always do. This isn't just some random jabbering either. Hez dropping hints about knowing his fighting style, claiming to have seen him fight countless times, as if that automatically grants him some kind of tactical advantage. He acknowledges the MC's strength, which is standard fare before launching into they defense, is impenetrable speech. It's all a bit tiresome, actually. Then bam, a devastating attack lands, and suddenly the air shifts. What a ridiculous power, he thinks, noting the decrease in incoming force. It seems as expected, this isn't just some power, hungry noble looking for a scrap, but something far more complicated, a silent, detached bring it flickers across his face. Honestly predictable. Hez dropping hints about knowing his fighting style, claiming to have seen him fight countless times, as if that automatically grants him some kind of tactical advantage. My defense is impenetrable. The challenger proclaims a speech as tired as it is cliché. Another ego to deflate our boy thinks acknowledging the assessment but internally filing it away as meaningless bluster. Hez already analyzing the situation. A failure here could lead to another, and it's best to keep a potential threat's sword hidden. Thanks to that foresight, he won't be dwelling on any perceived shortcomings later. It seems as expected this isn't just some power, hungry noble looking for a scrap, but something far more complicated. The challenger's arrogant declaration of impenetrable defense. Predictable, honestly. Our boy registers the assessment, but internally notes it's just more bluster, another ego ripe for deflation. Hez already dissecting the situation, mentally cataloging potential weaknesses. A misstep here could trigger a cascade of failures, something Hez meticulously avoided in the past. Turns out this isn't some power, hungry noble craving a scrap, but something considerably more complicated. So fighting could be this thought, provoking, he thinks genuinely surprised, as a devastating attack slams into him, disrupting the balance and sending a tremor through the ground. It's the first time Hez encountered this level of disruptive energy, a clear sign of unexpected power. Confusion briefly flickers across his face, but it's fleeting. He won't be dwelling on any perceived shortcomings later. A challenge arises, shattering the illusion of ease. As if peaceful travel were ever guaranteed, their progress is interrupted by a loudmouth eager to test his strength. The challenger's knowledge of his fighting style is unsettling, as if reconnaissance was involved. A palpable chill thickens the air, yet he maintains a disconcerting composure, muttering how absurd, already bracing for a power display exceeding anything previously shown, a prelude to something unpleasant. Right, let's dive in. Our boy is currently experiencing what can only be described as a moment. The information dropped, and it wasn't just a plot twist, it was a full-blown narrative demolition. Years of assumptions, meticulously built theories, poof, gone. Seriously? They were lying this whole time? He thinks the disbelief practically radiating off him. It's not just a power struggle, it's a tangled web of deceit, and naturally it involves a number with consequences. Of course, a challenger had to appear, because subtlety is so overrated. Hez not thrilled about this, actually. The familiarity with his techniques. Reconnaissance, naturally. As if I haven't dealt with this before, he internally scoffs, bracing for a power display that probably going to make him question all his life choices. Then, in a move that either brilliant or utterly insane, he pledges his service. A brief respite follows, accompanied by some much-needed item repair, because the information dropped, and it wasn't just a plot twist. It was a full-blown narrative demolition. Seriously? He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead. Gone. Then, in a move that either brilliant or utterly insane, he pledges his service. A sudden shift naturally to throw everyone off balance. A brief respite follows, accompanied by some much-needed item repair, because even reborn survivors need their gear in working order. The one who lands it will win the end of a skill, a Staticut's date, the battle's on. It seems like the last play will be mine, he announced, a statement that naturally had to be laced with a challenge. Honestly, did they think I wouldn't see this coming? Hed anticipated this confrontation, the echoes of familiar techniques confirming his suspicions about prior reconnaissance, as if peaceful travel were ever an option in this mess. Hez muttering how absurd, already bracing for a power display, one that likely to send his entire worldview spinning. Then, in a move that could be either genius or a colossal mistake, he pledged his service, a sudden shift designed to throw everyone completely off balance. These artifacts apparently boast incredible speed, a detail our boy filed away for later analysis. Now a brief respite accompanied by some much-needed item repair, because even reborn survivors need their gear in working order. A flicker of genuine surprise, how unusual, crossed his face, a brief crack in the carefully constructed facade. Honestly, did they think I wouldn't anticipate a move like this? Had been expecting a challenge, naturally. Peaceful travel is a fairy tale in a world like this. The bluster about being saved, the ridiculous explanation about some secondary class inheritance. It's the standard power fantasy spiel, of course. Let's go to the smithy, he stated, a simple instruction masking a calculated pause. Artifacts, huh? Incredible speed, you say? A detail he filed away for later analysis. Isn't the discretion too short for it to be a great, he muttered, already bracing for the inevitable power display. Honestly, did they think he wouldn't anticipate a move like this? Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now, spouting some secondary class inheritance nonsense, the usual power fantasy spiel. Then, in a move that could be genius or a colossal mistake, he pledged his service, a sudden shift designed to throw everyone off balance. They're all great items, he thought, cataloging the artifact's incredible speed for later analysis. Peaceful travel is a fairy tale in this world. His unexpected declaration sparked a flicker of disbelief across her face, a brief crack in the facade. Let's go to the smithy, he stated, a calculated pause masking his thoughts. A ripple of unease, a cryptic message hinting at something stirring beneath the surface. He tightens his grip on the sword, absorbing the unsettling implications. A feeling has become rather adept at ignoring truth be told. How convenient, another mess to clean up, he muses, the guilt a familiar ache. Head tried to help, hadn't he? And now the price. Honestly, did anyone ever consider the long-term consequences? He catalogs the incredible speed of the artifacts, filing it away for later evaluation. Peaceful travel is a fairy tale in this world, after all. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now, spouting about secondary class inheritance. He pledges his service, a calculated shift to throw them off balance, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face. Yes, I believe in you. I'll be going for a while, he announces, already bracing for the inevitable fallout. Honestly, did anyone ever think these gestures of goodwill would end well? Hez already mentally cataloging the artifact's incredible speed because peaceful travel is a fairy tale in this world, apparently. So what's the price I must pay? He asks, a calculated pause, masking his thoughts. It's always a price, isn't it? Japan's current predicament, stemming from incidents involving Rebekesh, is a direct consequence of interventions, his included. The reason why I became who I am is thanks to Magid's help. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now, spouting about secondary class inheritance nonsense. The usual. He pledges his service, a calculated shift to throw them off balance. A flicker of disbelief crossed her face, a brief crack in the facade. How convenient. Another mess to clean up. The guilt is a familiar ache, a constant reminder of past actions. The church's supposed neutrality is suddenly under scrutiny, and honestly, who expected a smooth ride? Hez already anticipating the fallout from this inheritance pledge? A calculated maneuver to throw them off balance. Naturally, if I were to let you have the Rebekash church, he muses, already cataloging the artifact's incredible speed because peaceful travel is a fairy tale in this world. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now, spouting about secondary class inheritance nonsense, the usual power play. If you want to fulfill your ambitions, you must go over me. Someone's eager, aren't they? He asks, masking his thoughts with a calculated pause, because every boon comes with a price his intimately familiar with given the consequences of interventions, his included. The guilt is a familiar ache, another mess to clean up. They might not be able to handle divine artifacts yet, but I certainly can. Our boy muses, already mentally cataloging the potential power boost. Honestly, who needs a team when you can just absorb everything yourself? It's a calculated shift, pledging service because naturally appearances matter. A flicker of disbelief crossed her face, a brief crack in the facade. Predictable. You aren't a tool anymore, the words land, challenging Happycan's established role, and a new unreadable expression washes over him. Accusations immediately start swirling, a desperate defense against a perceived betrayal, because of course someone has to stir the pot. It's a mess, another one to clean up as he anticipates the fallout from this inheritance pledge. The usual power games are in full swing. My true strength doesn't lie with my crown. The words reverberate a blatant challenge, as if anyone expected anything less. Honestly, the theatrics were almost endearing. He masks his reaction, letting the accusation of betrayal hang in the air. Another mess, predictably. A boon always extracts a price, he thinks, already assessing the potential power surge from whatever divine trinket is being dangled. A paladin? Easy prey, really, though the specifics of their attacks are interesting. A calculated shift, he reasons, pledging service for appearance's sake, because in this world perception is everything. The flicker of disbelief across her face. Textbook. You aren't a tool anymore, she says, and the subtle shift in his expression confirms that this inheritance pledge isn't as straightforward as it seems. Of course, someone has to stir the pot. The accusations of betrayal are flying naturally because someone always has to stir the pot. Honestly, it's almost charming how predictable these power plays are, but our boy isn't reacting. Hez assessing. A boon always extracts a price, he muses, already calculating the potential surge from whatever divine trinket they're trying to pawn off. A paladin? Easy prey, really, though their attack patterns are intriguing. He pledges service, a calculated shift in perception. Because in this world appearances are everything and Hez playing the long game, you aren't a tool anymore, she says, and the subtle shift in his expression confirms what he already suspected. This inheritance pledge isn't straightforward. It's a performance, and Hez the conductor letting them believe they're pulling the strings, while he quietly prepares for what comes next. You already have everything inside you, a voice echoes, and he just allows the words to settle. The strongest sword is born from feelings, someone bellows, predictably launching into a dramatic outburst. Honestly, it's almost comical how these displays of righteous indignation always follow a seemingly generous offer. He figures that if he reacted with the expected outrage, it would only confirm their suspicions that Hez a pawn to be manipulated, so he lets the accusations of betrayal fly, analyzing their attack patterns like a chess match. A paladin of all things. Their combat style is interesting, though hardly a challenge. He pledges service, a calculated performance shift, because perception is reality in this world, and he's orchestrating a show for them. You aren't a tool anymore, she declares, and he already knew it, letting her believe she's won a battle when he's merely repositioning himself. A voice echoes, you already have everything inside you, and he allows the sentiment to sink in, letting them believe they're pulling the strings while he quietly prepares for what comes next. The accusation of betrayal landed with a predictable thud, didn't it? Honestly, you think these folks would try a little harder with their dramatic entrances? He lets the paladin's outburst wash over him, a carefully constructed performance. Seriously, the righteous indignation routine? So tiresome. Reacting with anger would be exactly what they want. Confirmation of their narrative that he's a puppet, a calculated shift, pledging service, a necessary charade. Perception, after all, is everything in a world obsessed with hierarchy. You aren't a tool anymore, she declares, and our boy allows her to believe she's won. A minor victory for her, a strategic repositioning for him. Let them think they're pulling the strings. It's far more entertaining. A voice echoes, you already have everything inside you, and he lets the sentiment sink in, knowing full well the true game is about to begin. The message confirming his arrival trickled in, and honestly the scale felt underwhelming. Seriously? This is it? Hez probably going to fail, just like the parade of hopefuls before him. The odds aren't exactly in his favor. Miles' desperate plea for assistance arrived next, a bizarre situation considering his supposed demise. Legendary thirds. The terminology is new, but hell, dissect that later. It's always amusing watching others scramble while he operates a few steps ahead. The accusation of betrayal, predictable, want it? Of course, the righteous indignation routine had to make an appearance. So tiresome. Pledging service? A necessary charade, a carefully constructed performance. Let them believe they're pulling the strings, it's far more entertaining. Let them think they're pulling the strings, it's far more entertaining. A voice echoes, you already have everything inside you, and he lets the sentiment sink in, knowing full well the true game is about to begin. The message arrived, a confirmation of sorts, but honestly, the fanfare felt lacking. Seriously, this is the big moment? He anticipated failure, a familiar pattern with these grand arrivals. Then Miles pops up begging for help, which is quite the development considering he was supposedly deceased. Legendary thirds? A new term to file away for later analysis. Hell dissect its meaning in due course. It's endlessly amusing watching others scramble a calculated shift in dynamics while he operates a few steps ahead. Accusations of betrayal. Predictable. The righteous indignation routine always makes an appearance. Pledging service was a necessary charade, a performance designed to let them believe they're in control, a narrative that has a puppet. Let them think they're pulling the strings, it's far more entertaining. A voice echoes. You already have everything inside you, and he allows the sentiment to linger, knowing full well the true game is about to begin. The situation continues to escalate naturally. Those spiders, they're being dispatched at an alarming rate too every second. Seriously, who trains spiders to be this efficient? Of course our boy isn't exactly sweating the details. His power is surging, he announces with unnerving composure. Exponentially increasing, he states, and honestly it's par for the course given the utter absurdity of Miles' continued existence. A flicker of unease crosses his face. A rare moment of genuine surprise, not a calculated reaction. Hez processing, trying to discern the source of this escalating power. Legendary thirds, a new variable. Time to add it to the ever-growing list of things to exploit. Let them accuse him of pledges and betrayal. It's a pleasant distraction while he assesses the board. You already have everything inside you, a voice echoes, and he allows the words to linger, knowing the true game is about to begin. The spiders kept falling to a second, which is frankly a remarkable level of dedication for arachnid assassins. Someone clearly put a lot of effort into that training regimen. He naturally wasn't particularly concerned observing the exponential surge in his power with unsettling composure. Miles' continued existence remained a baffling anomaly, of course, and now legendary thirds are thrown into the mix, just another variable to be catalogued and exploited. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed his face, a rare moment of something approaching actual emotion as he tried to discern the source of this escalating power. Let them accuse him of pledges and betrayal, he thought. It's a pleasant distraction while he assesses the board. Miles' continued existence? Honestly, the sheer audacity of the man's luck is almost impressive. He figures that if anyone could defy death by sheer stubbornness, it'd be this guy, but still it's a lot. Hidden ability, more likely, he muses, dismissing the improbable survival as something beyond mere chance, because naturally there's always a hidden system mechanic at play. Confusion ripples across his face. Legendary thirds? The name itself feels like a poorly written prophecy. Let them accuse him of pledges and betrayal, he thinks, a small detached smile playing on his lips. It's a pleasant distraction while he assesses the board. Even clearing this archipelago should be a cakewalk given the current surge in his power. A truly remarkable show of dedication from the spiders, though someone clearly invested in those assassins. Miles' continued existence was remarkable, hinting at a power beyond his comprehension. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, a pleasant distraction before the inevitable accusations of pledges and betrayal. Legendary thirds? He mused, dismissing the name as a poorly written prophecy. He assessed the board, already calculating that clearing the archipelago should be a cakewalk given his current power, though the spider's dedication was remarkable. Someone had clearly invested in those. "What's up with these rusty sticks?" she asks, genuinely perplexed. Naturally, the scenery is less than welcoming. Her bewilderment only intensifies as a cryptic message surfaces, referencing a numbered island. Honestly, the writers couldn't come up with a more generic setup if they tried. Legendary thirds? He muses, dismissing the name as a poorly written prophecy, already calculating that clearing the archipelago should be a cakewalk given his current power, though the spider's dedication is remarkable. Someone clearly invested in those assassins. Her desperate plea echoes through the room, a hint of a looming threat. A pleasant distraction before the inevitable accusations of pledges and betrayal. The emptiness only amplifies her isolation, a feeling our boy finds, rather. inconsequential, Miles' continued existence actually is a far more interesting development hinting at a power beyond his comprehension. Right, so he wakes up in a landscape that clearly trying too hard. Numbered islands? Groundbreaking. Our boy, Ever the Pragmatist, is already calculating the quickest route to clearing this whole place because honestly someone put a lot of effort into those spider assassins. A frantic woman is now demanding details about his system abilities. Naturally she wants the good stuff, but he's got bigger fish to fry. Legendary thirds, she calls it? Please. Prophecies are rarely accurate, and even rarer when they're this dramatic. A quest notification pops up, which is practically a formality at this point. Miles' continued existence is far more concerning. Someone's been holding back. Isolation. He finds that irrelevant. As it turns out, the environment itself is starting to feel off. Right, so he pops up in a location dripping with cryptic clues, numbered islands, naturally. Honestly, the effort someone put into this setup is almost insulting. Hez already mentally mapping escape routes. A damsel in distress, of course, wants to know about his supposed legendary thirds. Prophecies. Please. Shez expecting a hero, Hez expecting a headache. A quest notification appears. Predictable. Miles' continued existence is far more concerning, a clear sign someone's been playing coy. He anticipated a scrap under Brahan's banner, but Kraugel decided to tango with Orget. Seriously? Apparently someone's mastered the art of monster befriending a talent Reedon finds mildly inconvenient. As it turns out, the very air is thick with unease, pulsing with an energy he can't quite place. Dismissing an alliance? Classic Reedon. Let's see how that plays out. A flicker of disbelief naturally crossed our boy's face as someone started spouting claims that would make a bard blush. Really? I have things to do in Reedon, so if you will excuse, he'd probably think because honestly prophecies and damsels in distress, just another Tuesday. Hez already calculating the probability of this whole numbered island thing being a trap and mentally drafting a strongly worded letter to whoever designed this convoluted setup. Kraugel predictably decided to make friends with a monster, because of course he did always gotta one-up everyone. Honestly, Reedon finds it mildly inconvenient. Hez got better things to worry about than monster diplomacy, and as if on cue someone's about to invent a whole new reason to hate visiting Reedon. Anyone who steps foot in Reedon for the first time will invently. Oh, here we go. Right then, let's get to it. Our boy Reedon, Ever the Pragmatist, just rejected an alliance proposal. Honestly, did anyone expect anything different? Hez got urgent matters and hidden quests naturally to attend to, not time for political pleasantries. A moment of genuine disbelief crossed his features, prophecies and pleas for assistance, par for the course in this mess. As it turns out, Kraugel is being Kraugel, attempting to befriend a local creature because someone had to be the designated look-at-me character. Hez already calculating escape routes and mentally drafting a complaint about this numbered island business. It reeks of a carefully laid trap. Now he anticipates a cutting remark, bracing for another challenge from her, because the universe simply adores a dramatic entrance. The air itself seems to vibrate a subtle pulse of unseen energy. Something's definitely brewing. Reedon's disbelief deepened. Honestly, did anyone expect him to just accept an alliance? Hez got bigger fish to fry, like, surviving whatever this numbered island nonsense is about. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed his face, momentarily halting his prepared response. Prophecies and desperate pleas. Just another Tuesday in this chaotic realm. Belrissers predictably decided to escalate things, igniting a volatile confrontation that shattered the room's fragile peace. Of course, someone had to play the hero, and it was Kraugel attempting a friendship with a local creature. Reedon's expression tightened, bracing for the inevitable fallout, and more importantly, the cutting remark from her, because the universe thrives on drama. The air itself started to hum, and honestly, it was just fantastic. Of course, the vibrant posters had to start pulsing with some unseen energy, because subtlety is apparently lost on this island. Shez probably enjoying this, our boy mused, already bracing for a cutting remark. Reedon's expression hardened, a silent war waging within him. Hez calculating escape routes and mentally drafting a complaint about this whole numbered island fiasco. A trap, undoubtedly. It's amusing, really, how easily these characters fall into predictable patterns. He dismissed Belrisser's alliance offer, because honestly Hez got bigger problems than playing nice. Kraugel naturally decided to attempt a friendship with a local creature. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy wakes up and apparently Time decided to take a vacation without informing him. Level 30? Seriously? Hours just poof gone, and the sun's already playing hide and seek, Hez understandably bewildered. It's not every day your perception of reality gets a cosmic wedgie. Naturally, some cryptic posters pop up radiating an aura of bad news. Ugh, more puzzles, just what he needed, that unsettling sense of déjà vu. Yeah, that never a good sign. Hez wrestling with a feeling that this whole situation is familiar. The last time I was there, he mutters, a chilling echo in his head. Honestly, this island clearly has a penchant for dramatic entrances. Hez got a quest now, apparently involving an island and a cloak. Time to grind for those skill points because dodging existential dread requires serious stay investment. Seriously? Monsters emerging while Hez stuck. Our boy was already formulating escape routes, mentally drafting a complaint about this sudden temporal displacement. Level 30. The system's clearly having a laugh. He sees it now, an undying one. Even if they disappear, they reappear. It's the nature of things, apparently. Of course, the cryptic posters showing up radiating ominous vibes are just what he needed. That unsettling déjà vu. A chilling echo. The last time I was there, hinting at a disturbing familiarity. Time to grind for those skill points because dodging existential dread requires serious stay investment. The Kraugel's reaction, utter revulsion, want just about the current situation, but a lingering echo of this island's history. It's a little on the nose, isn't it? Of course, the island decides to throw cryptic puzzles at him right when Hez trying to sort things out. Hez wrestling with a sickening sense of déjà vu, a chilling phrase looping in his head, the last time I was there. Honestly, the system just loves to keep him guessing. Now a quest pops up involving an island and naturally a cloak, because every good protagonist needs a magical accessory. Level 30? Seriously? The system clearly enjoys a good laugh. He notices the undying one, they always reappear, don't they? A portal school plastered with ominous posters. It's all just a bit much, actually. And the price of that cloak, hundreds of thousands of gold? Hez already calculating how many monsters he needs to slay to afford that. Weapon mastery? Seriously expensive, huh? Figures. Our boy's already plotting how to farm enough skill points to even consider it, because dodging existential crises requires serious investment. Hess, mentally cataloging monster types and drop rates a detached sort of focus that become his default setting. Then a surge of excitement? Honestly, the system clearly enjoys messing with him. A quest pops up involving the 26th island naturally and a cloak. Level 30 to acquire? The system's practically taunting him. Of course, it wouldn't be a proper quest without a ludicrous gold requirement. Hundreds of thousands? Hez already calculating how many low-level goblins he needs to slaughter just to afford it. And speaking of predictable appearances there, the undying one plastered across a portal school like some kind of ominous advertisement. Posters, Hez already calculating how many monsters he needs to slay to afford that. A fleeting smile masks a whirlwind of uncertainty. Honestly, who smiles when staring down a wilderness devoid of power? He steps forward and naturally the scenery shifts to a vista of untamed land. Stripped of everything, grips his wooden sword, a pitiful weapon in this situation. Pathetic, isn't it? A hero reduced to clutching a twig against the wilds. Of course, the wilderness stretches endlessly before him, deceptively tranquil. Returning, a familiar figure appears, and it's Pagmas, the instructor. Hez not here to offer comfort, it seems. A painful truth about a lost year is about to be delivered. A year? Convenient plot device, isn't it? He clings to his wooden sword, desperately seeking any semblance of power, while the wilderness looms vast. The wilderness isn't exactly rolling out the welcome wagon for our boy. Hess, staring at a landscape that clearly finds his predicament hilarious. Honestly, the man's got the audacity to smile. He clutches his wooden sword, a monument to his current predicament. This body, trash. Utter trash compared to what he remembers. It's a humbling experience realizing your perceived strength was exaggerated. His noticing the subtle shifts in his muscle memory, a faint echo of power he thought gone. The joints and muscles I've been using without much thought. I can. Hess experimenting, a detached scientist observing a failed experiment. Of course, Pagmas has to show up radiating disappointment. A vanished year? Classic amnesia trope, but hey, at least it explains things. Brace yourself because a painful truth and weapon exams are incoming. Hez starting to feel something stir, a new way of accessing his abilities. The sting of reality hits our boy harder than any demon's claw. Turns out, the legend had built for himself? Mostly hot air. Hez out here wielding a wooden sword like a toddler with a toothpick while his mind reels. A year vanished? Seriously? They couldn't come up with something more original. Of course, the perpetually unimpressed Pagma decides to make an appearance radiating the disappointment of 1,000 lectures, Hez rightfully freaking out. Meeting this instructor again after a year he can't even recall? The audacity, what was I even capable of? But then something shifts. A flicker of recognition, a new sensation. It's not the power he remembers, but it's something. Weapon exams are looming and Hez starting to suspect this new method might be more than just a quirky training exercise. Right then, let's unpack this mess. Apparently the MC isn't quite the legend he thought he was, a rather humbling realization courtesy of Pagma's perpetually disappointed stare. Weapon exams are looming naturally, and a vanished year of his life is now being thrown into the mix. Because why not pile on the existential dread? One skill, as it turns out, can drain his mana, and the items available aren't exactly top tier, so he's already facing an uphill battle. Hez mentally calculating the odds, trying to piece together what even happened during that lost year, but honestly, the biggest shock isn't the missing time. It's the stark contrast between his inflated ego and his current decidedly pathetic reality. Kulon and Simoshan are apparently involved in other tests too, which should tell you something. Right, so our boy is staring at a skill notification. Shocking, isn't it? After all that boasting, the universe decided to serve up a hefty dose of reality. Naturally, the other heroes couldn't resist a little mocking, a brutal reminder of a year he apparently lost. Honestly, a year? Did I just blink and miss a crucial training montage? Hez grappling with the disconnect between the legend he thought he was and the guy currently wielding a wooden sword in the wilderness. But bless his heart, Hez trying. Despite lacking any discernible power, Hez attempting to rely on instinct. Find no mana, no fancy skills. Let's just feel it. And surprisingly, it clicks. A spark. An awakening, perhaps? Hez rediscovering his abilities not through rote memorization, but through something new. Don't get ahead of yourself, though. Weapon exams are looming, and that a whole other level of trouble. The scholars finally managed to recover whatever it was they were after, but our boy is far more preoccupied with the utter of a skill notification, a brutal reminder of a lost year naturally. A year? Seriously? Hez wrestling with the chasm between the legend he envisioned and the current reality of wielding a wooden sword. Fine, no mana, no flashy abilities. Hell rely on instinct, as if that ever worked for anyone in these stories. Actually, it seems to be clicking a spark, igniting a new method of uncovering abilities, not through memorization, but something different. Weapon exams loom, though, and that a whole other level of trouble. The air in the room thickened as his words lingered, a strange oath hanging in the balance. Hess, utterly baffled, naturally. Galson's request was less a proposition and more a riddle wrapped in an enigma. Seriously, what is this guy even asking for? It's the kind of convoluted nonsense only a high-ranking official could come up with because, of course, it is. The implication of it all started to slowly dawn on him, deepening his bewilderment. Then the system decided to chime in with a skill notification, special constructions and boostman? That's it? After all that, that's what I get? A brutal reminder of a lost year, a year had envisioned conquering kingdoms, not boosting something. Now it's apparently time to clear all the islands in the 30s? Wonderful. The scholars finally managed to recover a weapon a wooden sword, no less. Actually, it seems to be igniting a new method of uncovering abilities, not through memorization, but something different. Galson's request, though? Hez wrestling with the chasm between the legend he envisioned and the current reality of wielding a wooden sword. Seriously, what is this guy even asking for? It's the kind of convoluted nonsense only a high-ranking official could come up with, because of course it is. Then the system decides to chime in with a skill notification. Special constructions and boostman? That's it? After all that, that's what I get? A brutal reminder of a lost year, a year Head envisioned conquering kingdoms not. Now it's apparently time to clear all. Galson's attempting to decipher this oath. Naturally, it's less a solemn promise and more a legal document designed to induce a headache. A shimmering blue path materializes because subtlety is so overrated. Our boy, bless his perpetually bewildered heart, is already calculating the odds of this being a trap. Of course, the guilt trip arrives promptly. Hez agonizing over abandoning his companions, a predictable consequence of actually possessing a conscience. Can I just force my way in? He wonders, because that's always a viable option in these stories. Hez briefly considering the ramifications of ignoring the path, figuring a lecture from some celestial bureaucrat is preferable to whatever bizarre trial awaits. Then the system deigns to bestow a skill, special constructions and boostmen. Seriously, that's the reward for navigating a mystical labyrinth? Someone clearly needs to re-evaluate the reward system. Gallon's outburst predictably ignited a challenge, momentarily disrupting our boy's carefully cultivated calm. Honestly, must every interaction be a power struggle? He figures that Galson's demand, some sort of convoluted oath interpretation, is less a request and more a thinly veiled attempt to assert dominance. Confusion clouded his face, a silent battle against Galson's unexpected request. But he's already calculating the odds. A lecture versus a trial, and frankly a celestial bureaucrat sounds preferable. Abandoning the group, a pang of guilt unavoidable given his lingering conscience. He briefly considered forcing his way onto the shimmering blue path, because naturally that's always an option, but decided against it. Seriously? He pauses, genuinely weighing the consequences of just walking away. A celestial lecture? Probably less embarrassing than whatever trial they're about to blunder into. Then the system, in its infinite wisdom, decides he deserves special constructions and boostmen. Seriously? The reward structure is clearly designed by someone with a warped sense of humor. Gallons predictably explodes. Honestly, must every interaction devolve into a power struggle? Our boy registers the challenge, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face, his carefully maintained calm momentarily fractured. Confusion ripples across his expression as Gallons throws out some ridiculous oath interpretation. It's not a request, it's a power play. He calculates the odds, lecture versus trial. The bureaucrat wins. Abandoning the group? A pang of guilt unavoidable given his lingering conscience. Everyone calm down. We can't track the health and location of those. A wave of primal fear, the kind they experienced upon first encountering. Something significant, washed over the group, honestly predictable. He briefly contemplated bulldozing his way onto that shimmering blue path, because naturally that's often the knee-jerk reaction, but dismissed it. Less humiliating than whatever trial they're about to blunder into. The system, ever the comedian, then decided he deserved special constructions and boostmen? Seriously? It's clearly designed by someone with a twisted sense of humor. Gallons, of course, had to explode with a power play, an oath interpretation that was less a request and more a blatant challenge. He registered the slight annoyance, a brief crack in his practiced composure. The odds, lecture versus trial. You're a devil slayer apparently isn't impressed. Level 2 apparently is all our boy has to offer. Honestly, predictable. Someone had to show up to test the waters. He registered the slight annoyance, a brief crack in his practiced composure, as Yura's words dripped with condescension, a silent promise of retribution flashing in his eyes. He survived meeting the previous Devil Slayer? The system, ever the comedian, decides to throw in some special constructions and boostmen? Seriously? Our boy already knew these trials were a power play, a blatant challenge masked as a formality, and frankly a lecture would have been preferable. Hez not exactly thrilled to be put on display, but hey, at least it's less humiliating than whatever disaster awaits beyond that shimmering blue path. Yura isn't impressed with our boy's level 2 showing. Someone had to arrive to flex. Bracing for impact and accepting a sacrifice seems reasonable, but his expression hardens with a silent vow as he registers Yura's condescension and implicit threat. Escape routes are already being calculated because, honestly, a lecture would have been preferable. Yura, a pure-blood Wampler, apparently descended from some ancient lineage, because naturally someone had to arrive to escalate things, doesn't seem particularly impressed with our boy's level 2 showing. Hez dismissing our protagonist's efforts with a sneering remark about a magic mission, which as it turns out is a veiled insult suggesting his power is somehow manufactured. Seriously? Hez already mentally cataloging the special constructions and boostmen Yura's flaunting, recognizing it's a power play masked as a formality. A lecture would have been preferable truly. The MC isn't exactly thrilled to be put on display, but escape routes are already being calculated because honestly, a lecture would have been preferable. Might be the one to fall? Seriously? Our boys finally acknowledging the possibility of defeat, and it's at the hands of this guy? Of course, Yura Devil Slayer had to arrive radiating superiority like a poorly maintained aura. Hez not just questioning the MC's abilities, his dismantling his entire foundation, mocking the manufactured nature of his power. Typical arrogant pureblood, isn't it? Hez rapidly calculating the threat. Those special constructions are a blatant power display, a transparent intimidation tactic. The system helpfully chimes in with a 15-second attack boost, 30% speed increase, and a 2-minute duration. Honestly, at this point, a tactical withdrawal seems a lot more appealing than enduring another lecture on the proper lineage for wielding power. He realizes with a sinking feeling just how far he has to climb. Right, let's get this show on the road. Our boy finds himself in a spot of bother, doesn't he? Turns out Yura Devil Slayer isn't just fast Hez operating on a completely different plane of existence. This isn't human speed, he thinks, already scrambling to boost his processing. A rather dramatic internal monologue about a pitiful creator follows because, of course, the power creep is always inconvenient. The system, ever the helpful nudge, throws him a temporary speed boost, practically begging him to walk into a trap. Hez quickly realizing his earlier assumptions were optimistic. A brief surge of confidence, a tiny spark of hope as he prepares to exploit a vulnerability. A classic move, really. A tense quiet settles the air, practically vibrating with the impending doom. It's a gamble and he knows it. Actually, he really knows it. A chilling declaration of dominance erupts from him, a surge of raw power that almost unsettling to witness. A flicker of something darker crosses his face, and honestly, Hez not entirely surprised. The temporary speed boost granted by the system abruptly ends, a rude awakening to the gulf of strength separating him from Yura Devil Slayer. Great, he thinks now, the lecture on proper lineage begins. It's a classic power move, really the arrogant antagonist demonstrating just how far behind he truly is. He stares, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. It's a brutal, honest assessment of the situation. Exhausted mana reserves dwindling, he struggles to maintain a complex skill. The system, ever the taskmaster, is pushing him to his absolute limits. The realization hit him like a physical blow elftones want, just strong. He was monstrously strong. Honestly, our boy had underestimated the guy a rookie mistake has now paying for dearly. This is what happens when you try to play chess with someone who mastering multi-dimensional Go he thinks as exhaustion claws at his reserves. The complex skill has clinging to demanding every ounce of mana. Of course, Yura, ever the showman, has to spell it out, reinforcing the chasm between them with a chilling declaration. The system naturally decided to cut off the temporary speed boost right then because subtlety is so overrated. It's a brutal, honest assessment, and he stares back, acknowledging the truth. The system's relentless pressure isn't helping either, pushing him toward his absolute limits. He managed to weather another volley of attacks, though honestly it was getting tiresome. Do all items imbued with lineage power have these hidden effects? Our boy mused, already calculating the mana expenditure. Of course, the narrative had to dredge up a family history Head tried so desperately to bury. Young Woo's jab about being a descendant of Bariacheg, a name dripping with unpleasant memories, proved to be a remarkably effective trigger. Mary's expression tightened, a silent signal that she grasped the gravity of the situation. Hez mentally assessing the drain, a misstep now could mean more than just a bruised ego. The shame of that lineage, a potent motivator even for someone as detached as he is. Young Woo's jab about Bariacheg, naturally it had to be that name, landed like a physical blow. He recoiled, a flash of something unpleasant crossing his face, a vulnerability Head buried deep. Honestly, the narrative really had to dig that up, our boy thought, already calculating the mana expenditure of this sudden unwelcome emotional surge. Mary's predictably registered the shift instantly. Good, she understands the stakes. It's tiresome dealing with legacies that aren't his own, and this sudden outburst threatens to unravel any semblance of control. Hez mentally assessing the drain, and a misstep now could mean more than just a bruised ego. Actually, it could mean a catastrophic strategic collapse. Young Woo's careless jab about Bariacheg, predictably that name landed with a jarring impact. Honestly, the narrative had to dredge up that particular lineage. Our boy recoiled, a flicker of something unpleasant crossing his face, a vulnerability Head diligently buried. Hez already calculating the mana expenditure of this sudden unwelcome emotional surge. Mary's astute as ever registered the shift instantly. Good, someone gets it. It's tiresome dealing with legacies that aren't his, and this outburst threatens to unravel any semblance of control. Shring's outburst exposed a hidden truth, disrupting the fragile peace, as if the plot needed another complication. She reeks terribly. He practically spits, a surprising volatility erupting. It seems a little provocation designed to push him is working, perhaps a little too well. Right then, let's dive in. Shring, bless his heart, decided to throw a delightful tantrum. Apparently, fragile peace isn't really his forte. He just unleashed a torrent of anger, and the room promptly turned arctic. Honestly, you think someone would have put a handle with care sticker on him. Hez not thrilled, actually. It's a classic case of poking the bear. Or in this case, the guy who desperately trying to maintain a semblance of composure. The suppressed frustration is practically radiating off him, and our boy is already assessing the mana cost of this emotional outburst. The Maytop must be really bad for you, right? This is why, he practically snarled. Seems a little jab about someone else past was all it took to unleash this beast. Hez got layers, folks, layers. Yura's careless words predictably struck a nerve. Honestly, did she think poking a bear with a feather was a good strategy? Our boy's defenses flared unexpectedly, and his expression tightened, a sure sign someone's about to regret something. The atmosphere in the room, already thick enough to spread on toast, just became suffocating. It's fascinating, really, how easily these fragile peace treaties crumble. A single comment about someone's past and poof, suddenly we're staring down the barrel of a volcanic eruption. Hez assessing the immediate fallout, calculating the mana expenditure of this outburst, probably wondering if he can just teleport out of this awkward situation. As it turns out, Hez not thrilled. This is why people with baggage tend to avoid casual conversation, right? Be really bad for you, right? This is why. Yura's expression tightened, a classic case of poking the wrong dragon. Honestly, did she really think a casual remark about someone's history was a safe move? Our boy, meanwhile, is already calculating the mana cost of this emotional eruption because apparently suppressing centuries of trauma isn't free. He figures that if he doesn't move now, he's going to be dealing with the fallout for weeks, not to mention the potential system penalties for uncontrolled outbursts. Yura recoiled, genuinely stunned by the sudden attack. It's always amusing how quickly fragile alliances shatter. His words, dripping with suppressed rage, hung heavy, disrupting any semblance of peace. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now, doesn't he? It's the power of the High Elf Sage, apparently. Who knew that was even a thing? Anyway, it worked out well, or so he tells himself, already bracing for the cleanup. Honestly, the mana expenditure alone from that outburst is going to be a pain to recover. Hez mentally calculating the simplest escape route because dealing with Yura's stunned expression and the subsequent political fallout isn't on his list of enjoyable activities. It seems a casual remark about his history was the catalyst triggering something far deeper. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now, drawn by the sudden surge of chaotic energy, apparently that a thing, high elf sage detection or something. He notes the stage and time were open to everyone, a unique, continuous effect. Typical system design always complicating things. In another legendary land, a new chapter unfolds for a man. He just hopes this chapter doesn't involve explaining himself to a room full of bewildered nobles. Oh, a lot has changed apparently. Lake's been having a rough go of it, that for sure. It seems the Satisfy Championship is undergoing a rather dramatic overhaul, complete with a bizarre title. Hands of the standard to me, the Westerity. Seriously? Who names things like that? Our boy is already calculating the mana drain from the fallout of the High Elf Sage's outburst earlier. A convenient power up, of course, because the system loves to throw in random abilities just when needed. The officials are rushing around babbling about Advantium and sacred armor, and a legend from another nation who apparently won 3 gold medals single-handedly. They claim the tournament's plan is intrinsically linked to a nation, founding scheme judging a participant's merit by their ability to deliver a powerful message. Honestly, it's all a bit much and his bracing for the inevitable chaos. Right then, let's dive in. Apparently, the Satisfy Championship's initial structure involved a rather forced pairing of rangers because, of course, it did. Our boy's already running simulations figuring out how much chaos this manufactured cooperation will unleash. Honestly, these tournament organizers need a serious reality check. One official brimming with unwarranted confidence suggests handing over authority to avoid what exactly? A little turbulence? As if that a viable strategy. Then comes the bombshell. Lake's past feels inexplicably linked to the championship. Shay's visibly thrown a genuine expression of confusion flickering across her face, and that rare, it's unsettling even for him. The connection deepens her disbelief, and Shay's clearly wrestling with some heavy implications. The room's posters meant to inspire only amplify a growing sense of dread. Hez anticipating a cascade of consequences, and Hez mentally preparing for the fallout. This isn't just a tournament. It's a minefield. The implications of the Satisfy Championship's connection to Lake's past settled on her, tightening her features, a genuine display of unease which honestly feels saying something. Hez already running simulations anticipating the fallout from this forced cooperation between rangers. Tournament organizers clearly haven't considered the chaos they're unleashing. The posters meant to inspire only amplify a growing sense of dread. Shez realizing the championship isn't what it seems. A dangerous secret lurks beneath the surface, disrupting any optimism she previously held. It's unsettling even for him to witness this unraveling. Hez mentally bracing for the cascade of consequences. This isn't merely a tournament, it's a carefully laid minefield and someone just tripped the wire. We couldn't complete the final move, the official droned, and honestly, that all it took. Lake's face visibly tightened. She's not one for theatrics, so this is saying something. Seriously, who announces a strategic failure like that? Hez already running simulations anticipating the fallout. Of course, a meticulously crafted plan collapsing is never a good sign, especially when it's tied to her past. Their carefully planned strategy crumbled. A crucial final move was now impossible. This isn't a tournament, it's a minefield and someone's about to detonate it. If it were easy, everyone would have done it already, someone states, because naturally these tournaments attract the kind of folks who overthink everything. Our boy, however, isn't dwelling on platitudes. Hez already calculating fallout, a chain reaction from this very public unraveling. Lake's expression is telling she doesn't do drama, so that pinched look screams something's seriously wrong. The announcement, a strategic failure no less, was the catalyst. Of course, the official's words trigger a cascade of realizations. Hez running simulations assessing probabilities while the others are likely preening. It isn't just a setback. It's a meticulously constructed scheme collapsing. And it's deeply intertwined with her history, a chilling implication that challenges his entire understanding of this world. Someone's been pulling strings, and it's far more powerful than he initially suspected. The pronouncements from the officials weren't exactly encouraging, were they? As if a carefully constructed edifice needed a formal announcement to crumble. Hess already running simulations, factoring in the ripple effects of this strategic failure, a cascade of consequences naturally. Lake's expression, a slight tightening of her features, is telling. She doesn't do theatrics, so it's a clear indication that something's profoundly amiss. It's not merely a setback. It's a meticulously crafted plan unraveling in the unsettling part. It's intimately linked to her past, a past Hez been carefully trying to understand. Actually, it's more than that. The revelation of a hidden benefactor, a shadowy figure pulling the strings, shifts everything. He figures that if he doesn't grasp the scope of this influence, has not just outmatched Hez being played. Right? So our boy's grand design, it's hitting a snag? Lakes isn't panicking, though. Just that subtle tightening of the jaw, the tell of someone calculating escape routes. Predictable, really, given how deeply intertwined this whole mess is with her past. Honestly, you think someone would have spotted the strings by now, wouldn't you? Hess already running the numbers, figuring out just how much damage this setback will cause. As it turns out, a hidden benefactor is involved, a shadowy puppet master. He realizes that if he doesn't understand the scale of this influence, has not just outmatched, has a pawn. Naturally, the lords are jostling for position, a status game that could have propelled someone to black rank years ago. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now itching for a scrap. Let's challenge a field no other country can, he declares, brimming with misplaced confidence. He may have embellished a little about his comrade's abilities. Right. So our boy's staring at the alchemy equipment like it's a mythical beast. Honestly, you think a prodigy wouldn't be so wide-eyed, but there it feels. A genuine moment of respect. He figures that if Hez this impressed, the implications are significant, and of course the atmosphere just shifted. You know, that silent need to prove myself kind of tension? Lakes isn't outwardly freaking out naturally. She's calculating the damage control. Another level unlocked. Apparently this alchemy isn't just for show. Hez re-evaluating everything because clearly things are about to get interesting. The air is thick enough to cut with a knife, and Hez picking up on every nuance. Someone's playing a game, and Hez suddenly very aware he might be a piece on the board. The demonstrations commenced, and honestly, the sheer enthusiasm of Your Excellency is a bit much typical showboating, really. Apparently, our boy didn't even require Valerie dust to achieve this, a rather startling development, actually. Hez already running the numbers, figuring out the implications of this effortless mastery. Lakes isn't panicking outwardly, but Hez picking up on her subtle damage control maneuvers. Classic. It's too late to voice concerns, someone's already taking credit, and of course it's intertwined this whole mess with her reputation. Hez realizing the scale of this alchemy is far beyond what was initially presented. It's hitting a snag, and Hez picking up on every nuance. The demonstration started with a flourish naturally. Your Excellency had to make a grand entrance, didn't he? Our boy's eyes widened, though not from awe, but from a rapid recalculation of everything he thought he knew. Apparently this alchemy wasn't just for show. He didn't even need Valerie dust to achieve this level of mastery. Seriously. Lake's carefully constructed facade of confidence cracked just a hair, and he picked up on it immediately. Classic damage control. It's obvious someone's playing a game, and Hez realizing he might be a pawn. Posters began to appear hinting at a spectacle to come, which frankly felt a bit much. A desperate gamble masked as excitement, a plea for assistance barely concealed beneath boasts. Predictable, really. Another's strength echoed a challenge to Ned's burgeoning power, and the air thickened with unspoken anxieties. It seems our boy's already been through the monster gauntlet, a delightful little detour following their last public embarrassment, naturally. Apparently that little jaunt earned him some gear, which, considering the ranks involved, is probably something to keep an eye on later. Lakes predictably is attempting to maintain some semblance of control, but the cracks are already appearing. The demonstration's far beyond what anyone anticipated. Hez not impressed, of course. The MC's internal processors are already running simulations noting the lack of Valerie dust, a significant detail. It's clear someone's orchestrating this whole charade and he's starting to suspect he's a pawn in their game. Then those posters began to appear foreshadowing some grandiose spectacle, a desperate plea for assistance veiled in boasts so predictable. The boasting started predictably. Apparently everyone been using identical weaponry during the recent hunts. A little detail our boy already flagged as suspicious, honestly. He figures that if they all have the same gear, the challenge they're presenting is less about skill and more about something else. Someone's desperately trying to appear impressive, masking a palpable need to prove themselves after past failures, and it's radiating off them like heat. Another's words landed with a sting, exposing a vulnerability they clearly been trying to bury. "Wow, you defeated this ability using the shortest route." The dripping sarcasm was almost comical. Lakes predictably is attempting to maintain order, but the demonstrations are rapidly exceeding expectations. Valerie Dust's absence is noted, a significant omission that confirms his suspicions. Someone's playing a long game and Hez starting to suspect Hez a pawn in their game. Another's pronouncements felt thin, didn't they? Honestly, it's always the ones with the most to prove who shout the loudest. He noted the insecurity radiating off him like a poorly shielded magical aura, a classic case of compensating for perceived inadequacies. Then, predictably, another's words hit a barb, exposing a vulnerability he'd been desperately trying to bury. Someone's really sweating here, even if it's the same weapon as Grid. Of course, the power. Hungry types always have to compare themselves to the legendary hero. The MC already deduced this charade. Everyone been using identical gear in the hunts, a calculated move to mask the true nature of the challenge. Mastery experience? Mandatory? Oh boy, here comes the system. Speak lecture. Lakes is doing his best to maintain order, but the escalating displays are pushing things past acceptable levels. Valerie Dust's absence is noted, a significant omission that confirms his suspicions. Someone's playing a long game and Hez starting to suspect Hez. As expected, Grid's little demonstration just served to amplify the tension, didn't it? Honestly, these displays of power are getting tiresome. It's always someone needing to prove something. He figures that if he didn't already know better, had assumed Grid was trying to show off, but our boy sees the bigger. It's all about appearances, isn't it? Did my advice help? Grid asks, and it's a genuine question, not some humble brag. Lakes is doing his best to keep things from spiraling, but the escalating displays are pushing things past acceptable levels. The air thickened, didn't it? As if the collective anxiety could be physically measured. A tremor, a subtle shift, had anticipated this naturally. Piero's words, sharp as shattered glass, triggered a cascade of unsettling truths, sending ripples through the assembled crowd. Honestly predictable. Someone always has to stir the pot. She assessed his capabilities, a calculating gaze that confirmed his suspicions, dangerous volatile power simmering beneath a placid surface. Piero's farming prowess, apparently a source of unexpected admiration, prompted a truly bizarre accusation. Were you using children for farming? Typical. Of course, the power-hungry types needed to compare themselves to legendary heroes. Grid, bless his heart, genuinely inquired, "Did my advice help, naive but endearing in a dull sort of way?" Lakes is scrambling to maintain order, but these escalating displays are pushing things beyond acceptable limits. Right then, let's dive into this mess. The chapter kicks off with a delightful dose of impending doom because, of course, nothing good ever comes easy. Piero, bless his chaotic heart, decides to drop a truth bomb so big it nearly collapses the narrative. "We will drive you out." Classic villain entrance, really. Hez basically detonating a grenade of backstory, and our boy is watching the fallout with the detached amusement of someone observing a particularly messy experiment. Honestly, the MC probably already calculated the probability of this exact scenario occurring. Predictable, really. Someone always has to unravel the carefully woven tapestry of lies. Piero's words, as it turns out, weren't just words. They were a wrecking ball to her entire reality. Shez reeling, stumbling back like Shez just seen a ghost, or Learned her entire life was a fabrication. A silent scream. Very dramatic, but understandable. Emotional repression is a powerful defense mechanism, but it's not exactly sustainable when faced with this. Pierrot's casual request for a weapon shortcut? That hit her like a truck, naturally. Hez basically detonating a truth bomb, and she's reacting exactly as someone whose carefully constructed reality just crumbled. Honestly, our boy probably saw this coming. Predictable, really. A silent scream? Understandable. Emotional repression only stretches so far when the foundation of your existence was a fabrication. The air is thick with something unpleasant, isn't it? Pierrot's casual remarks, seemingly about quests and talent, are actually laying the groundwork for something far more significant. Hez assessing the landscape, calculating odds, because naturally our boy doesn't just wander into danger. Jishuka, bless her heart, is already feeling the heat. Those words, dripping with expectation, landed with the force of a physical blow. Honestly, the subtle pressure tactic? So predictable. Shez bracing for the inevitable fallout, the unspoken demands that are sure to follow. It's a classic setup: drop a truth bomb and watch the dominoes fall. He anticipated this, of course. He always does. Jishuka's practically vibrating, anticipating the inevitable critique of those recipe submissions. Honestly, Shez bracing for a disappointment so predictable it's almost insulting. Seriously, did she think her culinary masterpieces would be immune to Pierrot's discerning palate? It's a classic power dynamic present, something vulnerable, and prepare for the assessment. Of course our boy saw this coming. He always does. And Jishuka's slumped shoulders and silent plea are just textbook reactions to a looming judgment. Those posters plastered on the wall offer a jarring contrast to the weight of Pierrot's gaze, a visual representation of the disconnect between triviality and expectation. Hez calculating her response, assessing how much she truly understands, because he never just throws these bombs for fun. Honestly, the sheer potential for disaster radiating from that concoction was alarming, even to someone as detached as him. Jishuka braced herself, anticipating the inevitable verbal lashing from Pierrot. A classic power play, really. Predictable, isn't it? Present something vulnerable, and prepare for the dissection. She worried about unforeseen consequences, the kind that could genuinely hurt someone, but of course he was already several steps ahead, mentally cataloging her flaws. I guess I have to keep making it until it works, she thought, a reflexive response to the pressure. Pierrot, as always, seemed to enjoy the dramatic effect, though his sudden offer to teach something felt off. Jishuka's face paled further as he uttered the words painful return, hinting at something far larger than a simple recipe critique. The mention of a legendary archer sent a chill through him. This wasn't just about food. Honestly, the sheer potential for disaster radiating from this situation was alarming, even to someone as detached as our boy. He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead. A classic power play, really, as Pierrot's predictably braced for an inevitable verbal lashing. How tiresome. Jishuka, of course, anticipated the dramatic effect. Pierrot seemed to genuinely enjoy the display. She worried about unforeseen consequences, but he was already mentally cataloging her flaws, a reflexive response to the pressure. I guess I have to keep making it until it works, she thought, a defense mechanism against the looming chaos. Then Pierrot's sudden offer to teach something felt off. He uttered the word painful return, hinting at something far larger than a simple recipe critique. The air thickened, didn't it? Pierrot, predictably reveling in the manufactured drama, offered a teaching moment, a painfully transparent attempt to deflect attention honestly. Jishuka's face went ashen, muttering about a painful return, which naturally signaled something far more significant than a culinary critique. Another power grab, delightful. He mentally calculated the odds. If he didn't pivot, now he'd be swept up in their petty squabble. It's always the same. Someone needs to be the center of attention. Jishuka braced herself, anticipating a verbal lashing from Pierrot, a reflex honed by years of navigating this ridiculous social dance. Of course, she's already cataloging her flaws under pressure. Then a truly unsettling silence descended, the implication of what Jishuka said sinking in. Replication? That can't happen. Honestly, the air was already thick enough to spread on toast, what with Piero's eagerness for teaching moment and Jashuka's ominous hints about a return. Predictable, right? Our boy naturally was already calculating the potential fallout. Getting bogged down in that would be a colossal waste. Then a genuine disturbance. A new arrival, Grid and Hez, peculiar. Good person live here. Rate not allowed, seriously? The guy's clearly trying to deflect attention, but from what? He figures that if he doesn't quickly assess this newcomer, he'll be missing something crucial. The whispers about skill replication are unsettling, a blatant violation of the system. Of course, someone's messing with the fundamental rules and challenger points. That's just fantastic, just when things couldn't get any more complicated. Hez already bracing for whatever Stormgrid's arrival is about to unleash. Right then, things just got interesting. A verbal jab sparks a predictable rivalry, but our boy, bless his heart, is actually thriving with his Korean, a tiny win amidst the chaos. Of course, the tension ratchets up a notch when a stranger materializes seemingly from thin air. Who is this guy? Seriously, the collective was practically neon, and it's not just a random face. This Grid fellow is linked to something far more unsettling. Skill replication. The system doesn't do that. Hez already calculating the potential ramifications because getting tangled in interpersonal squabbles is a waste of precious time. A plea for Enowo's safety follows, hinting at deeper, darker secrets. Challenger points are thrown into the mix. Wonderful. Hez already preparing for the storm this Grid is about to unleash. Right Korean, who seriously Grid Enowo's wonderful his. The collective practically vibrated with unease as Grid materialized, because of course an arrival like that demands attention. Why are you here? Someone dared to ask immediately, setting the stage for predictable posturing. Honestly, the drama never ends, he thought, noting the blatant challenge. Grid's response, dripping with veiled threats, merely confirmed what he already suspected. This was a simple misunderstanding. His words hung heavy, hinting at a target and a looming threat, and Hez already running calculations. Skill replication? The system doesn't do that. Wonderful. Someone's messing with the core mechanics, and Hez got a feeling this is bigger than just a power grab. Rewards looked enticing, but those challenger points? A clear complication. Honestly, the system rarely throws those around without a reason, and our boy already knew that reasons usually involve a world of trouble. His sudden appearance naturally immediately drew attention, because dramatic entrances are practically mandatory in these stories. The silence that followed was thick enough to spread on toast as everyone sized him up. Of course, someone had to ask the obvious, "Why are you here?" Predictable posturing, but he want biting. This Grid fellow's veiled threats just confirmed what he already suspected. This want a simple misunderstanding. Skill replication. The system doesn't do that. Wonderful. Someone is messing with the core mechanics, and Hez already running calculations. It means that it has replicated all my skills and teepums. Oh. The air thickened as challengers flaunted their standings, instantly shattering any semblance of calm. Rewards shimmered, an obvious lure, but the sudden revelation that someone had replicated skills and items sent a wave of genuine unease through Grid. Skill replication? He thought already running simulations. The system doesn't do that. Wonderful. Someone was clearly tampering with the core mechanics, and our boy already knew that challenger points, a rare system currency, meant this was far more than a simple power grab. Predictable posturing aside, Grid's veiled threats confirmed his suspicions. This wants some misunderstanding. A cryptic message arrived, and honestly, the immediate panic was a bit much. Bram's boots? Seriously? As it turns out, that little detail was enough to send him spiraling, a stark contrast to his usual composure. Forgotten memories, huh? Wonderful. He figures that if someone's throwing around relics from that era, it's not a friendly visit. God Hand apparently is the equivalent of a system emergency brake, which is never a good sign. The room itself didn't offer any solace, just amplifying the growing sense of dread. Then came the plea, a desperate cry for assistance, amidst the escalating turmoil which he absorbed with his trademark emotional detachment. Guilt? It's a heavy burden, but a necessary one. The contortion of his face as a restriction slammed down, a clear sign of something truly nasty brewing. It's almost comical how predictable these situations are. A sudden nasty restriction slammed into Randy, because of course things just keep getting more complicated. Our boy's dodging, desperately seeking an opening. Hez already calculated 100 escape routes naturally. The guilt? Oh, that just delightful. It's a familiar, unwelcome guest, threatening to drag him under. Seriously, the melodrama is reaching new heights. Then a sword-style pinnacle, repeat, kill. Randy recognizes the attack, a flicker of dread crossing his face. Okay, this isn't good. Needs stalling. Hez baffled by the technique's name, a chilling enigma. Someone's been messing with forbidden knowledge, haven't they? Ragnar's frustration is palpable, a simmering rage that mirrors Randy's internal turmoil. A glimmer of hope, though. Ragnar's pushing for action because apparently waiting isn't an option. Randy stared, and honestly, who can blame him? Damaged numbers defying logic. It's almost comical how these systems always